Suddenly, a father-in-law descended from Theski, an occurrence Sethatalway stay in by surprise. Jiangsheng, affectionate to nickname Ginger, possesses a keen awareness so, for circumstances, fully cognizant that theramost bezomethingamis. Yet, Henanithless stepped into this predicament, ultimately paying the ultimate price his life. Jiangsheng, known by the endearing name Ginger, harbors no fondness for this particular seasoning. Nevertheless, whether simmering soup or stir-frying vegetables, ahin to fitus invariably essential. Having just exited the bustling marketplace, he grasped a dakra tanda ideratish, intent in preparing stir-fried carrot shred sand slice sedradish. He had heart the 10th north, this method of grocery shopping will elicit laughter. Lestin thought will walking alone, he found died a Sido Bekami distracted. The weather was dreary today, and he felt no hunger. Ahead lay a traffic light crossing the street and turning right, huge reach homey after mere 700 meters. Upon arriving at the intersection, the low light flickered, prompting him to instinctively halt, waiting for the green light. However, the individuals beside him did not share this sentiment. Ali Adjutor turned home as sooner. The road coalesced into solid mass, with Nagap's four vehicles to pass through. A sleek black sedan halted directly before Jiangsheng. Unfamiliar with the vehicle, Hemmerly Noadites high exterior. Heckus to fleeting glance, his mind wandering to thoughts of foul weltherated should be cooked. Suddenly, the car door swung open, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Semionos emerging from the vehicle. Carito joined Mephoride, a mid-legionman, appearing to bane his 40s or 50s, extended invitation. This struck Jiangsheng as peculiar. He was neither a stunning beauty nor an exceptionally handsome man, and had no acquaintance with the stranger. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, but fatigue went out, and Hiriasin Thittabra fried wooden third. Leaning against the carter, he bent down and entered the vehicle, settling beside the middle-legedman. At that moment, the flow of pedestrian suist, and the car met its journey. Airy unit curious as to he invitedian? Theman inquired. Jiangsheng responded, thuf curiosity eludum, despite man's imposing demeanor. You appear rather dispirited. Have you suffered a heartbreaker lost the hour job? Theman continued. Do you wish talk no? Jiangsheng saideth him, bemused that such a prominent figure would take the timido discuss these matters. Ha ha, intriguing, Theman chuckled. Oh, please stop at the intersection a dive arrived. Thank you. Istinu insufficient? Jiangsheng remarked, producing a green banknote to place Saint Haslot. Thevahik lekamidolt, and as Jiangsheng opened at the door, one foodle readepoised tossed about. Wait, Theman called out. Jiangsheng turned back. Taketh instant dirtamy car, he gestured towards the banknote Jiangsheng had left behind. With their sign smile, Jiangsheng retrieved Thebel and rummaged through his wallet, hesitating momentarily before he extracting a pristine $10 Hong Kong note, had intended to keep a samento. Unexpectedly find injudiceful na. It's not dirty anymore, he declared, placing the banknote in this yap before he sing Talif. The occupant soft he car observed him depart, leisurely pressing the accelerator, as that paths diverged, seeming to avoid a fan of prior connection. Jiangsheng strode directly into the residential complex, his rented apartment locate on that 12th floor of Building D, requiring him to navigate several twists and turns. His room, Amory 10 square meters, was partitioned, featuring half a balcony. Leaning against the railing, Hito Kauthis phone. Although Nuni had contacted him for some time, Hestel habitually checked. Heckler read the push notifications and casually opened the browser, curious about the days. September bernunitable dates, render injitra thermindane. Just as Shezethis phone down, Aknakeko adathador. Aknakat the shower semadad perhaps the landlord had come for an inspection. Hedra Theckertane, concealing the electric stove from view. Up and opening the door, he was met by ordinary-looking men, resembling construction workers, albeit lacking the telltale white dust-off plaster. Urbis is looking for ya, they stated. Jiangsheng was taken aback while did indeed have a beau swam have frequently encountered. It was unusual for his boss to send Simiano to fetch him without prior indication. He was merely an ordinary employee even if he were to skip work tomorrow. A simple phone call would suffice to find our placement. Come with us, that women flanked him, guiding him forward. Thaw thaded Natap here particularly strong, depossessed Azure prizing amount of strength. Jiangsheng struggled momentarily, only to realize it was futile, and thus complied, shutting the door behind Himasha followed theme out. Akara waited below, with Anamino cupying the front seat will it he the rusher him into the back. Noticing Giscolm Demioner, the relaxed their grip slightly. Jiangxing refrained from inquiring about their destination, instead ruminating on whether ha had done wittingly offended Daniona recently. It seemed unlikely. Even if it had, they were remerly ordinary individual swallowed Gato the trub leaf hiring 12 people to deal with him. The car halted at a shopping plaza. Up on a lighting, a woman await outside. Harajuis and determinate perhaps 25, perhaps 35. With that statuesque figure, Shadonda light color-red professional outfit tan striking blue high heels, exuding both unapproachable warmth and an arrowful aloofness. Ginger, she smiled, unexpectedly recognizing Jiangxing's nickname. Follow him, she instructed, leading the way. Jiangxing glanced back, sensing Thun's spoken understanding, and trailed behind her. Trithis out fightin' form, she handed him a garment. Jiangxing accepted dit and entered the fitting room, finding Gitto fit perfectly. He was pleasant lie surprised be her discern and jai. Excellent, she expressed satisfaction. Although Jiangxing appeared somewhat lean, his broader frame, coupled with regular exercise, lent him an unexpected vigor in the tailored adhere, stark-like contrasting his early air despondency. The style is theorized quitelented. Gidio Rairdone, and nil be back shortly, she remarked. Jiangxing nodded in agreement. A man with nothing to his nama harbored no fear so fan and nefarious schemes. After his share appointment was complete, Fu Meng gracefully approached, presenting him with a wandati. Jiangxing frowned he was soon accustomed to earing a watch, let alone eity. Yet, he ultimately remains alent, allowing her to assist thymin pudding themin. Dressed anew, he pondered what come next. His family had to ladin agriculture for 3 generations his lineage was soon tainted, utterly devoid of fan association with affluent families. Something felt amiss, curiosity began to stir within him, urging him to discover what would transpire next. Up on exiting Themel, Theri entered Thezidin. In an elegantia house, he encountered a familiar fast he fluent man from earlier. Please, have ye a seat, the all the gentleman gestured. Jiangxin inclined slightly, sitting across from. Asalin seen should Themon remains alent, and Jiangxing refrained from asking questions. Therameoftia wafte through he air, soothing and inviting. I have a daughter, Themon said slowly after Razapoftia, Animan Circo facin-in-law. Oh, Jiangxing acknowledged. If find out obijuitabla match, Theman continued. Jiangxing smiled, thinking Hesha read the same sentiment. However, Hes soon wondered what this daughter looked like to warrants an extravagant offer. Dad, are you looking for him? At that moment, Agril approached, clad in a white shirt, jeans, and flats. Her hair was geshualighted back, with bid soft sweat glistening on her forehead, a dinga touch of failure. Jiangxin's previous assumptions were her limis guy dead this girl was anything but attractive. Is the regist? She noticed Jiangxing. No togwist, the man replied, lifting sticky pangent lie blowing gonnet, but family. Could it be Milong lost brother? Thegirl jested, seemingly unfazed. I wish it were so, beauty our mother ways aversa protective, the man replied. And him? Thegirl inquired. He's your husband, Theman stated. Thegirl paused, then smiled drearily. Absolutely, the man affirmed. Dad, you're not joking, are you? She asked. When have ever joked with you? From Thisment forth, he's your husband, the man declared. Thegirl hesitated, casting a glance at Jiangxing, hairwords on her throat. Hisnamize Jiangxing yo male sokal him ginger. Minyor sago, and made a pact with his father thate when you both grew up, you would wed, Theman explained. This way's a fabrication Jiangxing was fit. Chapter 002 with the marriage certificate in hand, Father, how could you utter such a clitch detail? It was only then that she realized, seated beside the middle-aged man, clinging to his arm, Jiangxing shared the same sentiment. Yet he could not fathom why he had become entwined in this situation. Though the narrative was indeed trite, it was no jest. I have always been forthright. If this were a fabrication, there would be no need for him to exhibit such earnestness. As if there were indeed matters unknown to the outsiders. Humph, even if what you say is true, you promised to marry, but I shall have no part in it. Knowing you would react this way? Father proceeded without your consent. What? From the girl's expression, it was evident that she knew her father well, sensing that something troubling was afoot. The middle-aged man remained composed, lightly tapping the table, and the striking woman in azure heels reappeared, holding a dossier. Take a look. The girl cast a suspicious glance at him before tearing open the dossier. The dark red cover revealed a household registration book, while the bright red document was a marriage certificate. Jiang Sheng silently observed the unfolding events, but when he beheld the familiar visage and name within the opened household registration book, he was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his household registration. The girl glanced at him, setting the household registration aside, and as she unfastened the marriage certificate, her demeanor shifted to one of shock, frozen in place. The certificate slipped onto the table, and Jiang Sheng caught sight of the photograph atop it, depicting two individuals closely entwined, radiating bliss. The man was he, and the woman was none other than the girl across from him. The certificate boldly stated, "Certificate holder, Jiang Sheng, certificate holder, Zhang Shiwen." Hence, her name must be Zhang Shiwen. With the surname Zhang, and upon observing the middle-aged gentleman's appearance, it was highly plausible that he was indeed the reputed real estate magnate, Zhang Weiming. This cannot be real, can it? Jiang Sheng first picked up the household registration to reconcile it with his memory. It was undoubtedly his. He then took the marriage certificate into his hands. The embossed seal appeared freshly stamped, as though it had just been issued. From the rental apartment to this moment, scarcely an hour had passed, suggesting that these events unfolded within this brief time frame. Affluence certainly facilitates matters, but the efficiency displayed was rather astonishing, seemingly executed without the need for the parties involved to be present. Yet, why would they orchestrate such a scheme? Jiang Sheng was not dim-witted, yet he could not discern what made him a target for exploitation. "Which family do you belong to, young master?" Zhang Shiwen fixed her gaze upon Jiang Sheng in this era. The significance of documentation was somewhat diminished, yet it invariably bore a unique connotation. No one would be trifling enough to use it as a jest. "Nice picture," Jiang Sheng replied evasively, his attention drawn to the image of himself on the certificate. A smile gracing his features, rendering him momentarily dazed. "As long as you are pleased." Zhang Weiming took a sip of his tea, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of the situation. "Father, you have lost your mind." Zhang Shiwen shot another glance at Jiang Sheng, confirming that this was indeed their first encounter. "Get to know each other well. I shall take my leave," Zhang Weiming stated, rising without offering any explanations. Zhang Shiwen was momentarily taken aback, failing to stop him, her mind in disarray from this unexpected union. The reception here was decent. Jiang Sheng activated his mobile data and found the Civil Affairs Bureau's number. Dialing it directly, "Hello, this is the Citizen Service Center. Please assist me in checking my marital status." This request seemed peculiar, causing the operator to pause. "Please provide your identification number .421989010955508. Please hold." Jiang Sheng switched to speaker mode. And after 10 seconds, a voice emerged. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, your marital status is married. May I inquire about the name of your wife?" This question was even more bizarre. Who does not know their spouse's name? The operator hesitated and after 3 seconds responded, "It is Ms. Zhang Shiwen." "Thank you." Jiang Sheng hung up, lifting his gaze to meet Zhang Shiwen's. The speaker was still active, and she had heard the confirmation. This marriage certificate was indeed authentic. They exchanged cautious glances, each wary of the other. "Jiang Sheng?" "Yes." The next sentence lingered unspoken, her pale pink lips poised yet hesitant. "Are you free tomorrow?" "I am. Do not misunderstand. This is not a date. We are not suited for one another." So 8 in the morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Sheng supplied the answer, finding this jest rather unamusing. "Very well. I shall take my leave," Zhang Shiwen stated, rising to depart. Jiang Sheng once more picked up his phone and dialed. "Boss, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. I want to be coming in." "All right, you need not come in the day after either." Was this tantamount to being dismissed? Jiang Sheng listened to the busy tone on the line, feeling somewhat awkward. While he knew he was not crucial, he did not expect to be deemed so insignificant. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. When his mind was preoccupied, slumber eluded him. To call this place home was perhaps a tad extravagant. It was merely a 10-square-meter cubicle, yet it sufficed for shelter. The next day at 7:30, he stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was his first time visiting this location, and the hour was still early, the doors yet to open. Yet there were already others waiting outside. A couple of years ago, 2 terms had gained popularity: flash marriage and flash divorce. Who would have thought today it would be his turn? Life had indeed been unkind, Yet this was hardly an ideal circumstance. All he could do was wait patiently. However, as 8 o'clock approached, Zhang Shiwen had yet to arrive. He contemplated calling her, but he lacked her contact information. Just a little longer. Half an hour later, Jiang Sheng exited the Civil Affairs Hall. Zhang Shiwen had not appeared. He decided to grab a bite to eat first. Hot dry noodles paired with egg liquor, chili oil and sugar. An intriguing combination. After breakfast at a street vendor, Jiang Sheng checked his phone. It was 9 o'clock. After some contemplation, he returned to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Pacing back and forth, yet still no sign of Zhang Shiwen. Had she changed her mind? Why had she not arrived? The reasons were utterly inscrutable. Forget it. I am hungry. I shall eat first and find another job later. Just as he was about to reach for his phone, it vibrated. Was it her? He pressed the answer button. Is this Mr. Jiang? A stranger's voice from an unfamiliar number, reminiscent of a scam call. Hello, I am from the 701 Hospital's Department of Immunology. We received your email the day before yesterday expressing your willingness to be among the first testers of our new medication. Do you have time in the next couple of days? Jiang Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed emailed 701 a couple of days prior. I am available today. That works, Mr. Jiang. Just come directly to our department. Professor Qian is in today. All right, great. I will hang up now. Just come to our department when you arrive. Jiang Sheng hung up, opened his phone's map application, and searched for the subway route to 701.it. Appeared he would need to set his work matters aside for the time being. 3 years ago, he had contracted a peculiar illness, medically termed BS. This affliction was deemed incurable, marking the beginning of all his misfortunes. A year later, she left him. After her departure, Jiang Sheng underwent a transformation. Chapter 003 Ahead lies a pit. Prepare to leap. He became a drifter, traversing from the bustling cities of the north to the serene landscapes of Yunnan and Tibet. He could neither sit nor stand for prolonged periods. Existing daily like a machine, refraining from drinking during moments of joy or sorrow, and smoking was out of the question. Medication and exercise were daily rituals, and job changes became a frequent occurrence. Whenever he grew accustomed to a locale, it was invariably time for him to depart, not out of sentimentality, but due to his ailment. Although it was not contagious, the excruciating pain and pallor that accompanied its onset frightened even his relatives and friends. Let alone indifferent capitalists, one wished to invite trouble. Thus he became a transient soul, firing a shot and moving on. He journeyed to different cities, sought various hospitals, and pursued different jobs and atmospheres. The 701 hospital was merely 4 stops from the Civil Affairs Bureau, a mere 13-minute ride. The Department of Immunology was located on the 7th floor. Jiang Sheng knocked on the door, and when it opened, a wave of elation washed over him, for the physician before him was youthful and striking. Who are you? Jiang Sheng. You've arrived so swiftly. She appeared somewhat flustered. Was it merely his perception? Listening to her voice, it was indeed the same person who had called him earlier. Were this not 701, Jiang Sheng might have assumed her a con artist. Please have a seat. Professor Qian has been called away for an urgent matter. All right. Jiang Sheng sat down, watching her bustle among a plethora of medications. I have reviewed your medical history. The latest biological agent may have some efficacy for your condition, though it cannot provide a cure. So do not harbor excessive expectations that I understand. I merely wish to save some money. Typically, newly developed medications have not undergone clinical trials, thus requiring volunteers to ascertain their effectiveness, which is offered at no cost. The female physician believed her candor was sufficient, yet Jiang Sheng matched her straightforwardness, her gaze lingering on him, contemplating something as she halted her movements. After a lengthy pause, she looked up. I have a medication. Would you dare to use it? That was indeed a question that left one at a loss for words. Let us pretend I didn't say that. What is the medication? I call it cat. Cat? What on earth? Jiang Sheng was taken aback. What sort of medication bore such a name? Well, it is a neurohormone targeting the brain. However, it is not a stimulant. Rather, it soothes the body, allowing the immune system to stabilize. Much like a tranquil cat. All right, it seems drug names can be quite unconventional. Illness breeds familiarity. In the realm of BS, Jiang Sheng has garnered a degree of understanding. From a theoretical standpoint, this cat appears feasible, yet being a hormone, it inevitably carries certain drawbacks, primarily the substantial side effects. 2 decades ago, when biological agents and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs were not available, hormones were the primary choice. Nowadays, their usage has become exceedingly rare. Will it prove fatal? Certainly not. I have tested it on a subject I refer to as little by, and there were no severe reactions. Little by is merely a colloquial term for a laboratory mouse, since it does not result in death. A trial seems harmless enough. So, shall it be administered through injection or orally? Ah, you acquiesce? Qian Shower assumed Jiang Sheng would decline. She is the daughter of Professor Qian, having followed in her father's footsteps to pursue a career in medicine. Fresh from the laboratory, she joined her father's institution, bringing along the fruits of her research. In her studies, neurohormones and cats represent a theoretical remedy for BS diseases, distinct from biological agents, as they fundamentally alter the brain's directives to the immune system, thereby suppressing the indiscriminate destruction of the body's own cells by tumor factors in BS patients. However, this remains purely theoretical, for matters involving the human brain have proven to be rather unreliable. Are you certain? Jiang Sheng perceived her hesitation. He observed her youth, yet he nodded nonetheless. While he may not grasp the intricacies of the profession, he is willing to provide live subjects for any physician researching BS diseases. Qian Shower's hands trembled slightly. Although she is not a nursing major, she is proficient in intravenous injections. Taking a deep breath, she administered the neurohormone she had just prepared into Jiang Sheng's body. This is my WeChat. Please add me, and do not hesitate to contact me if you experience any discomfort. Hopefully, there will be none. Jiang Sheng smiled, unfazed. Over the past 2 years, he had experimented with more than 20 biological agents. Some effective, others not, but this was his first encounter with hormones. Can you administer it yourself? Yes. Then take these with you. Once a week, 50 ml each time. And you must return for a checkup in 3 months. Understood. Should you feel any discomfort in the interim, cease the medication immediately. Imagem. Just as they were conversing, the doors swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat entered. Director! Qian Shower, startled like a frightened cat, hastily disposed of the syringe in her hand. This patient seeking consultation is Jiang Sheng. I have just inquired about his condition, and he is maintaining well, with no signs of deterioration. Where is the medical record? While questioning Jiang Sheng, he smiled, noting that he had come in a hurry and had not brought it with him. Bend down, raise your leg, squat. Jiang Sheng followed his commands, executing the movements relatively smoothly. Are you taking medication or receiving biological agents? Medication. Go to the first floor for liver and kidney function tests, blood sedimentation, and high-sensitivity C-reactive protein levels. The director issued the examination orders, which Qian Shower took over to have him sign before handing them to Jiang Sheng. Seizing the opportunity to turn her back to him, she discreetly exchanged glances with Jiang Sheng, conveying a silent understanding that the earlier incident must remain unspoken. Jiang Sheng acknowledged her unvoiced message, clutching the order as he exited the immunology department. After having his blood drawn, he awaited the results. During this time, a voice message from Qian Shower arrived, reiterating her plea that he must not mention the earlier hormone injection. Jiang Sheng responded with an okay gesture, though he could not shake off a sense of regret. Based on Qian Shower's evident trepidation towards the director, this might well be her last foray into forbidden territory. An ambitious young doctor is destined to evolve into a methodical chief physician, adhering strictly to protocols. The wait for results was tedious, and Jiang Sheng idly scrolled through news on his phone. Capsizing, plane crashes, earthquakes, typhoons. This world truly seems beset by calamities. Just as he was about to set his phone aside for a brief nap, a news alert caught his eye, and the accompanying image was familiar. Zhang Weiming? Under investigation for bribery and tax evasion? Intriguing, yet it appears he is now my esteemed father-in-law. Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He had never felt such a peculiar emotion even upon learning of his own terminal condition. Rubbing his head, he sensed this matter was both distant and close. Never mind, let it be that as he sat, drowsily lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Are you Jiang Sheng? Yes, come with me. Very well, Jiang Sheng complied readily. As the individual was a police officer, he has always abided by the law, never engaging in theft or robbery, and thus felt no trepidation in the presence of law enforcement. As for the examination results, he would have to wait until later to retrieve them. Once in the police vehicle, he was not handcuffed. Only the silence of the officers flanking him contributed to an oppressive atmosphere, making it awkward for him to inquire about anything. So he opted to rest his eyes. Upon arriving at the police station, someone guided him inside the interrogation room. He was instructed to take a seat, and soon after, An officer approached to question him. What is your relationship with Zhang Weiming? For a moment, Jiang Sheng struggled to respond. Was he a father-in-law or merely an acquaintance? Chapter 004. The Mind's Confusion. What? Does this question require contemplation? For now, he is my father-in-law. Are you his son-in-law? I suppose, yes, it is either a yes or a no. If it is a yes, then it is so. Yes, the officer recorded his response, and Jiang Sheng felt a bead of sweat form. While he was not panicking, he sensed something was amiss. These are your transfer records. Take a look. Jiang Sheng's keen eyesight discerned the details clearly, though he felt a sense of bewilderment as he observed the transfer records. September 14, 2015, 21, 22, transfer amount, 7,000,000. December 14, 2015, 21, 36, transfer amount, 3,000,000. September 31, 2018, 21, 26, transfer amount, 1,000,000. In total, there were more than 20 transfer records, all directed to unknown accounts. Yet the transferor was unmistakably his own long-idle bank card from the construction bank. Transferring millions so casually, if he truly had such wealth, would he need to resort to being a laboratory mouse? Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he did not rush to dispute the matter. Do you see clearly? Jiang Sheng nodded, wishing to articulate something, but ultimately shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. From September 2015 to the present, during these 3 years, you are suspected of providing bribes to individuals such as the Deputy Director of the Land Administration, the Deputy Director of the Urban Construction Bureau, and the Deputy Director of the Municipal Party Committee Secretariat, with substantial amounts constituting bribery offenses. Is that even possible? Jiang Sheng felt the wedding certificate in his pocket grow warm against his skin. Yet when he reached for it, a calloused hand pressed firmly on him, akin to an iron gate. Smoking is prohibited here, and do not attempt to resist. I do not smoke, nor do I resist. I merely wish to see my wife. The hand resting on his shoulder loosened slightly, allowing him to retrieve the marriage certificate from his pocket. Upon opening it, the wedding date revealed was October 2nd, 2015. How bizarre. It is now 2018. He had not even noticed until yesterday. How to explain this? The evidence is irrefutable. Is imprisonment in his future? Have you seen enough? Yes. Is there anything you wish to say? No, that's so. You are admitting guilt? The hand gripping his shoulder was firm, and Jiang Sheng began to comprehend that resistance would be futile. This pit is quite deep, that I admit. Perhaps years of being untreatable had bestowed upon Jiang Sheng a calm courage. He remained unperturbed, as though discussing matters unrelated to himself. The Earth Group under your name is suspected of tax evasion. Upon calculation, the amount is substantial and constitutes tax evasion offenses. Do you have any explanation? The storm arrived too swiftly, catching him off guard and leaving Jiang Sheng reeling. The Earth Group under my name? If only I were truly the owner, he thought bitterly. No explanation needed. Jiang Sheng answered every question posed with honesty and accepted any mistakes. The temporary interrogation concluded in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. With evidence and the testimonies in hand, the case was nearing resolution. May I make a phone call? The officer watching over him hesitated briefly but ultimately remained silent. Tacitly granting permission, Jiang Sheng took out his phone but refrained from dialing a number. He was simply waiting to ask for what exactly he was waiting for. He did not know. Let the light refract through tear-soaked pupils. The sudden ringing of his phone caused Jiang Sheng, usually steady, to tremble. An incoming call from an unknown number. It reflected the rainbow he most desired. The ringing continued, snapping Jiang Sheng back to reality. He answered the call, placing it to his ear. The last line of the transfer record, a single sentence, devoid of context, and the call ended abruptly. Jiang Sheng's gaze fell upon the transfer record, locking onto the final entry, and he suddenly shook his head and smiled. Do you have anything else to disclose? Jiang Sheng shook his head. He was unclear about the penalties for bribery and tax evasion. But if imprisonment were inevitable, he hoped it would not be for a lifetime. In the next room, 2 individuals observed him through the mirrored glass of the interrogation room. One male, in his 50s, and a younger female. Uncle Lee, I feel he is not the one. Oh? We have apprehended many individuals, and while numerous can maintain an air of calm, he, how shall I put it, seems unaffected. Yes, entirely unconcerned, as the female officer spoke. Her eyes sparkled, focusing intently on Uncle Lee, who continued to analyze. His expression was somewhat surprised when he viewed the bank transfer records, indicating he was evidently unaware. Furthermore, when he smiled earlier, his expression bore a hint of indifference. Uncle Lee took over the conversation. "Do you also believe he is not the one?" "At present, it seems so." "What do you mean? Is he truly insignificant?" "What matters is that he accepted the blame." "Is he a scapegoat?" "What do you think?" "You also believe he is not the one." "Should we not delve deeper to apprehend the actual suspect?" "No need. This is sufficient." "How can this be, Uncle Lee?" "You are not the person I envision." Uncle Lee turned to her, surveying the surroundings, and upon confirming there were no outsiders, spoke. "Li Fa, this is the best outcome we can achieve. But he is innocent." Li Fa, Zhao Li Fa, the daughter of veteran detective Zhao Cheng. She pointed towards Jiang Sheng by the window, a figure she recognized 2 years prior. When she had just embarked on her career, she received a midnight call from a tipster, who happened to be Jiang Sheng, the same person he reported. This young man, in a moment of despair, contemplated harming his ex-girlfriend but ultimately retained a shred of rationality and reluctance, leading him to report himself. Naturally, Zhao Lifa scolded him thoroughly, waking him up with her words. Although they had no further contact thereafter, she could still faintly recall that unfortunate elidity that time. This individual named Jiang Sheng was ill and impoverished. His girlfriend had left him, and he could scarcely afford a pair of undergarments, yet he managed to transfer hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was utterly astonishing. "You are mistaken. He cannot be deemed innocent." Uncle Lee's words left Zhao Lifa momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was still a transfer record, albeit different from the one Jiang Sheng had seen. This document included not only the time and amount of the transfer, but also the detailed name and identity of the recipient. Zhao Lifa perused the document thoroughly, unable to discern its significance until she reached the final entry, which struck her as peculiar. On September 31, 2018, at 21:26, the transfer amount, 1,000,000. Recipient's name, Jiang Yu. Identity, ordinary farmer. A million was transferred to an ordinary farmer? It hardly seemed like an act of charity. Zhao Lifa, not lacking in intellect, suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Is this Jiang Sheng's father?" "Precisely, it is the father of this young man." "Do you still consider him innocent?" "How could this be?" Zhao Lifa felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Zhang Weiming spent $1 million to cover for him. If you were in his shoes, would you agree? Zhao Lifa found herself unable to answer, as she was not Jiang Sheng. There must be something reprehensible about a pitiable person, and there is no need to investigate this matter further. Let it be settled as it stands. But Uncle Li, Lifa, listen closely. It is not yet time to arrest Zhang Weiming. The Dadi Group must not falter. Should it fall, countless individuals would lose their livelihoods, resulting in consequences far more severe than the current situation. Zhao Lifa remained silent, her mind muddled and unable to comprehend. Chapter 005. The Dadi Group must not fall. Uncle Lee, the former comrade, was at his wit's end and spoke patiently. Our desired outcome is to purge internal corruption, penalize unscrupulous businessmen, and recover taxes. And Zhang Weiming, bribery and tax evasion. How many years can he be imprisoned for? Uncle Lee's tone grew stern as he said, "But if the Dadi Group collapses, how many people would find themselves unemployed? Do you not understand this principle?" Zhao Lifa indeed struggled to grasp it. The realms of politics and law were not entirely aligned. "Follow my instructions, I understand." Observing her obedient demeanor, Uncle Lee felt a sense of helplessness. While Zhang Weiming could be apprehended, the Dadi Group could not be permitted to fall. This presented a paradox. Without Zhang Weiming, would the Dadi Group still endure? The higher-ups were unwilling to take that gamble, hence Zhang Weiming remained unscathed. Jiang Sheng could also bear the sins of his father as a son substituting for his father, serving as a warning to others. That night, Jiang Sheng lay in the detention room of the police station, his eyes vacant. It was not that he worried about his predicament, but rather the absence of his phone made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That precious possession had been confiscated. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a voice called out, "Your phone!" A female officer approached, her expression cold, holding his phone in hand. Jiang Sheng felt she looked somewhat familiar but did not dwell on it. Casually taking the phone, the caller ID displayed, "Mom, Sheng, where did you acquire so much money?" "I just calculated that it's 100,000. The external sound was surprisingly loud. Jiang Sheng hurriedly covered the phone, casting a guilty glance at the female officer. What are you staring at? It's not 100,000. It's 1,000,000. Zhao Lifa couldn't help but curse, and seeing Jiang Sheng's astonished expression, she had nothing more to say, turning her back to him. Speak quickly. Once you're done, return the phone to me. So, is it 100,000 or 1,000,000? Jiang Sheng dared not press further. As long as there was money, he was content. After 2 or 3 years of graduation, he had not sent a single penny home. And he never anticipated that his first act of filial piety would occur in such a manner. After a brief conversation, brushing aside the matter of money, Jiang Sheng ended the call. I asked you? Looking back at the female officer, he suddenly recognized her. Although he did not know her name, they had crossed paths a year prior, but he never expected to meet again under such circumstances. Ha, just a moment ago, you were in despair. Yet now you seem to have turned the tables, bribery, tax evasion. Mr. Jiang, you have hidden your true self quite well. The title Mr. Jiang rendered Jiang Sheng speechless. As a police officer, she had encountered few admirable individuals, thus her demeanor was rather severe, prompting Jiang Sheng to obediently hand over the phone. Zhao Lifa turned to leave, but just as she took a step, the phone vibrated unexpectedly. Someone was calling for a video chat. She paused, and a second later, turned back, handing the phone to Jiang Sheng once more, her expression dark, feeling that even a single word was superfluous. Are you well? It was Qin Xiao'er, who, after returning home from work, still couldn't shake her worries and, without even changing her clothes, initiated a video call to check on him. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. That's good. That's good. Qin Xiao'er evidently breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated, saying, as for that medication, you really shouldn't use it. I don't have much confidence either. After all, it is merely a theoretical possibility. After saying this, she sounded disheartened. She had come to her senses from her earlier impulsiveness. As a doctor, how could she administer an untested drug directly to a patient? What if something went wrong? She could not bear that responsibility. Well, then I will dispose of it later. Jiang Sheng spoke without a flicker of his eyes while uttering a falsehood. All right. After a lengthy pause, Qin Xiao'er realized there was nothing more to say. Take care of yourself. I will hang up now. As the call ended, Jiang Sheng raised his head to find Zhao Lifa lost in thought. Upon seeing her hand him the phone, she suddenly jolted back to reality, yet she said nothing and briskly left. But shortly after, she returned, tossing Jiang Sheng a thin blanket. She likely understood that he was unwell and needed to avoid catching a chill. The following days passed without incident. Jiang Sheng was fortunate enough to attend court once, where he heard the gavel strike. Given that the Dadi Group had already paid the owed taxes and that the suspect Jiang Sheng displayed a positive attitude towards his confession, the court decided on a lenient sentence, 7 months for bribery and 3 years for tax evasion, to be served concurrently, amounting to 3 years and 7 months in total. Thankfully, it was not as severe as he had anticipated. Just when Jiang Sheng thought he would spend the next few years behind bars, circumstances shifted. At the end of July, a lawyer mysteriously emerged, applying for a suspension of his sentence on the grounds that Jiang Sheng suffered from severe chronic illness, which had proven resistant to long-term treatment. A month later, the court issued its final ruling. Jiang Sheng was released in court due to his illness, escaping punishment. As he exited the courthouse, Jiang Sheng felt as if he had been reborn. Although he had occasionally watched legal programs, experiencing it firsthand was undeniably unique. He never imagined that being ill could confer certain advantages. However, Zhao Lifa's mood was far from cheerful as she stood beside Jiang Sheng. Why are you looking at me like that? I underestimated you. Jiang Sheng understood her implication but could only smile and say, I underestimated myself as well. Go out and live well. Do not let me encounter you again. Only Zhao Lifa knew where the lawyer had come from, as the phone used to contact the lawyer had been borrowed from her. I think the same. Thank you for the blanket. I will wash it and return it to you another day. No need. Farewell. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Lifa turned and departed, feeling suffocated by remaining even a second longer. Watching her walk away, Jiang Sheng pondered where to go next when a car pulled up in front of him. Its body somewhat familiar. Zhang Weiming. As the window rolled down, it was none other than his nominal father-in-law, the chairman of the Dadi Group, a man of vast wealth. Get in, young man. Feeling somewhat odd to be addressed in such a manner, Jiang Sheng stood outside the car, showing no intention of entering. How have you been these days? The two exchanged words through the car window, with Zhang Weiming not pressuring him to get in. No different, Jiang Sheng spoke candidly, even feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Should I take you back inside for another visit? Zhang Weiming made a poorly timed joke that rendered him slightly more endearing. Though it was still far from amusing, if there is nothing else, I must return. The lease on my rental is already expired, and I worry that the landlord might dispose of my belongings in my absence. Are you not interested in being my son-in-law? Jiang Sheng hesitated. The last two words stuck in his throat, and he turned away. The intersection of their worlds, while it had some overlap, was hardly worth lamenting. Saying goodbye was merely akin to parting from a stranger. Mr. Zhang, he's cursing you. The driver, also serving as a bodyguard, had keenly observed Jiang Sheng's lip movements. I know, which is why I don't intend to let him off the hook. Zhang Weiming seemed to utter the words casually before rolling down the car window. The vehicle glided away smoothly, heading in the opposite direction. Chapter 006. No place to rest tonight. The courthouse was an hour and a half's journey from the rental apartment by subway. By the time Jiang Sheng returned, night had already fallen. The 12th floor of Building D at Yuhua Yushio felt somewhat foreign after such a long absence. After hastily consuming a few bites downstairs, Jiang Sheng felt a slight sense of unease. Judging by the landlord's demeanor, he was evidently not a magnanimous individual. Please, let nothing happen to my computer, he thought anxiously, his hand trembling slightly as he opened the door. The sensation was far worse than entering the courthouse. As the door swung open, despair filled his eyes, yet a flicker of brightness emerged amidst the hopelessness. The apartment had indeed been occupied by someone else. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bed adorned with pink sheets, and on it lay a woman or perhaps a girl. Jiang Sheng surprisingly grasped the meaning behind her gaze. Most strikingly, she was entirely unclothed. Her body exposed, he saw everything, a mix of excitement and fear enveloping him. He realized he had landed himself in trouble once more, prompting him to turn around and immediately call the police. Hello, is this Officer Zhao? It's me, Jiang Sheng. I need assistance right now. Before he could finish, Zhao Lifa responded with a dismissive tone. If you want to make an appointment, try again in your next life. The line went dead, evidently a misunderstanding on her part. It was no wonder Zhao Lifa was reluctant to engage with him. After all, individuals like him had already faced divine retribution, and unless one posed a significant threat to society, such as endangering lives, legal consequences were typically minimal. As hope for assistance faded, just as Jiang Sheng was about to flee, the girl from inside the apartment emerged, now dressed in a coat. Her eyes burned with indignation. Who would remain unperturbed after being seen naked by a stranger in their own home? Yet, her audacity was remarkable. She dared to confront a strange man directly in the middle of the night. Am I appealing to you? Answering this question proved exceedingly challenging. Despite his wit, Jiang Sheng found himself at a loss for words. How did you get a key to my room? He asked, gesturing toward the apartment behind her. His heart racing. This was my room before and so? She retorted. Did you come to steal something? Or do you have other intentions? Her last question was posed with utmost confidence, as if any man who did not harbor desires for her could not be considered a man at all. Yet she possessed every right to such confidence, both in figure and in beauty. Jiang Sheng felt a headache coming on. If she screamed, he could make a hasty escape. Yet the sight of her fair skin, partially concealed, and her alluring proximity left him bewildered. How about you give me a discount, say 800 for an hour? What? What do you mean what? Come in. Jiang Sheng instinctively took a step back. What's wrong? You came all this way, and now you're shy, she teased, her face flushed with amusement. You don't look like a novice. Are you still a virgin? The abrupt shift in tone caught him off guard. Just as she reached out to pull him closer, Jiang Sheng swiftly raised his hand to stop her, maintaining a respectful distance of an arm's length. You are truly beautiful, but regrettably, I am without funds. If it were free, I might consider it. Free? Don't be ridiculous. You come here without money and act like a big shot. Go to hell. With a swift kick, Jiang Sheng was sent sprawling to the floor. Her charming demeanor vanished as she turned to slam the door, a resounding thud echoing behind her. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Sheng composed himself, his hand hovering over the door, ultimately deciding against knocking. Was he truly prepared to confront this woman? He feared he would not prevail. One of the symptoms of his condition, BS, was the calcification of soft tissues around the joints, resulting in stiffness and immense pain with every movement. Descending the stairs, he regained his composure, realizing he had acted rashly. He retrieved the landlord's phone number and called directly. Hello, are you looking to rent a room? Hello, I was the previous tenant of 1201. I'd like to inquire if my belongings are still there. Thrown out? The call ended abruptly, leaving Jiang Shang in a state of shock, his phone raised in disbelief. All he had left were his phone, wallet, identification, marriage certificate, and a half-box of neurohormones. Fortunately, the most crucial items remained with him. He had been using brain hormones for 2 months, uncertain of the results, but hopeful they would not have adverse effects. Disposing of them seemed a waste. He would finish them before seeking alternatives. Tonight, I am truly adrift. Jiang Sheng suddenly regretted his earlier bravado. It had merely been 800 yuan. Though he had never been affluent, he could have managed that sum. Analyzing his mindset at the time, he realized it stemmed from fear. But fear of what, exactly? He could not pinpoint it. As he navigated through the crowd, a call reached Zhang Weiming. Zhang, that person has left. He is not interested in you. Not exactly, but he restrained himself. Additionally, I kicked him. What happened afterward? Did he retaliate? No, he just walked away. After the woman finished speaking, she awaited Zhang Weiming's instructions. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, should we annul the lady's marriage? Director Kai has entered. Which Director Kai? She searched her memory, quickly recalling it was Vice Director Kai from the Civil Affairs Bureau, who had received 200,000 yuan 2 months prior but had been summoned for a chat by the city's disciplinary committee after failing to escape the previous scandal. What now? She hesitated, realizing the stakes were high. Attempting to offer money again would be akin to courting disaster. Let us leave it be, understood. It seemed unnecessary to take further action, knowing Miss Shiwen's character. If she did not acknowledge the marriage, she would resolve it herself sooner or later. In the back street, when Jiang Sheng encountered Zhang Shiwen, he initially thought it was a coincidence. The two stood on the street, facing each other, neither speaking. The atmosphere grew awkward, tinged with a subtle sense of rivalry. One. It wasn't until the appearance of a third party, a dashing young man adorned with silver earrings, who stood between them. Completely disregarding Jiang Sheng's presence, that the silence was broken. What a pity. Jiang Sheng turned to leave, feeling a twinge of regret. This cheap wife would likely soon belong to someone else. Just as Jiang Sheng attempted to pass by her, she grasped his arm. Husband, do you not want me anymore? Her sultry tone caught Jiang Sheng off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. So you are Jiang Sheng. Yes, it is I, though the storm surrounding the Dadi group had calmed. Those with ulterior motives still noted Jiang Sheng's existence, the son-in-law of Zhang Weiming, cleverly concealed. The silver-eared young man regarded Jiang Sheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhang Weiming had only one daughter. Hence, Jiang Sheng must be Zhang Shiwen's partner. No wonder she seemed indifferent to everyone. She had someone hidden away at home. Without uttering a polite word, the silver-eared young man conveyed a warning to Jiang Sheng through his eyes before turning to leave. As he departed, Zhang Shiwen quickly released Jiang Sheng's arm, her face slightly flushed, leaving Jiang Sheng momentarily dazed. He is always following me. It's rather bothersome. Thank you. Once Zhang Shiwen had spoken, she realized there was no need for an explanation and instead remarked, You are quite useful. Jiang Sheng smiled silently. What time tomorrow? 8 o'clock. Very well. That it appeared they had tentatively rescheduled their divorce appointment, yet the atmosphere felt subtly charged. Neither moved. He remained, and she stayed put. Why didn't you come that day? I haven't asked you yet. I went, didn't I? Then why didn't I see you? I didn't see you either. Jiang Sheng opened his phone to search, discovering that the Civil Affairs Bureau might have several offices, and they had not gone to the same location. Let us meet here tomorrow. He indicated a place to Zhang Shiwen, effectively rescheduling their meeting. All right, but aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Sure. What would you like to eat? Anything. The most challenging request was indeed anything, and Jiang Sheng pondered. Well, perhaps we should skip it this time. We can plan for another occasion. Before he could finalize his thoughts, she waved her hand and turned, disappearing into the bustling crowd. That girl, is she teasing me? The back street was lined with numerous small inns. He could manage a few days there. One of the symptoms of his condition, BS, was a reduction in red blood cells, leading to anemia. The following morning, he awoke feeling slightly dizzy, perhaps due to the subpar bed in the small inn. Nevertheless, Jiang Sheng arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau promptly at 8. On his second visit, he waited a long time. Yet Zhang Shiwen still had not appeared. He sat in the lobby, observing others getting divorced, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy as he watched their quarrels. By noon, Zhang Shiwen was still absent. Would he have to wait until the afternoon? The midday news began to play in a small restaurant adjacent to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Sheng absent-mindedly chewed on his chopsticks, contemplating whether to wait until the afternoon. The inspection team has arrived in our city, providing crucial directives regarding the issues faced by various leadership groups in their work. Tianyuan for a serving of Yangzhou fried rice. Paired with some cold water, it was surprisingly decent. The Municipal Bureau promptly enacted measures, resulting in the successful apprehension of Zhang Weiming, the chairman and general manager of Dadi Group. Early this morning, Jiang Sheng, who had been engrossed in his meal, abruptly lifted his head and caught sight of Zhang Weiming being ushered into a vehicle amidst a throng. Dadi Group has collapsed. It serves them right. There's not a single virtuous individual in the real estate business. The soaring property prices are all due to their speculative practices. As a mere bystander, Jiang Sheng's emotions were rather complex. How could it just fall apart like that? Surely, this cannot be the genuine Zhang Weiming. This seems almost like a piece of false news. His phone vibrated, revealing a call from Zhao Lafafa. Where are you? Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where are you running off to? Don't wander about aimlessly. I'll be there shortly. Before finishing a single plate of fried rice, Zhao Lafafa had already arrived, following the location. Are you still thinking about eating? You're not here to arrest me, are you? Jiang Sheng suddenly recalled that he was still identified as the son-in-law of the esteemed chairman, an unfortunate predicament. Could he be about to suffer an undeserved calamity? Hurry and follow me. They want to speak with you at the bureau. Indeed. Jiang Sheng obediently rose and followed her outside. What is happening this time? Don't you know? No, then refrain from asking too many questions. To Jiang Sheng's surprise, Zhao Lafafa had arrived in a police vehicle, leading him to speculate that if he resisted arrest, she might resort to force. Sit over there. Huh? Go drive. Let me rest for a bit. She appeared quite fatigued. But is that truly acceptable? Jiang Sheng took the driver's seat, filled with trepidation, and noticed Zhao Lafafa leaning back with her eyes closed. Ultimately realizing he had no choice, a police car is still a car. Igniting the engine, engaging the clutch, shifting gears, releasing the handbrake, and the start was relatively smooth. The driving lessons from long ago surprisingly came in handy. Half an hour later, after a seamless journey, they arrived at the police station's entrance. Have we arrived? As the car halted, Zhao Lafafa immediately awoke. Yes, did you not sleep at all last night? Only after speaking did he realize how redundant the inquiry was. In the wake of such a significant event, it was unlikely there had been time for rest. No, let us get out. When we go in, don't speak out of turn. Don't claim what isn't yours. Understood. The two of them walked into the police station, with Jiang Sheng once again being led into the interrogation room. Name? Jiang Sheng. Age? 24. Did you conspire with Zhang Weiming to establish a criminal organization? Maliciously inflicting harm and causing death? No, where were you on December 25, 2016? In Minggu, at a rental property. Who can corroborate your alibi? Jiang Sheng hesitated, unable to answer, while the officer opposite him showed no urgency. My ex-girlfriend.do, you have her contact information? No. Chapter 007. Legal representative. After a session of questioning, Jiang Sheng's mind was in turmoil. Considering the time, he rolled up his sleeve and injected himself with a dose of brain stimulant. Do you need to rest? Zhao Lafafa happened to pass by and noticed him administering the injection. Is it necessary? No. Is there anything you wish to say? I don't know. Then it seems there's nothing. Zhao Lafafa tilted her head, her expression resolute, as she stated. Zhang Weiming is finished. Jiang Sheng fell silent, asking her, wasn't he said to be bribery and tax evasion? Why is there talk of organized crime and loss of life? Apparently, there were higher-ups suppressing the truth, but now it can no longer be contained. You don't seem to care about any of this? I do care. So what? Let us go. I'll take you to see your wife. Jiang Sheng felt a wave of dread wash over him as he unconsciously followed her upstairs. Go ahead. She's in room 201. Standing outside the door, Jiang Sheng hesitated, uncertain if he should enter. Through the small window in the door, he saw a woman sobbing with her knees hugged to her chest. When he turned back to look at Zhao Lafafa, she had already left. He opened the door and stood opposite Zhang Shiwen. At a loss for words, he could only sit beside her in silence. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Zhang Shiwen finally lifted her head, her tear-stained eyes surprisingly calm. Why are you here? Jiang Sheng remained silent, merely retrieving the marriage certificate from his pocket, pointing to the two names inscribed upon it before putting it away. Huh? Even now, you are still my wife. I've brought you trouble. Jiang Shang smiled but made no attempt to console her. It was evident she possessed great fortitude. Meanwhile, in the large conference room on the third floor, discussions regarding the future of Dadi Group were underway. The provincial directive was clear. This incident has had a significant social impact and must be handled according to the law. The facts surrounding suspect Zhang Weiming's years of illegal operations have become evident, and a verdict will soon be forthcoming. However, Dadi Group has always been a pillar of our city's industry. It would be a pity for it to collapse. Could the government take over? A government takeover is indeed feasible, but it may incite public panic. He has a daughter who can inherit Dadi Group. That would be the best outcome. I must mention that the legal representative of Dadi Group was changed 2 months ago. And to this day, it has been under the ownership of an individual named Jiang Shang. Who is Jiang Shang? It is said that he is Zhang Weiming's son-in-law. According to our records, Jiang Shang was born in 1995, hailing from a farming family. He dropped out of HB University in 2016, lived in Mingu for 2 years, left due to illness, and has since been homeless. He suddenly reappeared 2 months ago and became Zhang Weiming's son-in-law. This individual is somewhat familiar to Xiao Zhao. The recorder of the meeting, Zhao Lafafa, promptly stood up. I have detailed information regarding Jiang Shang. Please share. 2 months ago, in an attempt to evade sanctions, Zhang Weiming fabricated a marriage certificate through the former deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, making Jiang Shang the legal representative of Dadi Group, thus placing the blame for tax evasion and bribery upon him. However, Jiang Shang himself suffers from a severe chronic illness, medically referred to as BS. This ailment does not directly endanger one's life or mental state but inflicts immense daily suffering and limits mobility. The court took this into account and released him on bail. What is your opinion of him? Me? Yes, just speak candidly. It's all right. During his time on bail, he borrowed various legal textbooks from me, including civil law, commercial law, criminal law, and economic law. I thought he was merely browsing. But it turns out he memorized everything. Memorized everything? Precisely, like a photocopier. Please continue. His self-discipline is exceptionally strong. Typically, BS patients lose the will to live due to relentless daily suffering or become physically deformed from a lack of exercise. Yet he maintains himself remarkably well, even seeming to find joy in it. Finding joy in it? Yes, as if intentionally so. Zhao Lafafa's assessment caused Uncle Li, seated beside her, to tense up, hastily asking, have the detailed hospital examination results been verified? If Jiang Shang is feigning illness, they would suffer great embarrassment. Verification has been completed, and the hospital surveillance footage has been reviewed. That's reassuring. Is he implicated in this? He wants to be implicated. According to our understanding, Jiang Shang had no involvement in Dadi Group's affairs. He was merely brought in as a scapegoat by Zhang Weiming. However, from a legal standpoint, he is now the actual owner of Dadi Group. That complicates matters. Where is he now? He is downstairs undergoing interrogation. What is Secretary Chen's opinion? My opinion is of little consequence. What matters is reaching a credible verdict based on existing laws and regulations. I concur. I also concur. The opinions of the leaders were recorded by Zhao Lafafa. The meeting concluded. Secretary Chen unexpectedly approached her. Take me to meet that young man, Jiang Shang? Secretary Chen smiled as he followed Zhao Lafafa downstairs. Upon entering, Jiang Shang and Zhang Shiwen remained enveloped in silence. Their only course of action was to wait. This is Secretary Chen from the provincial office. Zhao Lafafa stepped forward first, signaling Jiang Shang with a glance. This is Jiang Shang, and this is Zhang Shiwen. With the introductions complete, Jiang Shang and Zhang Shiwen both rose. Since both of you are present, I will be forthright. Dadi Group requires a new helmsman. He gazed at Jiang Shang, continuing, 2 months ago, Zhang Weiming designated you as the legal representative of Dadi Group. Although it was merely a temporary measure, given the current circumstances, it may become permanent. Jiang Shang understood the implications of being a legal representative. However, surely someone more suitable exists. He glanced back at Zhang Shiwen, who remained expressionless. Secretary Chen noted his gesture and emphasized, regardless of who assumes this responsibility, I only hope for one thing. Dadi Group must not collapse. After saying this, he patted Jiang Shang on the shoulder and turned to leave. You may go now. As Zhao Lafafa departed, she quietly advised, remember to keep your phone available. Should the need arise, I will contact you to assist in the investigation. Let us go. Jiang Sheng walked out the door with Zhang Shiwen trailing behind her, the sunlight outside blindingly bright. Where to? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Civil Affairs Bureau. What for? First, to hand over the Dottie Group to you, and then to finalize the divorce proceedings. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau was directly across the street. Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment after searching for the location on the map. During the sweltering heat, there were not many people attending to business. After clarifying the process at the counter, Jiang Sheng took the forms, turning to the internet whenever she encountered something unclear. After completing the paperwork, she returned to the window to have it stamped, signed her name, and presented it to Zhang Shiwen. I won't sign. Zhang Shiwen flatly refused. Is there anyone else at home? If she doesn't sign, it can just as easily be someone from the Zhang family. The Dottie Group is not an estate that an ordinary person can manage. No, I'm hungry. She had only sipped a few mouthfuls of water since yesterday. She ordered a bowl of hot and sour noodles and a serving of wonton noodles, ultimately opting for the former. Zhang Shiwen ate at an excruciatingly slow pace, carefully rolling each delicate noodle into her mouth, chewing thoroughly before selecting another. Why won't you sign? Jiang Sheng inquired, putting down her chopsticks midway through the meal. Zhang Shiwen remained silent. Without finishing her hot and sour noodles, she stood up and left. No mention was made of the divorce or the Dottie Group. Chapter 008. Midnight and How Large is the Dottie Group? According to information found online, its total assets approach 800 billion. There are 234 large shopping plazas and 192 upscale residential complexes. This is just the main business. There are also side ventures, property management, cultural and sports enterprises, hotel and tourism, and loan insurance. It all appeared quite complex. The chasm between a homebody and the president of such a conglomerate seems to span 800 billion light-years. Upon returning to the small inn, Jiang Sheng lay on the bed, skimming through materials, feeling a bit drowsy. Just as she began to doze off, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Who is this? Zhang Shiwen. Send me your location. Oh, all right. What does she want my location for? Jiang Sheng felt a bit puzzled but sent it anyway. After a couple of minutes had passed and feeling unbearably sleepy with no messages in sight, she unintentionally drifted off to sleep. When the knocking on the door began, she thought she was dreaming. Upon waking, her face reflected a bit of displeasure. Who could possibly be mistaken for the wrong room at this hour? Opening the door, she was momentarily taken aback to find Zhang Shiwen standing there, a small suitcase in tow. Zhang Shiwen squeezed through the door without uttering a word, casting a glance around the room. Her brow slightly furrowed. Let us change locations. It's neither you nor me, but us. This statement seemed to carry a wealth of meaning. I think this place is quite nice. It has water, electricity, internet, and air conditioning, she said, yet the moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Sheng regretted them, wishing to slap herself. Suit yourself. Zhang Shiwen sniffed the smell of the bedding, her expression softening a bit. After removing her shoes, she lay down on her side. Aren't you here to sign? Zhang Shiwen ignored the question. From behind, her long hair obscured half her face, her eyes closed, and her breathing appeared somewhat rapid. What does this mean? Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, desperately attempting to calm herself. After steadying her nerves, she turned off the light. Lying on her side, the faint scent of her body stirred his thoughts. At this rate, it might be better to engage her in a game of Go for the remainder of the night. What are you thinking about? What do you think? Then why aren't you moving? Jiang Sheng placed a hand on her waist, distinctly feeling her tremor. Bathed in the dim light of the moon filtering through the window, he could even see the tears on her face. Tonight isn't suitable. Jiang Sheng patted her shoulder and turned back to lie on his back, letting out a sigh. Tears are the same for all women. He was reminded of someone who had taught him that when a woman lies beside you yet continues to weep, you must be prepared to become a mere backup and face abandonment. The 800 billion Dottie Group, the beautiful and affluent heiress, such perfection had never before existed in this world. What kind of man deserves to possess all this? Jiang Sheng couldn't fathom it. Bang, bang, bang. In the stillness of the night, a series of intense knocks echoed. What on earth? Jiang Sheng jumped, glancing back at Zhang Shiwen, who was equally startled. Those inside, put on your clothes and open the door immediately. This is the 3rd floor. Do not attempt to jump out of the window. The knocking was relentless, nearly dislodging the dust from the walls. Police! Open up! It was the unmistakable voice of the old innkeeper. Jiang Sheng was inexplicably alarmed. If this made the news, it would be a nationwide scandal. If you don't open up, we'll break the door down. Coming. Jiang Sheng steadied himself, reasoning that it shouldn't be too problematic. After all, he and Zhang Shiwen were technically still married. Seeing that Zhang Shiwen had already put on her shoes, he hurried to open the door. A group of officers armed with electric batons stormed in, their expressions growing graver upon spotting Zhang Shiwen behind the bed. You two, produce your identification. Jiang Sheng quickly retrieved his ID from his wallet, handing it over along with Zhang Shiwen. Officer Zhao. Come here, we caught too. A figure emerged from around the corner, and to Jiang Sheng's astonishment, it was Zhao Lifa. Her expression shifted from surprise at seeing Jiang Sheng to an even more peculiar one upon noticing Zhang Shiwen. Ahem. She cleared her throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness and said, please present relevant identification to prove your relationship. Otherwise, we have reason to suspect you are engaged in illegal activities. The marriage certificate was still on him. Jiang Sheng quickly retrieved it and handed it over. Zhao Lifa examined the document closely, verifying the identities with a serious demeanor before confirming they are married. The report was erroneous. Erroneous? Jiang Sheng seized upon this crucial detail, immediately turning to the landlord, who had been lurking at the side, feigning indifference. Theo be reported by the innkeeper for simply staying at a small inn. The issue clearly lay with Zhang Shiwen. Perhaps her striking appearance had stirred resentment in the landlord, or perhaps he was a self-righteous figure unable to tolerate any misconduct in his establishment. Regardless, that scoundrel deserved a beating. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Had he not restrained himself earlier, would he still have any hope for the future? Apologies for the disturbance. I wish you both a swift arrival of offspring. Zhao Lifa gestured for everyone to leave, giving Jiang Sheng a thumbs up as she exited. That gesture was nothing short of infuriating. Every encounter with her seemed to result in misfortune. Jiang Sheng closed the door, turning to find Zhang Shiwen smiling. Resembling a sunny day amidst a rainstorm, something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint. I'm going to wash up. As Zhang Shiwen entered the bathroom, Jiang Sheng's heart raced. The faint sound of water, the elusive curves, scuttled like ants in his mind, and then suddenly, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, snapping him back to reality. Some individuals are acutely aware of their own worth. Jiang Sheng was one of them. So, what did she want from him? Only ownership of the Dadi Group. But the Dadi Group could belong to her family, couldn't it? When Zhang Shiwen emerged from the bathroom clad in a nightgown, Jiang Sheng was momentarily stunned. He had seen many divinely edited beauties, each one ethereal and otherworldly, but the freshly emerged Zhang Shiwen could rival any of them. Heaven truly favored her, born into an illustrious family. She also possessed the beauty of nature. What are you still thinking about? Zhang Shiwen, having applied a light layer of lipstick, slowly approached. Jiang Sheng neither leaned in nor retreated. When their lips met, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The intensity of this unexpected sensation gradually clouded his consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Shiwen opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering like a radiant moon in the dark of night, alluring and captivating. The lights were turned off, plunging the room into darkness. In the wee hours, an ambulance screeched to a halt outside the small inn. The innkeeper, that sleazy man, was dozing in a lounge chair. Despite the loud whir of the fan, the shrill sirens jolted him awake. What happened? Where's room 302? Hurry, take us there. 302? Isn't that the room where that stunning beauty is paired with a dashing man? The urgency of the medical team was palpable. He immediately grabbed the key, his mind racing with doubts, but he dashed upstairs, hoping nothing disastrous had occurred. The moment he opened the door, his heart shattered. Perhaps it was due to the sobbing woman inside. Or perhaps it was the sight of the man lying pale on the bed. Chapter 009. Midnight Inn. Is there any breath? The emergency doctor rushed forward to check the man's pulse and froze for a moment upon recognizing him. Jiang Sheng. How could it be him? Please, save my husband. The woman clung to her arm, weeping uncontrollably, and the doctor was taken aback by the unexpected beauty of his wife. As she performed the emergency procedures, her mind wandered. She had been reprimanded for prescribing medication without authorization, which led to her reassignment from the biological laboratory to the emergency department. She never imagined encountering him under these circumstances. Yet, his condition appeared grave. The air conditioning was set too low. Didn't they understand that cold air was harmful? Damn it, don't you dare die. Turn off the air conditioning. Open the doors and windows. Prepare hot water immediately. There's a bathtub downstairs. I'll go fill it with hot water. The proprietor of the small and dashed outside in a flurry, his heart racing with trepidation. If this man were to perish on his premises, the closure of his establishment would be imminent. Quickly, carry him away. Two male nurses rushed forward, one grasping his shoulder while the other clutched his leg. Toss him into the hot water. Is there any hope? Qian Shower was uncertain. When Zhao Lifa arrived, she was met with this alarming scene. What happened? He caught a chill and is completely rigid. I cannot ascertain whether he can recover. Caught a chill? Zhao Lifa turned sharply to Zhang Shiwen. It was a bit warm last night, so we lowered the temperature. I fell asleep, and when I awakened to find him like this, I was terrified and called for help. Stop crying. He will be fine. Zhao Lifa attempted to offer a semblance of comfort. Yet, as she glanced at Jiang Shang, her emotions were profoundly complicated. She should have taken him home directly last night. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. The only individuals capable of saving Jiang Shang were the doctors before them. Qian Shower, disregarding her modesty, knelt in the water and straddled Jiang Shang, performing chest compressions with fervor. Dr. Qian, there's a response. Good. Qian Shower, who had been utterly exhausted, felt invigorated by the news. Although Jiang Shang ultimately did not awaken, his heart continued to beat. He was still alive. A stroke of fortune. Quickly, get him to the hospital and contact Director Liu. Together, they hoisted Jiang Shang onto a stretcher and pushed him into the ambulance. Upon arrival at the emergency department, Jiang Shang's vital signs remained stable, yet Qian Shower's expression grew increasingly grave. Zhao Lifa pulled her aside and whispered, "Is it serious?" "Yes, he has a severe case of BS inflammation. Once he catches a chill, his body becomes rigid. To endure a night in such low temperatures, the consequences are dire." "How do you know he has BS?" "I previously worked in the immunology department, and he was my first patient, so I remember him vividly. What is the best outcome? If he were an ordinary person, medication might sustain him, but for BS patients, it is different. Once they fall into a coma and cannot move, their joints will fuse together, leading to various complications and ultimately a painful death." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lifa's expression darkened as she glanced back at the emergency room doors. Then at Zhang Shiwen, who appeared equally haggard. It was no wonder. Enduring successive misfortunes was not something one could easily bear. With Zhang Weiming fallen and Jiang Shang potentially incurable. No. Zhao Lifa sensed something but could not articulate it. She could only hope that this man would pull through. Had Jiang Shang somehow heard her silent prayer? Who else? That was Qian Shower. Was she pitying him? Who would have thought that this would be his fate? Lying beneath a woman's womb. Meanwhile, Zhang Shiwen's thoughts were vacant. She was lost in her mind. Am I dead? Jiang Shang was uncertain. From the moment he regained consciousness, it felt as though he had control over a space of 10 feet around him. What a peculiar sensation. He felt liberated. He even saw himself, a fragile figure lying there, akin to a lump of clay. It is said that upon death, one's soul persists, yet he sensed he was not truly dead. Jiang Shang discovered that his body resembled a magnet, with his consciousness firmly anchored, able to flow within this confined space, glimmering and peering into the hearts of others, yet unable to drift too far. What was happening? "Ah, there's someone," voices whispered near him, though they were not sounds in the conventional sense. "There's no record of this. This lad hasn't he fully passed on? What to do now? His soul has emerged. We must escort him." Jiang Shang observed two figures, each bearing a briefcase, riding bicycles as they seamlessly passed through Zhao Lifa's body, without her noticing. "Grim Reapers? You jest. We are the Ox Head and Horse Face. And you've wandered too far. Your first world trial has concluded prematurely. Come along, we'll take you back to record your details." Indeed, Jiang Shang had succumbed, and as the two figures pulled him away, his vital signs instantly flattened into a straight line. Soon after, Dr. Liu, responsible for his emergency care, declared him deceased. Jiang Shang had died, transitioning to another realm. Was this akin to the celestial courts depicted in myth? Surely, there weren't any stick-wielding monkeys around. What nonsense are you conjuring? This is WH City. The two figures startled Jiang Shang, who lowered his gaze to the asphalt road, flanked by concrete walls, luxury cars, and orderly trees. Let me enlighten you. The world you inhabited was merely a projection of our reality. Humans truly exist, as does life. Upon death, One is reclaimed and subsequently deposited into another world. Is this what they mean by reclamation? So life is akin to refuse, subject to recycling? You possess a modicum of insight. Yet, judging by your attire, you seem to be struggling. I am Ox Head, and he is Horse Face. Do not misconstrue. We are not the mythological figures. Merely codenames. Once we accumulate enough funds for respectable employment, we shall shed these titles. Our duty is to collect refuse. Collect refuse? Surely there isn't an actual recycling station? As the sign for the recycling station appeared before Jiang Shang, he felt insulted. We have completed our task. You may enter. Profits this year are poor. The refuse we collect is worthless. Oxhead and Horseface tossed Jiang Shang at the recycling station's entrance before casually riding away. What are you staring at, fool? If you don't step inside, you'll be scattered by the wind. The inhabitants within had a short temper. Jiang Shang snapped back to reality and hurriedly floated inside. New arrival, over here. The environment felt akin to a household registration window. Relax, Jiang Shang complied, treating it as a blood test. Place your palm on the screen. Given your unfortunate state, dying young, your willpower is clouded. What? The robust and attractive registration clerk seemed to be jolted by a needle, springing up in surprise. Chapter 010. The Second World. Why are you so astonished? Have you encountered a handsome man? A nearby young woman rushed over, intrigued, and upon spotting Jiang Shang, she burst into laughter. Sister Ame, how long has it been since you've seen a young man to lose your composure? Jiang Shang's appearance was unremarkable. His essence or soul resembled a diminutive version of a human, lacking any distinctive features. This lad, look at him, nothing special, no horns on his head. He is quite ordinary. Yet this fellow possesses an astonishing talent level of 87. 87? Ame, are your eyes deceiving you? I doubt. I cannot be certain. Sir, I am Jian Jian. Please extend your hand once more. Jiang Shang placed his hand on the screen again, and as before, a 9-story tower appeared. To be frank, he did not comprehend the significance of this or its relation to talent. Goodness, in my 10 years here, this is my first encounter. A talent visible to the naked eye? Sir, you must have been a significant figure in the first world. I am Jian Jian, and this is Ame. It is our pleasure to assist you. The two women's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had surely misunderstood something. Mr. Jiang, here is the menu. You may select the Level 8 Life Package. It sounded rather enticing, the Level 8 Life Package. What on earth could that entail? Jiang Shang glanced at the electronic screen, which outlined the contents of the Level 8 Life Package. Reconstruct the physical body. Attain 8-fold strength, speed, coordination, vitality, and brain capacity compared to the original body. From the description alone, it appeared to be akin to becoming a superhuman. Sir, are you ready? Jiang Shang murmured in agreement, only to realize he felt somewhat dizzy. No preparations had been mentioned. Please confirm acceptance. Below the package, there was only one option. No alternatives. Hence, he clicked it. Level 8 Life Package commencing. Step 1. Reconstruct the skeleton. Calcium levels, complete. Vitamin D, complete. Protein, complete. Magnesium, complete. Potassium, complete. Vitamin K, complete. Vitamin B12, complete. The reconstruction of the skeleton began. The sound was akin to electroplating, an auditory discomfort. The cranial bones, torso bones, upper and lower limb bones formed a perfect skeleton. This seems easy. Step 2. Reconstruct the flesh. Epithelial tissue, complete. Connective tissue, complete. Muscle tissue, complete. Nervous tissue, complete. A perfectly formed individual emerged, almost indistinguishable from the original Jiang Shang. Yet, it bore no expression or life force, merely clad in oversized shorts. Appearing rather peculiar. Step 3. Infuse will into the brain. Sir, you may proceed. Jian Jian gestured for Jiang Shang to touch this new bodied. As he approached, he was unexpectedly absorbed into it. Matching complete. Life package service concluded. The mechanical voice devoid of any emotion announced the results. What a sensation! It felt akin to awakening naturally from a profound slumber on a serene morning. Jiang Shang stretched lazily, twisting his body to sit up, examining his arms and then his legs. Was this a rebirth? Truly, as expected of someone with a 7th-level talent, he remained remarkably composed. Sir, do you not wish to stand up and leap? Jiang Shang was taken aback. Jumping was an extravagant act for him. For the past 5 years, BS had rendered even walking an agonizing ordeal, let alone the act of jumping or bouncing to BS. His heart tightened at the thought. Surely this affliction had vanished? As his will and body melded together, a familiar sensation washed over him. BS still lingered. How could this be? This was an entirely new skeletal structure, even if BS had seeped into his marrow. How could a completely reconstructed body still harbor the disease? Sir, you do not look well. Is there an issue? The 8th level life package. Does it replicate diseases as well? No. Sir, I forgot. You did not mention your illness. Jian wore a look of bewilderment, as if her work had encountered a significant blunder. The life package was designed to harmoniously integrate will and flesh, meaning that the state of one's will would dictate the form of the body it reconstructs. Jiang Shang's will remained tethered to his illness, and thus, the contents of the life package naturally mirrored that condition, almost perfectly reproducing BS, even amplifying it 8-fold. Though not panic. We can treat the illness later. Ame's complexion was also somewhat pale, yet she maintained her composure. At worst, she'd have to chip in some money to send this gentleman to the hospital. With current medical advancements, the ailments brought on by the First World were merely trivial. Sir, did you have any ailments before? BS, can it be treated here? Let me take a look. Jian promptly inputted BS, and Ame leaned in to see what was on the screen. The two exchanged glances, neither uttering a word. Suddenly, Ame straightened her back and, facing Jiang Shang, exclaimed, "We did ask if you were ready. You said you were prepared. Accepting the life package was your choice. You cannot blame us. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your own carelessness." Jiang Shang quietly waited for her tirade to conclude. To be alive was a stroke of fortune. As for whether the illness had accompanied him, he was indifferent. May I ask, can I go back? Back? To where? To Earth. The First World? Sure. You can go wherever you desire. Thank you, goodbye. Stepping out of the recycling station, the pain, now 8 times greater than before, nearly caused him to faint. Yet his will seemed to strengthen, and he gradually acclimated to it. The familiar streets intertwined with the unfamiliar. The bustling crowd of heads bowed low, instilled in Jiang Shang the illusion that this was Earth. Hello, handsome. Here are tickets to go back, 81 of them. Handsome, ride in my car. I'll only charge you 75. Jiang Shang patted his pocket, only to realize he possessed nothing but a single pair of shorts. No phone, no wallet, no identification, no marriage certificate, and no money. Even if he had his phone, could he use ZFB here? The drivers, initially welcoming, quickly deduced from his dazed expression that he was penniless, and with a dismissive huff. They dispersed. Find a temporary job, work for a day, earn some money, and then return. A kind-hearted older sister offered him this heartfelt advice before departing. Jiang Shang stood frozen in place. Money was an ever-present necessity. Someone gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found Jian. I'm sorry. Here, take this. She awkwardly pressed 200 yuan into his hand and hurried away. Still RMB. How comforting to see Chairman Mao. His smile as warm as ever. Jiang Shang felt a flicker of gratitude. He would consider it a loan and repay her later. Why return? Jiang Shang himself was uncertain, yet he boarded the vehicle. Curiosity piqued, he gazed out at the scenery. The people remained the same, the buildings and towers unchanged, yet something felt amiss, as if something were lacking or perhaps overly abundant. Chapter 011. Interfering in others' affairs. A single individual, then 2, and ultimately 3 occupied the 4-seater vehicle. All donned remarkably similar shorts, save for the sole female among them, who wore a t-shirt. The 3 exchanged glances, yet no words were spoken. Everyone, please take your seats. The vehicle was of the same kind, traversing asphalt roads rather than temporal tunnels, the streets feeling remarkably familiar, as if they were not distant at all yet. Occasionally passing through walls or mountains imparted an unsettling sensation of impending collision. This was the blurred boundary between the First World and the Second World. Relax, it's normal to feel a bit off during your first ride. This vehicle's pressure relief system is extraordinary. The latest model of the year. Absolutely no pressure whatsoever. None at all, just a little bit. Jiang Shang felt slightly uneasy, but gradually it subsided. However, the woman seated beside him appeared pale, her teeth audibly chattering. Excuse me, can I ask you, what exactly is this place? That question is quite difficult to answer. Young lady, I arrived here 20 years ago. thinking I had entered paradise. Who knew I would still have to return to my old profession as a taxi driver? Just a change of environment to continue surviving. So, is it possible to reunite with family? Of course, once they pass away, they will naturally be brought here. The woman's complexion improved slightly. Everyone refers to this place as the second world. Our original home was the first world. As for the differences between the two worlds, I cannot say for certain. According to expert studies, the relationship between the first world and the second world is akin to the palm and the back of the hand, connected yet incompatible. Is that so? Jiang Sheng involuntarily glanced at his hands. When we arrive, do prepare yourselves, their essay saying, the things remain, but the people have changed. The veteran driver's words resonated, yet none felt a tangible reaction. As if still entrenched in that time. The first stop was the elderly driver's home, where he presumably passed peacefully. A throng of descendants wept loudly, but there was nothing particularly worth lingering for. After a brief pause, he signaled that it was time to move on. Approaching the rooftop of a building, the woman suddenly asked, "Can we go back? Aren't we almost there?" She froze, remaining silent. What she truly meant to ask was whether they could refrain from returning. The vehicle passed through a wall, revealing a scene that was utterly horrific. Jiang Sheng glanced, then quickly turned his head away. "I want to kill him." The woman flung open the car door and leaped out. Below lay her lifeless body, next to which was a man indulging in unspeakable acts. She clawed at the man's face, yet her hand passed through him without resistance. He remained oblivious, continuing his vile actions upon her former body. She nearly went mad, but her screams and attempts to claw at him were futile against his malevolence. "I'll help her." Jiang Sheng had always considered himself somewhat cold-blooded, yet at this moment, he could not stand idly by. "Hey, little brother," a casual conversation ensued, and the seasoned driver promptly opened his mouth, stating, "At present, it remains merely conjecture. Given the existence of a second world, perhaps there is also a third world, which might very well be the barrier hindering our normal communication. As a result, each time we gaze into it, it resembles watching a film, sometimes a horror flick, at other times a comedy, occasionally a romance, and at times a farce, leaving us bewildered as to what spectacle we are about to witness, despite having purchased our tickets. Therefore, in the future, you will all grow accustomed to it. This place serves not only as our cinema but also as a repository of our childhood. A space for casual reminiscence when the longing strikes. The remainder of the journey was filled with the driver's incessant chatter. He seemed to revel in these moments, acting as a sage to impart knowledge of this world to the novices trailing behind him. Overall, the round trip cost 80, well worth it. As they parted, they received the driver's blessings. Upon disembarking, the woman walked away, disheartened, yet no one knew how to console her. They now faced a pressing reality, surviving in this realm known as the second world. Despite the elder's attempts to keep her, Jiang Sheng still preferred solitude. He wandered the streets until nightfall, only pausing when the streetlights flickered to life. Where to now? The recycling station had a shelter. Perhaps he should check if there was a place to rest. It was also the hour when the recycling station closed. As Jiang Sheng approached, he fortuitously encountered Jian Jian, who was headed in the same direction, but felt too shy to approach her. However, as they neared the alleyway, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A man suddenly appeared, dragging Jian Jian into a corner, choking her and tearing at her clothing. Jiang Sheng was taken aback but quickly sprang into action. "Police!" he shouted, and fortunately, his cry was effective, causing the assailant to flee. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a voice cut through the air. "Who called the police?" "Officer, it was me. I witnessed someone attempting to harm her, so I reported it," Jiang Sheng explained, recalling Zhao Lifa. He had not anticipated that reporting an incident here required no dialing of 110. A simple shout sufficed. "Are you alone?" The officer's tone was somewhat off, and Jiang Sheng instinctively nodded. "How dare you meddle in others' affairs? What is happening?" Before Jiang Sheng could react, a slap landed across his face. Chapter 012. The newborn ant. What immense strength! Jiang Sheng was tossed into the air, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. "You've ruined my plans. May you suffer for it." Without a moment's hesitation, the man unleashed a flurry of kicks, shattering Jiang Sheng's limbs, then seized him and brought him close, snarling, "This is the fate awaiting those who meddle." With that, he crushed Jiang Sheng's skull with his hands, brain matter splattering everywhere. Yet, even after this, his thirst for vengeance was not quenched. He grasped Jiang Sheng's essence and prepared to consume it. But as their essences clashed within his mind, he was struck dumb. As a pioneer accustomed to the subsequent filth, he believed that these lesser beings possessed little will. Even when endowed with superior enhancements, their resolve remained feeble. Yet, standing before him was a will so sharply defined. It felt almost corporeal. Such a formidable essence instilled a sense of despair merely by sight. He realized his error. He should have crushed the will at first glance. Yet, in the darkness, he had misjudged, swallowing it whole only to discover his folly. Not everything is fit for consumption. Jiang Sheng, emerging from an abyss of agony, was oblivious as to whether he had perished. But presently, such concerns were moot. He lunged forward, intent on ending the man. Driven nearly to madness by despairing roars, the night grew darker still. It was only when Jiang Sheng completely consumed that essence that silence descended around him. Jiang Sheng found himself somewhat unsatisfied, followed by a profound shudder. Taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed. He had inherited all the memories of that essence and gained control over this body. Leaning against a bamboo chair by the roadside, he pondered his current predicament. This was the world of the deceased. Anyone, whether recorded in history or not, humans, cats, dogs, upon death, would find themselves here. And then, was this also a realm of the divine? In a sense, yes. If the will endures, rebirth is possible. That man, the one who had crushed him and sought to devour him, was an original inhabitant of this place. The term original inhabitant implies that he had been born here. His surname was Zhao, purportedly a descendant of Yingzheng. Yingzheng, known as the first emperor, an extraordinary figure in this realm. Yet, 2 millennia have passed, and no one knows if he still lives. What can be confirmed, however, is that the villain named Zhao Yan has perished, his essence consumed by Jiang Sheng, obliterating any chance of resurrection. Over there, Jian Jian stirred, murmuring softly, clutching her chest, tears brimming in her eyes, too afraid to look at him. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly fled. Once she had distanced herself, Jiang Sheng rose from his knees, remaining silent to avoid frightening her. Having sat for too long, his joints felt a bit stiff. BS is indeed a peculiar thing, capable of transferring with the will and switching bodies, yet retaining the same essence. Fortunately, he no longer needed to follow her to the shelter. His memories provided him with a place to stay. This was a villa by the river, reportedly a family estate that had been remodeled. However, all those with any ability had long since departed, to the sun, to the galaxy, to even more distant realms. He resembled a left-behind youth in the village, a solitary existence. Yet Jiang Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was fitting for an original inhabitant, having ancestral ties, to possess such a grand mansion, ample space for him to establish his life. Upon opening the door, Jiang Sheng hesitated. Would he be held accountable for murder? Would the police come to apprehend him? Was his previous action considered self-defense? After a moment's contemplation, he relaxed. Indeed, passive self-defense was justifiable, with an added layer of respect for the strong. The strong are like elephants, while the weak are akin to ants. Thus emerged a truth. As an ant, one must possess the awareness of an ant, refraining from aimless wandering. Otherwise, dying would be in vain. Zhao Yan was merely that errant ant, though now he bore a different soul. Jiang Sheng surveyed the disarray within the house. It was quite untidy and difficult to bear. Therefore, he commenced a thorough cleaning, from top to bottom, for from this day forth, this would be his abode, and he, the new ant within it. Finding a suitable spot, he lay down, and that night, he slept peacefully. The following morning was spent tidying up the house, a challenge given its size. Jiang Sheng blinked 3 times. This was the password to access the bank and all personal belongings. After doing so, his account displayed a balance of 249.12 yuan, a revelation that struck him like a blow. Here was a descendant of the first emperor, yet he lived in such dire straits. What, then, was his means of survival? Lacking a profession or specialty, he resorted to theft and robbery. He was a born ruffian in this place. He was merely superior to the newly arrived, often lurking around the recycling station, yet the newcomers were even more destitute, leading to a cycle of increasing poverty. In the past, he had never dared to target Jian Jian, for she was a person of standing, not to be easily bullied. However, today, having been belittled, he lost his senses and acted against someone he should not have. Thankfully, Jinjian had come to no harm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe. Perhaps he should sell this house? An idea struck him. He was not a slave to his property and had no intention of remaining here long term. Selling the house could be a swift route to wealth. With a blink of his left eye, relevant information immediately surfaced. It must be said, this was far more convenient than using a phone or computer. Once the human brain received a threefold enhancement, a transformation occurred, where each individual became akin to a supercomputer, requiring no internet connection. A mere 3 blinks of the left eye would establish a connection with others. Many were seeking to purchase properties at high prices. Jiang Shang's spirits lifted, yet he soon found it peculiar that so many high-priced offers came from a singular domain. Upon discerning from his memories, he felt embarrassed. No wonder the so-called First Emperor's abode remained intact. Houses were not considered necessities. But who were these individuals spreading the buying information? Upon conducting a detailed search, he was startled to discover a connection to burglary. Quickly severing the connection, he felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Recalling the driver's words, he realized that even in a new world, life remained much the same. Those who farmed continued to farm. Those who sold vegetables persisted in selling, and cab drivers were still cab drivers. This was acceptable, as he had grown accustomed to hardship. Jiang Shang began to organize his possessions. A house, a week's worth of instant noodles, and a body 8 times stronger than his previous one. He paused, suddenly remembering that his body had indeed changed. How much stronger was he now? Recalling the measurement method, he noticed a tall pole at the entrance, marked with 9 increments, each representing 1 meter. The maximum jump for an ordinary person from the first world was around 1 meter. Thus, this simple measurement method could determine how many increments he could leap. Reflecting his current strength, standing beneath the wooden pole, he gauged its height, inhaled deeply, crouched down, and leaped upward. What excruciating pain! BS was ever present. As he grimaced, he realized he might have surpassed the pole's height. In a moment of distraction, he clumsily fell to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap. Then he recalled that the original inhabitants possessed 10-fold strength, explaining why even his 8-fold enhanced body had been crushed. This power was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 013. Miss Tofu, what of the will? He closed his eyes. If one were to close their eyes yet still perceive the markings on the long rod, the same principle could be applied, each mark representing a multiple. 1, 2, 3 until 9, seemingly extending beyond. This implies that even with closed eyes, one can sense objects within a 10-meter radius, with each meter denoting a level, thus signifying at least 10-fold willpower. This body, this will. He finally felt a surge of excitement. Yet it was abruptly quelled, akin to receiving a sudden blow to the head. Despite this, was he not still just a ruffian? What caliber of individual truly qualifies as formidable? The indigenous folk inherently possess 10-fold strength, whereas those from the first world, upon their demise here, are accorded initial benefits according to a predetermined calculation. These initial benefits are granted freely, encompassing 10 levels, with the pinnacle being 10-fold. The method of calculating these benefits is based on the affluence of the first world, which means that the better one fared there, the greater the welfare received upon arrival. It is uncertain who established these parameters, yet this is how welfare is bestowed. If one were to extrapolate based on this standard, an unnatural death, lacking power or wealth, would lead Jiang Shang to believe he could scarcely attain a level 3 benefit. Yet how did he ascend to a lofty level 8? He pondered the reasons behind this, suddenly recalling Zhang Shiwen and the Earth Group. Perhaps the fortune that fell from the heavens counts as well. When he perished, the Earth Group's 80 billion assets were still under his name. With this 80 billion, being classified as level 8 seemed somewhat justifiable. Ordinary individuals typically reside around level 5. However, regardless of whether it be level 3, 5, or 8, in this world, he still belonged to the realm of lesser beings, akin to ants. Among those he had encountered, Ame from the recycling station was at level 32, having survived in this world for 20 years. Over 2 decades, advancing from level 5 to 32 is considered swift. As for Jinjian, a newcomer, having been here for less than a year, she was still below level 16, making her a target for bullying. Yet, fortune favored her. The recycling station had an opening, and she secured a job upon her arrival. Regarding the veteran taxi driver, he had spent over 40 years here, achieving level 40-9. In this world, one walks on 2 legs. One is the body, the other the will. the body can be reforged, while the will may only be strengthened. This means that losing the body is inconsequential. As long as one has wealth, they can procure a replacement, likely as straightforward as duplicating a key. However, the will is another matter. If it is shattered, one loses even the qualification for rebirth. Pressing his finger against his forehead, he felt a slight headache, not mere theatrics. For an ordinary person, knowing of such a world would surely prompt some to die prematurely, transforming into immortal superhumans. Yet for someone like Jiang Sheng, plagued by BS, immortality merely extends the torment of disease. Alas! Leaning against the long rod, he gazed at the sun, continuing to display his indifference towards life. After a while, he dissolved into nothingness. Since he was alive, he ought to embody the essence of living. With 3 quick taps of his left eye, he discerned the survival rules. The first rule of survival: ancestors. Just 2 words. Jiang Sheng contemplated for a moment and grasped the meaning. Humans are not monkeys. One cannot simply spring forth from the crevices of stone. With lineage comes support, and upon entering this world, the most reliable source is undoubtedly one's ancestors. The Jiang surname traces back to the divine farmer, Shennong, if Shennong were still alive. Alas, no information could be found. It was akin to Zhao Yan's ancestor being Qin Shi Huang. Everyone has a remarkable lineage, yet due to the passage of time, they cannot be relied upon. Thus, as a newcomer, he must seek out his parents. Jiang Sheng grinned, thinking that not only his parents but even his grandparents still thrived in the first world. In this life, they had become the later generation, unable to support him. The first rule of survival was inapplicable. He dismissed it. Turning to the second rule, organization. Another succinct pair of words: an organization is a wondrous entity. It could be a union, a party, or a corporation. Jiang Sheng's first thought was the party, but he quickly realized that path was blocked. He held no position, no direct leadership, and was unknown to all. Awkwardly, he glanced at the third rule: oneself. Very well, relying on heaven and earth is inferior to relying on oneself. Understood. Jiang Sheng discarded the survival rules. This was quite acceptable. One person eats to satiety. Ensuring the family does not hunger it was as if he had merely changed to a city experiencing inflation. Yet, this state felt incorrect. Jiang Sheng sighed, aware of his predicament. He had heard it termed as a Buddhist mindset, allowing the winds to blow. Remaining steadfast and unmoving, he too was Buddhist. But why? Because he felt powerless and incapable. He had once been a normal person. Before the onset of BS, he had been wild, arrogant, believing he encompassed the world in his embrace. But there was no continuation. Time taught him that tomorrow, he must persist. Only by living could there be hope. Why live? He did not know, yet surely there was an element of reluctance. Suddenly, he found amusement. The mouse still must live. The ant still needs to move. One should not bear such heavy thoughts. The immediate priority was to find a job to sustain himself. Just as he was about to search for relevant information, he suddenly sensed a shift in the light. A clear voice descended. Warm congratulations to Miss Du Fu from Shanqingwen, who has now broken free from the constraints of heaven and earth to roam the universe. What is this? Where did the broadcast come from? Jiang Sheng was taken aback. In his daze, the message repeated itself. Warm congratulations to Miss Du Fu from Shanqingwen, who has now broken free from the constraints of heaven and earth to roam the universe. Warm congratulations to Miss Du Fu from Shanqingwen, who has now broken free from the constraints of heaven and earth to roam the universe. Did I lose my focus? Jiang Sheng almost believed something was amiss. Yet the voice undeniably existed. A warm congratulations seemed to herald good fortune. Miss Du Fu from Shanqingwen must refer to a woman. To break free from the constraints of heaven and earth to roam the universe. What could this mean? Suddenly, he felt a pang of envy. Upon reflection, he realized that a woman named Du Fu had successfully amplified her physical will to a level of 10,000, enabling her to escape the Earth's gravity and ascend into the skies. Indeed, levels were measured in the tens of thousands. Jiang Sheng currently hovered around level 10, perhaps slightly more. The disparity was as vast as the heavens. He gazed upward, suddenly yearning for that 10,000-fold body, which could transcend Earth's gravity and venture to the moon, Mars, or even further. However, that woman's name was rather endearing, Miss Du Tofu. He had unwittingly altered someone else's name. Such an event warranted a broadcast? As he surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily stunned. Many individuals floated in the air, their expressions mirroring one another, all gazing towards the distant horizon. What could be unfolding? Jiang Shang grasped the outer wall, swiftly scaling to the rooftop, forgetting even the pain to attain the highest point in the sky. How peculiar! Though the distance seemed insurmountable, Jiang Shang could indeed see. There stood a woman, remarkably young, perhaps around 17 or 18. She might be about 1 meter 70, clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading to her waist, her features radiant, suspended in mid-air like a delicate painting of a water lily. Chapter 014, Identity Crisis. Who is she? Could she be the Miss Du Tofu mentioned in the voice? How could she achieve such a high level at such a young age? Was it due to her wealthy background? Countless questions flooded his mind, yet no one would provide the answers. I'm leaving. Huh? 3 words, spoken softly from her lips. She pierced the sky like a flying sword, leaving no time for a blink. Ah, did she just leave like that? Did she cast a glance in my direction? Jiang Shang initially thought it was an illusion, but soon realized it was indeed a shared perception. Everyone else experienced the same sensation, believing she had looked at them as she departed. Truly remarkable. Where had she gone? Jiang Shang strained his eyes, yet could see nothing. Everyone seemed enveloped in an inexplicable emotion. Our Earth is the ancient homeland. Yet generations of exploitation have led to resource depletion. Our ancestors ventured far away, leaving us behind. What are we to do? The broadcast returned, this time not catching anyone off guard. Some voiced that we could no longer follow in the footsteps of our ancestors, that we could no longer escape the shackles of our home planet. Yet now, Miss Du Fu from Shanchengwen has set an example for us. With diligence, one day we too can soar to higher, farther, and broader realms. Everyone, strive and advance. This voice resonated with inspiration, yet there was an undercurrent of despair. After careful contemplation, Jiang Shang came to understand. Leaving aside the ancients, how impressive they had been if 10,000 levels signified divinity. Records show that 2,000 years ago, Qin Shi Huang achieved it in merely 3 years, while Su Dongpa took 30 years to reach the eastern seas. Today, currency bearing Mao Zedong's visage remains hard currency. This implies that even extraordinary individuals require 300 to 500 years to depart. As for common folk, toil is all that awaits. The notion of ascending to divine levels is but a fleeting thought. But why leave? Is this place not satisfactory? There is nothing amiss. As long as the will endures, life persists. One could say it is a form of immortality. Immortality, ah, how many yearn for such a fate? Yet herein lies the issue. Statistics reveal that this world currently harbors a population of 240 billion, nearly 4 times that of the first world. Jiang Shang instinctively clicked his tongue, recalling the morning rush hour on the subway. What would it be like if the population quadrupled? Nothing but resource depletion, he mused. Not to mention 4-legged creatures. Even 2-legged frogs would partake. More concerning is that the population only seems to increase, never decrease. Locals and newcomers from the first world alike. Perhaps in 2 years, once the legislation passes, the professions of the oxhead and horseface will vanish. With no resources to spare, who would cater to outsiders? Initial benefits should have long been abolished. Jiang Shang's mind was awash with these thoughts. Initially, I believed this to be an excellent place for brewing goji berry tea. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself reconsidering. Is it possible for me to return? No one informed him, but Jiang Shang already knew the answer, no. However, he was somewhat perplexed. With so many predecessors like Guandu Fu, all of whom are human, since they ventured outside, could they not bring back some resources? This conundrum troubled him for an extended period, only to be resolved much later when he realized it was not that they did not bring anything back, but rather that what they brought was insufficient. At a most unexpected moment, Miss Guandu Fu from Shanqing successfully ascended. Let's interpret it this way. Jiang Shang grasped the eaves as he awaited solid ground beneath his feet, his heart settling only when he did, though it felt as if he had merely stepped into a shadow. He gazed at the vast sky. An inexplicable yearning welled within him. Yet, at present, survival was a pressing issue. He still needed to economize on the funds for instant noodles for that week. Work. A person's job is the role they play within society. Since it is a role, distinctions exist between protagonists and supporting characters, not to mention extras. Searching through the job listings, he found only 2 categories, external labor and internal labor. Was there a difference? Jiang Shang continued to peruse. Noting that such classifications were entirely new to him, upon opening the external labor section, the top-ranking profession was that of a deep-sea miner. Mining, he mused, recalling the coal mines of Jinzhong and the sporadic news of accidents that surfaced. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a striking similarity. The only difference was the location of the mining, now situated 100 to 1,000 meters beneath the sea, targeting various rare elements and marine life. The mention of marine creatures suddenly instilled a sense of dread within him, conjuring horrifying images before his eyes. It became clear that it was not merely humans who had transformed beyond recognition. Other creatures had as well. The deep sea remained a realm that humanity could not easily invade, home to brutal beings unknown to man. Glancing further, he noted that the second-rank profession was that of an interstellar transporter. Despite the addition of interstellar, it still felt like an archaic profession. The description revealed that it was akin to long-distance trucking, aimed at transporting extraterrestrial resources to Earth, albeit with stringent requirements. One's physical strength must reach a level of 100. Jiang Sheng refrained from delving deeper. With his current physical condition, he lacked the foundation for such vocations. He then navigated to the internal labor section, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with fields like finance, insurance, and advertising media. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, traditional professions still existed. Just as he was about to continue reading, a loud crash echoed as the door inexplicably swung open, crashing into the ground beneath him. A fraction closer, and it would have surely reduced him to a pulp. He lifted his gaze to the doorway, where 3 men and 2 women stood. He recognized the women, Mei and Jian from the recycling station. The 5 entered in unison, and to be honest, he found such an entrance somewhat disconcerting. "Zhao Yin, you've got some explaining to do," declared the foremost man, with a crew cut and a commanding presence. Dressed in a uniform that exuded vitality, Jiang Sheng recognized him as Yining, the local security administrator. Yining had come to demand accountability. The charge of actively harming one's kind was a serious one. Outsiders were unaware that Zhao Yan's will had been consumed by Jiang Sheng, who now resided within his body. "I am not him. I am not that person." Jian appeared hesitant as she regarded Jiang Sheng. If a mirror were present, Jiang Sheng would understand her confusion. The physical appearance must align with one's will, and after a night had passed, he no longer resembled Zhao Yan. He was not entirely his previous self either. "How dare you, truly deranged, to consume another's will?" Jian, being new, was somewhat oblivious, yet Yining, as a security administrator, understood well that this villain must have devoured another's essence. The act of consuming another's will was indeed heinous. The other 2 men accompanying him immediately changed their expressions, one on each side, effectively blocking Jiang Sheng's escape route, as if they were unaware of the situation at hand. "I am Jiang Sheng, not Zhao Yin." Jiang Sheng felt compelled to clarify. There existed a chasm between self-defense and the willful act of murder. He acted in self-defense. He should be innocent and no need for excuses. "Come with us." The 2 men seized Jiang Sheng, their grips tightening in their eyes. They had apprehended Zhao Yin, this scoundrel, who had been involved in petty thefts and now dared to commit murder, could not be allowed to escape unscathed. As Jiang Sheng attempted to explain, he suddenly recognized a grave issue. Whether Zhao Yin had consumed him or vice versa was irrelevant, as the outcome remained the same. The wills of both had merged into his current form. Now, no one could discern whether he was Jiang Sheng or Zhao Yin, save for himself. Yet others would not believe him. He must prove he was indeed himself, Jiang Sheng, and not Zhao Yin. However, the very act of proving his identity seemed utterly impossible. "You may resist." Yining stood before him, their gazes locked, his demeanor unhurried, as if awaiting Jiang Sheng's defiance. "Even an attack, so it is." Jiang Sheng suddenly recalled that just 2 days prior, while still Zhao Yin, he had encountered Yining on the street, a thug and a lawman. Naturally, there was nothing to discuss. Zhao Yin had been warned and was about to flee when Yining had provoked him with words. Why not try to bother the female staff at the recycling station? The female staff member, the newcomer named Jian, was indeed quite captivating. That night, emboldened by drink and seizing an opportunity in the dead of night, he had cornered Jian, intending to take advantage, only to be interrupted by Jiang Sheng, who, in a sudden burst of ferocity, had acted in an unfathomable manner. Engulfing Zhao Yan's will, it was indeed his misfortune. In the darkness of night, he had failed to notice the peculiarities of Jiang Sheng's will. Having intended to kill, he instead found himself vanquished, and it could hardly be called unjust that moment. Yining regarded him with a smile that was neither fully amiable nor hostile, awaiting his resistance. He was Jiang Sheng, not Zhao Yin. He would not resist. Yet the man before him made him feel repulsed. Since he had offered his face, there was little left to say. He spat disdainfully, the saliva striking Yin Ying's face. You? Yining quickly wiped it away, his expression darkening, ready to retaliate. I plead guilty. Jiang Sheng extended his hand before him. Since he bore the identity of a villain, no one would believe his words. Deliberately causing harm leading to death would likely result in being exiled to the depths of the sea. A fate from which he might never return. At least you recognize your situation? Yining halted in his tracks, though his gaze held an oddity. This was not the impulsive and combative Zhao Yin he had known. Jiang Sheng was escorted into a vehicle, seated in the middle of the back row, flanked by two men. The scene felt eerily familiar. He found himself in a daze, recalling the events and individuals from the First World. Though it had only been 2 days, it felt like several centuries. Yining, driving in silence, remained taciturn. Jiang Sheng pondered whether he should expose him, yet the indifference displayed only deepened his bitterness. He was now Zhao Yin. His words would be dismissed as mere nonsense. Even if he exposed Yining, no one would believe him, and it would only serve to provide amusement. He was imprisoned, detached from the world outside. 7 days passed as he counted the hours, and finally, the isolation came to an end, ushering in the verdict. The facts were clear, and the circumstances were dire. Assault with intent followed by malicious harm leading to death. He faced a choice, either execution or banishment to the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, a binary decision. Given the option, he naturally chose the latter. The Bermuda Triangle was a treacherous place, compared to death. Many criminals would opt for execution instead. With his physical strength at level 10, he would likely not survive even a moment in the depths. Jiang Sheng's mind was filled with many legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Tales of sirens, fierce fish that feasted on flesh, and even dragons. He surmised they were likely serpents, perhaps with a horn on their foreheads. According to the prevailing laws, wicked individuals were invariably sent to dreadful places. Thus, the Bermuda Triangle, an unconquerable realm, naturally became the site of exile for the malevolent. He was led aboard a spaceship. Jiang Sheng lifted his gaze to the front. He was not the only one. He soon realized that age was not determined by appearance. Before him sat a small figure, unmistakably not a child. Despite the cherubic face point, one could surmise he was on the brink of death. Reminiscing about his childhood, upon the reformation of his body, he had naturally reverted to a youthful visage. He appeared rather charming, though it remained a mystery what crime he had committed. Jiang Sheng lowered his head. Concealing his curiosity, the spaceship was autonomously navigated and unmanned. Jiang Sheng felt the material of the cabin door beside his seat. It was neither particularly hard nor soft, yet it seemed quite resilient. He pondered whether a strong individual could breach it. If someone could forcibly open the cabin, even wandering the cosmos would be preferable to the Bermuda Triangle. He looked up again. There were 7 individuals within the cabin. Apart from himself and the boyish-looking man, one appeared elderly and indifferent, clearly a soul resigned to despair. The other 3 young men seemed to be brothers, one calm, one brooding, and the last with a fierce demeanor. They occupied the central seats, while the others spread out in the corners. In one corner sat a woman, her profile visible, with a slight smile at the corner of her lips, exuding a subtle allure. The woman seemed to sense someone watching her, casting a glance over her shoulder at him. Jiang Sheng's heart stirred, and he quickly composed himself. Such a sensation, though accidental, could provoke unsettling thoughts. Had it been 2 years prior, he might have willingly met his end beneath her skirts, right? This woman was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the boy beside him chimed in, albeit in a hushed tone, yet the cabin was so quiet that all could undoubtedly hear. The woman appeared unfazed, while the others glanced at him, some with curiosity and others with judgment. He extended his hand, rapping gently on the cabin, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. This cabin was forged from the enigmatic silver of the heavens. For an ordinary person, not only was it nearly impossible to breach, but even leaving a mark was a daunting task. As if sensing his thoughts, one of the 3 youths among them spoke up. We shall arrive by evening. He paused momentarily before continuing. In the depths of the abyss, as you all are aware, death is an inevitability. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, awaiting his next words. We are all aboard the same vessel. It can be said we share life and death if we unite. Perhaps we may find a glimmer of hope. His gaze fell upon the woman, then shifted to the old man in the corner, and finally to the child, neglecting only Jiang Sheng. The elder remained silent, his frailty evident beyond mere physicality. I agree. The child chimed in, casting a glance towards the woman that, of course, she replied with a sudden smile. Seemingly unaware of the allure she emanated, always tilting her head, reluctant to reveal her full face. Clearly, they were hesitant to include Jiang Sheng. A bitter pang surged within him, yet he recognized his own insignificance. As a novice of level 10, he was of little use, a burden if brought along. Thus, he remained quietly in the corner. He had already gleaned information about these individuals. The child was named Luo Guanghe. With a physical strength of level 31, he had perished in a war a century ago at the tender age of 7, arriving in this world at level 1, having lived for 100 years in a state of mediocrity. Unexpectedly, amidst the vastness of humanity, he encountered the formidable being who had slain him back then, and in a moment of impulse, he had acted against him, forgetting that at that time, the once mighty being was but an ant in this realm, easily crushed by a mere slap. Under the broad daylight, committing murder in the streets was inescapable, regardless of the circumstances. A trip to the abyss was inevitable. The elder, named Dai Chun, was a native, who had once lived a satisfactory life until his wife's infidelity led him to raise another's children for decades. Upon discovering the truth, rage consumed him, resulting in murder and this current predicament. The three youths were brothers of different surnames. The eldest, Luo Chuan, was level 39. The second, Rao Lei, was level 37, and the youngest, Guan Wei, was level 36. They specialized in tomb raiding. To put it plainly, they engaged in burglary, particularly targeting the estates left behind by ascendants. Given their line of work, one would presume they were prepared for the abyss. As for the only woman, Yun Xiong, rumors suggested she had entangled herself with many prominent figures, a renowned socialite, and during a jealous altercation among several wealthy suitors, one had met his demise. Although she bore no direct responsibility, there was no need for clarification. One could either board the ship or await an untimely death. Ultimately, their choice mirrored Jiang Sheng's, to venture into the abyss, a perilous journey that might still harbor a flicker of survival. Chapter 016. No need for crossing together. A consensus was reached among the group. Yun Xiong and Luo Guanghe edged closer to the center, nearer to the three brothers. They conspired in hushed tones. Inaudible to others, Jiang Sheng closed his eyes, indifferent to their plans. He had already acquired detailed knowledge about the abyss during his time in isolation a few days prior. Why would a journey there replace a death sentence? Because it was the realm of the Sea Demon King, and the sea demons were those fish and shrimp that had attained sentience. They were the sustenance for humanity, yet conversely, humans were also their sustenance. In a world where physical evolution could reach unfathomable heights, the human body was not particularly formidable. Although intelligence surpassed that of demons, it could not withstand the emergence of demon intellect. The ancestors had conquered the land but remained incapable of subduing the sea. For humans could not navigate water as effortlessly as sea demons could. The abyss was, indeed, a forbidden territory for humankind. This method of punishment, akin to a death sentence, offered the last semblance of dignity to the condemned, death in battle. Many years ago, a young soldier by the name of Zhuo Xiang had fled during an assault on the abyss. According to battlefield protocol, he was to face execution, to preserve his family's honor. He made a final request to launch an attack on the Sea Demon King's court in the abyss. The military acquiesced. He perished in the abyss, undoubtedly in a horrific manner, yet managed to relay some information about it. Since then, those facing punishment could choose to venture into the abyss to atone for their sins. Statistically, to date, there have been 162,987 individuals, including the 7 aboard the ship. All they witnessed and experienced would be transmitted back to the mainland. The vessel had 1 hour remaining to reach its destination. Outside, white clouds drifted by. Checking the coordinates, they were already at the edge of the abyss. It lay 3,219 kilometers from the mainland, and under normal circumstances, a person could swim at a speed of 1.3 meters per second, provided they had the physical stamina. With his current strength of level 10, it would take him 68 hours to swim back to the continent. Not even 3 days. Having had a hearty meal before departure, he could sustain himself for a month. if he encountered no sea demons and swam towards the rising Su Chapter 017. The butterfly pendant at this moment. It was not only Jiang Sheng who felt speechless. The administrator of the distant surveillance station also shook his head, severing the connection. Although he longed to catch another glimpse of Yun Xiong, the circumstances were simply lamentable. When Yun Xiong hid behind Jiang Sheng, the madness in the old man's eyes intensified. His name was Dai Chun, a man obsessed with evolution, whose early profession was that of a deep-sea miner. Due to the nature of his work, he often spent years away from home. It was only after he successfully evolved to level 100 that he returned, intending to provide a good life for the woman who had been waiting for him all those years. He envisioned a blissful family with children. However, as the child grew, he found they bore no resemblance to him. One fateful day, he inadvertently encountered the child's biological father, and thus, his world crumbled. Consumed by hatred, he resolved to annihilate everything if he could not pinpoint his enemy. Jiang Sheng could see the brutality in his gaze. It was likely that in the next moment, he would be reduced to a mere pulp. With over 100 levels of power, no one could withstand him. Having foreseen his demise, he did not expect it to end in such a manner. Jiang Sheng managed a resigned smile, his last thought. May no third party emerge. Dai Chen's hand hovered above his head, yet he did not press down. Instead, he simply stared, lost in his own tumultuous thoughts. It is me. It is indeed me, Dai Chen mumbled incoherently, already spiraling into madness. He pounded his chest, causing the spaceship to sway as well. He was blaming himself, consumed by self-loathing. Did his little sister truly despise him? If she did, why wait all those years? Suddenly, Jiang Sheng recalled Jian Jian and that scheming Yin Ying who sought to win her over. A bitter smile crept across his face. One should never make a woman wait, for even if she were willing, she could not stop other men from desiring her. Dai Chun had completely lost his grip on sanity, throwing punch after punch until he ultimately bludgeoned himself to death. Even in death, a smile lingered on his face, perhaps a fleeting memory of past joys. Jiang Sheng remained powerless, lacking both the strength and the knowledge to comfort anyone. Among the 7 people in the cabin, 5 had already perished before even reaching the depths of the sea. Yun Xiong stood up and approached Dai Chen, scrutinizing him closely to confirm his demise. Feeling somewhat faint, she sat down in the pool of blood, her garments tainted crimson. I have never seen so many dead in my life. How about you? In the cabin, only 2 people remained, and she had only one conversational partner left. Jiang Sheng, however, did not respond, nor did he wish to. Dio, you look down on me. Yun Xiong continued to smile, though her expression was laced with coldness. Or should I kill you, so you won't suffer the pain of being devoured later? Jiang Sheng considered this a sound idea, thus he grew even less inclined to engage with her. If it came to it, he would rather let her end his life than risk being bitten to death. From beginning to end, you've worn the same expression. Can you not change it? Am I not appealing enough? Or do you simply not like women? Perhaps she was not one to talk excessively, but when she did, it was particularly irksome. I prefer men. False. In such an extraordinary moment, perhaps she had been sufficiently stimulated. She sought to lighten the atmosphere by teasing Jiang Sheng. I truly have an escape pod. Now that it's just the 2 of us left. How about squeezing in with me? I can take you back. If they could return to land, all sins would be washed away. All right, Jiang Sheng acquiesced. Then come closer. Jiang Sheng stood up and moved to sit beside her. The escape pod is here. You help me retrieve it. She indicated with her beautiful eyes. A delicate pair of butterfly-shaped earrings dangling from her dainty ears. Jiang Sheng reached out and removed the earrings. Placing them in her hand, as they drew near, he could even catch a whiff of her fragrance, though a more dominant scent lingered, the stench of blood. She gazed at Jiang Sheng, and he returned her gaze. Here, take it. She offered the earrings to Jiang Sheng, who did not accept them, simply watching her. You see, I'm different from you. You can survive if you return, but I cannot. If I go back, I will be found and will wish I were dead. Oh, Jiang Sheng replied, her words sounding all too genuine. The incantation of the earrings was the same as their secret. 3 words, I love you. I love you. A familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears, and Jiang Sheng shook his head, dispelling the illusion. Can you recite it? No, what nonsense. You can't even say I love you. Yun Xiong was both astonished and amused, and with half an hour left until they reached the depths, she knew this journey would not be dull. How does one become another person? Was Yun Xiong still the same as before? Jiang Sheng looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. Her expression and tone starkly different from prior moments. "Do you know? My name wasn't always Yun Xiong. My father's surname was Zong. I was called Hua Chu, so my full name should be Zong Hua Chu. After my father died, I changed my name to Yun Xiong. Why the name change? Because I seek vengeance. My father died at the hands of the Li family, wrongfully branded a thief and beaten to death. But I know my father was not that kind of person. I hate the Li family. So I used another's hand to eliminate their sole heir. Young Master Li, I would sell my body and soul for this purpose without a second thought." She leaned back in her chair, smiling, yet her expression bore a hint of desolation. "I once yearned for love, dreaming of a handsome brother whispering I love you in my ear. Alas, now even you remain silent. What am I to do?" "It matters not," Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly. He lifted Yun Xiong, or rather Zong Hua Chu's hair, and reattached her earring. Zong Hua Chu surprisingly did not flinch, merely asking, "Do you not want it?" "This is your only hope for escape. It is false. I am not a woman. It is of no use to me. I must return it to you." "False? That is impossible." Zong Hua Chu was momentarily taken aback. This earring had been personally handed to her by Lu Yudao, the young master of the Lu family. How could it be fake? She recalled Lu Yudao's heartfelt expression when he bid her farewell. It could not possibly be false. "You shall see for yourself." "Let us see then." Zong Hua Chu removed the earring and softly called, "I love you." After a moment, there was indeed no response. "Impossible. I love you. I love you. I love you. Can you hear me?" In a distant place, someone seemed to have heard her call. If anyone knew him, they would recognize this handsome man as Lu Yudao, who was murmuring to himself. "Listen closely." His words drifted with the wind. "Yun, if you truly loved me, the butterfly pendant would open. If not." His expression contorted in anguish. A single tear fell as he struggled. "Then we shall meet again in our next life." Chapter 018. The sea demon arrives. Unfortunately, Zong Hua Chu was 3,000 miles away. Did she truly love Lu Yudao? Perhaps even she did not know, which was why the pendant did not open. She was stunned. Damn that Lu, he actually deceived me. Watching her curse, Jiang Sheng could not help but chuckle. "You dare laugh at me?" She transformed, her fury igniting. Jiang Sheng quickly stifled his laughter. "How can you find humor in this? Without the escape pod, we are both doomed." She pointed to the bloodied remains of Luo Chuan on the ground. "We may end up worse than him, devoured by the sea demon and reduced to sludge." Even she felt a twinge of fear in her own words. The earlier bravado dissipated, leaving her disoriented. She did not wish to die. Rising, she clutched the pendant and called out again, "I love you." But there was no miracle, nothing at all. "You still have time to fall for Lu Yudao." Jiang Sheng could not resist reminding her. This butterfly-shaped earring, though rare, had imprinted its image in his mind, and he immediately researched its purpose. The earring was known as the heart of the butterfly, of which there existed but one in the world. Its function was to guard the secrets between two individuals. If one was its master, the other must be in spiritual harmony with the master for it to open. Since you cannot achieve that, this pendant is as good as false to you. Just as the bond between you and him is entirely illusory. Zong Hua Chu stared blankly at the pendant, rendered speechless. Time was running short. She needed to contemplate her feelings for him, if she could truly love him. Perhaps there was still hope. Jiang Sheng returned to his corner, pondering the futility of life and death, the nature of reality and illusion, and allowing her to navigate her own path. "I love you. I love you. I love Lu Yudao. I love Lu Yudao. I love Lu Yudao. I love you. Lu Yudao. Lu Yudao, you scoundrel. I considered you a brother, and you actually wanted me." Zong Hua Chu appeared somewhat dazed. Yet the butterfly pendant remained unresponsive. 10 minutes later, she relinquished her grip, the pendant crashing to the ground and shattering, akin to the tears streaming from Lu Yudao's eyes. Her own tears flowed freely. Jiang Sheng, with his eyes closed, still keenly sensed her current state. Following Dai Chun, she too had succumbed to despair. She had intended to tease Jiang Sheng, yet the outcome was brutally harsh. She had been confident in her ability to captivate any man. But the sea demon was not a man. It would not spare her beauty. "Can you save me? I beg you, please save me, please." "Ah?" She unexpectedly clutched Jiang Sheng's arm, pleading earnestly. However, does she not realize that the deity Jiang Sheng is only at level 10? Your calmness surely implies that you possess means for self-preservation. I am aware that you do. Am I not correct? Take me with you. I shall comply with whatever you desire. With a swift motion, she opened her attire, revealing her fair bosom, and leaned toward Jiang Shengti side. For with his abilities, he could not discern which was Yun Qiong and which was Tsang Huachu, yet the absence of an escape plan was indeed true. In the end, it was merely a matter of meeting a watery grave. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes and pulled her garment back up. Look into my eyes, he said earnestly. I have no means of escape. His response consisted solely of these 7 words, each articulated distinctly. Then die, she exclaimed, striking Jiang Sheng upon the head, sending tremors through his soul. Her seemingly indomitable will crumbled effortlessly beneath her palm. Was death imminent? No, it was not. The will that teetered on the brink of collapse retracted. Indeed, how could one so feeble and diminutive possess such extraordinary abilities? After an initial wave of panic, she compelled herself to regain composure. Pacing within the confines of the cabin, striking here and pounding there, until eventually, she collapsed onto the floor. I never imagined Tsang Huachu would perish alongside such a fool in the belly of a fish. Observing Jiang Sheng's eternally unchanged expression, she felt an unexpected surge of anger. Yet now, with only 2 living souls in the cabin, should she strike Jiang Sheng down, she would be left utterly alone. Perhaps the fish had not anticipated this. Jiang Sheng, not one for verbosity, added, in truth, I never anticipated this either. I had thought I would live out my days in solitude. Yet at the moment of parting, I find myself in the company of a woman of such caliber. While it hardly qualifies as a noble demise, it does offer some solace. Alarm! Alarm! Encountering a sea demon attack, the mechanical voice echoed abruptly. Accompanied by violent jolts, the sea demon had arrived. The 2 of them tumbled together like rolling gourds, enveloped in blood. The spaceship shook violently, as if on the verge of breaking apart. In a wonder they employed an unmanned vessel. It seemed they never intended to retrieve it. Lu Dao, you bastard, come save me. Tsang Huachu clutched Jiang Sheng's waist, howling, seemingly trying to reach out to someone. Could it be that Lu Yudao truly existed? Jiang Sheng admired his own composure, pondering such matters at a time like this. He dismissed every word the woman uttered, for he trusted men no more than he did women. The vessel was remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding approximately 10 minutes of turmoil. Though rocked violently by the sea demon's assault, it continued to forge ahead, striving to delve deeper into the depths of the 100-mist sea. As far as it could go, to gather more valuable information, in the security monitoring room, Yanning stifled a yawn. He had switched off the surveillance some time ago. Such scenes, while tragic for beauties like Yun Qiong, held little appeal for him. The increasingly heavy footsteps approached, signaling the arrival of leadership. He straightened up suddenly, hastily reactivating the monitors, silently muttering, Lu Xiao, I've given you time, if Miss Yun has not escaped. Do not place the blame on me. The door swung open, and he hastily rose to his feet, facing a middle-aged man he did not recognize, yet behind him stood an official of considerable rank. Xiao Yin, this is the commanding officer of the troops. Greetings, sir. Yanning saluted promptly. Though he had never served in the military, his gestures and posture were particularly precise. The commanding officer gestured for him to relax, but his gaze remained fixed on the screen inside. Of the original 7 screens, 5 had already gone dark, indicating that 5 of the 7 individuals sent had perished. Yet the timing seemed amiss. Judging by the footage, they should have just arrived at the 100 Mists Sea. If the unmanned vessel had not yet been breached by the sea demon, why were the occupants already nearly all dead? Noticing the confusion in the officer's eyes, Yanning felt a jolt of clarity and saluted again, stating, Sir, a dispute arose in the cabin. The second brother, Rao Lei, killed Luo Guang, and then, together with the third brother, Guan Wei, was slain by the eldest, Luo Chuan. Subsequently, Dai Chen erupted, nearly killing everyone. Where is Dai Chen? The bodies and blood were entangled, and the video feed was so jostled that the interior was unrecognizable. It was rumored that Dai Chen had a military background. It seemed that was indeed the case. Yanning suddenly found himself at a loss for words, but when the officer's gaze fell upon him, he shuddered and replied, He died by suicide. It was as if he had been provoked by the 2 men, suddenly striking his chest and coughing up blood before expiring. Having said this, He looked at the officer before him, but alas, he received no feedback, leaving him to fall silent. Open the public channel, Director. This. Yining was taken aback, quickly seeking assistance from the person behind the officer. This director was the highest authority in the area. Without his authorization, such actions could not be executed. Open it. Yes. To open the public channel meant to conduct a live broadcast. Chapter 019. Deep Sea Live Broadcast. The live feed would be provided by the two remaining individuals in the cabin, showcasing all that they saw and heard. Moreover, anyone who accessed the neural domain during this time could choose whether to view it. A man resembling a secretary behind the officer quietly reminded him. Sir, Dai Qin is no longer present. Yining, being astute, immediately deduced the officer's intention. Since the public channel was being opened due to Dai Qin's absence, the sole purpose was to demonstrate to the public that the military would not shield its own. Those who broke the law must still face the consequences in the 100 Mist Sea. But with things as they were, should they still proceed with the broadcast, it would be impossible to see Dai Qin's face. If aired, it could further tarnish the military's image. Open it. The officer's voice conveyed no emotion, yet the command was unmistakable. Seeing the director nod, Yining quickly pressed the live broadcast button. Today was likely a momentous occasion. The first time in history to witness the 100 Mist Sea from the perspective of a suspect. Many were intrigued, and the number of viewers surged from 0 to 1 billion in merely 3 seconds. Incredible! Yining felt his eyes blur. Just days ago, when the Shanqing Guandu Fu ascended to the tens of thousands, the viewership had only reached 30 million. If an advertisement were to interrupt now, Yining felt ashamed of his thoughts. The live feed abruptly shifted, revealing the exterior of the spaceship, showcasing its name. The Arrow of Hou-Yi, unyielding and forward-bound, as if that were not enough. A line of subtitles appeared in the center of the screen. The Arrow of Hou-Yi, unmanned autonomous spaceship, your companion for home travel and adventures. All you need is one of her. Was this not an advertisement? Truly, a stroke of genius. The gruesome scene of bloodshed juxtaposed with such a ridiculous advertisement. Was this questioning the intelligence of the populace? Had he entered the wrong room? Was this a live broadcast or a shopping channel? You did not enter the wrong room. This is indeed a shopping channel. Ah, live shopping, brother. Then I shall change the channel. Similar exclamations echoed, and Yining felt his face flush. Thankfully, the advertisement lasted only 3 seconds. When the feed returned to the cabin, everything appeared to normalize. What? Have people already died? A cabin full of blood. Are you blind? Of course, someone has died, but the ship hasn't even broken apart. Could it be that they were killed by the cabin collision? This Hou-Yi ship is no good. How could it kill someone like this? Is this kind of scene acceptable? I have covered my daughter's eyes. You are also quite the character. Do you not see where this is? Where? I just entered upon seeing the live broadcast, did not notice the directional prompts. The 100 Mist Sea, dear. What of the 100 Mist Sea? Why are there so many people? Normally, I see only 3 to 5 heads. Consider yourself fortunate. This time is deemed the most tragic live broadcast in history. In what way is it tragic? Have you seen the people in the cabin? Soon, they will be tossed into the deep sea. What is going on? Is there no oversight from the relevant authorities regarding such reckless actions? Do you possess any common sense? Besides the relevant authorities? Who would dare conduct such a live broadcast? Manuel Doghead. Someone downstairs, please enlighten him. The cabin is filled with suspected murderers. If they do not die, how can the public's anger be quelled? To be cast into the deep sea and die in combat is to grant them their final dignity. The upstairs explanation is correct. Understood. Thank you for the clarification. The flood of information left Yining somewhat dizzy, but since neither the officer nor the director issued any instructions, he dared not unilaterally block any of it. Internal news, speak freely. Here comes the news. In the cabin, there were 7 individuals, 6 men and 1 woman. 5 are suspected dead, allegedly due to internal strife. Damn, even at this time, they are still killing each other. The dark side of humanity. Those who are pitiful must have their flaws. I have 1 point to make. Pray tell. I have 6 points to discuss. Those upstairs, do not deviate from the topic. Pay attention to the live broadcast. Have you noticed? That woman is exceptionally beautiful, damn. I knew that even without you saying it. Focus on the footage. Isn't it too jarring? My vision is poor. Please provide a screenshot, a frontal screenshot of Tsang Hua Chu. Bloodied yet still unable to conceal her stunning beauty, swiftly spread across the internet, her eyes reflecting despair and suffering, prompting countless sighs of lamentation. Miss, please do not die. Such a beautiful young lady. What could possibly be unforgivable? Why treat her this way? It is utterly cruel. I strongly demand a review. A review. A review. Yanning felt a bit awkward watching this. The imagination of netizens is notoriously vast. Post her information online. Yes, the director has given instructions, and Yanning immediately took action. The suspect, Yun Xiong, originally named Zhang Huachu, accidentally killed Li Jinchuan in the ancient calendar's 10th month, and after verification, it is confirmed to be true. Accompanied by a confession letter and video authentication, personally confirmed by Zhang Huachu herself. Who is Li Jinchuan? Why would she kill him? Are you telling me you can't read? Public Security Bureau, please provide an explanation. Me too. Being beautiful truly allows one to act with impunity. Jiang Sheng wondered how Zhang Huachu was faring now, but he was also watching the live stream, or rather, watching himself being streamed. He knew he had gained fame. Yet it was embarrassing that no one knew who he was, nor did anyone wish to know. All eyes were on Zhang Huachu. Liu Yudao shouted, "You better come out, or I will die with that." Zhang Huachu's shout ignited another person, the one in the corner. Liu Yudao, I am Liu Yudao. Are you calling for me, young lady? Get lost upstairs. I am Liu Yudao. The young lady is calling me. In this world, there are at least 500 people with the same name. In an instant, multiple Liu Yudaos fell into the fray. Stop arguing. Whoever dares to save her is Liu Yudao. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm going. One person logged off, uncertain if he was the Liu Yudao Zhang Huachu needed. The collisions grew more violent. Jiang Sheng had become numb, the pain no longer affecting him, yet his body felt like a pancake. Like a release, his will surged forth, so weak, unable to withstand even the impacts, let alone the fangs of the sea monster. A familiar sensation. Death feels like this. Yet no oxhead or horseface was there to escort him away. Rebirth was impossible. Either his will would dissipate into utter oblivion, or he would be devoured whole by the sea monster. One of the two was inevitable. Here, grappling with life and death, while there, ordinary citizens were clenching their fists and shouting. Did they not feel fear or terror at such a bloody scene? What baffled Jiang Sheng even more was that the mountain city Guandu Fu could naturally livestream. Yet how could such ill-fated individuals like them broadcast without fearing it would affect viewership? Perhaps they took the wrong medicine. This was nearly his last flicker of consciousness, just as he was about to fade. A pitch-black dagger whirled toward him. The moment his will approached the dagger, it was suddenly drawn in, and he felt a surge of determination. Chapter 020. Someone in the deep sea. Crackling sounds, dizziness, and ringing in his ears. After a violent collision, the unmanned Hoei spaceship shattered into pieces. Damn, that deep-sea swordfish is at least level 500. Oh my, are we all dead? The young lady is still here, but the young man is long gone. I choose to forgive them, so do I. That great deity, if you have time, go catch that fish. Yes, 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 that fish must not be spared. If it dares to eat people, it must be prepared to be eaten. Eat it. A streak of light rushed forth, narrowly catching the falling Zhang Huachu. Damn, that's Liu Yudao. Is it really Liu Yudao? It can't be wrong. I saw him years ago in a live stream, the genuine heir of the Liu family in Jiangsheng. Why do I feel my heart is shattered? So do I. The century-long single dog is feeling the blow. You're still young. I've been around for 10,000 years and have yet to touch a woman. Upstairs, is that for real? What? I'm a woman. Why don't you come over and feel for yourself? Kneeling for the address, me too. I'm in the 100 Mu deep sea. If anyone can come, feeling or sleeping is fine. If you dare to be there, I dare to go. Seeking the address. A message of bright hair spread out. The address was indeed in the 100 Mu deep sea. Is this a joke? Is anyone coming? I still want to live for another 500 years. The young lady is quite bold. Wish you peace. Wish you peace. Humph, coward. What of the 100 Mu deep sea? That Liu Yudao went there too. He caught Zhang Huachu and vanished in a flash. Utilizing the Liu family's unique invisible spaceship, the public channel suddenly fell silent. Everyone dared not make a sound, as if uttering a word would expose their whereabouts. Even with an invisible spaceship, escaping from the 100 Mu deep sea requires luck. Suddenly, a black and white short-beaked dolphin surfaced. Its beak slightly opened, emitting sound waves. The sound was piercing and clear to the ears, yet it felt like a death knell. The high-frequency sound waves indiscriminately pierced the souls of all nearby beings. Whether monster or human, the live stream abruptly ended. They could only rely on satellites to query the scene. With the naked eye, a spaceship plunged into the sea, creating a splash that appeared inconspicuous. What about them? Where are Lu Yudao and Zhang Huaqiu? Immediately contact the Lu family for the internal link of the invisible spaceship. Yes, the spaceship that fell into the sea should be the one carrying the criminals. The Lu family's ship should still be intact, yet who knew if the people inside were still alive? The viewers of the live stream were surprisingly silent. Authorization obtained. The screen immediately switched. The public channel reappeared with a scene of tranquility. The spaceship continued along its predetermined route. Faint electronic sounds could be heard, and the people inside embraced one another, tears and smiles on their faces. However, it seemed there was no breathing. An hour later, the spaceship returned them to land. The hatch opened, and paramedics rushed in, shaking their heads and leaving after a while. The sound of the short-beaked dolphin penetrated the heart, capable of instantly shattering human souls, utterly indefensible. The spaceship brought back Lu Yudao and Zhang Huaqiu, but only their bodies. Their wills and souls remained forever in the 100-mu deep sea. The live stream concluded here. Yanning turned to look at his director, unsure whether to close the public channel. The director nodded. Just as he was about to press the button, the high-ranking officer closer to him abruptly pushed his arm aside. Yanning quickly steadied himself, turning back to see that the officer's eyes were still fixed on the screen. Is there a problem? The screen was filled with water, blue, viscous, and boundless. He had thoughts in his mind, but dared not express them. The online viewer count dropped from the peak of 1 billion in an instant. Comrade, public resources are precious. We cannot waste them like this. The director could no longer bear to watch and stated his opinion plainly. Take another look. Yet, the officer from the military remained insistent, as if he had something specific he wanted to see. Their Dai-chun had died before even arriving, originally hoping for a defiant battle to ignite the people's fervor. Now, there was indeed fervor, but it was too late to ignite it. This matter would be reported to higher authorities later. Is there anyone alive? Impossible. He immediately turned to look at the screen on his right, which originally had 7 dots, each representing a person's brain domain address. The first to disappear was Luo Guanghe, followed by the bandit trio, then Daiqin, Jiang Shang, and Zhang Huaqiu. He remembered each name and feature clearly. A total of 7 dots, one by one disappearing before his eyes. How could anyone still be alive? The screen was still moving, of course, the screen was moving. When had the sea ever been calm? Public Security Bureau Director Lee had already furrowed his brow. If you want to see the sea, you can go to the beach. The live stream's online count had dropped to 0, and now there wasn't even a ghostly shadow online. Give me the microphone. The high-ranking officer actually snatched the microphone and declared loudly, "Order. Who is this order for?" "Yes." A reply came from the screen, hoarse and low. As if suddenly awakening, the live stream's angle shifted, revealing deep blue surroundings. Yanning looked up at Director Lee, both of them filled with disbelief. It was indeed possible for someone to deceive the brain domain monitoring system. This exceptional circumstance must be reported. The target. Enhua Palace received. A back-and-forth exchange, as if premeditated, and this officer did not use the internal military channel, but borrowed the civilian one, clearly having his own intentions. Director Lee signaled for Yanning to leave with him. They were no longer needed here. You cannot go out, however. The guards at the door stopped them. Director Lee immediately turned back to look at the middle-aged officer. There is tea over there. Why not have some? He behaved as if on his own turf, gesturing for the two to join him for tea, the implication clear. You two should not leave. Director Lee, feeling helpless, led Yanning to sit down. Just as they settled, they caught sight of the screen in front of them, which displayed a scene with people. It was Dai-chun. Hadn't he died? In the 100-mu deep sea, Jiang Shang felt a bit bewildered. Surrounded by water, he clung to the dagger, drifting downwards. He had no idea how deep the sea was. It had been a long time without seeing the bottom. According to logic, when bodily functions cease, the survival time of will is only 3 minutes. With a will strength of 10, the theoretical survival time would be 10 times that, equating to half an hour. By now, he should have exceeded that time, yet he felt as if he were still fine. He did not know where Luo Chuan had obtained this dagger. It was neither metal nor iron. He clung to it as if it were an extension of his body, feeling no discomfort. Could it be that I have now transformed into a dagger? Is it not said that different species cannot parasitize one another? Humans and daggers are surely not of the same species, are they? I find myself in the depths of the abyss of 100 murmurs. Should any of you manage to come here, whether to touch or to rest, I would welcome it. Suddenly, a voice emerged nearby. Although it was meant in jest, it startled Jiang Sheng. Is there truly someone in the deep sea? Chapter 021. Descendant of Nuwa, he beheld a sight that would surely widen the eyes if one possessed them. Alas, he could only peer through will, perceiving only a monochrome landscape. Yet he could ascertain that this individual was not clad in garments. How bold that he wondered with whom she was conversing when, by chance, she turned and beheld Jiang Sheng. There is a sword here, she exclaimed, so short, it must be a dagger. She twisted her hair and inserted the dagger, using it as a hairpin. Is that a tail? Jiang Sheng, from his elevated position, had a clear view of her figure, yet could not fathom the existence of a tail on a human. In his puzzlement, he found himself devoid of a body, unable to connect to the Internet of Things through his mind domain, and thus could not retrieve relevant information. The shape suggested a serpentine tail, yet his will could not discern its color. This creature, possessing a human form above and a serpent's tail below, navigated the waters effortlessly, and any passing sea nymphs recoiled in fear. Only a deep-sea swordfish and a short-beaked common dolphin trailed behind her. By Mu Jingji, this name suddenly erupted from his memory. He seemed to recall having encountered her image somewhere before. By Mu Jingji, by Mu Jingji, by Mu Jingji. After murmuring it several times, he gradually unearthed the answer. By Mu Deep Sea, she is the daughter of By Mu Deep Sea. By Mu Deep Sea not only refers to this expanse of ocean, but is also the name of a sea nymph, reigning over these waters beneath her sharp beak. Many years ago, when Zhao Yin, having been backlashed by Jiang Sheng, was but a child, he had seen such imagery in a book. A woman with a human form and a serpent's tail, accompanied by two sea nymphs, sang to the continent amid the ocean's waves. The teacher had said she was the daughter of the sea, by Mu Jingji, with her father being by Mu Deep Sea. Such an image had faded with time, yet now it proved unexpectedly relevant. However, it merely satisfied Jiang Sheng's thirst for knowledge, offering no assistance in his current predicament. Presently, he existed as a dagger or a hairpin. Unable to speak or move, only able to remain quietly in the dark, By Mu Jingji slowly descended into the depths of the ocean, her pace leisurely, as though returning home. Indeed, this was her home. Yet, it seemed rather desolate. Within his visible range, Jiang Sheng could not spot any of her kin. There is one over there, he thought, though something felt amiss. Could that be a statue? A stone figure of a woman with a serpent's tail stood silently at the seabed, with engraved characters nearby. Upon closer inspection, it read Nuwa.it appeared they venerated Nuwa. Reflecting on the legendary image of Nuwa, Jiang Sheng felt uncertain. Perhaps they were descendants of Nuwa. What manner of being is Nuwa? According to legend, when the heavens and earth were newly formed, and the universe lay in chaos, Pango was born amidst this disorder. Weary of the boundless darkness, he wielded a great axe and cleaved the darkness in twain. With the light and pure rising to form the heavens, while the heavy and turbid sank to create the earth in the nascent world, there were no living beings. Nuwa, unknown from whence she came, traversed the realms and, one day, weary, rested by the water's edge, and seeing only herself in the reflection, felt a pang of loneliness and thus fashioned humans from yellow earth. Pango opened the heavens, and Nuwa created mankind. Yet, this is merely a legend. Had Jiang Sheng not witnessed the being with a human form and serpent's tail, he would have doubted Nuwa's existence. Now, he felt a semblance of belief, though he remained uncertain as to how much of that legend bore truth today. He regarded this place as a palace, albeit somewhat rudimentary, adorned with massive stones, corals, and luminous pearls, possessing a unique charm. By Mu Jingji strode inside, while the deep-sea swordfish and short-beaked dolphin, who had trailed her, halted outside, prostrating themselves on either side. "Father," she called out, and Jiang Sheng focused intently. Perhaps he would glimpse the second sea nymph, possessing a human form and serpent's tail. At the ocean's depths, even the water was eerily silent. Devoid of a body as a medium, he could not discern sound solely through will. He could only observe her lip movements and facial expressions to surmise her intended message. "Father," she stood still. Calling once more, her eyes filled with anticipation, yet after a brief moment, they dimmed with sorrow. Was she weeping? Jiang Sheng beheld her tears. Though submerged in water, they fell upon the coral, starkly contrasting with the sea. She floated there, motionless for a long time. In the depths, there was neither day nor night, rendering time immeasurable. You there, come forth. She spoke, though to whom, he could not ascertain, as the surroundings revealed nothing save for corals and stones. Ah, another person has appeared, she exclaimed, yet upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar visage. Was it not the man named Dai Chun, who had perished in a fit of madness? How could he be here? Encountering Dai Chun again left Jiang Sheng in a daze. Having witnessed Zhang Hua being rescued by Lu Yu, and with Dai Chun still alive, did this imply that Bai Mu Deep Sea truly was the forbidden realm of humanity as legend foretold? This is what you desired. Dai Chun twisted his ring finger, astonishingly managing to pull it off, and presented it to Bai Mu Jingji. She reached out to accept it, her countenance serene, rendering her current emotional state inscrutable. Yet, what purpose did she have for a mere finger? Was it a token of introduction? The finger transformed into formlessness in her grasp, revealing that it possessed spatial attributes due to its unique structure. With a gentle squeeze, she opened it, and a baby appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes, seemingly attuning to the infant's pulse, and moments later, a smile graced her face. Surely she would not relish consuming children? Had Dai Chun brought an infant to curry favor with her? Jiang Sheng found this conjecture unsettling as he gazed at the child in Bai Mu Jingji's hands, his heart tightening. Are you her father? Yes, according to our previous agreement, you may take 3 items from here. Yes, what a fine fellow Dai Chun turned out to be. He was initially thought to be a man of deep feeling. Yet now he was entangled with sea nymphs, even going so far as to barter his own child. The infant suddenly let out a wail, drawing all eyes immediately upon her. What to do? What to do? Bai Mu Jingji appeared flustered, yet Dai Chun was not in a much better position. The two stood, exchanging glances. She seems hungry. You are her father, you should attend to her. She handed the baby to Dai Chun, who took her but, blushing, stammered, I have no milk, you do. He returned the infant to her. Milk? Bai Mu Jingji actually pinched her own breast, which was fair and smooth. Yet where was the milk? Jiang Sheng was left dumbfounded. Realizing the situation was not as he had imagined, upon regaining his composure and noticing the baby's legs, no tail, he revised his earlier assumptions. This child may not necessarily belong to Dai Chun, but was undoubtedly connected to Bai Mu Jingji. Could it be that Dai Chun had become enamored with her during his time as a deep-sea miner? Did he not hear that Dai Chun had been betrayed and killed his wife, leading him to the depths? How could he seem so different now? Moreover, could a human and a sea nymph, even with intent, truly conceive offspring? They were not of the same kind. After all, the infant continued to wail. Bai Mu Jingji suddenly bit her finger sharply and placed it in the baby's mouth. Was she feeding the child her blood? Chapter 022. Running away from home, Jiang Sheng was stunned. It was now certain. This child must be her own. Indeed, with sustenance provided, the child immediately ceased her cries. What shall I name her? Bai Mu Jingji inquired while drawing blood, conversing with Dai Chun in a composed manner. Did she not feel pain? She has no name. You may bestow one. Since she was born on land, let us call her Bai Mu Lu Air. Very well. Follow me. The pair entered the grand hall. Take whatever you desire, Bai Mu Jingji declared before cradling the child and departing. Just before leaving, she seemed to find the dagger atop her head cumbersome, casually removing it and tossing it into the center of the hall. It landed upon something with a clear, melodious ring. With her departure, Dai Chun remained transfixed by her retreating figure. Their relationship seemed to be one of necessity. Soon, however, Dai Chun regained his focus, and when his gaze shifted to the interior of the hall, he appeared momentarily stunned. Jiang Sheng was similarly captivated, for everywhere he looked, treasures abounded. The seemingly endless hall was strewn with gold, silver, diamonds, and pearls, appearing as mere refuse scattered across the ground, alongside various unknown items. Some black, others yellow and rusted, their origins lost to time. Dai Chun appeared to be communicating with someone, yet Jiang Sheng could not discern with whom. He indeed selected 3 items, seemingly of special material. Hoisting 3 large pieces, after making his selections, he departed. Jiang Sheng remained within the dagger, watching helplessly, yearning to call out, to implore him to take him along. Yet without a head, mouth, or limbs, he could only stand there dumbly as Dai Chen receded into the distance. Presently, he was but a small dagger, devoid of any proactive ability. He observed the surrounding rusted blades and weapons, feeling somewhat dazed, nearly envisioning his own future form, just as he had imagined, without day or night. Without wind or rain, devoid of anything, he simply stood there, inconspicuously among a plethora of treasures. He had once been indifferent to life and death, wandering wherever, yet now, in this limbo between life and death, experiencing only solitude, he found himself in uncharted territory. Over time, even memories became burdensome, leading him to the brink of despair. Yet, curiously, it was a tranquility that followed the collapse. He suddenly felt that he was indeed a dagger, destined to remain here, enduring until the end of time, through the erosion of earth and sea. Thus, his will quieted, and with it, the concepts of life and death faded, as did the passage of time. He was simply a dark, unremarkable dagger, until one day, a little girl entered. She frolicked amid the treasures, tumbling among the various riches. She possessed a tail, yet her upper body was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary girl. She appeared utterly charming, perpetually curious, gathering various items together, only to scatter them all over the place. Holding the dagger that belonged to Jiang Shang, she furrowed her brow, seemingly engaged in a process of categorization. As such small objects were not in abundance here. Ultimately, she plunged the dagger into a dark orb, giggling foolishly. Bai Mu Jingji approached, lifting her in hand and departing from the grand hall. This was the child from years past, Bai Mu Lu Air. She had grown so much. Jiang Shang was taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward. What did this girl mean by inserting herself into the orb? Was it a form of worship? The perspective of a child was something adults could hardly comprehend. After many years, a new place had finally been found. Let the slumber continued, a powerful will surged forth. Like a tempest emanating from the black glass orb beneath him, it appeared quite fierce, as if it were ready to devour him. Jiang Shang paid it no heed, whether it was wolves or leopards. He remained unperturbed, he stayed quietly, exhibiting no fluctuations. To be consumed felt akin to the time he had devoured Zhao Yin. What perplexed him was that this formidable, tyrannical will, which he found too wearying to resist, seemed to leap toward him, perhaps because his own will was too feeble. The two forces danced about each other like a fan striking a feather. Each attempt was futile, even though he was not intentionally evading it. After a prolonged struggle, the monstrous will finally subsided, and Jiang Shang naturally found himself enveloped by it. Like a sheep entering a tiger's den, it seemed there was no escape now, yet curiously, this seemingly malevolent entity allowed him to settle upon it without any sign of agitation. Upon attempting to make contact, he discovered that it appeared to have been extinguished, leaving only this vast reservoir of pure will energy. Jiang Shang felt a similar sensation. If time were to pass further, he too would become like this, without perception, without memory, only instinct remained. When even instinct was soothed by time, it would simply exist as pure will energy, devoid of purpose or direction. Lying within it, he felt a profound comfort. Taking a breath, he savored its essence. How exquisite it was, with nothing else to occupy his mind, he indulged. Jiang Shang licked at it intermittently, gradually feeling himself grow stronger, prompting him to lick more fervently. As if life had distilled down to that singular action. This surge of will energy was staggeringly immense, perhaps 1,000-fold or more of his own essence. That day, he finally became corpulent, experiencing a sense of ease as if the world were at his fingertips. The area around him stretched far and wide, encompassing 20 miles, all within his grasp. Had he ascended to immortality? Surely, even the keenest eyes could not rival this. He spotted Bai Mu Jingji and surmised that Bai Mu Shanhai had long departed. This realm now belonged to her, with only Bai Mu Lu Air remaining, possibly the next ruler of the deep sea. Yet he remained curious as to how this little Nuwa had been brought back to the depths by a human. What about my father? On that day, little Nuwa clung to her mother. Having observed them for a considerable time, she could read their lip movements and guess their words. On the shore, she declared, I want to find him. You must not go. Why? Let me tell you a story. All right. It was likely yet another of those age-old tales, but Jiang Shang listened, for it was his lullaby. The day your grandfather departed, he urged me to bear you soon. But I was unable to do so alone, so I sought out your father. Your father is a soldier, mining in the deep sea. Among so many, I chose him because he was the tallest. He said he needed permission from his superiors, and eventually, I obtained it using 3 resources. They developed your being so swiftly, merely requiring a drop of my blood. This matter must remain confidential, understood? Understood. The little Nuwa nodded obediently. Jiang Sheng too nodded, realizing the truth. The Nuwa Palace had indeed become so sparse in connections that it had reached a point where human assistance was necessary for the continuation of life. Yet, even if a test tube baby was possible, could a human and a sea demon truly blend to create a second generation of sea demons? There was another astonishing revelation. Bai Mu Jingji could also connect through the neural network, a capability not exclusive to humans. He was intrigued, yet no one was there to provide him with answers. On that day, Bai Mu Lu Er returned to the hall, rummaging about and seizing a gold ingot. After a moment's thought, she took Jiang Sheng in hand, one hand clutching the gold and the other the dagger. Then, carefully, she exited the grand hall, stealthily avoiding the sea demons along the way. This girl was attempting to run away from home. Chapter 023. Nuwa goes to sea. She moved with grace, yet Jiang Sheng felt a sense of unease. Having watched this girl grow over the years, he wished to see the sun again but did not want her to encounter misfortune. The appearance of a Nuwa on the shore would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, reminiscent of the tales from his textbooks about Bai Mu Jingji. Perhaps the next in line was indeed this Bai Mu Lu Er. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng sensed something. In the Nuwa Palace, Bai Mu Jingji stood at the grand hall's entrance, gazing from afar, yet showed no intention of pursuing her daughter. As Bai Mu Lu Er departed the deep sea, Jiang Sheng instinctively sought to evade the sunlight. That was light. Bai Mu Lu Er swam towards its direction, her tail flicking skillfully, propelling her a mile with each motion. At last, other sea demons took notice of her and attempted to pursue. Yet they could not keep up. This girl was truly the little princess of the deep sea, born distinct from the rest. There, a human ship lay anchored. She paused, observing from a distance. After a while, she drew closer, finally capturing their attention. Look, a Nuwa. Sail, turn the helm, make haste. What is the panic? Can we escape? Just a little Nuwa, and no other sea demons around. Did you see? It seems so. Brothers, today is our day of fortune. Capture her, and wealth beyond measure will be ours. With a rallying cry, a man brandished a cannon, firing a shot towards her. The explosion sent splashes of water flying, startling Bai Mu Lu Er awake. Experiencing such chaos for the first time, she appeared somewhat bewildered. Several men boarded a speedboat, quickly encircling her with a specially designed fishing net. A living Nuwa, and even though Jiang Sheng had only recently arrived in this world, he could guess the immense value she represented. With a flick of her tail, she sank beneath the waves, leaving only ripples in her wake. Had they not all witnessed her, they might have thought they were imagining things. She had escaped. At such speed, even the mightiest among them would struggle to catch up. The fishermen felt a mix of regret and relief. They had spent their lives at sea, yet this was the only time they encountered a Nuwa, and they would return alive. They relayed their sighting back, and soon, videos of the little Nuwa circulated online. The clarity was evident, unmistakably not fabricated by human hands. Along the coast, a certain military unit, belonging to Daichun, was conducting training when they abruptly received an urgent notification regarding a special situation along the coast. They were to proceed immediately. Upon receiving the relevant information, his expression tightened. He had been to the Nuwa Palace and was well aware of the circumstances. There were only 2 Nuwa there. If it was not Bai Mu Jingji, then it must be his daughter. He felt uncertain. From a bloodline perspective, it could be true, but only just he needed to find her. The shallow seabed was equipped with military sonar. Locating a singular entity was not a challenge. He connected to the detector and swiftly confirmed Bai Mu Lu Er's location. A small submarine swiftly set out to sea, where Bai Mu Lu Er remained motionless, clearly at a loss, unsure whether to head towards land or return to the depths. Though curious, she recognized the malevolence of the humans and was aware they were not friendly. Something was approaching, not an ordinary fish, but a human vessel. She flicked her tail, changing direction, yet the ship traversing the seabed was not so easily shaken off. She felt reluctant to simply return. Jiang Sheng had initially felt anxious. But then he spotted Bai Mu Jingji at a distance, realizing that she had been following closely behind. The submarine had not deployed deep-sea explosives, merely drawing near. The hatch opened, and a figure emerged. Bai Mu Lu'er instinctively took a defensive stance. She was mischievous by nature but also kind-hearted, unwilling to harm any living being. She planned to flee at the first sign of trouble. "Father!" She recognized this person and timidly called out. It turned out that Bai Mu Jingji had never intended to conceal anything. She had previously shown her daughter photographs of her father, allowing her to recognize him at a glance. The newcomer was indeed Dai Chun, who had initially been frowning, but upon hearing those two words, his expression relaxed. He shut off his neural interface, likely for the first time in his life. Willingly defying military protocol. "Where is your mother?" Dai Chun struggled to articulate his thoughts, managing only that single query, "Father." Bai Mu Lu'er confirmed that this was the person she sought, unable to contain her joy. She casually discarded the gold and dagger, flicking her tail and burrowing into Dai Chun's embrace. Jiang Shang was taken aback, never expecting such a turn of events. He had thought they would finally see the light of day, only to be cast aside here in this underwater realm. Did it signify an eternity of desolation? Even bitterness had lost its flavor, as he simply watched the reunion of father and daughter. Humans possessed an innate protective instinct regarding their bloodlines. Even though this little girl had a tail, Dai Chun found himself unable to refuse. He cradled her in his arms, troubled, while Jiang Sheng noted that Bai Mu Jingji had departed. Was she at ease, leaving her daughter in the shallow sea? In stark contrast to the usual details, Jiang Sheng suddenly grasped her choice. She wished for her daughter to integrate into human society. Yet, could it be feasible with a tail? Jiang Sheng harbored doubts. "Thank you, Dai Chun." He had been picked up once more. Dai Chun still adhered to the military's frugal habits, cradling Bai Mu Lu'er in one arm while retrieving the gold and dagger with the other. Only now can one perceive his distress. He must also be uncertain about what to do with his own daughter. "Report, Commander. There is a special circumstance." "Speak." "My daughter has arrived." Upon hearing this report, Jiang Sheng regarded him with renewed respect. Indeed, the men of the military possess a certain valor. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as Dai Chun awaited the news. "Your daughter is your responsibility. I grant you 3 days' leave." "Yes." One could see the exhilaration on Dai Chun's face. From their first meeting until now, this was the only time he had displayed such joy. Was not until much later that Jiang Sheng learned that Bai Mu Jingji had an agreement with that commander. Having exchanged a plethora of rare resources for her daughter's right to exist on land, in these past few days, Bai Mu Lu'er had been as joyous as a bird. Dai Chun had given her a nickname, Tadpole, due to her tail. She donned novel attire, indulged in the delights of the human world, and beheld the landscapes of the land, even scheduling her next visit as they prepared to part ways. Jiang Sheng felt a tinge of reluctance, for he had been left behind. Bai Mu Lu'er had presented him as a gift to Dai Chun, along with a piece of gold. Dai Chun consistently escorted his little tadpole to the edge of the deep sea before returning, while Jiang Sheng, alongside the gold, was meticulously stored away in a delicate little box. Sleeping with the gold felt reminiscent of a dream from many years ago, a fantasy from his juvenile days. Yet now, slumber stretched on year after year. Enough of that, time to continue eating. Thus, he ate and slept and ate. Willpower, after all, is not akin to the physical body, as long as it is not eroded by time. It shall not perish that a person like him, who embraces a Buddhist-like existence, could only go with the flow. One day, he finally consumed all available energy, expanding his perceptual range to a diameter of 20 miles, signifying that his willpower had surpassed that of an average human. Chapter 024. The dagger. Yet, being trapped within this dagger, he had no notion of when it would come to an end. On this day, Bai Mu Lu'er returned once more. The once little tadpole had grown into a graceful figure. As her time on land extended, her tail gradually evolved into long legs. She was reading. Literacy was a simple endeavor for her now. The book she perused was titled The History of Human Evolution. Jiang Sheng was also reading, his willpower now sufficiently potent to discern even the smallest of print. However, the unfortunate reality remained that, devoid of a physical medium, he had no means to wield such power he continued to read. The text stated that the earliest humans resided in water, collectively referred to as Nuwa. As the sea receded and land emerged, a man from the Nuwa clan named Shin Hai, in a bid for better survival on land, tore off his tail and diligently honed his skills for traversing the terrain, ultimately mastering the art of movement through mountains and forests. Thus, Nuwa and humans were inherently of the same lineage. It was no wonder that Bai Mu Lu Air could seamlessly adapt. To this day, humans have become the rulers of the land, venturing beyond the stars, while the Nuwa remaining in the depths of the sea have gradually dwindled. Bai Mu Jingji might very well be the last of the Nuwa. A knock sounded at the door. Bai Mu Lu Air approached to open it. Within the military compound, it was Dai Chun entering. Everyone knew he had a well-behaved daughter, yet none were aware of the identity of her mother. "Shall I take you to school, my dear? Can I?" Bai Mu Lu Air was somewhat incredulous. She was no longer the naive little girl, uncertain if ordinary people could accept her existence. Thus, she would merely stroll around the courtyard when alone, refraining from displaying her extraordinary nature to avoid alarming others. "You are just like them now. Others will not notice, as long as you do not speak of it. I have already consulted your mother. She has agreed." "Machem," Bai Mu Lu Air nodded repeatedly. "However, your name must be altered." Daichen hesitated, seemingly encountering a dilemma. The surname Bai Mu was certainly unfeasible, so they considered Dai Lu Air. Not only did it sound unappealing, but the other side would also object. It would not do to persist with her nickname, Tadpole, lest outsiders burst into laughter. Thus, Bai Lu Air was ultimately settled upon. Regardless of the world, all must confront the same fate, a fate called compulsory education. Even when human bodies and brains have been enhanced to this extent, learning remains an unavoidable duty and increasingly extravagant. For newcomers like Zhang Sheng, who had transitioned from the first world, the primary concern was survival. And if there were any surplus energy, one might opt to audit classes. Of course, if one had parents or a family, the situation differed. They could alleviate the burdens of daily life, allowing one to focus on studies, which could be repaid to the family later. This time, the curriculum was more extensive than before, encompassing not just familiar subjects like language, mathematics, and science, but also foundational courses such as planetary exploration and human anatomy. Bai Lu Air had already self-studied many subjects, thus needing not start from the lower grades. After a brief assessment, she could directly enter secondary school. Daichen utilized connections to enroll her in the Navy-affiliated high school. Zhang Sheng had not anticipated that this matter would intertwine with him. During Bai Mu Lu Air's schooling, she casually fastened him to her waist. A decade passed, accompanying her from high school to university, completing all courses and gaining a deeper understanding of many matters. The first realization was that Bai Mu Lu Air's prowess likely positioned her among the very few on Earth to exceed the million mark. Even with Zhang Sheng's 10,000 level willpower, he found himself utterly unable to match her pace of learning. In a wonder, Bai Mu Jingji had no concern for her being bullied on land. Fortunately, schools differed from other places. Many concepts would be repeatedly taught, allowing Zhang Sheng to barely complete his studies, albeit without any certificates or degrees, for no one knew that within Bai Lu Air's dagger resided a living soul. The second realization pertained to the relationship between body and will. The body is fundamental. When it is strengthened, a formidable will emerges naturally. Willpower must rely on the body to exert influence. When it exists independently from the body, like his current state, one cannot accomplish anything. He began to comprehend the source of that willpower energy. Many years prior, human warriors had assaulted the deep sea, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Many formidable individuals, in their final moments, chose to seal their will within magic orbs, hoping that one day their kind would rescue them. Yet, as countless years passed, even the mightiest wills were eroded by time, leaving only pure willpower energy behind. This had inadvertently benefited him. Few, like him, possessed 10,000 level willpower yet lacked even a 10th level body. However, without a body, all was mere talk. Many years later, once he had grown accustomed to solitude and the eternal, he would become like those predecessors, transforming into pure willpower energy. That was not the outcome he desired. But who could assist him? He attempted to communicate with Bai Mu Lu Air, trying several times. All to no avail. She was entirely unaware of his presence. The material of this dagger was akin to that of the magic orbs. Once willpower entered, it could not escape, designed to prevent its natural dissipation. Yet it had inadvertently become a constraint. Who was the imbecile that decided to craft a dagger instead of a proper magic orb? In this form, How could anyone discern that a living person was sealed within? Now, unless he could emerge from the dagger or borrow a brain domain to seek external assistance, neither of which he could currently accomplish, he could not shatter the dagger, nor could he establish a brain domain connection to the outside world. He could perceive everything around him but could effect no change. Finally, he felt a surge of frustration, and at this moment, another was even more troubled. For the first time in her life, Bai Mu Lu Air was irate. She presented numerous treasures before Dai Chun, who, as usual, accepted them. However, herein lay the dilemma. Her father, a man of military background, like all forthright soldiers, was faced with two choices: either surrender these to the state or utilize them for his daughter. Yet, over the past decade, he had merely advanced 3 ranks. Even if these resources were not abundant, though this was relative to the treasures of the Nuwa Palace, perhaps only sufficient to elevate one individual to the 10,000 level, Dai Chun had ultimately only reached the 3rd rank and had yet to make any use of them. His mind seemed to be made of wood. Consequently, Bai Mu Lu Air was vexed. She had completed all her courses and had no further reason to remain on Earth. She yearned to seek opportunities in far-off realms. Yet her father had yet to attain the 10,000 level. Taking her along would likely result in her being scattered by the winds and sands. You should go. Bringing me along would only be a burden. Dai Chun remained unchanged, his demeanor serious, save for the gentle words he reserved for Bai Mu Lu Air. Father. In an unladylike manner, Bai Mu Lu Air placed her hands on her hips. Seeing her father still smiling gently, she could no longer contain her frustration, pinching herself to stifle her emotions. She could not strike her own father. Poor Jiang Shang happened to be affixed to her waist, and with a soft sound, he shattered. What broke? The dagger. Chapter 025. Rebirth. Jiang Shang was momentarily stunned. No amount of contemplation could lead him to foresee such an outcome. Bai Mu Lu Air felt a pang of sorrow. This dagger had accompanied her for many years, yet upon catching sight of Jiang Shang, the two of them, 2 wills, gazed at each other. Perhaps she had never anticipated that there would be someone inside the dagger. I am free now. Jiang Shang let out a long breath, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. You are inside the dagger? Bai Mu Lu Air felt a slight dizziness. There was someone inside the dagger she had carried closely for over 10 years. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue. You cannot fathom the extent of my confinement, 18 long years. Jiang Shang is not typically prone to emotional outbursts, yet the length of his speech at this moment poignantly reflects his current state of mind. 18 years, traversing from calm waters to the abyss of the deep sea, ensnared within the Enhua Palace and hanging from her waist. These years have been spent in this confined space, and I would never wish to endure such a fate again in my lifetime. You, go perish. Bai Mu Lu, initially infuriated, found herself propelled by a confluence of events, and in her rage, she delivered a kick that sent Jiang Shang flying like a soccer ball, landing him 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, her inherent kindness prevailed, and employing a death maneuver, when Jiang Shang opened his eyes, he discovered himself in a familiar location. There stood a sign bearing 3 characters, Recycling Station. This benevolent Enhua, even in her wrath, could not bear to inflict harm upon others. He clasped his hands together towards the south, silently reciting, A great kindness deserves no verbal thanks. What are you staring at? You foolish oaf! If you do not come in soon, prepare to be scattered by the wind. The individual within was notably short-tempered. Hearing such words again felt like a distant memory. He stepped into the recycling station, where he encountered the same boisterous woman, Ame. Instinctively glancing aside, he noted the absence of Jian Jian, recalling that he owed her 200 yuan, uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to repay her. Newcomer, over here. Relax. Ame looked up, handing him a form, saying, Why do you seem a bit familiar? When a human's body is enhanced to a certain degree, their memory becomes remarkably sharp. She remembered him from so many years ago. Jiang Shang replied honestly, This is my 2nd visit. Oh, how careless of you. Where did you injure yourself? Wouldn't it be wise to find a proper job instead? Jiang Shang was at a loss for words. Understanding that she was merely engaging in her habitual monologue. What level do you require? This was a question Jiang Shang was already acquainted with regarding the procedure. I need a loan, level 10. He possessed no funds and was not a first-time visitor, thus had no chance of receiving initial benefits. Tio regained his physical form, He needed to spend his own money. Lacking funds meant he could only resort to borrowing. The recycling station's maximum level was 100, which he dared not request for fear of being unable to repay. For those unable to settle their debts, there was but one path: to be sent off as an interstellar laborer. A profession fraught with peril and devoid of liberation. 100,000. How many years to repay? One level costs 10,000. So level 10 amounts to 100,000. 3 years, perhaps 3 years, plus interest, totals 130,000. The monthly repayment would be 3,611. Here's the form. Fill it out. Jiang Sheng took the loan agreement, meticulously completing it. 10,000 per level, with a rather steep interest rate of 10%. He placed his hand on the light screen, and a body that resonated with his will was swiftly printed. This time, without a maze reminder, he floated over, seamlessly entering the cerebral domain. The familiar sensation of pain rushed back, bringing a sense of warmth. Emerging from the recycling station, the sunlight was slightly blinding. The feeling of seeing the world again was exhilarating. He suddenly felt that the burdens of BS were not insurmountable. First, he needed to find a place to settle. Remembering his former residence, he wondered if it still stood after all these years. He immediately set off, striding purposefully, not wishing to be stranded on the streets before sunset. The Zhao family ancestral home, located at the head of Turtle Mountain by the river, was still standing when he arrived. To his surprise, it was not in the state of disrepair he had imagined. 18 years had passed, and if no one had resided there, the door would likely have rusted. Yet now, the entrance was spotless. The grand tree in front and the seasonal greenery below had been meticulously trimmed. He hesitated, uncertain if this still counted as his home. He quickly searched his cerebral domain, discovering a regulation. If the original homeowner had not returned for 3 years, the property would revert to the local government. Having been absent for 18 years, it was undeniable that the house had new occupants. However, the rules did not specify what would happen if the original owner returned. Upon further investigation, he indeed found such cases. The conclusion: might makes right. According to the principle of the strong, should he enter and prove superior to the current inhabitants, he could reclaim ownership. If he failed, he would be forced to flee. Naturally, he had to be recognized as the original homeowner. Otherwise, it would be considered an unlawful entry. Standing at the threshold, he felt a sense of conflict. Whether to enter or not weighed heavily on him. He was uncertain if he still counted as the owner, given that Zhao Yin was the rightful heir. Such ambiguous matters had already caused him considerable hardship. The last time he was mistaken for Zhao Yin, he was condemned to the depths of the sea, barely escaping with his life. This time, if he were to be identified as his true self, Jiang Sheng, rather than Zhao Yin, it would constitute an unlawful intrusion. Regardless of his ability to contend with the occupant within, he would likely face dire consequences. Reassessing his appearance, uncertainty deepened. 18 years ago, his will was only marginally stronger than Zhao Yan's. Now, however, his willpower was 1,000-fold greater than before, rendering him almost unrecognizable as Zhao Yan. There exists no device to discern willpower. If such a device existed, it would only recognize him as Jiang Sheng, not as the original homeowner, Zhao Yan. Learning from past misfortunes, he decided to retreat. He could not afford to falter in the same place twice. Just as he was about to leave, the courtyard gate swung open, and a figure emerged, blocking his way, with arms crossed and a scrutinizing gaze. The individual seemed to say, "What do you intend to do, young man?" Having already taken a step back, Jiang Sheng hesitated. This person was familiar to him, the very individual who had seized him that day and unjustly accused him of being the murderer. The security administrator, Yanning. What a twist of fate. Could it be that he had been dragged into peril for the sake of this house? Jiang Sheng could not shake the suspicion as he probed with his will into the courtyard. Discovering yet another acquaintance within, to be honest, he had very few familiar faces, yet the one inside was none other than Jian Jian, the kind girl who had lent him 200 yuan. She was lazily sunbathing, appearing as though she had just awoken. The youthful naivety that once graced her face had long since vanished. "Why, apologies. I must have taken a wrong turn," Jiang Sheng said with a smile. His anger dissipating, he turned to leave, wishing to part ways amicably, one with grievances, the other with kindness. Let bygones be bygones. However, sometimes, one cannot simply walk away without consequence. Chapter 026. The dawn of a new era. Yanning stepped forward. Blocking his path, scrutinizing him with a cautious gaze. It was evident that this man was clad only in a pair of shorts, likely yet another piece of refuse from the first world. I am just taking a look around. Typically, when faced with conflict, Jiang Sheng preferred to avoid trouble and did not mind Yin Ying's judgmental gaze. I suspect you are here to steal something. Yin Ying was relentless, seeming to believe that malefactors lurked at every corner. A professional habit, perhaps? Jiang Sheng replied, Sir, I merely passed by, and upon seeing this tree, I thought to seek shade beneath it you lie. It must be said, this security administrator had an uncanny ability to discern truth from falsehood, as he saw through Jiang Sheng's ruse. The journey from the recycling station to this location spanned 7 kilometers, requiring passage through 3 streets and 6 communities, along with a stretch of Riverside Road. No newcomers would venture to this place. You are the first. There will be others. Jiang Sheng remained ambiguous, uncertain of his current standing and whether he could overpower the man before him. In terms of physicality, he was merely at level 10, while his opponent likely hovered around level 30. His only advantage lay in his exceptional willpower, but within the confines of a level 10 body. How effective could it truly be? There was no one else like him. His willpower exceeded physical strength by 1,000-fold. Next time, don't let me catch you here. Yin glared intensely for a moment. Yet Jiang Sheng showed no sign of intimidation. With no evidence to support his claims, Yin could only scoff derisively before turning and retreating into his home. Now, this place was his home. Jiang Sheng began to walk away, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He had no refuge to call his own. For a fleeting moment, he had teetered on the edge of confrontation, yet ultimately restrained himself. A willpower of 10,000 might seem formidable, but contained within a level 10 body, it could not be fully realized, and there would be no replenishment. Each use diminished his strength until only level 10 remained. Suddenly, he thought of Baimu Luer, a girl who, despite being merely 18 years old, had become a formidable warrior, all thanks to the countless resources provided by the Enhua Palace. A body of million-level strength naturally engendered a willpower to match. And she did not endure the same struggles he faced. Time slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. The encroaching night was of little concern, yet his stomach grumbled with hunger. Eating served 2 purposes, one to satiate hunger and sustain life, the other to enhance the body, consuming more than mere survival required. An enhanced body demanded greater sustenance. While mere rice could sustain life, a fortified physique required significantly more. Jiang Sheng strode toward the light. Suddenly, a brief announcement interrupted his thoughts. He opened his cerebral domain, noting that there was still a distance to cover. Listening posed no harm. After hearing all representatives' opinions, our esteemed leader has made the following decree regarding the suspension of initial benefits and the non-acceptance of the First World's will. The resolution is not approved. Jiang Sheng found himself irresistibly drawn in. Despite lacking the qualifications to care deeply about national affairs, he was merely an observer of the commotion. Yet, this resolution felt remarkably close to him. He had previously heard murmurs of a pause, citing insufficient resources and an inability to accommodate newcomers. Nevertheless, the leader's commanding presence was undeniable. The benefits of a new beginning belong to all humanity. They must not be severed in our generation. The First and Second Worlds share the same roots. To exclude them is to exclude ourselves. If resources are lacking, we shall seek them. If Earth is insufficient, we shall venture to the moon. If the moon cannot suffice, then we shall go to Mars. From this day forth, spaceships shall operate around the clock, with the military leading the charge, the people following, men at the forefront, and women and children behind, guided by the party members. We shall migrate into the cosmos. Such resolute declarations, resonating with the voice of a great leader, reverberated throughout the minds of all humanity. Jiang Sheng stood by the roadside, gazing upwards. Moments ago, he had nearly come to blows over a mere tile. And now, upon turning around, he found himself on the cusp of a grand era. This path ahead is fraught with challenges, demanding the courage of strong individuals to explore it. Our valiant people's army shall lead the way, and all difficulties will be mere paper tigers, destined to be conquered by the fearless populace. This was but a narration. Following it, a familiar voice rang out. Now, I command. After a brief pause, the resounding voice of the troops responded. First Division. Move out! A vivid image unfolded in everyone's minds. Countless soldiers lined up in perfect formation to board the spacecraft, not bearing rifles or cannons, but laden with backpacks filled with seeds and water. Destined to be the trailblazers, paving the way for future generations. This is a path strewn with thorns, demanding countless sacrifices, yet every drop of blood shed is worthwhile. The pioneers shall be immortalized in history. Starting tomorrow, all warriors unwilling to live in mediocrity shall gather at the assembly point, to be uniformly dispatched to the moon. The live broadcast continued, unwavering. Jiang Sheng observed in silence, forgetting that he was still hungry. Until all sounds and images faded away as he looked down at his feet, bare and shoeless. A blue sedan sped past, suddenly halting in front of him, leaving a long mark on the road. "Hey, kid, are you heading to the airport?" Jiang Sheng nodded, naturally curious to see. "Hop in, I'll take you." What an enthusiastic young man. He wondered if this ride would cost anything. As he pondered, he opened the car door, feeling a moment of disorientation upon entering, suddenly recalling a similar experience from many years ago. "Look at you, without even a proper outfit. There's a set in the back for you to wear." Jiang Sheng glanced to his right and indeed spotted a few scattered garments. Should he wear them or not? Did he still hold the right to be choosy? "Thank you, I'm Jiang Sheng. And you? Ouyang Ding. Put on this outfit and from now on, we'll be brothers." Brothers? Jiang Sheng was taken aback. He was accustomed to solitude and, of course, he hadn't always been alone. In his youth, he had many close companions. But as time passed, they drifted apart, and their bonds inevitably faded. Ouyang Ding glanced at the rearview mirror, noting Jiang Sheng's neat attire, and grinned. "What do you think? Looks good, right?" Jiang Sheng nodded. Their physiques were similar. "And the outfit fit just right. Dio, you want to go outside?" "Outside? What do you mean?" Suddenly enlightened, he suspected it was related to the earlier broadcast. "Yes. Once you don this uniform, you can leave tonight. Getting a head start on others. Oh." Jiang Sheng examined the insignia on his shoulder. 2 stars. If this uniform were authentic, it likely indicated the rank of private. "What does this soldier mean?" "Don't laugh at me. Brother, I have responsibilities at home. Though I yearn to serve my country, I cannot resist my mother's tears and pleas. The military's orders are not to be defied, and our regiment is set to deploy tonight. I saw you lingering by the roadside earlier, and I have a rather immature proposal. Speak. Wear this uniform and take my place. From today onward, you shall be Ouyang Ding if you have any unfulfilled wishes. Just say the word, and I will help you fulfill them." Chapter 027. Enlisting in another's place, it sounded like a matter of life and death, yet it seemed to hold a certain truth. The nearest transit station was the moon, where the temperature fluctuated over 300 degrees Celsius between day and night, with highs exceeding 100 and lows dropping below freezing. Without a body capable of withstanding such extremes, survival would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. You have to go eventually. Accompanying the military is certainly better than going with ordinary folks. There's assurance in that. His words held merit, yet Jiang Sheng remained uncertain. Would such a blatant substitution go unnoticed? The military hasn't engaged in combat for decades. Soldiers know not their commanders, and commanders know not their soldiers. If you don this uniform and firmly believe yourself to be Ouyang Ding, no one will pry into your affairs. Besides, it's the first day, Ouyang Ding explained. You see, my qualification as a private is something my family bought through connections. I initially intended to merely hold a nominal position. However, when the military suddenly mobilized, my name was already submitted. I had no choice but to comply. So, I ask of you, brother, what conditions do you require? I will grant any that I can. He looked at Jiang Sheng with a hint of anxiety. A man cornered and desperate. All right, I have one condition. Brother, speak. I shall comply if within my means. I owe 130,000 to the recycling station for my new body. If you promise to go to the moon, I'll consider it settled. 23,000 is also acceptable. As it was an agreement, Jiang Sheng refrained from further discussion, directly opening his banking app to initiate a transfer. Moments later, the transaction was completed. Brother, I'll escort you to this point. Beyond lies our military's secure zone. We are the 153rd Regiment, 3 RD Battalion, 3 RD Company, 2 ND Platoon. Once you arrive, present your documents, and someone will guide you in. Understood. Jiang Sheng opened the car door. Adjusted his uniform, ensuring nothing was amiss. Brother, I shall remember this favor. If we meet again, drinks are on me. Ouyang Ding stepped out, patting Jiang Sheng on the shoulder. Your documents are in your pocket. Take care. With that, he opened the car door and drove away, leaving Jiang Sheng to catch a glimpse of a glimmer in his eye. Watching him depart, Jiang Sheng straightened his attire and proceeded. What is your purpose? Private Ouyang Ding, requesting to rejoin the ranks. Jiang Sheng presented his identification, and after the guard verified it, he was granted entry. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. The migration into the cosmos was an unprecedented endeavor. The military's mission extended beyond mere reconnaissance. It also entailed establishing bases along the way to provide a haven for the ordinary citizens who would follow. Unaware of his platoon's position, Jiang Sheng simply continued onward. He collided with someone who, upon seeing him looking around, immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "Which unit are you from? Running around aimlessly?" Private Ouyang Ding from the 2nd Platoon of 3rd Company. Over there. Yes, Jiang Sheng saluted. Though he had never served, he recalled the basics from military training in his youth. After walking a short distance, he quickly stopped someone, inquiring, "Comrade, could you please tell me where the 3rd Company is?" "That would be me. Are you from my platoon?" Jiang Sheng noticed that the individual bore 3 stars on his shoulder, evidently the company commander. 2 in D platoon. The company commander turned and shouted, "Platoon leader, take your personnel back." Yes, a sturdy man approached. He wasn't tall but had broad shoulders, and upon seeing Ouyang Ding, he did not check for identification but simply said, "Follow me." Jiang Sheng followed him to a nearby marching tent, where he estimated around 20 to 30 people gathered. "What is your name?" "Ouyang Ding." The platoon leader opened the roster and marked Ouyang Ding's name. "We happen to need a squad leader. Since you're a private, you'll be in charge of these few men." He noted Jiang Sheng's 2 stars, and during these unusual times, there was little adherence to protocol, gesturing to a group of 5 behind him, indicating Jiang Sheng to join them. "Understood," Jiang Sheng affirmed, stepping beside them. The others had heard the platoon leader's directive and promptly greeted him. "Listen up, within half an hour, before 8 o'clock, everyone needs to pack their belongings and prepare to board the vehicles heading to the airport." The company commander stood at the center of several squads, issuing commands. "Commander, our platoon still has personnel who haven't arrived. Those who are absent will be treated as deserters." Yes, the atmosphere grew tense. Desertion in wartime could lead to severe consequences. Jiang Sheng tightened his belt. He had little to pack, only a bundle containing food, seeds, and water. "Squad leader, where are you from? And you?" "I'm local. My name is Wang Xinsu. My family grows vegetables, but the soil is becoming increasingly barren, and my father had no choice but to send me to join the military. I have 11 older brothers." Jiang Sheng noted Wang Xinsu's name and the fact that he had 11 brothers. "Those who know me usually call me Shangjiang. You can call me that too. I came from the first world and happened to enlist during the draft." Jiang Sheng was reluctant for others to address him as Ouyang Ding, for that was not his true name. Yet, he could not use his own, so he simply introduced his nickname. "What about you all? Let's share our names and get to know each other better. We shall need to look out for one another in the future." "I am Tian Su, hailing from Huangbi. I am Zhou Luo, from Jiangxia. I am Gui Fa, a newcomer from the first world. I am Yan Nan." Together with Jiang Sheng, there were 6 individuals in total. This class appeared somewhat small, and notably, all 6 were fresh recruits. "Is there anything to eat? I am absolutely famished and can hardly think of anything else." "Since I am already here." "Yes, what would you like, class leader?" Wang Xinsu rummaged through his bag and produced a potato and a sweet potato. "I'll take the potato, thank you. Once I harvest my own produce, I shall return the favor. No need for such formalities, class leader. It's just a single potato." Jiang Sheng was too hungry to be polite, and he began to gnaw on the potato, for some reason. After this recent physical reformation, he felt particularly ravenous. Whether it was due to having not tasted food for 18 years or the mismatch between will and body, his subconscious seemed to urge him to consume. Consume. Oh, by the way, class leader, what is your rank? Level 10. Level 10. Are you joking, class leader? Jiang Sheng's voice was initially soft, but Wang Xinsu's loud exclamation drew the attention of many. "Level 10? Surely, you cannot survive a night on the moon." Tian Su and Yan Nan exchanged incredulous glances. "Squad leader, I have something to report." Gui Fa was more direct, even standing up to approach the squad leader. "Speak. I believe our class leader is unfit. We cannot take him to the moon." "Why is that?" "He is merely level 10, a burden." Level 10 denotes the lowest tier. Even the poorest, who might have nothing but water to drink, would surely surpass level 10 upon reaching adulthood. Chapter 028. Insufficient rank. The squad leader immediately turned to him, a look of confusion in his eyes, for the records indicated that Ouyang Ding was at level 52. Report, squad leader. I was injured by a sea monster during a recent voyage. I was fortunate to return, and this is my newly printed body, Jiang Sheng hastily explained. Since he had promised Ouyang Ding to substitute for him, he could only do his utmost and let fate decide whether he could keep it a secret. However, Gua Fa was eager to file a complaint. The squad leader remained silent, his expression dark, knowing that dismissing someone now would not be appropriate. Report, squad leader. I refuse to work with him. He is unworthy. Unexpectedly, Zhou Luo also stood up. Lacking the strength to sway the group, Jiang Sheng refrained from arguing and merely said, Squad leader, please choose another class leader. I refuse to be in the same class as him. Me too, Zhou Luo and Gua Fa spoke in succession, while the remaining three looked on with awkward expressions. I'm sorry, squad leader, but I too am unwilling. Wang Xinsu joined their side, followed by Tian Su and Yin Nan. None of the five wanted to be paired with him, not even in the same team. They clearly held him in deep disdain. Jiang Sheng could only smile bitterly, wondering if he would be expelled. He remained silent, awaiting the squad leader's decision. However, such significant matters were not within the purview of a single squad leader, especially in these unusual circumstances. The troubled expression on the squad leader's face deepened. Yet he ultimately chose to report Jiang Sheng's situation upwards. Despite the risk of reprimand from his superiors, a level 10 recruit would only serve as a liability should they venture forth. 3 minutes later, the regiment's decision arrived. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Ouyang Ding, the order was to remain at the camp, rather than join the main force on the moon. The entire regiment departed, leaving a designated individual to guard the base. That individual was Jiang Sheng. At 8 o'clock, the troops set out promptly. Jiang Sheng followed them to the camp entrance, watching as rows of personnel boarded vehicles. Hey, soldier! The last aboard was an officer whose rank Jiang Sheng did not know, but he noticed the insignia of 1 stripe and 2 stars on his shoulder. The officer appeared to be calling him, prompting Jiang Sheng to hurriedly approach. You are the only one remaining in the camp. Remember to adhere to the internal regulations and do not become lax, understood? Yes, he surmised the officer was the instructor. Dozens of vehicles departed the military base in a grand procession, leaving the once bustling area eerily quiet. The entire regiment, from cooks to logistics, had mobilized, leaving him alone behind. The vast camp was now shrouded in darkness. The lights extinguished before departure. Would they ever return? Jiang Sheng could not foresee the future. Once migration commenced, no one could predict the destination. Under the moonlight, he conducted a thorough inspection of the camp, both inside and out, ensuring not a single pot, bowl, or utensil was left behind. Aside from the immovable buildings and iron beds, there was a basketball court. He approached, stood on the hoop, and gazed at the rim. With a gentle leap, he landed on the backboard, sitting comfortably while taking in the distant city lights. Nestled in the mountains, the camp felt especially tranquil, even though it was just past 8 o'clock. This vast expanse is now mine, Jiang Sheng mused. However, one pressing concern remained, his hunger. The troops received monthly rations, yet those funds would hardly reach him. As Ouyang Ding remained the rightful owner, he could not harbor expectations. Compared to a few hours prior, he now had a place to reside. Then he remembered the heavy pack he carried, quickly setting it down. Inside were seeds, which he scanned for information, revealing them all to be lottery seeds. Lottery seeds are a unique variety. When cultivated normally, they yield rice sufficient for sustenance, but when grown abnormally, they produce mutated rice, with each grain the size of a watermelon and ready to eat without cooking. Ordinary rice can sustain one for 3 days per grain, while unlimited supply would enable 1 grain a day to augment strength by 1 level over 3 days, for the mutated rice. It is a rarity among lottery seeds, with a 1 in a million chance of occurrence, providing sustenance for 3 years and increasing strength by 10 levels. Nevertheless, regardless of what one consumes, enduring 3 days without food would lead to weakness and a drop in rank. It is akin to polar bears entering hibernation. If they do not eat throughout winter, they emerge emaciated. The same applies to humans, whether one is a million-level competitor or merely a level 10. Prolonged deprivation of energy will result in a decline in rank. Therefore, the general rule of thumb is to consume voraciously when food is available, elevating one's rank. and to minimize movement when food is scarce. Maintaining one's rank. Thus, ordinary individuals would prefer to ride rather than run, and to board spacecraft instead of flying. Consequently, most people avoid fighting, regardless of the provocation, unless absolutely necessary. Feeling a bit bored, Jiang Sheng pondered aimlessly. He slid down from the backboard, perhaps because his willpower far exceeded his physical condition, the pain induced by BS being less pronounced. He found a vacant patch beside the basketball court, dug a hole with one hand, buried the rice seeds, and fetched water from a nearby pond to sprinkle over them. Simple and straightforward, by this time tomorrow, he would reap the rewards. This pack of seeds contained over 100 grains, roughly enough to sustain him for a year. Jiang Sheng meticulously calculated his assets, realizing that since arriving in this world, he was at his most affluent moment. He lay in the center of the court, gazing dreamily at the moon above. On such a peculiar night, many found it hard to sleep. 100 miles to the west lay the headquarters of the Central Military District, where Dai Chun had been waiting in his chair for quite some time. However, the commanding officer had yet to make an appearance since the meeting began at noon. A military expedition is far more complex than a mere command. The district commander had not even sipped a drop of water from morning till evening. After a while, there was finally a sound of the door opening. "You've arrived. Commander, take a seat." The district commander got straight to the point. "I summoned you today to seek your opinion. We have successfully cultivated 200 grains of level 10 rice, all thanks to the resources you exchanged from the deep sea. However, with many vying for these limited grains, it is challenging to navigate the complexities of human relationships. 200 grains of level 10 rice, if bestowed upon a single individual, could swiftly cultivate a talent of level 100. Yet, with so many individuals in the military, each with their own merits and personalities, it was impossible to satisfy everyone. Commander, I am but a simple man and do not understand such matters. You decide what is most suitable." Dai Chun did not seek credit for himself, even if he had procured these resources. His contribution was significant. By deferring, the commander found himself in a more difficult position. Initially, he hoped to persuade Dai Chun to quell the dissenting voices, but Dai Chun's humility only fueled their eagerness to voice their opinions. The commander was well aware of the temperament of his old subordinate. Though he refrained from demanding, he could not allow him to be shortchanged. "You shall receive 3 grains. The remainder will be allocated to the state." The commander made the final decision, and Dai Chun nodded in agreement. Chapter 029. Honor and competition. Soon, news reached the higher-ups. Though it was late, the lights in the room remained bright, and a solitary figure sat upright, unwavering even in the late hour. Thick eyebrows framed eyes that seemed to pierce through all pretense. "Commander, the Central Military District has sent a document requesting approval." The staff member hesitated, yet ultimately presented the document. Given the unusual timing, any information regarding military matters could not afford to be delayed. "Let me see." The commander took the document, which detailed the movements of the troops, but concluded with a twist. "Mentioning the 200 grains of level 10 rice, I am aware of this matter. They have executed their tasks remarkably well." The document specifies the intention to deliver the 10,000-ton rice to the Central Authority for unified distribution. In response to the Central Military District, it is imperative during such extraordinary times to refrain from discussing merit and reward. Accolades belong to the past. The focus must be on sending this rice to the front lines for the valiant soldiers who are expanding our territory. The commander's directive was swiftly issued, and with this unequivocal order, news of the 10,000-ton rice rapidly circulated among the troops. Naturally, many desired to obtain such rice, and even amidst the reluctance to part from their homeland, each heart was ignited with fervor, burning fiercely without the need for a spark. Ouyang Ding, who had turned back from the gates of the barracks, also received this news. The 10,000-ton rice, a single grain, could enhance one's physical prowess to an extraordinary level, a prospect unattainable for the average person. Yet, now he had relinquished the opportunity, and a profound sorrow shadowed his countenance. His mother, a civilian official, recognized his despondency and, understanding the cause, could only sigh and advise. The 10,000-ton rice is indeed a precious commodity, yet precisely because of its value, it eludes ordinary people like us. Your father ventured into the deep sea in hopes of securing a future, sacrificing his very life in the process. I cannot allow you to tread the same perilous path." Ouyang Ding fell silent. His father's demise felt like a thunderclap to him and his family, a taboo subject they all preferred to avoid. Please forgive a mother's selfishness. He could not bring himself to blame her, forcing a smile instead, perhaps feeling rushed, as he had sought someone to take his place without even inquiring their name. Perhaps out of a sense of embarrassment and shame. The person he recalled, however, was sleeping soundly at that moment in a tranquil mountain valley, within a soon-to-be-abandoned military camp, on a court that had long seen no activity. He lay in the center. The night breeze was cool, and as a BS patient, he could not afford to be reckless. Prolonged exposure to the cold would lead to stiffness in his neck. Indeed, he furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. After a refreshing sleep, he rose and stretched, allowing his stiff body to loosen. This hour was rather awkward. To sleep again would be futile, yet to venture out at this late hour seemed unwise. What to do? Jiang Sheng unconsciously patted his pocket, abruptly realizing that he had no phone. Craving news or games, he could simply access them through his cerebral interface. With a flick of his left eye, he activated the cerebral interface. A report came in from the new youth journalist on the front lines. Currently departing is the 153rd Regiment of the Central Military District. Their predecessors were exemplary units of our army. Jiang Sheng observed quietly, even spotting his squad leader and Wang Xinsu on the screen. Alas, they were unwilling to include him. For some reason, he felt they had changed. Was it perhaps due to the presence of the camera? The individuals on screen appeared vibrant and energetic, a stark contrast to their solemn demeanor at departure. Just as he was about to continue watching, an unexpected buzzing sound emerged from above. He looked up, relieved to find it was not alarming. A drone, the size of a plate, hovered overhead. Curiously, he wondered who, on this dark night, had the leisure to send a drone into the mountains. Remembering this was a military camp, he speculated whether it could be the fabled spies. As he focused, the drone circled once before flying directly towards him. His heart raced. Surely such a drone could not be armed. As he braced himself, the drone hovered above him, suddenly opening its belly and dropping a dark object. A bomb. He hastily threw himself to the ground, yet after a long pause, no explosion followed. Confused, he stood up to investigate what had been dropped. It was a box sealed with tape. Tob opened by Han Zhan of the 153rd Regiment. The seal bore inscriptions that Jiang Sheng could see but did not recognize Han Zhan. After all, no one had informed him that the commander of the 153rd Regiment was Han Zhan. With the troops gone, who would send such a package? Jiang Sheng picked it up. It was light, yet he could not discern its contents. After pondering for a moment, he took it back to his quarters, placing it on the table. He resumed watching the news, which was filled with reports of various units departing. When suddenly a pop-up appeared, he was momentarily taken aback. Why was there advertising everywhere? Just as he was about to close it, he glanced at the content, which was a game promotion. Real person glory competition? Forge your own realm. It was clearly a misleading advertisement, designed to entice the naive youth. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to explore further. Jiang Sheng mused, feeling a twinge of curiosity regarding the games of this world. Following the familiar process, he registered an account, and in a flash of intent, his registration was successful. Upon entering the game, he found himself transported into a grand hall. We are about to conduct a test. A melodious female voice echoed in his ears, and before he could register anything, the results were already available. Physical strength, level 10, willpower, unknown. Target has entered the game for the first time. Detecting location. Detection successful, stationed at a military area. Generating. A series of operations occurred without Jiang Sheng's consent, akin to a phone under a virus's influence. How do I exit? Jiang Sheng felt a bit dazed, unable to locate the exit button. This ridiculous game. It won't consume me, will it? He pondered, staring at the freshly painted walls, unable to discern whether he was in a virtual or a real world. I in the real world. He was in his quarters. Facing the painted wall. I in the virtual world. He was also in his quarters. Facing the painted wall. Is anyone there? He attempted to call out, surprised to find his voice echoed in real time. I want to leave. With a sudden thought, he found himself back out. Touching his forehead and pinching his face, he confirmed he had returned. That place, the so-called real person glory competition, felt terrifying, as if his very soul had been extracted. Perhaps it was merely the first experience. He felt somewhat unaccustomed. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if all games in this world operated in such a manner. Searching for information on the game, he discovered that the real person glory competition was a national level key project. Its original design aimed to allow soldiers to showcase their physical capabilities without reservation. In reality, such practice would require substantial resources, and virtual combat served as a breakthrough to hone combat skills. Originally intended for internal military use, a civilian version was later developed, the very place Jiang Shang had inadvertently entered. This version of the cerebral interface game directly connected to one's will, reflecting all sensory perceptions in the virtual world, indistinguishable from reality. Therefore, why not venture in once more? Chapter 030. Unknown Rice. Jiang Shang retraced his steps to the real person glory competition entrance. Clicking in once again. This time, the experience felt considerably better. He moved cautiously within, engaging with the virtual self and finding amusement. Welcome back, player. Would you like to compete against real opponents? Jiang Shang hesitated. Real competition likely required physical engagement, and his abilities had deteriorated significantly. Once a formidable fighter, he had since refrained from conflict due to his BS condition. I'll take a look. If it doesn't work out, I can always exit. Please select the battle difficulty. 4 options appeared. Easy, normal, hard, hell. Let's start with hell, he thought, embracing the opportunity for enlightenment. He silently confirmed his choice. After all, it was merely a virtual world. Player's physical strength, level 10. Matching with a 1000-level opponent, please wait. Matching successful, please wait. Another individual received the same notification. Her name was Xia Chu, hailing from Dunhuang. Free-spirited, she typically opted for random opponents, having faced countless battles both in-game and in reality. Establishing herself as a formidable figure, upon seeing her opponent's details, she nearly burst into laughter, unable to restrain herself. A level 10 kid. A mere breath could extinguish him. At that moment, Jiang Shang was also viewing her information. A goddess-level figure over 1000 levels. Wow, those long legs. The battle was about to commence. Both prepared themselves. The scene shifted, placing them simultaneously on the virtual arena. Xia Chu crossed her arms, one long leg forward and the other back, gazing at her opponent with a displeased pout. Jiang Shang observed her. The woman stood at 1.96 meters tall, imposing enough to create pressure, let alone engage physically. Will you concede, or shall I take action? You may proceed. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xia Chu dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to his head. Ugh! Jiang Shang jolted back to reality, his head pounding painfully, as if it had been split apart. It took considerable time for him to regain composure. SBS patient. Pain was not unfamiliar to him, yet the intensity of this pain was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against the table, realizing this was the reality of hell difficulty. Accidentally, he knocked over the table, causing the wooden box that had been resting on its edge to tumble to the ground. The speed of a 1000-level fighter proved inadequate. Despite clearly witnessing the event, his body could not react in time. Half an hour later, the pain subsided somewhat. He steadied himself against the table, remaining silent. He righted the table and retrieved the wooden box, noting that the seal had come undone during the fall. Searching for Han Zhan's contact information yielded no results. Likely, the military had confidentiality protocols, rendering active personnel's information inaccessible to outsiders. Jiang Shang opened the wooden box, revealing white foam encasing a rice grain the size of a fist. It was a fortunate coincidence, as his stomach had been left unsatisfied. Should I eat it? He hesitated, reflecting that this rice did not rightfully belong to him. Yet, the faint aroma of rice wafting from it ignited his appetite. And with a surge of temptation, he thought, what's the harm? It's right here. I might as well indulge. Upon opening his mouth, he quickly chewed and swallowed the morsel in a few bites. As for the flavor, it was rather mild, lacking anything particularly special. He smacked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of incompleteness. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to partake in the realm of virtual glory. A splendid venue indeed. He ventured back inside. However, a notification informed him that he had been eliminated with a headshot, advising him to recuperate and refrain from competitive play for 3 days. To his dismay, this wretched game outright rejected him. Embarrassed, he stepped back, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the search bar below, revealing related gaming communities. The fastest instant kill in history, a new work by Goddess Xia Chu. He clicked on it, and a short video unfolded before him, showcasing himself and her. As she executed a flawless headshot, he had been defeated, while she appeared effortlessly graceful. The comments flooded in with praises, extolling her beauty and mocking the foolishness of his opponent. Jiang Sheng stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Was this really a thing? It was his first experience being the center of attention, though he had once unknowingly been part of a billion viewers. Kindness invites exploitation, and the strong prey on the weak. To say he was outclassed would be a generous understatement. It felt more akin to an ant challenging an elephant or a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation, realizing it was late and he ought to sleep. This slumber was surprisingly sweet, perhaps due to dreams of someone special. It had been ages since he last thought of her, and the memories had grown faint. The following morning, he strolled around the camp, uncertain whether to remain or establish a permanent residence there. He approached the edge of the court to observe the lottery seeds he had planted the previous night. Indeed, they had taken root and begun to sprout. If one looked closely, they could witness the rice shoots growing visibly, while the surrounding soil shifted, depleted of its nutrients. Resource exhaustion and barren lands were not mere phrases. They were stark realities. Though 100 lottery seeds seemed plentiful, they could sustain him for only a year. He could not simply linger here, waiting for resources to dwindle. Since he could not follow the troops, he resolved to venture forth on his own. Jiang Sheng made up his mind and settled beside the burgeoning rice shoots, patiently awaiting their maturation. Listening to music seemed an excellent choice at this moment. He activated his brain domain with a few taps of his left eye, accessing the music charts for a sequential playback. Closing his eyes, he experienced the song for the first time in this mental realm. An enchanting sensation, as if the melodies emerged from the depths of his heart, stirring his thoughts. In the days to come, you will be my wind and snow, my simplicity, and my humble existence. Why did he often refer to many years ago? He chuckled softly to himself, pondering whether he had indeed grown old without realizing it. Yet now, in this world, it felt as though he possessed boundless vitality. Perhaps he should venture forth to see what had transpired in 18 years, those people. What had become of them? He rose and gazed beyond the mountains. If he had thoughts, he ought to act on them. He had no recollection of how he had traversed this path, but by the time he reached his destination, evening had descended. This place bore a striking resemblance to the first world, yet the same cities emerged in different locations. Jiang Sheng speculated that perhaps this was intentional, to prevent the painful reminders of the past. After all, humans possess emotions and cannot perpetually live in their former lives. Thus, maintaining some distance from the past was likely for the best. Goodbye, he murmured, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Had she not once been so familiar? He might not have recognized her at all. She had changed. Her hair was dyed, her face bore spots, and fine lines formed at the corners of her eyes. Compared to the past, she had shed her youthful innocence. She sat alone, dining, while her husband seemed to be absent. Perhaps it was for the best. Jiang Sheng quietly took a seat beside her. Once, they had shared the same roof in the same world. Yet now, an invisible barrier separated them. He could see her, but she remained entirely unaware of his presence. Buzzing interrupted his thoughts, the sound of his phone vibrating. The video call came through, and she answered. Have you eaten? I am eating. What about our son? He hasn't returned. He mentioned a classmate gathering. Oh, then enjoy your meal. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. When will you be back? Uncertain. The project is quite tricky. It could be a week at best, or half a month at worst. Understood. She ended the call and casually grabbed the remote to turn on the television, watching an unfamiliar drama. Jiang Sheng sat across from her, struck by the peculiar sensation, much like an experienced driver had described, where a screen separates two worlds, allowing one to observe everything within yet unable to effect any change. In hindsight, why had it come to this? Life unfolded in such a manner, didn't it? He smiled wryly and waved goodbye to her, as if it were their final parting. Chapter 031. Encountering a ghost wandering amidst the eaves of a city illuminated 18 years hence. Scenes flitted through his mind as he retraced the paths of his past, step by step. The intersection was just ahead, where Zhang Weiming had invited him into the vehicle. Before him stood the rented apartment where he once resided, and the nearby mall where he had purchased clothes and shoes. Suddenly, realization struck him. Old Jiang had a wife. He paused, contemplating. It was true. Before he arrived in this world, he had not only held the title of legal representative for the Earth Group, but was also Zhang Shiwen's nominal husband. What had become of her now? He located the Earth Group, but it seemed devoid of its former splendor. From a height of 10,000 meters, he spotted Zhang Shiwen, standing by the window at the top floor, seemingly surveying the city beneath the night sky. Zhang Sheng regarded death with indifference, thus he held no desire to uncover whether her actions were intentional or accidental. Yet, upon their reunion, an inexplicable emotion would surely linger. Perhaps it was due to their past as spouses, even if their bond had been half-hearted. Time had etched little upon her visage. If one were to count, she must now be in her 40s. Jiang Sheng stood beside her, following her gaze to observe the bustling crowd below. A small boy fell, yet he did not cry. He simply rose and continued to follow the woman ahead of him. Presumably his mother died in that moment, Jiang Sheng thought of his own parents, a surge of regret filling his heart. The one place he dared not visit was his own home, where his parents resided, the ones he held most dear. Yet, he had disappointed them. In an instant, all thoughts vanished. With a sigh, he turned and departed this realm. Having traversed the night roads often, he was no stranger to encountering the supernatural. Tonight, however, the moon was absent, and darkness enveloped the mountain, devoid of even birdsong. Indeed, there were no birds, nor even mice. Resource depletion was not merely a saying. It was an undeniable truth on land. Wild animals had vanished entirely, be they one-legged, two-legged, three-legged, or four-legged. They had all been consumed by humanity. Within the realm of his perception, he discerned something, a faint wisp of will, akin to a ghost in the first world. This specter was on the brink of dissipating. Trembling in fear and hiding amidst the grass, utterly oblivious to Jiang Sheng's approach, Jiang Sheng lifted her gently, recalling the image of a bicycle with a cow's head and a horse's face. Should he procure himself a means of transport? Walking like this merely consumed time and energy. Though he did not appear particularly menacing, perhaps the ghost was too weak to feel fear. He attempted to awaken her will, but to no avail. Surely, she hasn't perished? With a few taps, he accessed the brain domain, calling out, "Hey, I've found someone." No body, incredibly weak. Requesting assistance, urgently. What is the rush? Just tuck her in your mouth and carry her to the recycling station. It was evident he was a novice, eliciting laughter. Upstairs isn't joking. Willpower can only survive within a body. Just ensure she is weaker than you. Otherwise, you might inadvertently be usurped, which would be quite awkward. If you're worried, you could also stuff her in your rear. That way, you won't be taken advantage of. Quite insightful, Jiang Sheng thought. Feeling speechless, he opened his mouth and placed the will within, holding it gently. He had no concerns regarding being usurped, as he possessed a willpower of 10,000 levels. A mere ordinary person stood no chance against him. Sure enough, the will nestled in his mouth appeared calm. IVE gained some knowledge. Thank you all. Did you really put her in your rear? Share a picture, share a picture. Jiang Sheng hurriedly logged off. This crowd was far too irreverent. By the time he arrived at the recycling station, it was already midnight. Fortunately, there were still attendants on duty. However, the young lady at the desk was asleep, slumped in her chair, unaware of the drool escaping her lips. Jiang Sheng approached, rapping lightly on the tabletop, and released the ghost he had been carrying onto the surface. Can't you bring her over tomorrow? It's late. Let us have some peace. The young lady grumbled as she adeptly followed the procedure. Placing her hand on the screen, Jiang Sheng did the same, and they discovered that the ghost's talent was merely at level 3? How disappointing. Such a lowly talent was a waste of resources. She muttered under her breath, yet her words were audible to Jiang Sheng. Talent level 32. Initial benefits level 3.com. Let us prepare her. Following the familiar process, a woman was soon materialized. Jiang Sheng placed the will upon her body. Yet upon its entry, she did not awaken. What is going on? I'll check. The staff member appeared uncertain. After searching for relevant information, she replied, she is quite formidable. She managed to escape from the horse-faced creature. Truly, her low-level talent has left her with the worst luck, resulting in her current half-alive state. She refrained from mentioning that the horse-faced creature might have been negligent in his duties. It was a known truth among them. Jiang Sheng, however, showed little interest in the matter. He gestured. How can we wake her? No need to worry. She will awaken in a couple of days. Oh, what shall we do now? Observing the impatience etched on the face of the young lady at the counter, Jiang Sheng had no choice but to lift her up. He decided to carry her back first. Since her body was already present, it would not be long before her consciousness would return. Once she awakened, everything would be fine. With this thought in mind, he cradled her again, but feeling fatigued, he resorted to carrying her on his back. Suddenly, a private message pinged in his mind. Curiously, he opened it, only to find a notification from the bank, a message confirming the arrival of funds. Initially, there was just 249.12, but it now appeared to have increased by an additional 300. Puzzled, he soon noticed an attached note. Successfully completed the task for the Oxhead Horseface, level 3 newcomer, reward of 300 yuan. So, it turned out that saving someone came with its own rewards, which was a delightful surprise for him. Upon returning to the camp, he gently placed the girl on the bed. The distinction between genders was clear, and fortunately, there were many vacant rooms. Jiang Sheng moved himself to the adjacent space. He recalled the lottery seeds he had sown the previous day and hurried over to the edge of the court. Alas, his luck was dismal. He had only harvested ordinary rice. Perhaps the soil lacked nourishment? He plucked the rice, intending to eat it, but realized he was not hungry. Odd, considering he had not eaten since the night before. Yet, if he had not been running around, he could have easily gone 3 days without food. With such an exertion today, he should have felt famished. Nevertheless, he decided to eat it regardless, to bolster his physical strength. He brought it to his mouth but hesitated to bite down, thinking that if the girl he had rescued woke up, he should have something prepared for her. He pocketed the ordinary rice and returned to the adjacent room to rest. To his surprise, the girl awakened sooner than he had anticipated. As dawn broke, she suddenly sat upright, startling Jiang Sheng awake as well. He felt uncertain whether he should approach her or not. However, the girl remained composed. Not screaming or panicking, she simply got up to explore her surroundings, likely familiarizing herself with her new environment. After a while, he heard the sound of a door opening next door, and her demeanor shifted to one of slight apprehension. Jiang Sheng stood at the doorway and gently knocked, saying, "If you are awake, please come out." There was no response from within, so he refrained from speaking further and stepped back a couple of paces. After a moment, the girl opened the door, her eyes locking onto his. "Were you the one who saved me?" she asked. Jiang Sheng nodded and took the rice from his pocket to offer it to her. She hesitated, glancing at him before accepting it. Her right eye blinked 3 times. "Huh?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, blinking her right eye 3 times again. Jiang Sheng's request clearly left her confused, yet she complied. "Please check your account," he instructed, transferring the 300 yuan he had received the night before into her account. "Blink your left eye 3 times to understand this place." She followed his instructions, immersing herself in her mind for quite some time. Jiang Sheng did not disturb her, nor did he need to. Most of the time, he was rather indifferent. Had he been his usual self last night, he might have chosen to ignore her plight and simply walked away. But fortune smiled upon the girl, as she encountered a less typical version of Jiang Sheng. "My name is Meng Qiao." She introduced herself. He had expected to wait a while longer for her to speak, but she did so much sooner than anticipated. "Jiang Sheng," he replied. "Thank you for saving me, but I cannot accept this rice or the money." Just then, a notification chimed from the bank, confirming the receipt of the 300 yuan transfer, and Meng Qiao returned the ordinary rice to him. They exchanged glances, each sensing a bit of familiarity in the other, despite their differing genders. "You seem quite young. How did you end up here?" She inquired. "I have ALS," he replied. "ALS? That's somewhat similar to BS, isn't it?" She mused in a wonder. "But this illness is far more lethal. Without timely treatment, the outcome is dire. Such insidious and rare conditions often elude even the most astute doctors, let alone the average person. Most people delay treatment in the early stages, and once the disease manifests, few survive beyond 2 years, left to watch their own demise unfold. In contrast, BS does not directly threaten life. If one possesses a sufficiently strong will, enduring constant pain and a life distinct from others can lead to longevity. Both afflictions are incurable." Jiang Sheng chuckled softly, refraining from directly answering her, instead bending slightly as if to demonstrate something. For a normal person, bending down to touch their knees would be effortless. Yet for him, it felt akin to being captured in slow motion. "You have BS?" she surmised, clearly aware of the condition. Those who have suffered long often become knowledgeable. Doctors, especially specialists in large hospitals, tend to be busy and vague when it comes to such incurable maladies. After all, the truth cannot always be spoken, and fabrications lead to deception. If one were to question why a prescribed treatment failed or how to proceed, it would all be in vain. Thus, one must largely rely on personal exploration, as Jiang Sheng had done, discovering along the way the existence of another peculiar ailment, ALS. No wonder you are only at level 3. Jiang Sheng appeared to mock her, believing her to be strong enough, as they shared a common plight. What do you mean by level 3? She queried. Look up newborn benefits. Wait a moment. Soon, Meng Qiao grasped the relevant information and self-deprecatingly remarked, I seem to have wasted my doctorate. In the first world, she had been a paragon of excellence, the envy of others. Though her family background was unremarkable, she had been diligent and intelligent from a young age, securing countless scholarships and financial aid, ultimately earning a doctorate from Peking University at the age of 23. People often remark that aside from men and women, there existed another breed, female PhDs. She was one of them. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps after such a charmed journey, the heavens could no longer bear to watch and bestowed upon her the incurable ails just as she neared glory. During the most demanding period of her studies, she had delayed treatment, and by the time she noticed something was amiss, it was too late. After 2 years in the hospital, she came here with lingering regrets. What about you? On a scale of 100, I am 87, thus receiving level 8 benefits. Why is that? Meng Qiao asked, puzzled. Given their similar experiences, why were their rebirths so different? Did that dreadful benefit truly discriminate by gender? When I died, I had assets worth 80 billion. Are you a rich second generation? I wish I were, but I'm not. Then where did the 80 billion come from? Did you hack ZFB while studying computer science? It fell from the sky. His explanation was too convoluted to untangle, so Jiang Sheng merely gestured upwards. If he was unwilling to elaborate, Meng Qiao did not press further. Having experienced life and death, she shared a profound understanding with him, setting them apart from the local inhabitants. Like Jiang Sheng, she also recovered remarkably quickly. How long have you been here? 18 days, or perhaps 18 years. Could you be more precise? 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Are you not irritated? I have spent 18 years in a dagger, and only 18 days in reality. Your experience is incomprehensible, Meng Qiao remarked, skeptical that he was speaking nonsense. Jiang Sheng offered no clarification. Whether she believed him or not, it mattered little. The two sat side by side at the edge of the court, observing as Jiang Sheng tended to the lottery seeds he had planted. Meng Qiao felt a pang of sympathy for him. Even though she had changed worlds and bodies, she could no longer feel the grip of ALS, whereas Jiang Sheng's BS remained. What level are you at now? Level 10. A bit more formidable than I. I shall catch up to you, and even surpass you, Meng Qiao declared, clenching her fist adorably. You cannot use me as your benchmark. Why not? The strongest person I have encountered was at level 2 million. Though I never saw her abilities in action, having been by her side for 18 years, I have never witnessed her face any setbacks. Her strength seems to transcend fate itself. Level 2 million? Surely you jest, Meng Qiao could not fathom the notion. There is a game here you could try. Jiang Sheng introduced her to the concept of real-life honor competition. I cannot enter. It says my level is insufficient. Meng Qiao was at a loss, as her journey in this world had been fraught with obstacles. Would you like to go back and check? No, I have already died. What purpose would returning serve? Her resolute response was unexpected, as the two seemed to have reversed roles, a taciturn male and an exuberant female. Do you not have any relatives here? What do you think? They exchanged wry smiles. And Meng Qiao had a sudden inspiration. Then why not let us be sworn siblings? I actually wish to be your spouse, Jiang Sheng replied, surprising even himself with his boldness. It had been ages since he had felt such carefree abandon. Then I must take a good look at you. Alas, you are not my type, Meng Qiao said, rising and dramatically gesturing towards the sky with her right hand. You know, the person I like must be a grand hero who will one day come riding on clouds to rescue me. Stop, I cannot bear to hear more. Jiang Sheng laughed until tears streamed down his face. He had never expected to meet someone like her, especially a woman. Do you know why I am reluctant to become your sibling? Why? Because I would not want to call you brother. Jiang Sheng was certain that if they truly became sworn siblings, he would most likely be relegated to the second position in that title. Then what do you propose? I am accustomed to being alone. Jiang Sheng offered no solutions, merely stating that he was used to solitude, indicating that regardless of whether they were siblings or spouses, he would not choose either. I understand. Meng Qiao did not say much, merely inquired, I hope you don't mind if I stay here for 2 days. This place is vast. Feel free to make yourself at home. All right, I understand. Meng Qiao temporarily departed, intending to explore the mountains beyond. Chapter 033. The ox-headed and horse-faced, these are for you. I shall take my leave. Jiang Sheng inscribed these words beside the sprouting rice, then rose. Since he had resolved to venture to another planet, it was better to act sooner rather than later. He located the nearest gathering point, finding little to prepare, and with a clap of his hands, he was ready to embark. His destination was the galactic airport. Today marked the official commencement of travel to the moon, yet the anticipated throngs of people were conspicuously absent. Most individuals seemed to be in a state of hesitation. Cosmic migration was not a trivial matter. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, and no one would jest with their lives. Many would wait until the military had paved the way before deciding whether to depart. Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty, not about his own willingness to go, but whether the spacecraft would accept him as expected. When he passed through security, the red light illuminated. Airport staff immediately intervened. Sir, you cannot proceed. Please cooperate with our inspection. Upon confirming the reason for the alarm, they apologetically explained, Sir, your physical strength is too low. You are unfit for cosmic migration. We hope you can upgrade your level promptly to at least level 20 or have a level 40 escort for protection. Level 20 was not an excessive requirement. Anyone born locally and raised normally would likely be around level 40. Those abandoned like Zhao Yan were a rarity. As for individuals from the First World, if they had maintained lineage and could locate their ancestral families, securing a stable job for a decade would suffice to reach level 20. However, for someone like Jiang Sheng, who was entirely on his own, advancing a level every 3 years was already a remarkable feat, often having to scrounge for food. From receiving the initial welfare at level 8, vanquishing Zhao Yin to attain level 10, and now after 18 years, he remained at level 10. He felt a sense of gloom as he exited the airport. This was not the time to lament regulations. He needed to upgrade his level. Should he consume all the lottery seeds? His motivation for an early departure rested upon those seeds. If he could sow them in the fertile soil of the nascent land, there was a strong possibility of harvesting mutated rice. Just a single grain could elevate him 10 levels or sustain him for a year without hunger. Yet here, in this already barren land, the odds of obtaining mutated rice were a mere 1 in a million. He possessed only 100 seeds, and now merely 90 remained, leaving little hope for success. If he were to consume the seeds in a short time, he could indeed reach level 20, but that would negate his reason for traveling to the moon. Would he traverse there merely to sightsee? Alone? The temperatures soared above 100 degrees when hot and plummeted below -100 when cold. For a BS patient, it would be nothing short of hell. He needed to urgently bolster his physical strength. Silently, he walked back to the camp as night fell. Meng Qiao had also returned, standing at the camp entrance, leaning against the fence, gazing into the distance. She immediately spotted Jiang Sheng, first displaying disbelief, then a bright smile. Oh, I was so afraid you would leave me behind in this desolate wilderness. She approached him, her smile lifting Jiang Sheng's spirits considerably. I can't leave. My level is too low, and they won't let me board the ship. Are you intending to go to the moon? I have seeds. Surely you want to go. Unfortunately, it appears impossible. I heard plans to depart tomorrow, but your level is insufficient, and mine is even lower. Jiang Sheng looked at her in confusion. I also possess seeds, the ones you saved for me. If I can cultivate mutated grains, I won't have to worry about hunger for an entire year. All right, it seems we are on the same wavelength. It's a pity that my level is inadequate and I lack acquaintances of a higher level to assist. I'll seek work tomorrow. Will you join me? Meng Qiao had spent the day familiarizing herself with the general landscape of this world. Fortunately, many individuals had migrated from the First World, rendering this place remarkably similar to where she had once lived. Do you have a goal? I plan to visit the plant and animal cultivation base. My major is biological sciences. I have studied for 9 years since my undergraduate days, though I am unsure if it will be of any use. I see. Jiang Sheng had originally studied computer technology, a profession that had been rendered obsolete. Indeed, it had been eliminated. In the Second World, there were no programmers, as the advent of brain domains had effectively eradicated jobs related to computers and mobile devices. He did not particularly concern himself with these matters, as his body was incapable of engaging in software development. Even if it had not been phased out, he would still be unable to perform such tasks. Conversely, Meng Qiao's specialty, which had been considered a niche in the First World, was highly sought after in this new realm. Biotechnology typically encompassed the origins of life, evolution, and genetic development, holding irreplaceable significance in this world, whether for human bodily enhancement or for the cultivation of flora and fauna. These were her areas of research. I'm not going to continue chatting. I want to check the latest advancements in biological evolution. This world is utterly fascinating. For a PhD in biology, this world indeed held wonders. And Jiang Sheng understood her excitement. The most significant difference from the first world was that this land's soil was rich in various rare elements. These elements were absorbed by plants, which then entered the bodies of humans or animals. Consequently, the initial humans or animals could achieve a body level of 10,000 with relative ease. However, as the human population grew, the soil's elements could not keep pace, leading to a depletion of land and a necessity for migration. Nevertheless, these matters were not the concern of someone at level 10, and Jiang Sheng chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Like Meng Qiao, he too had to contemplate employment options. After studying history under by Mu Lu'er for 18 years, even if he possessed a formally recognized qualification, it would be of little use, for history, unlike technology, had become transparent in this age of advanced information. Few could earn a living through historical research. With an inadequate specialty, one could easily be relegated to self-media, where one could be swiftly taught a lesson. He felt troubled. If life spanned merely 70 years, one might be content to drift through existence. Yet in a world where avoiding self-destruction was paramount, and where life could seem nearly infinite, idling away one's days was hardly a prudent choice. What advantages do I possess? He began to ponder seriously. After much contemplation, it seemed his sole advantage lay in having a willpower level of 10,000. This formidable willpower allowed him to scan movements within a range of 10,000 meters. Also possessing a degree of aggressiveness. Perhaps it suited him to become an ox-headed and horse-faced spirit. It seemed somewhat fitting, indeed. Typically, ox-headed and horse-faced spirits ranged from levels 5 to 20, and their scanning range was not as far-reaching as one's own eyesight. They roamed the mountains and fields, a laborious endeavor, expending considerable energy, and it could take days or even weeks to encounter a spirit. Such a profession was thankless, yet for him, it appeared worth a try. Jiang Sheng, are you awake? Would you like to join me? Morning light broke as Meng Qiao called to him from outside. You go on. I plan to stroll through the mountains. The two worlds nearly overlapped. Yet the places inhabited by humans were largely distinct. The mountains behind were home to the cities of the first world. This design aimed to prevent overlapping experiences or evoking memories tied to places. Where were the spirits most numerous? Naturally, it was the large hospitals. Jiang Sheng made his way directly to Hospital 701. Kid, where have you come from, and where do you intend to go? Upon his arrival, he encountered familiar faces, those who had once brought him to the recycling station. They still carried briefcases and rode bicycles, suggesting that this area was within their domain. Typically, individuals fleeing to the mountains would find themselves at the hospital entrance. It was clear they were here to claim business. Jiang Sheng chose to retreat. Their long-standing presence here indicated they had their means of survival. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially since he was still but a mere insect. He turned away from Hospital 701 and, after some contemplation, strolled towards the city center of the First World, meandering through some old residential complexes. This time, it seemed he had chosen wisely, as no other ox-headed and horse-faced spirits were stationed outside. He extended his willpower scanning range to its limits, proceeding slowly along the dilapidated paths. Chapter 034. Part-time job. Huang Nan had worked the night shift at the recycling station for many years. It was a leisurely job, and although the pay was not high, it sufficed to sustain her. She was not an enthusiast of evolution, lacking the desire to enhance her physical prowess, and thus had no intention of seeking a more respectable position until today. At the stroke of midnight, someone knocked on the counter, disrupting the peace of the past 2 nights. Could she not enjoy a good night's sleep? Upon opening her eyes, she recognized the newcomer as someone familiar. With a grunt, she dutifully followed protocol and processed the transaction. Jiang Sheng had spent the day in the mountains, returning with the souls of 3 individuals. All 3 had died of natural causes, having lived diligently and with children by their sides. Although they had not achieved great deeds, it was only natural they would receive the level 5 initial welfare. He felt a sense of anticipation as the results revealed all 3 to be at level 5. Just as he had predicted on the way, Jiang Sheng had already briefed them on the basic conditions of this world, and all three appeared remarkably calm, treating this place as the afterlife. They had managed to contact their families and were subsequently taken away. Perhaps it was his first true engagement in this line of work, but Jiang Sheng waited until this moment to return. Completing the duties of an ox-headed and horse-faced spirit 3 times yielded a reward of 1,500 yuan. Yesterday, Ma Qiao had only been at level 3, so he received 300 yuan. At level 5, it was 500, totaling 1,500 for the day, seemingly promising for tomorrow's endeavors. Upon returning to the mountain camp, Jiang Sheng was surprised to find Meng Qiao waiting in the guard room, asleep against the back of a chair. Jiang Sheng roused her from slumber. While it would have been preferable to carry her inside at that moment, the two were not yet familiar enough to warrant such intimacy. "Did you reply? I fear you." Though her sentence remained unfinished, the implication was clear. She was concerned Jiang Sheng might succumb to despair. "Although I arrived earlier, just like you, I too have not chosen it in my own life. Oh, that is reassuring. Where did you go today?" "I was working a part-time job." "What about you? Have you secured any employment?" "Well, today was my first day. I've already completed a full shift, and my new colleagues were quite amiable. I still have some provisions here. If you find yourself in need, feel free to borrow from me, and you can repay me once you receive your salary." "All right, I shall await your words." As the hour grew late, the two exchanged no further pleasantries and retired to their separate quarters before drifting off. Jiang Sheng transferred 1,000 yuan to her, accompanied by a note that read, "This is a loan. Remember to repay it." Meng Qiao received the funds, glancing towards the adjoining wall, suddenly feeling a flush of warmth. She realized she could see into the next room, and wondered if the person next door could also see her. Perhaps they should switch to a different room, one that offered more distance. Lost in her thoughts, she succumbed to sleep. Jiang Sheng, on the other hand, enjoyed a peaceful slumber, and the following morning, both awakened almost simultaneously. It struck her as peculiar that Meng Qiao seemed unusually reticent, often casting furtive glances. What could be the matter? Jiang Sheng dismissed the thought. But upon returning that evening, she discovered additional toiletries on her bedside and a note stating, "I am in room 217. I believe the feng shui there is better. If you need anything, come find me." "Understood." Jiang Sheng called out towards that direction, confident her voice would carry in the empty corridor. Women are indeed different. She had even forgotten the mundane necessity of brushing her teeth. After tidying herself, she lay down to rest, not overthinking the situation. At dawn, they both arose nearly at the same time, brushing their teeth and exchanging greetings before stepping out one after the other. "What are you doing?" Jiang Sheng inquired, somewhat puzzled, glancing back at her. They had ventured far past the fork in the road. Meng Qiao should have been heading down the hill towards the town, while Jiang Sheng was veering left, deeper into the mountains. "I have the day off." Oh, it was a holiday. A cause for celebration, one would think. Yet she appeared rather reluctant. "Haven't you only just worked for 2 days?" "Indeed, but at our establishment, we have a day on, followed by a day off, and then a longer break. I've already worked for 2 consecutive days. Even if I wish to continue, my supervisor explicitly informed me that I was not permitted to return today. No exceptions." "Ah, so your workplace is rather insistent." Meng Qiao sighed, remarking, "I've observed that our unit is not alone in this. Other establishments are even more lenient. There are places where one might work for a day and then take a month or even a year off." Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Was working now so relaxed? "Perhaps I should join you in your part-time endeavors. I cannot remain as isolated as them, relying solely on myself." Oh, this was her intent. Jiang Sheng nodded. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly turned back. "What is it?" "Let us first go to town and rent a motorcycle along with some magic orbs." The magic orbs, comprised of a unique polymer structure, were specifically designed for the storage of willpower. Jiang Sheng recalled that the orb she had seen earlier, which had been pierced by Mulu Air, was indeed a magic orb if she intended to engage in part-time work long-term. Such items were indispensable, agreed. Meng Qiao did not inquire further. The motorcycle rental cost 10 yuan per day, which was quite reasonable, though they would have to cover the fuel themselves. Each ordinary magic orb was priced at 100 yuan and could be reused. Jiang Sheng contemplated this and decided to acquire 3, handing one to Meng Qiao. Meng Qiao examined the dark orb in her hand and suddenly asked, "Are you a part-time ox-head and horseface?" "Yes, aren't you afraid?" "Not at all." Jiang Sheng mounted the motorcycle and looked back, asking, "Are you coming?" Meng Qiao climbed on behind her. With the motorcycle, they made significantly better time than on foot, returning to the mountains in just an hour. They shared a bowl of rice, and taking advantage of the early hour, Jiang Sheng resolved to venture to the first world for another exploration. Have you found anything these past couple of days? Returning so late each time? Meng Qiao expressed her concern. A few dozen years ago, part-time work as Oxhead and Horseface was quite in vogue, especially during times of war. However, now that the First World enjoyed peace, such roles had fallen into obscurity. Newcomers found it challenging, and veterans were reluctant to participate. I have. Jiang Sheng responded, aren't you already doing so? Fine, I shall take your word for it. Meng Qiao fell silent. Upon their arrival in the city of the First World, Jiang Sheng expanded her willpower's perceptual range to 10,000 meters, reaching even the clouds. Thus began a daunting search. Meng Qiao had already grasped the operational methods of Oxhead and Horseface, which typically involved fixed locations, often in large hospitals or military police units. Hospitals, of course, were a given, while military police units usually dealt with death row inmates, making it easy for them to make ends meet. Jiang Sheng's aimless search, however, would yield little success. She tested her willpower, which was at level 3, but her perceptual range extended only 3 meters, no further than what her eyes could see. There's one over there, Jiang Sheng suddenly announced. Meng Qiao followed her gaze, feeling somewhat bewildered. Although she had previously been nearsighted, her new body had improved her vision significantly, yet she still saw nothing. A sense of tension arose within her. She had never encountered willpower or the legendary spirits in reality. Jiang Sheng parked the motorcycle at the roadside, gesturing for her to follow. Chapter 35. Brain Domain Virus. They traversed through an old apartment building, entering the 7th unit, where they indeed heard the sounds of weeping. Upon crossing the threshold, they encountered a spirit standing there, wispy and ethereal, no larger than a thumb. Capture it, Jiang Sheng indicated to Meng Qiao. Me? All right. With newfound courage, Meng Qiao approached, but the spirit seemed to sense her presence, growing anxious, rendering Meng Qiao momentarily speechless as they exchanged glances from a meter apart. We are from the divine realm, here to guide you. Do not be afraid, Jiang Sheng reassured, stepping closer. Although she had not intended to intervene, the spirit was feeble and could dissipate at any moment. She opened the magic orb, drawing the spirit inside, whispering, we will take you to have your body remade later. For now, rest inside. A soft sound of acknowledgement escaped the spirit. Within the orb, it could observe the world outside. Let us go, Jiang Sheng signaled for Meng Qiao to follow. Is that all there is to it? Yes, later we will deliver it to the reclamation station, and the task will be complete. Oh. Meng Qiao rubbed her hands together, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness at her first experience in such a venture. Yet it no longer seemed so intimidating. By the way, how did you see it from such a distance? She asked, astonished. Though your body is only level 3, your willpower must exceed that. Mine does too. Jiang Sheng did not directly answer nor disclose her own willpower level of 10,000. Indeed, Meng Qiao mused. Generally, those who could battle illness for years possessed extraordinary willpower. Was that spirit also at level 3? Meng Qiao whispered. It should be around level 500. Rewards are allocated based on initial levels. You were only at level 3, thus receiving 300. I see. So I'm not worth much. Meng Qiao felt deflated. Jiang Sheng did not comfort her, aware that she did not require it. Some individuals are so internally resilient that they can endure self-inflicted hardship. The only entity capable of defeating them is the cessation of breath. Although they had set out later than before, they ended up gathering more than in the previous days as darkness fell. With the motorcycle, their speed of search had increased at least tenfold. The magic orbs proved insufficient, forcing them to share, accommodating 2 or even 3 spirits at once. This is terrifying. Meng Qiao followed, feeling as though she were in a dream, unable to believe the ease with which they found spirits. Wasn't it said that part-time work as Oxhead and Horseface had become increasingly difficult? If she had been alone today, she would have completely missed the spirits they encountered. Her own limited vision would have prevented her from spotting them. She marveled at Jiang Sheng's formidable willpower, capable of detecting such distant entities. As night descended, it was nearly time to conclude their work, planning to return the next day. Jiang Sheng reflected on the locations where spirits were likely to appear, intending to retrace those routes. Upon reporting to the reclamation station, they earned a total of 6,000 yuan. She intended to split it with Meng Qiao, but she refused. As they debated this, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Oxhead, could you not come tomorrow? It was a young woman from the reclamation station. No, Jiang Sheng firmly declined. I was mistaken. Could you come during the day instead? The young lady sounded somewhat despondent. I cannot. Very well, consider yourself cruel. I suppose I can find another job. Each night, her sleep was interrupted by such disruptions, making it difficult for her to fall asleep again. She resolved to resign the following day. Suit yourself, Jiang Sheng replied dismissively, her words nearly causing the young woman to grind her teeth in frustration. Jiang Sheng remained oblivious to the trouble she had inadvertently stirred. The following day commenced as usual. Yet Meng Qiao did not accompany them. After a restless night of tossing and turning, she seemed to have come to some realizations, and early in the morning, she was babbling away. Jiang Sheng, having overheard her, recognized that she was engrossed in learning the latest advancements in biotechnology, and thus chose not to disturb her. He washed his face and set off on his motorcycle. Initially, he paid little attention, but as time passed, he sensed that someone might be tailing him. Although the two individuals were quite discreet, their perceived safety was entirely within Jiang Sheng's purview. That fellow had keen eyes. Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary artifact? I share this sentiment. No matter how I looked, it seemed he was somehow aware of others' misfortunes. Was there some internal information at play? Regardless, with this chap around, we had little to worry about. We would deal with him first. It turned out they were peers, and peers often become adversaries. Frowning, Jiang Sheng mused that the first to stand out often attracts fire. Achievements are not merely about execution. One must also navigate social dynamics. Either they shared resources, or he would confront them head-on. That lad. He was quite the catch. The two appear to have collaborated for quite some time, their coordination seamless. Hey, buddy, mind if we chat? Care to grant me the courtesy? Did you hear that? Brother Link is extending his courtesy. Jiang Sheng swiftly gathered information on them. Since one was named Link, the other must be Liao Miao. These two were in cahoots, engaging in petty thievery and market bullying. And occasionally, they played the roles of enforcers. Are you deaf? Or blind? Right in front of you, and you can't even muster a sound. As they closed in, Jiang Sheng crouched down, hands clasped atop his head. Ha! Thought you were tough, but you're just a fool, bro. Let's get him. Ah, what's wrong with you? Oh my, Mom. Just as the two were about to make their move, prepared to teach him a lesson, they were unexpectedly struck. A buzzing filled their minds, akin to a swarm of 1,000 bees. Jiang Sheng stood up, glanced at them as if nothing had transpired, and mounted his motorcycle, heading to another location. As he departed, he silently reflected, so the brain operates on principles akin to that of a computer. If a computer can be infected, why not the brain? He had initiated a program akin to causing a computer to crash, transmitting it directly into their minds. Initially expecting no effect and bracing for a beating, he was pleasantly surprised. What a secret weapon. I almost thought my computer studies were for naught. Turns out there's more to it. It felt as though a new world had opened up to him. The day's toil seemed trivial in comparison. Upon completing his task that evening, he noticed the astonished expression of the young woman at the counter, which struck him as rather peculiar. He paid it no mind and proceeded to a nearby store to purchase a variety of seeds: Zhochuan potatoes, Xichang sweet potatoes, Taiyuan millet, Wanchang tomatoes, every kind imaginable, not limited to just rice. Over 10,000 yuan was spent, yet he felt no pang of regret as he dragged back over 300 seeds to the camp. I'm back. Meng Qiao was strolling at the entrance, and upon seeing his return, she greeted him briefly, engrossed in her own research. Learning through the brain domain indeed proved far more convenient than studying video tutorials on a computer. Take a break. Haste makes waste. I can't afford to rest. I've fallen too far behind, Meng Qiao sighed, accustomed to being first. Arriving here meant she was either at the top or at the bottom, and naturally, her spirits were not high. She would not relent until she caught up. Very well, it's all yours. These seeds are for you. Jiang Sheng patted the snake-skin bag strapped to the back of his motorcycle, which was quite hefty, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Chapter 036, The Challenge Yesterday. When he offered money, Meng Qiao declined. After much discussion, they finally settled on a mutually agreeable arrangement. He would purchase seeds while Meng Qiao would research them, leaving neither indebted to the other. I say, could you be a bit more of a gentleman and help me carry them inside? You're not a damsel in distress, are you? Meng Qiao's forehead twitched. Did this guy have any sense of chivalry? No wonder he had no girlfriend. Grabbing the bag, she couldn't help but glance back, realizing he was right. With such strength, she could indeed be likened to a superwoman. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng had already dashed off to the pond behind to wash up, unable to contain his excitement as he had been preoccupied with studying a concept, brain domain viruses. Now that he had confirmed the method's viability, he intended to prepare a grand feast for someone. After washing up, he would seek vengeance. Jiang Sheng, hurry over once you're done. I bought vegetables and cooked rice. Meng Qiao called from a distance. Since that chap had such a substantial income, he certainly couldn't treat it as casually as before. Transitioning from poverty to a modest living was now. Hearing about food, Jiang Sheng quickened his pace and soon arrived. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a hot meal, but upon seeing the dismal appearance of the dishes, he began to question his eyes. Surely, that dark hue was due to an excess of soy sauce? Let us just make do for now. I'll improve my skills over the next few days. Meng Qiao skillfully concealed her embarrassment. After all, as the saying goes, the concubine cannot accomplish what the main wife can do. Jiang Sheng responded coolly, yet he did not reach for a single chopstick. He merely grabbed a grain of regular rice. Crunching it down, aren't you going to give it a try? The taste isn't half bad. No need. It's all for you. I wouldn't want my impression to be insufficiently deep. Jiang Sheng unconsciously added a jab, leaving Meng Qiao incredulous. She silently lamented, a lifetime without a girlfriend, and begrudgingly chewed through a plate of dark greens. I'll come by tomorrow. You're just wasting money. Fine. Meng Qiao squeezed out that word through clenched teeth. I'll wash the dishes. Don't sleep just yet. I'll take you to see a show. What show? You'll find out soon. Jiang Sheng washed the dishes and selected a spot sheltered from the wind to sit down. Open your brain domain. Add me as a friend, and I'll pull you in. Meng Qiao, unsure of his intentions, complied. Are you going to play a game? Upon seeing him enter the live competitive arena, she was taken aback. Was this serious? He wanted her to accompany him for a game? Your friend level is insufficient to enter the game. Please upgrade as soon as possible. The system's message was straightforward. Jiang Sheng smacked his forehead, awkwardly admitting, I forgot. Not interested. I'm off to study. Wait, eat up this rice first. I'm not hungry. Why should I eat? To level up. Play a game with you? If you're willing, then fine. But first, eat the rice. You don't even have a level 10. Aren't you embarrassed? Consider it a debt I owe you. Too many debts, too little worry. It's all good. Meng Qiao, sitting nearby, continued to eat. She naturally understood the benefits of strengthening her body through upgrades. It not only enhanced physical strength but also bolstered willpower, memory, and comprehension, greatly aiding her studies. After consuming 20 grains of regular rice, she felt her vision sharpen, able to see objects 10 meters away. Refreshing. Her appetite seemed insatiable, her stomach a bottomless pit. Then go plant another row. It should be enough for us to reach level 20. All right. Compared to the rather nonsensical game, Meng Qiao evidently preferred this task. Jiang Sheng paid her little mind as he entered the game. His first priority was to locate that individual, Xiaqin, the towering sister who had once knocked him out cold in the arena. Please select a difficulty. Once again, there were 4 options. Easy, normal, hard, hell. Can I directly specify a target? Yes, but it requires the opponent's consent. Please ask that Xiaqin from last time. Waiting for player response. Please hold. Xiaqin was currently live streaming and received a notification. A player challenges you. Will you accept? Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to agree. Dear viewers, my 1000th victory is just around the corner. She was utterly confident. A 1000-level player was practically invincible in this game, and of course, there were players at level 10,000. But they would never lower themselves to challenge her, and battles among 10,000-level players were typically private to avoid losing face. Let's witness Sister Xiaqin's 1000th victory. Indeed, why is it so quiet today? Over there, Empress Wanrong was live streaming, and everyone had flocked to watch the spectacle. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to go too. As Xiaqin took to the stage, she noticed the barrage of comments and felt her teeth clench in frustration. Empress Wanrong, the last empress of the last emperor, was indeed beyond comparison for the average person. Today's not a good day. Perhaps I should postpone until that stream concludes and then commence. She glanced at her opponent's level. 15? This is secure. She would stall for time until the other stream ended and everyone returned to continue this match. Jiang Sheng was taken aback by how quickly she accepted. Suddenly thrust into the arena, he felt a jolt of fear. If he were to be knocked out again, it would add insult to injury, leaving him no face to show. Jiang Sheng, I have something to attend to. Can we postpone the match? This request struck a chord with Jiang Sheng. He was not one to be pretentious and quickly nodded in agreement. His ultimate move required preparation, and the longer, the better. Haven't we met before? Yes, the last time you knocked me out. Too many to remember. Both harbored ulterior motives. Neither pressured the other to begin. Are you my fan? No, do you have a tendency for self-harm? No, Xiachu was inclined to remark that perhaps it was simply a matter of indulgence. As this individual displayed such rudeness, could it be that he was a rival? She suddenly found this reasoning quite plausible. Surely a petty underling seeking attention would deliberately challenge her. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Jiang Sheng had already completed the first brain domain virus, nicknamed Creeper, which functioned by perpetually replicating itself until the brain domain was entirely filled. After contemplating, she wondered if the brain domain virus would be effective against such a formidable opponent. Just in case, she decided to create a more powerful variant, confident that time was on her side. The second virus program, the worm virus, was currently being edited, designed to obstruct the neural pathways of the brain domain and diminish its response speed. If the combination of these two viruses proved ineffective, then further attempts would be futile. Meanwhile, Empress Wanrong's livestream had finally concluded, and the audience had returned. The number of online viewers rapidly soared to 100,000. The allure of the battle featuring the goddess Xiachu was undeniable. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall seal my cultivation and defeat you at the same level, to avoid any accusations of an unworthy victory. Approaching the 2000 level, Xiachu elegantly displayed her long legs, exuding charisma even before the fight commenced. While various gifts poured in like rain, I'm feeling quite well, so there's no need for that. Shall we commence? Jiang Sheng had successfully connected both brain domains and awaited the activation of the virus. This young man was audacious. Glancing over, he noted that his opponent was merely at level 15, displaying a distinct lack of shame. Observers began to notice Jiang Sheng's level, and soon he became the target of widespread scorn. Xiachu felt a twinge of regret. The platform had promised her a suitable opponent, which she had declined, thinking it made little difference who she faced. Yet, it turned out to be such a pitiful contender, and a victory would hardly be honorable. Chapter 037. Causing trouble as the situation escalated. She could no longer afford to ponder. Since he lacked discernment, she resolved to conclude the matter swiftly. Xiachu simmered with resentment. This time, she intended to avoid a swift knockout, deeming it too lenient. He must understand that challenging a superior without caution comes with consequences. Just as she was about to strike, a sudden headache assailed her. Could she be ill? That seemed implausible. She had felt fine just moments ago. Yet this affliction struck with such ferocity that she found herself unable to cope, her thoughts lagging considerably. Across from her, Jiang Sheng had been observing her every move. Seeing her suddenly appear dazed brought him a surge of delight. Success. Xiachu collapsed without warning, devoid of any forewarning. What was happening? Those watching, including JRS, were utterly bewildered. How could the goddess fall so abruptly? Jiang Sheng rushed over and delivered a forceful kick, only to awkwardly realize that with his current strength, he could inflict no physical harm upon Xiachu. The system seemed momentarily perplexed, having yet to declare a victor. Inflicting two black eyes upon her would have to suffice as a form of retribution. Jiang Sheng landed a couple of punches around her eyes, managing to leave a mark. Then, he seized her arm and dragged her off the stage. Finally, the system announced. Challenger Jiang Sheng wins, successfully completing a hell-level challenge and receiving a reward of 100-level rice. Is this for real? Xiachu's followers expressed disbelief. When did the goddess fall so low? Is that boy her man or her son? Shut up. Xiachu is mine. I can attest, Xiachu is still single. Do you think I'm blind? The opponent is only level 15. You owe us an explanation? Quiet. She must be exhausted from the all-night stream. That is unlikely to it is possible. Damn it. Had I known, I would have gone and let that boy take the easy win. 100-level rice. Over 3 million. The chat room erupted in chaos, and when Xiachu regained her senses, she was met with this scene. The video of the live stream quickly spread throughout the brain domain. A mysterious newcomer had successfully completed a hell-level challenge. The goddess Xiachu, who spent her days striking at geese, had been pecked in the eye. An anonymous expert, hidden beneath a veil of secrecy, had effortlessly defeated the 1000-level Xiachu. The third video received the most responses, with the only plausible explanation being that this individual was indeed a concealed master, at least of level 10,000. It remained a mystery what slight Xia Chu had given to provoke such a reaction, resulting in her being left with panda eyes. Yet another question arose. The game GM was not a fool. Something as valuable as 100-level rice could not simply be given away in an instant. The brain domain erupted in speculation, yet none of it concerned Jiang Sheng, who had already exited the game. Confirming that the virus was effective, he hadn't even noticed he was now at level 15, and as for game rewards, he dismissed them entirely. Whether in real-life glory or simulated competition, the items within the game held no value in reality, rendering all rewards mere illusions. The brain domain viruses, the worm and the creeper, were his ultimate survival techniques, to be used sparingly. With these thoughts, he fell into a peaceful slumber. While he slept soundly, Xia Chu, on the other hand, was incapacitated by pain, and fortunately, her live stream was active. Viewers sensed something was amiss and called for help. When the doctor arrived, he too was at a loss, as the entire brain domain had descended into chaos. Its will entangled beyond comprehension. Thankfully, she regained consciousness and, without uttering a word, armed herself and stormed out. The next morning, Meng Qiao arrived early to summon him. This girl, unyielding in her determination, had spent the night honing her culinary skills. Jiang Sheng rose, noticing that he appeared much better than the previous night, yet it struck him as peculiar that he had been feeling unusually unhungry lately, devoid of any desire for food. You should eat, Dado. Meng Qiao's expression darkened. I think my stomach is upset. I haven't felt hungry for days. Did you stay up late playing games last night? Not at all. I only played one match, which lasted less than half an hour. Have you been exhausted from running around outside these days? Meng Qiao appeared concerned, setting her chopsticks down. Not really. I don't feel anything off, just not hungry, and I seem to be gaining strength as if I had consumed the waters of the Ganges. Be cautious. Perhaps don't venture out today. All right, at least eat a little. Meng Qiao pressed the chopsticks into his hands, insisting he eat. Just as they finished their meal, a sudden commotion broke the tranquility of the mountain camp. Outsiders seldom intruded. Puzzled, they watched as a drone buzzed overhead, trailing a wooden box that appeared oddly familiar. As the drone hovered above him, a voice chimed. Jiang Sheng, you have successfully completed a hell-level challenge and received a reward of 100-level rice. Please collect this reel. He reached out to grasp the wooden box dangling from the drone, not thinking much of it, and opened it to find a single grain of rice within. Such benefits exist? Meng Qiao's eyes widened at the sight of the 100-level rice in his hands. What did you challenge? She seemed eager, for the direct gift of 100-level rice was an enticing reward. It was from last night's game. Huh? Meng Qiao was taken aback. Does the game really offer this as a reward? Upon searching, they indeed found that it was true. In the Game Real Glory competition, the simple mode offered no rewards for defeating lower-level opponents, while the ordinary mode yielded regular rice for matching opponents. The difficult mode, where challengers faced opponents at least 10 levels higher, rewarded 10-level rice upon victory. However, in the Hell mode, where opponents were at least 100 times stronger, a direct reward of 100-level rice was granted. But what happens if you lose? Or if two players conspire beforehand to lose intentionally for the reward? Is it really given? Jiang Sheng held the 100-level rice, struggling to believe it, and the scene felt oddly reminiscent. Just days prior, upon his arrival at the camp, he had also received a grain of rice delivered by a drone, belonging to Han Zhan. Could that too have been a 100-level rice? Yet it appeared different from the one he now held. He quickly examined the appearance of various rice levels, and after comparison, a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, I must have made a grave mistake. The 10,000-level rice was a priceless commodity, one grain capable of granting a 10,000-level body. Such a precious item had been consumed raw. No wonder he had felt so unhungry these past few days. It all made sense now. What should he do? Should he flee? What is wrong with you? Meng Qiao noticed his unusual demeanor and felt puzzled. You received such a reward yet look so troubled? I've made a mistake. Jiang Sheng was certain he had caused trouble. The 10,000-level rice was not equivalent to 10,000 grains of ordinary rice. If it were, he would have no worries, as he could simply work hard for 500 days to compensate. However, ordinary rice only benefited those below level 100. Below level 20, an average of 3 grains would elevate one level. Level 20 was a significant threshold. Beyond it, an average of 10 grains was required to ascend a level until reaching 100. Beyond level 100, it became even more challenging, with ordinary rice serving only to satiate hunger. The most direct comparison lay in the price of rice. Ordinary rice cost about 300 yuan per grain, while 10,000 level rice was valued at 300 billion. Chapter 038. 1000 level. What does 300 billion even mean? Even though he once possessed assets amounting to 800 billion, he understood those funds had no bearing on him. Yet now, he had inadvertently consumed 300 billion without realizing it. The owner of that fortune, Han Zhan, or whoever it may be, would surely seek vengeance. He felt the pressing need to find an absolutely safe place to hide for 3 years until he could reveal himself with a 10,000 level body. Is it serious? Very serious. I might need to go into hiding. Wait a moment. Meng Xiao immediately rushed inside to pack the belongings of the two individuals. Shall we go? Let's go. Jiang Sheng hesitated no longer. Although she was reluctant to bring Meng Xiao along, leaving her behind was not a feasible option. The two mounted the motorcycle, and just as they exited the gate, they collided head-on with the red jeep. They quickly slammed the brakes and veered to the side, nearly crashing into a tree. "Haha, found you." A figure emerged from the vehicle, somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was Xia Chu. How did she find this place? Isn't it puzzling how I tracked you down? You thought you were the only one capable of mental domain attacks. I specifically asked a friend to directly search for your address and also sought advice on how to counter mental domain assaults. It's simply a matter of severing the mental connection, isn't it? So easy. Now, I'm going to take you down. She truly was blunt, holding nothing back. That it appeared her friend was quite adept as well, with an enemy at the doorstep. Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of worry. The person she had envisioned did not arrive, yet this individual showed up instead. What do you want? Meng Xiao was uncertain if she should intervene. A woman seeking vengeance usually had but one motive. She had encountered a scoundrel. Was Jiang Sheng a scoundrel? Not in the slightest. That was her reasoning for standing up at this moment. Who are you? Our affairs are none of your concern. Step aside. Xia Chu was furious, inexplicably enraged. How could you treat my sister so poorly, and yet still have a woman protecting you? The look in her eyes was unmistakably green with jealousy. I'm his friend. Before the sentence could be completed, Jiang Sheng pulled her aside and revealed a bag of premium rice, saying to Xia Chu, I was in the wrong yesterday. Consider this rice a form of compensation. Please take it. I have urgent matters today. So allow me to pass. Bah, who needs your rice? Xia Chu reacted as though her tail had been stepped on. Though she was not one to accept defeat easily, yesterday's loss was particularly humiliating. She should not have chosen to engage in a lengthy debate with a scientifically minded male adept at mental domain techniques during a live stream, leading to her ambush. Now, I demand a real confrontation. I concede. You. Tears welled in Xia Chu's eyes, her anger boiling over. If you won't fight me, I won't let you pass. Can't handle losing? What if I can't? I simply cannot. She had not shed tears in years. Now they flowed like a waterfall. I cannot believe I lost to someone 100 times inferior to me. Do you understand? I haven't merely lost a match. I've lost all my previous efforts. Even if I had won 999 times before, I lost to you this one time. Clenching her teeth, she declared, I am no longer qualified to participate in any level of competition because I lost to a petty individual 100 times my inferior. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Sheng retorted. You keep calling him a petty individual, yet you can't accept your defeat. Meng Xiao, having grasped the complex relationship between the two, quickly tugged at Jiang Sheng, signaling him to cease speaking. However, Xia Chu had already broken down. Standing at 6 feet 6 inches, she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her life shattered by a single misstep. Losing to someone 100 times inferior meant she would be directly banned from the Real Glory competitive platform, rendering her unable to participate in any level of competition from then on, thus ending her career as a streamer. It's just a game. If not this one, there are others. Meng Xiao's words only made her cry harder. It's not just a game. It's the real competitive arena. Without that platform, where can I hone my skills? This made sense, and Meng Xiao couldn't help but feel pity for her. Competitors of the same level would not engage in practical combat. A real match would deplete their stored energy, causing a significant drop in rank. Ever since the Real Glory competition emerged, unless there were deep-seated grievances, most skirmishes were settled on the platform, allowing for face-to-face encounters without damaging relationships or cultivation. But now, she could no longer play. Isn't there another way? Jiang Sheng, irritated by her weeping, analyzed the platform's rules carefully and said, find someone 100 times stronger than you, and if you succeed in challenging them, your competitive status will be restored. This time, not just Xia Chu, but even Meng Qiao rolled her eyes. The platform did have such a rule. If one lost to an opponent 100 times weaker, they could regain their status by successfully challenging someone 100 times stronger. This provision was referred to as the Tofu Clause, as someone had achieved this feat years ago. Guan Dufu, a genius from the mountain city, had lost to someone 100 times weaker before defeating someone 100 times stronger. It demonstrated that below a certain level, there was no essential difference, only a matter of strength. Theoretically, it was possible to challenge above 1's level. I am at level 17 or 18. Even if a master at level 170,000 was willing to play with me, they wouldn't lose to me. Her hoarse voice was filled with hopelessness. I'll take you. What? Xia Chu thought her ears were malfunctioning. A mere level 10 individual claimed they would take her to play? You're at level 17. I'm only 15, and she is merely at level 10. If the three of us team up for a group competition, we could. Jiang Sheng's brow furrowed at this point. It still wouldn't work. Xia Chu's level was too high. Even if they averaged out, they would still be over 500, and even a team of over 50,000 would be no match. What could we possibly challenge? I only have one method. You need to find someone to fight. Lower your level to below 100. If you're confident in challenging top-tier players at level 1000, then go ahead. If not, team up with me, and I'll lead you to win a Hell Mode match. This was truly a terrible suggestion. Meng Qiao clicked her tongue. Just yesterday, she had doubted whether someone would intentionally conspire to deceive for rewards. She never anticipated the penalties for losing would be so severe. If Xia Chu was compelled to make such a choice, her punishment for failure was indeed too harsh. Losing energy at 1,000+ levels was not something one could easily regain. It might take years to accumulate again. Xia Chu was already on the brink of madness. Lowering her level to below 100 and challenging an opponent below 10,000 did indeed offer a minuscule chance of success. But after years of hard work to reach level 1000, she wouldn't simply sell herself out because of one comment. Guan Dufu had accomplished it in the past. Think it over and come find me again. Chapter 039. A circuitous route. Leaving those words behind, Jiang Sheng took advantage of her daze, swiftly igniting the motorcycle and speeding away with Meng Qiao. Why are we still running? Didn't we resolve the issue? Meng Qiao found it puzzling. Although Xia Chu had appeared aggressive, it seemed more like a fit of pique rather than a quest for vengeance. What trouble could she pose? At most, she would receive a beating. Jiang Sheng twisted the throttle to the maximum, causing the wind to make his words somewhat garbled. Don't you dare run. Xia Chu suddenly snapped back to reality, letting out a roar. She was about to jump into her car to pursue them. But before she could open the door, she pivoted her body, disregarding everything, and forcefully stomped her foot on the ground. In an instant, she exploded forth like a shooting star, rapidly closing the gap to Jiang Sheng. With a thud, she landed behind Meng Qiao, her feet firmly planted on the ground, as if nailing the motorcycle in place. In mere seconds, she went from 80 to 0. Jiang Sheng and Meng Qiao indeed. I consumed the rice of others. A staggering amount of 10,000 as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise. Within 3 years, even if I were to lie down and sleep, I could reach that level. This left Meng Qiao speechless, as Jiang Sheng pulled her down the mountain. I am leaving. You should not return to the camp either. Take these, and elevate your rank as soon as possible. Jiang Sheng stuffed a bag of 100-level rice and a pouch of seeds into her hands. Watching him depart, Meng Qiao stood there, lost in thought. She felt a twinge of confusion about the nature of their relationship. Were they merely friends or something more? This fleeting sorrow was swiftly cast aside, leaving only one thought in her mind. One day, we shall meet again, and I hope by then, you will not be disappointed in me. She hoisted her bundle and made her way toward the city along the main road. They had not walked far when a helicopter descended, carrying several individuals, landing at the center of the camp. The first to emerge was Dai Chun, who surveyed the surroundings, prompting several soldiers to disperse and block all possible escape routes. The footprints were still fresh. Had he merely stepped out, or had he fled? The kid has shut down his brain domain, even concealing his location. Pursue him. Following the tracks, the helicopter flew low to the ground. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? A newcomer, only at level 10. Does it warrant your personal involvement? Ahead. A motorcycle lay abandoned. The target has switched to a vehicle. There, a red Jeep speeding down the road, he exclaimed. Upon hearing the thud 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 from above, he turned to see the helicopter. There was no escape now. The vehicle ahead, turn off the engine and pull over. The loudspeaker blared, and the gravity of the situation left him uncertain of the consequences that awaited him. Jiang Sheng had no choice but to stop the vehicle. A few soldiers jumped down from the helicopter and surrounded him. You're coming with us. Oh, Jiang Sheng replied, feeling resigned as circumstances had led him to this point. He glanced at Dai Chen, who was also staring at him, a sense of familiarity lingering in the art. An hour later, the helicopter landed at a base in the mountainous region. Jiang Sheng was taken to a room where a middle-aged man in standard uniform stood, resembling a sturdy tree or a mountain. Sir, the target has been brought in. He waved his hand, and Dai Chen stepped aside, presenting Jiang Sheng before him. You possess quite the audacity. Jiang Sheng smiled without responding. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Sheng shook his head. Speak your mind. I am a party member and understand party principles. You are still a party member? Indeed. Then you should be aware of the internal principles of the party. I know. However, I was unaware that it was 10,000 level rice. By the time I realized, it was already consumed. Jiang Sheng spoke candidly, without any concealment. Very well, I won beat around the bush. The current situation is that you consumed the rice from the 153rd Regiment, and they are coming for it. You must repay them. Yes, without 10,000 level rice, how will you repay it? It seems you can only compensate with a 10,000 level individual. Jiang Sheng quickly comprehended. Then there's no need for further discussion. Once your military registration is sorted, you will join the 153rd Regiment and serve diligently. Understood. Jiang Sheng exhaled in relief, making a mental note that he was still part of the 153rd Regiment, albeit not as Ouyang Ding, but as himself. Following Dai Chen out the door, he sensed a slight stickiness on his back. Dai Chen then led him to another location. Jiang Sheng, 18 years ago, you were implicated in a murder case and convicted. Subsequently sent to the depths of the Baimu Sea with the spaceship, a bespectacled man sat quietly, seemingly organizing Jiang Sheng's files. Dai Chen cast a glance at Jiang Sheng and suddenly appeared enlightened. You reappeared after 18 years, leaving no trace in between. Please explain. I was dead. I was ensnared by a dagger, and by sheer luck, I survived. Later, the dagger was brought ashore, and I regained my freedom. He glanced at Dai Chen, who understood the implication and stepped forward. I can attest. 18 years ago, I was also on that ship. A few days ago, I witnessed him emerge from the dagger. Good. We have clarified the timeline. You may leave now. Thank you. No need for thanks. This is my duty. He lowered his head, continuing to verify the documents. Dai Chen signaled that they could depart. As they exited the room, Dai Chen suddenly gave him a light smack on the head. You rascal, you've been involved with my daughter for 18 years. The slap was not undeserved, as Jiang Sheng had indeed been associated with Baimu Lure for 18 years. Thus he was not a stranger to Dai Chen. Emboldened, he called out, Uncle Dai. The moment he uttered Uncle Dai, Dai Chen felt the urge to strike him again, his hand poised, but then he reconsidered. This young man was now a valuable asset in the military, making it difficult to follow through. Let bygones be bygones. You are now a member of the military. Remember your responsibilities as a soldier. Yes, pack your things and prepare to depart. Jiang Sheng had little to gather. He embodied the essence of readiness. Chapter 040. A sudden calamity. The distance to the moon is a unit of astronomical length, measuring the spatial distances between celestial bodies, with a value of 384,000 kilometers. The spacecraft Jiang Sheng was to board could reach a maximum speed of 73,600 meters per second. Indeed, measured in seconds, it would roughly take 10,000 seconds to reach the moon, barring any reductions in speed during launch and landing, which could potentially shorten the duration. Just as he was about to embark, someone pulled him back. Your 153rd Regiment has departed for 5 days and will soon arrive at Mars. Huh? Jiang Sheng was puzzled. I know, but why are you pulling me? I'm giving you a ship. You'll fly it yourself. Huh? Get on board. Before he could react, he was kicked into a small cabin. The door ceiling shut behind him. This was a small, automated spacecraft, just large enough for one person. Upon detaching from the main spaceship, it would automatically cruise toward Mars. Please take your seat. You will arrive at Mars in 128 days. Jiang Sheng was momentarily dumbfounded. 128 days confined in this cramped space? He received a video call and quickly opened his brain domain to answer. Have you boarded? It was Daichun. I have, uncle. Anything you wish to say? Jiang Shang instinctively glanced around, lowering his gaze submissively. No good. Then lie still on the ship. Try not to move too much. When boredom strikes, engage in glory competitions. You currently possess no foundation, so take this opportunity to solidify your skills. Understood. There's food behind the seat. The toilet is on the right, and liquid oxygen is on the left. Yes, Daichun had some matters he could not disclose. This arrangement was made partly due to the lack of spacecraft and also to quell grievances. With over 1,000 individuals in the 153rd Regiment, who wouldn't he have their eyes on that 10,000 level rice? The news that it had been consumed by someone was intolerable. That rice was exceedingly precious. Where could they procure another grain for them? The commander was resolute. Without rice, only personnel remained, and they had to accept it, albeit begrudgingly. However, with Jiang Shang gone, he would undoubtedly face disdain in the military. Merit spoke volumes. These 128 days were crucial, and he needed to transform himself before catching up with the 153rd Regiment. Otherwise, he would face consequences. Sitting in the cabin, Jiang Shang accepted this reality. Prepare for departure. Please ensure you are ready. The small spacecraft lifted off, accelerating as it broke free from Earth's gravity. Just after leaving Earth's gravitational field, a sudden voice interrupted. Kid, where's my car? It was Xia Chu, still preoccupied with her vehicle. Where had she been all this time? At the entrance of the third ring road. You better be there. Otherwise, her threats were utterly ineffective, and Jiang Shang ignored them. Thinking of Ming Qiao, he quickly left her a message. Fortunately, all is well. It was the military's rice that I consumed. As an ordinary citizen, it doesn't amount to a grave offense, but this rice was meant for the soldiers on the front lines. Hence, I am now heading to Mars to become a glorious warrior. Do not worry. This was the best outcome. Upon reading this message, Ming Qiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently repeating the word Mars in her heart. What lay behind the chair? Jiang Shang noticed a steel box, opened it to find a standard issue rifle, a dagger, a handgun, a magic sphere, ammunition, a lottery seed, and some ordinary rice. Upon seeing the gun, he couldn't resist touching it. Bang! What the? Did it just misfire? He stared at the hole in the cabin door, feeling a surge of panic, confirming he hadn't touched the trigger. But where did this hole come from? A bullet had pierced through the cabin wall and landed on his leg. Still warm to the touch. Bang, 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 warning, warning, under attack. What a joke. They had just left Earth, and already they were under assault. The cabin had been breached, making it hard to breathe. He immediately grabbed the liquid oxygen and took a gulp. With a thunderous crash, the entire cabin door was violently torn off. A bald man with dark skin appeared at the entrance, his face grim, with bloodshot eyes. What did he want? With his long, muscular arms, he reached in and seized Jiang Shang by the neck, squeezing tightly. A fragment of will slipped away. It was maddening, being killed repeatedly. What kind of world was this? The intruder opened his mouth, seemingly without regard, and began to suck. Jiang Shang had taken possession of this individual's body, glancing back at the accompanying skull. He still had companions aboard the ship adorned with skulls. Escape was certainly not an option, leaving him with no choice but to embrace the situation. He resolved to bring the entire vessel back along with the skull. Just one person had met his demise at his hands, and all the spoils lay here. Weapons, ammunition, rice, and seeds. Was that all? It was evident that the pirate captain was quite displeased with this haul. Of course, they were unaware that within Jiang Shang's body resided a grain of high-tier rice that had yet to be fully digested. There were a total of 7 individuals aboard. Moving forward, they needed to avoid detection by the military. The skull continued its flight, while several pirates busied themselves with games or slumber. Jiang Shang silently crafted a cerebral virus, establishing connections amongst them without a second thought, dispatching a worm to each mind. The sudden assault rendered all aboard the skull momentarily stunned. Cerebral attacks were uncommon for ordinary folk, leaving them no time to resist. As they fell instantly unconscious, Jiang Shang promptly opened the hatch and unceremoniously ejected them all. However, he turned back, troubled by the fate of his own body. He had initially awaited a high-tier form, but now everything had changed. After a moment of contemplation, he initiated contact with Daichun. Uncle Dai, are you there? What's the matter? I'm dead. Don't joke around. Look. Jiang Sheng transmitted the situation within the cabin, expressing his frustration. I've encountered pirates, and now I inhabit their bodies. My original body is dead. What should I do? That body had the potential to become high tier, and it pained him to think of it. Dai Qin's face turned the color of liver, staring at Jiang Sheng, rendered speechless. Who would have thought that pirates would venture into space? When had they begun to spread their influence so far? Are you safe? Yes, I've incapacitated them and tossed them out. There's no oxygen in space. I estimate they'll suffocate within half an hour. That's good. Can you pilot the ship? I'll give it a try. Jiang Sheng sifted through the covered consciousness for relevant memories, only to find himself dumbfounded. This fellow was a brute with no skills. I might not be able to operate it. Stay calm. I'll contact an astronaut. Soon, a third-party video connection established, revealing astronaut Zhou Zheng. Look at the control panel. Jiang Sheng followed his instructions, directing his gaze toward the console. Select a destination on the navigation screen. Now, choose autopilot.ok.is. That all? It seems quite simple, Jiang Sheng sighed in relief. We'll discuss it further upon our return. Dai Qin exhaled, uncertain how to report this situation to higher authorities. Chapter 041. The Melka Pirates, just as he had left Earth. He was thrust back, and Jiang Sheng knew he wasn't the only one feeling awkward. When they landed, Dai Qin had been waiting for quite some time. As the hatch opened, he nearly drew his weapon upon seeing a black man emerge. Uncle Dai, it's me? Noticing their defensive stance, Jiang Sheng awkwardly called out, go check it out. A few of Dai Qin's team members approached and conducted a thorough inspection of the ship, simultaneously unloading its contents. Sigh. He stood in front of Jiang Sheng's body, deeply exhaling, then gazed at Jiang Sheng's current form with a mix of frustration. Dingyu, take him to change bodies? Yes. The military had a designated area for printing bodies for soldiers, and Dingyu gestured for Jiang Sheng to follow him. This place wasn't called a recycling station. It was referred to as a battle tower. Despite its name, it wasn't particularly tall. Upon entering, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Where did this towering figure come from? Can you handle it? Jiang Sheng needed to terminate himself, but for an ordinary person, self-inflicted death was no small feat. Dingyu was inquiring whether he needed assistance. Go ahead. Jiang Sheng had no choice but to signal Dingyu to proceed. Brace yourself. Dingyu delivered a decisive strike to his neck, swiftly knocking him out and dragging the dark body aside for disposal. Place your hand on the screen. The girl responsible for processing registrations abruptly stood up, startling Dingyu, who immediately went on alert. I can't process this. What's the issue? This soldier is over 10,000 levels. It requires the Prime Minister's personal signature to process. Dingyu was puzzled, and she continued, moreover, there aren't enough resources right now. Even with a signature, it cannot be processed. Over 10,000 levels? Dingyu looked at Jiang Sheng in confusion. The level of consciousness couldn't be discerned with the naked eye. Just get me a level 10 body. Jiang Sheng refrained from explaining, only making a small request. Feeling quite guilty. Let me check, please wait. Such situations were rare, and Dingyu couldn't make the decision alone, so he quickly contacted Dai Qin. Dai Qin responded, ultimately confirming a level 10 designation. Jiang Sheng emerged once more in oversized shorts. Where Dai Qin awaited outside, am I still going? Do you want to? I don't know. For Jiang Sheng, the choice between going or not held little significance, but now that he lacked a high-tier body, it seemed unnecessary to proceed. There's been a notification from above. In light of the special circumstances, solo or small unit outings have been cancelled. You don't need to go, Dotto. Then what about me? You re-part of the 153rd Regiment. Return to your station and keep the home safe, Dotto. Jiang Sheng kept his head down. Go on. Dai Qin sighed, lamenting the losses that had occurred, which no one desired. Jiang Sheng stepped out alone, feeling too shy to request a vehicle, and slowly walked back to the familiar camp as night fell. He didn't inform Meng Qiao of his return, instead choosing to sit alone on the basketball court. Gazing at the moon for half the night, it was only when his body grew stiff that he stood, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. He recalled the time he had pushed 800 billion outward. He hadn't felt troubled then, as it wasn't his own, nor had he actively sought to engage with it. But this time, the rice was there, the items were his to claim, the box was his to open, and the rice was his to consume, and now it was lost. The physical body had perished, energy dissipated, and the high-tier rice had gone to waste. It was all the fault of those damned pirates. That night, The unfortunate Xia Chu also found no comfort in sleep. She tossed and turned on her specially designed large bed, devoid of games or live streams. To her, it felt akin to living in darkness. An irritable experience. She attempted to log into Glory Arena once more, only to be met with the cold rejection of the system, intensifying her frustration. It's all that damned brat's fault. But who could blame her for being careless? She slapped herself hard across the face, the sound echoing, and the wretched feelings lingered persistently. Are you there? Which scoundrel is trying to provoke me at this hour? She was filled with pent-up anger, ready to unleash her wrath on anyone who dared approach. Upon seeing the cerebral imprint of the person calling her, she was momentarily speechless. It was that detestable fellow. Are you there? Another call came through. What do you want? Speak up. I'm busy. I need to discuss something with you. His hesitance only fueled her irritation. Stop stalling. If you have something to say, spit it out. It was indeed Jiang Shang, who struggled with communication, especially with a woman in a foul mood. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Hanging up was not an option, but neither was staying on the line. Will you speak or not? Both were growing impatient, and when he failed to articulate a response, she finally urged him. I want to go to Melka. I need your help. If you want to go, go ahead. Why are you looking for me? Xia Chu replied, exasperated. What is Melka? I've never even heard of that place. Do you expect me to lend you a vehicle? We aren't close, only enemies, remember? There are benefits. What benefits? Xia Chu did not hide her disdain. This guy was merely around level 10. What could he possibly offer? Did he think that a level 1000 Xia Chu could be tempted by a few grains of ordinary rice? Golden rice. How much gold? How much rice? Xia Chu was ready to ridicule him. At best, 10 taels of gold and 100 grains of rice. I don't know. Are you kidding me? Xia Chu shot up from her bed, contemplating whether to storm over and confront him, even if it meant losing face. After all, her dignity was already in tatters. She might as well dismember that brat's legs. I'm not lying. I truly don't know how much I can steal. What do you mean? As Xia Chu donned a shoe, her ears perked up at the mention of stealing, and she froze. This is the route map. A video map was sent over, and Xia Chu opened it, her head spinning, but at least the map appeared authentic. What route map? Melka. Who is Melka? A pirate den. Pirates. Xia Chu was bewildered. How had the conversation suddenly turned to pirates? Have you eaten too much? No, I've been robbed by pirates, and the losses are significant. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh erupted from her, unrestrained in her amusement. Serves you right. Yet, amid the laughter, curiosity crept in, and she asked, Are you still alive? Yes, if not, would a ghost be conversing with you? So, you're seeking revenge on the pirates? Yes. Then report it to the authorities. Why are you seeking me? It's not within the country. Reporting it won't help. What do you intend to do then? Go and reclaim what was taken? Exactly. Have you lost your mind? Ha ha ha. She simply could not contain her laughter. This was the most joyous moment of her day. After laughing for a while, she noticed that the person across from her remained still and composed, not exhibiting any signs of madness, which piqued her curiosity. You're not joking, are you? No, you really intend to rob pirates? Yes, do you know where the pirates are? I do. Are you certain you can handle them? Not sure. Then why are you wasting your time here instead of sleeping? You could join me. Get lost? Xia Chu was not naive. Pirates were ruthless and vicious, and she was just an ordinary person with some skills. It would be a miracle if she avoided being robbed by pirates, let alone robbing them. She simply lacked the capability for such a feat. Go ahead and try. Try what? Suddenly, a sense of something amiss washed over her. Could this fellow possibly be plotting against me? Chapter 042. The Love of Churong. Panic coursed through Xia Chu's heart as she recalled that person's strange methods. It was a lie that she wouldn't rob pirates, but was she truly going to be robbed herself? Hastily, she severed her connection to the brain domain, and fortunately, no trace of that confounded brain domain virus appeared. Oh, I can log in. She attempted to access the Glory Arena, and to her astonishment, she succeeded. Sister Xia is online. Instantly, a multitude of onlookers flooded the room, and the count soared to over 80 million. No one, not even the renowned Empress Wanrong next door, had ever amassed such a following. Today, she aimed to challenge for 1,000 victories. This was her moment of glory. Her opponent was a formidable 3,000 ranked warrior. Tall and imposing, seemingly invincible. As the battle commenced, She unleashed her potential within the fight, delivering critical strikes and ultimately overcoming her opponent with great difficulty, achieving her first 1,000 victories in life. The screen erupted with celebratory messages and cheers for her. Sister Xia is magnificent. A smile involuntarily graced her face. But then, a voice emerged, sinister as a demon. Huh? Her gaze sharpened, yet she found it impossible to discern whether this was virtual or reality. Everything felt vividly clear in her memory, as if it had only just transpired. What do you think? Ah, you. She sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, realizing that another person had appeared in the room. Jiang Sheng stood before her. She shook her head violently, her head throbbing painfully. What on earth was happening? Was she hallucinating? Jiang Sheng waited at the doorway for her to regain her composure. This was his newly developed brain domain virus. Dream of illusions. This virus no longer caused chaos through instant memory replication, but instead directly targeted one's will, inducing hallucinations. Once infected, even shutting down the brain domain would not halt its spread within one's will, unless the will itself perished. Are you a demon? Tears streamed down Xia Chu's face. She would rather remain lost in dreams. I need your help. Jiang Sheng sat across from her, earnestly gazing into her eyes. What if I refuse? Then it shall be so. I just closed my brain domain. Why am I still experiencing hallucinations? This is my new virus, named Dream of Illusions. Even closing the brain domain has no effect. Once infected, one cannot awaken until completely intoxicated. You truly are a genius. Brain domain viruses are not novel, but no one had ever achieved such a level as he had. Xia Chu looked at him. So frail, only level 10, yet she felt no courage to act against such a seemingly weak individual. Were you truly robbed by pirates? Yes. Have you lost your body? Xia Chu noticed something different about him. It seemed he had a newly acquired body. Yes. What about your woman? This fellow was so eager for revenge. Could it be that a woman had been taken by the pirates? Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her question, quickly realizing she might be referring to Ming Qiao. She is my friend. I was not with her at the time. What's the story with the pirates? I was originally headed to Mars, just leaving Earth when I encountered pirates. Although I returned alive, the losses were substantial. How substantial? Substantial enough to make you desperate. I had a stock of 10,000 level rice, and it was all gone. 10,000 level rice? Xia Chu was incredulous. Such a thing had not been heard of for years. How could an ordinary person possibly possess it? Indeed, 10,000 level rice. It was not even mine. I didn't recognize it at first, just consumed it, not even remembering the taste. I don't believe you. Such a treasure as 10,000 level rice would certainly be closely guarded. How could it be stolen by outsiders? Do you still wish to play the real glory arena? I do, but I won't gamble with my life. Although Xia Chu was tall, she was not foolish. She clearly understood right from wrong. Moreover, if he sought revenge, what did it have to do with her? I won't risk my life either. Therefore, I simply hope you will accompany me. If the Dream of Illusion successfully invades your will, we seize the pirate's treasure and leave. If not, we will turn back as if we never went. The thought of pirate treasure sounded quite enticing. Xia Chu pondered. Indeed, this fellow's Dream of Illusions was formidable, and if he wielded a sharp dagger, she might not even perceive her demise. As long as it didn't involve a life-or-death struggle, it might be worth following to take a look. That I can go, but you must sign a life-and-death contract with me. I do not trust you. The life-and-death contract was a covenant of shared fate. If one party died, the other would inevitably be drawn into death as well. It was a contract of will that could not be formed or dissolved without mutual consent. Upon understanding this, Jiang Sheng agreed. All right. The signing of the life-and-death contract was not difficult. Both parties exchanged a fragment of their will. The first pair to utilize such a contract were named Qi Chu and Yen Rong. They were lovers who vowed to share life and death, willingly exchanging their wills. Thus, the life-and-death contract became known as the Love of Churong. How long? 1 week. All right. The two reached an agreement, exchanging a sliver of their will. From this moment until the dissolution of the life-and-death contract, they would share life and death for 1 week. I still feel it's a bit unreliable. Even with the exchange of wills and the signing of the life-and-death contract, Xia Chu remained uneasy. It could also turn out surprisingly simple. Jiang Sheng began to invade the brain domain, accessing the contact information of the Myrica pirates from his memories. He successfully connected to the first pirate, then the second, then the third. continuously copying memories and expanding rapidly. The locations of the thousands of Myrica pirates were soon plotted on the map. Is this their leader? Are you sure? Yes. Should we kill him? His level is higher than yours. We cannot act recklessly. Then what? I am copying his memories. It would be best if we could find the treasure directly. Xia Chu did not comprehend these matters. Seeing Jiang Sheng lost in thought, she could only wait. Found it. It's right under his bed. Jiang Sheng marked the location, which was a direct distance of 3,700 kilometers. When do we set off? We leave now. Where did you get the route map? From Myrica's memories. Is it reliable? Quite reliable. How do we get there? We'll rent a spaceship. All right. The two proceeded to the Dongdaeji Space Supermarket and rented a large cargo spaceship. After confirming the location, Jiang Sheng activated the autopilot. Once aboard, Xia Chu still felt a bit anxious. Although she was experienced in combat, a game remained just that, a game. In reality, she could not remain indifferent while blowing someone's head off. Shall we turn back? Don't worry. Look, Jiang Sheng had successfully invaded the Myrica pirates' brain domain, projecting what they saw onto the screen. This is possible. This is thousands of miles away. He truly was a monster. Chapter 043, Advancement of the Dream of Illusions. The Myrica pirates had originally focused on maritime operations, but with the rise of cosmic migration, they had adapted to become renowned interstellar space thieves. Surrounding major powers either turned a blind eye or remained indifferent, allowing them to flourish. It was said that there were even clandestine dealings, with some inconvenient matters entrusted to these pirates, thus serving mutual interests. As dawn broke, the spaceship flew directly over Myrica. Xia Chu realized that this approach was rather reckless. She turned to Jiang Sheng, feeling a bit anxious, knowing that a single rocket launcher could easily take them down. We should descend. Yet, Jiang Sheng seemed oblivious to the danger, directly opening the hatch and gesturing for Xia Chu to follow him down. Estimating the distance to the ground at 1,200 meters. The spaceship could not descend any further. He needed Xia Chu to jump with him. At this juncture, she could only grit her teeth. Xia Chu glanced below. It appeared that no one had been disturbed. Grabbing Jiang Sheng, she aimed for a clear spot below and leaped down, tossing Jiang Sheng upward before rolling upon landing, both of them unscathed. Jiang Sheng gave her a thumbs up, despite her straightforwardness. Her agility was exceptional. Now what? Right here. Jiang Sheng did not answer her question but merely indicated for her to stand in the center of the open space. She felt somewhat bewildered but complied. Oh no, someone is coming. She looked at Jiang Sheng, who signaled for her to remain still. Could this fellow be planning to betray me? Xia Chu felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Standing foolishly in the center of an open space, unable to escape even if she wished to, had it not been for the life and death pact she had signed with the man beside her. She would have certainly pounded him into submission before fleeing. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Within the 1,700 meters under her control, numerous individuals emerged from the buildings, their faces etched with devotion. Clutching golden treasures or rice, ambling toward her at a leisurely pace, a mirage. Was it the illusion conjured by that young man? Just how many people could he manipulate? Jiang Sheng, shrouded in the shadows of a corner, seemed to discern her thoughts and softly responded, Many. How many was many? Xia Chu had no idea. She could only feel a chill of trepidation coursing through her veins. She had once experienced a similar madness herself. When she first entered the spotlight, her long legs dominating the realm of glory, with millions cheering her name. Even though time might dull the senses, she still maintained a following of 100,000 fans. Yet, those were mere fans. Now, she was surrounded by pirates. The only solace was that these pirates appeared to be under the thrall of an illusion, showing no signs of aggression, merely placing their gold and rice before her one after another, before turning and retreating to their slumber as if nothing had transpired. This was the most concentrated area of pirates, and Xia Chu found it impossible to gauge the extent of the illusion's control. However, her immediate vicinity was already piled high with gold and rice, and more were continuously arriving. What was she to do? Gazing at the mountain of treasures before her, panic set in. She realized she had certainly stirred up trouble. Xia Chu steadied herself. She must not move, nor awaken them. She silently encouraged herself, suppressing the pallor on her face. Why was time dragging on so slowly? Why wouldn't it come to a halt? Dawn was approaching. Finally, as if a century had passed, no one else approached. She lifted her gaze to behold the resplendent gold surrounding her. "Do not dawdle. Pack it up, though." Xia Chu numbly followed his command. Hurriedly gathering the items, up it goes. This fellow was remarkably composed. Xia Chu found herself somewhat admiring him. She aimed for the ship above, grasped the burlap sack, bent her knees, and with a powerful leap, soared into the cabin, depositing the sack before jumping down again. "Hurry!" Jiang Sheng handed her another sack. She felt flustered. If she continued to carry them one by one, it might waste time. Gritting her teeth, she hefted 2 sacks at once, summoning all her strength to leap into the 1,000-meter-high ship. This maneuver indeed quickened their pace. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and within 10 minutes, the mountain of treasures was stowed away in the ship. There was nothing left. Jiang Sheng glanced at the ground, ensuring not a single grain of rice was left behind. "Let us go." Xia Chu tugged at him as they leapt onto the ship. Still struggling to believe it, did we succeed? Indeed. Jiang Sheng turned to survey the treasures behind them. This collection barely equated to a single grain of 10,000 level rice. Regrettably, 10,000 level rice was valued yet unmarketable. Even with gold, it could not be exchanged. The ship followed its designated route back. As dawn broke, the pirates awakened from the illusion, seemingly unaware that anything had transpired, until one inadvertently discovered their treasured possessions missing. A stone cast into water stirred countless ripples. The entire Myurka erupted in chaos. Countless individuals were horrified to find their fortunes vanished. What sort of thief could be so audacious as to plunder all of Myurka in a single night without rousing a soul? The answer was singular. An ancient deity it had been countless years since their miracles had graced the earth. Was this a sign of their return? Such news spread across the globe via the neural domain. Myurka had been robbed, and many distant sea merchants celebrated. Yet the astute merchants grew increasingly anxious, fearing that the Myurka pirates would become even more ruthless in their desperation. These concerns were beyond Jiang Sheng's contemplation. Several hours later, the ship arrived directly above the camp. The two of them unloaded their treasures together. "How do we divide it?" Xia Chu suddenly pondered, casting a dubious glance at Jiang Sheng. "No need to divide." "What do you mean?" "It's all mine." "Are you joking?" Xia Chu verified that her neural domain was indeed shut off, and clenched her fists. If this fellow lacked sense, she wouldn't hesitate to let him experience the might of the Xia family's unique martial arts. "I am not jesting." Jiang Sheng didn't even look at her, merely gently activating the illusion that had long been embedded within her neural domain. "I told you before, the illusion is formless. It is of no use even if you shut off your neural domain. We have signed a life and death contract. You cannot—" "I understand. I cannot harm you." Jiang Sheng smiled. Xia Chu had a wonderful dream. Awakening to find it was already noon, panic gripped her. Damn it! Instinctively, she reached for her device to log into the glory arena, only to feel despondent. She could no longer gain entry, all thanks to that wretched scoundrel. She fell back onto her bed, feeling lost, and no need for grooming, no early rising, nor the pretense she had maintained. After countless instances of wishing to give up, only upon truly losing did she realize how hard it was to let go. She had grown accustomed to the feeling of being in the spotlight. "How has my level dropped so dramatically?" Xia Chu murmured, her mind lingering on yesterday, where the embarrassing events were too painful to recall. Could one reckless act truly cost her over 100 levels? My life. She buried her head deep into her blankets. The reality and the game were entirely disparate. Recklessness came at a price. And actions like that day before yesterday, intercepting someone else's motorcycle, achieving a speed of 1,700 in a split second, could not happen again. But what had she been doing yesterday? Damn it, had she truly slept an entire day and night? Sigh. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Jiang Sheng quietly turned to leave. He had devised an advanced version of the illusion, weaving dreams capable of fabricating memories. Xia Chu would not recall the events of last night. In her memory, there would only be a dream wherein she defeated Queen Wanrong, becoming one of the most renowned streamers in the glory arena. When a person awakens, the dream dissipates, and thus is the essence of weaving dreams. Chapter 044. The opponent makes no move on the way. He purchased an electronic scale, naturally for weighing gold. By evening, he cleared out the warehouse, neatly arranging the gold within .in total. There were over 2,000 pounds, exceeding a ton of gold. Countless ordinary grains of rice were present, with over 500 grains of 10-level rice and 13 grains of 100-level rice. There were none at the 1,000 or 10,000 levels, and no wonder those individuals preferred piracy. However, high-level rice was indeed scarce. Once acquired, it was likely consumed first. This venture ensured that he would not have to worry about his next life. Jiang Sheng locked the warehouse door and hung the key at his waist. He resembled someone forgotten, lingering in a forsaken military camp day after day, sleeping when weary, eating when hungry, until one day he received a message. 3,000 yuan credited to his account. Please check. Where did this money come from? Fortunately, there was an accompanying explanation. It turned out to be last month's salary for Private Jiang Sheng of the 153rd Regiment. It was not a viable solution to remain idle. He attempted to contact Dai Chen, but the call did not connect, so he left a message. Uncle Dai, I am quite idle. He received a reply only by nightfall. I'll arrange for your transfer in a couple of days. Transfer? A term somewhat unfamiliar to Jiang Sheng, yet he had no choice but to accept. However, Dai Chen's a couple of days seemed to stretch indefinitely, appearing as 2 days and then 2 more. Jiang Sheng did not wish to push for answers. Helplessly, he logged into the Real Glory Arena, passing the time with gaming. Simple, ordinary, difficult, hellish. He chose the simple mode. Matching you with an opponent, please wait. Match successful, please prepare. His opponent was a newcomer named Bai Shangqi, only level 5, just reaching the minimum threshold for entering the game. The two faced each other, tension palpable. Yield. I won't harm you. Jiang Sheng was never one for violence. Of course, excluding the days prior to his BS. Thank you for your kindness, but I am ready. Please, strike first, senior. He assumed a defensive stance. This foolish boy, if you don't approach, how can I strike you? Jiang Sheng had no choice but to gradually close the distance. Honestly, he detested this wretched game. Due to the BS, his level 800 felt akin to the 5-level opponent before him. Normally, an 800-level player would dispatch a 5-level opponent with a single step and a slap. Yet, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Once he exerted force, especially in a burst, the instantaneous pain between his bones would trigger a stress response, and before any action could unfold, it would inevitably conclude. Thus, he could only approach his opponent at a normal pace. If the opponent chose to evade, so be it. This boy was not foolish. As Jiang Sheng advanced a step, he retreated a step, cautiously maintaining their distance. If that was the case, they would have to engage in a battle of patience. He simply sat in the center of the arena, lost in thought. He truly wished to convey to Dai Chen that, at level 10,000, he was no different from his current level 1 self. For him, level truly held no significance. However, revealing such a truth would expose the illusion, and should that happen, he was uncertain whether he possessed the strength to protect such an ability. Gazing at the 5-level newcomer across from him, he abandoned the notion of revealing his capabilities. Without the use of an illusion, he could not even handle a level 5 newcomer. How could he speak of protection? Senior, look out, Bai Shangqi, seeing that Jiang Sheng had even closed his eyes, seized the opportunity to kick. Too slow. Even with his eyes closed, Jiang Sheng maintained control over his surroundings. He would not repeat Xia Chu's blunder. Since he could not draw near, he would wait for the other to approach. Just that moment, with the smallest arc, he struck out a palm, akin to swatting away a fly that he won, and the victory was unremarkable. In this particular duel, there was but a solitary spectator, a man named Wei Xiangzi. Initially, he had merely passed by, under the impression that the stage was vacant, and was about to continue on his way when he discerned that there were indeed individuals present. The atmosphere was so heavy with tension that it was undoubtedly a contest between masters. His spirit stirred, and he immediately focused his attention. On the stage stood 2 figures, one half asleep and the other poised as if facing a formidable foe. Remaining motionless for an extended period, it is said that in the clash of experts, victory and defeat hang by a slender thread, and indeed it seemed so. He waited for an hour, contemplating a trip to procure a bag of sunflower seeds. Yet fearing that it would be in vain, he ended up waiting another hour. After 2 more hours, just as he was on the brink of despair, one of the combatants could no longer restrain himself and made a move. To his astonishment, he thought, goodness, how slow can one be? Is this a game? And was promptly met with a resounding slap that sent him sprawling. What a situation! Upon glancing at the information of the 2 contenders, he was struck by a bolt from the blue. What kind of expert was this? One was of level 800, which was acceptable, but the other merely 5. How could an 800-level player engage in a 4-hour bout with a 5-level player? A torrent of frustration surged within him. What on earth was happening? Just as he was about to turn and leave, a mischievous thought struck him. Such an exhilarating spectacle deserved to be shared with others. Did it not? Thus, he titled it the most iconic duel of the ages, a succinct title that successfully captured the attention of the masses amidst a deluge of mundane content. People clicked on it, unable to suppress their anticipation, and after an interminable wait, a cacophony of comments erupted. Wei Xiangzi, are you out of your mind? The two individuals on stage were equally afflicted. The first point was that Jiang Sheng was unaware, and the second was that they were correct to some extent. Jiang Sheng was indeed quite unwell. He had not seen the video, for the most unbearable plight for a person is solitude. Initially, he had no intention of logging back in, but the following day, after wandering around the camp 3 times, he inadvertently found himself logging into the game once more. Simple, ordinary, difficult, hellish. This time, he opted for the ordinary difficulty. Wei Xiangzi had already taken note of him, and upon seeing him online, silently followed suit. Once the match commenced, he swiftly made his way to the sidelines to observe. The participants were Jiang Sheng. At level 801, seemingly a notch higher than the previous day, Wei Xiangzi pulled up yesterday's video and confirmed that Jiang Sheng had indeed been at level 800 flat. Wang Zhanzheng, at level 760, was a seasoned player of Glory Arena, boasting a substantial fan base. Though not as renowned as the great masters, many could still call out her name as the match commenced. Jiang Sheng cast a glance at his opponent, a woman with short hair and an oval face, whose smile radiated warmth and purity. Greetings, senior. I look forward to your guidance. The disparity between their levels was not vast. Yet she adopted a humble demeanor, bowing in respect and awaiting the commencement of the duel. Jiang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing that she did not immediately attack, he decided to wait. However, as moments passed without her making a move, he settled down to wait further. Here it comes. Wei Xiangzi immediately activated a live stream, calling upon his friends, and with Wang Zhenjing's followers, the duel garnered over 10,000 viewers online. Idol, you must win. Their level is higher than mine. I shan't hold out too much hope, just pray my idol remains unharmed. Same here. I just arrived. Has the match begun? I believe it has. Is that guy asleep? It appears so. Idol, strike. Could it be a trap? Perhaps. Some individuals are notoriously deceitful. What should we do? Let us just wait and see. This waiting stretched into 3,600 seconds. Wang Zhanzheng, undoubtedly unaware of yesterday's video, recognized that her opponent had a higher level and thus adopted a cautious approach, waiting for the other to make a move. However, what happens when the opponent does not strike? Chapter 045. Do not fight. To initiate an attack against a higher-level opponent is akin to self-harm, especially in such a face-to-face competition. Finally, a fan could no longer contain themselves and approached from another area, surrounding the stage and vocally condemning Jiang Sheng's actions. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, get down. Exactly. What's with this sleeping act? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. Jiang Sheng stirred, slowly raising his head to glance at the crowd below. Wondering if he had offended them in any way, it was at that moment that Wang Zhenjing was on the verge of an outburst. Seeing him turn his head away again, thinking he was about to attack, and immediately braced for defense. This guy is quite cunning, surely trying to bait me into striking. After a moment of waiting, realizing something was amiss, she clasped her fists and said, Senior, please make your move. Oh, Jiang Sheng replied, extending his hand to display his palm before retracting it. This gesture appeared rather mockingly. Prepare yourself. Wang Zhenjing could no longer contain herself and launched a kick, her waist bending like a bow, aiming directly for her opponent's head. Jiang Sheng remained seated, not even shifting, merely using his forearm to block her leg. The impact was tolerable on his forearm, but the recoil sent a sharp pain through his shoulder and back. Indeed, fighting was not suited for him. He reaffirmed this fact and resolved not to return the following day. He was injured. Wang Zhenjing clearly noticed the fleeting pain etched upon his face, yet she did not hesitate. Following up with a flurry of kicks, strangely, her opponent did not retaliate but merely continued to block with his forearm. Countless kicks landed, yet the expression on the opponent's face remained unchanged. I'm in pain. Yet the force rebounding from his forearm showed no signs of diminishing. Wang Zhenjing grew increasingly perplexed and, upon witnessing the pain vanish from her opponent's visage, felt an inexplicable panic, sensing trouble. She immediately leaped to the edge and clasped her fists, declaring, "I concede. I surrender." Jiang Sheng genuinely felt no pain. He had become numb from the kicks. Rising to stretch his body, he found himself all right. "Thank you, senior, for your mercy." Wang Zhenjing felt a tinge of frustration but politely withdrew from the match. She logged off, and the audience below dispersed in discontent. Wei Xiangzi gazed at Jiang Sheng, eager to strike up a conversation. Yet Jiang Sheng logged off before he could approach. What a bore. Reflecting on Xia Chu's obsession with this game, he found himself bewildered, naturally, with no intention to understand. Opening his inventory, he was just about to take some rice when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. It was Ming Qiao. Should he step out to meet her? Jiang Sheng hesitated, but upon noticing she was not alone, realized he had no choice. This was the place he once inhabited, a desolate military camp. Situated a bit far from his workplace, necessitating a walk of over an hour each day, hence he had to rise early. She had not visited in quite some time, seemingly nostalgic about the place. "You truly suffered during that time. It won't be so anymore, for I shall be by your side." "Who asked you to be by my side?" Ming Qiao playfully retorted, causing Jiang Sheng, who was observing, to feel a pang in his heart. A straight man, destined for solitude. Look at how she behaves. "I brought Xichang sweet potatoes. Let us go roast them over there." "All right." This scene successfully rekindled memories for Jiang Sheng. Leaving him with a bittersweet ache, resolutely, he shut down his thoughts and withdrew his will. Lying atop a mound of gold, munching on rice, it dawned on him that love, much like BS, persists even if the body fades, as long as the soul endures. Yet, love is a matter for two, and Jiang Sheng's love had long since been halved. He always believed he could endure. Be it BS or love, he thought it would eventually resolve. Little did he know that even in a new world and body, these sentiments remained unchanged. Gold could not salvage his love, nor could it redeem his body. However, the gold did appear quite splendid. He grabbed a handful with his left hand, another with his right, and with nothing else to occupy him, began molding the gold into imaginative shapes. He fashioned two little figures, one representing himself and the other the girl from long ago. From the day they met to the day they parted, her laughter and tears were etched into his mind, and now they were imprinted upon the gold. If she were to discover that so much gold was for her, would she not be overjoyed, unable to sleep for 3 days and nights? Remembering her delighted expression as she held money, he could not help but smile. Suddenly, a pivotal thought struck him. Perhaps in a few years, she would arrive. Should he wait for her, or leave this gold for her? Jiang Sheng felt a sudden rush of absurdity, overwhelmed with bitterness. He was tormented not by her but by BS and himself. He could no longer remain idle. His mind felt vacant, filled only with memories. There was still no news from Uncle Dai, so he resolved to seek employment. Additionally, he wished Ming Qiao well. Jiang Sheng began to sort through his belongings. Over 2,000 pounds of gold transformed into over 200 little figures, all the level 10 and level 100 rice consumed. Yet he had only ascended to level 800. The level 10 rice meant that consuming 1 grain could elevate him to level 10. But another grain would only raise him to level 15. The higher the level, the less effective the outcome. The same applied to the level 100 rice. 1 grain could elevate him to level 100, but another would not reach level 200. 13 grains barely pushed him to level 800, which was neither good nor bad. He still had several sacks of ordinary rice, which he estimated could last him for 10 years without issue. Had those two individuals departed? Jiang Sheng had no desire to spy on others or eavesdrop, yet as his will was momentarily released, he nearly forgot to retract it. Goodness, in broad daylight, with half their clothes undone. This simply would not do. Jiang Sheng immediately activated the dream illusion, ushering the two out. After a brief moment of silence, he managed to calm the restlessness within him. He could not linger any longer. He needed to keep himself occupied. He hoisted a sack of rice and headed down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he found a 4S dealership. "Sir, are you here to look at cars?" The female sales assistant, gazing at the sack on his back, felt a wave of dizziness. What era was this? Such a rustic fellow. Perhaps he was a wealthy tycoon? Yes. What model are you interested in? Can any of these purchase that? Jiang Xing added, I need something spacious, in stock, and ready to drive away. And that is. The female clerk unfastened the sack and stared blankly at the rice within. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to consult the manager. My apologies. The clerk hurriedly dashed to the back, soon returning with a professionally attired woman in a black blazer. Hello, sir. My name is Gue Rongfang, and I am delighted to assist you. Greetings. First, we need to count the rice, and I will provide you with a quote based on the market price of 300 yuan per grain. Does that sound acceptable? Certainly. Please hold on. The two began counting on the spot. There were a total of 321 grains in the sack, confirming a value of 96,300 yuan. What kind of car can one purchase for just over 90,000, sir? How about this model? A domestic SUV, the latest version, spacious and quiet. All right, Jiang Sheng glanced at it and readily agreed. Good, please complete these forms. By the time the process was finished, night had fallen. Jiang Sheng drove off in the SUV. Though it was not expensive, it possessed all the necessary features. He tested the autopilot but found it unreliable, opting instead for manual control. By the time he returned to the camp, it was quite late, and he decided to rest before heading out for his part-time job the next day. Chapter 046. Crossing Boundaries. Link and Liao Miao were a pair of partners, overseeing this entire neighborhood. They were acutely aware of which families were struggling. Typically, they would leisurely patrol their territory, collecting dues when the time came. This job was easy, with decent income. After decades of toil, they had ascended through 30 levels, a rapid advancement for most. That day, they patrolled their domain as usual. Link, look over there. Damn, that clueless fool, doesn't he know this is our turf? A seemingly new SUV approached leisurely, where Jiang Sheng sat inside, extending his consciousness, enveloping a vast area. He spotted Link and Liao Miao from a distance, showing no intention of yielding. Times had changed. Even without the brain domain virus, he could easily overpower them. What should we do? Liao Miao didn't recognize the vehicle but understood that typically, those who drove were somewhat established. They might be provoking someone they shouldn't, and if trouble arose, they would have no recourse for their grievances. What is there to fear? It's a domestic vehicle. Link, however, had a keen eye and quickly discerned the situation. Since it was a new domestic model, it likely belonged to a newcomer who probably didn't understand the rules. So they decided to teach him a lesson about those very rules. The two immediately stepped forward to block the vehicle, with Liao Miao rushing ahead to knock on the window and shout, "Roll it down!" Jiang Sheng lowered the window, and as their gazes met, Liao Miao's heart sank. Isn't that the guy from before? The terror from a month prior surged back, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Link, skilled in reading the atmosphere, immediately noticed his partner's change in demeanor and without a word, turned to flee. Wait for me, Link, Liao Miao howled, hurriedly spinning around and pursuing like a wolf in distress. These two were quite perceptive. The comfort of a four-wheeled vehicle outweighed that of a two-wheeled one. Jiang Sheng leaned back, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while dozing off, glancing at Link and Liao Miao, who sprinted swiftly behind him. They soon reached a pavilion designated for rest. What did you see that scared you so much? Link asked, puzzled. Surely, the person in the car is a big shot. Link, thank goodness you ran fast. It's that kid. Can you clarify? With a resounding slap, Link struck him on the head. That idiot from last time. When he saw us, he cowered in fear. But before we could make a move, he suddenly collapsed, and it was that kid. Did he him? Link, somewhat bewildered, inquired, how did he come back after letting him escape last time? Right, I almost forgot about him. You keep an eye on him. I'll find Boss Gua. Link clenched his fist, asserting, this time, we will catch him. Understood. The two conferred and promptly went their separate ways. This society is rather complex, Jiang Sheng mused. For over 100 years, generations have been intertwined in this sphere. From emperors to street thugs, with revolutionary predecessors in between. There is no clear distinction of right or wrong. Ultimately, it all boils down to one issue: insufficient sustenance. The revolutionary predecessors could overthrow landlords and imperialists, but could not reform their own ancestry. Thus, troops ventured to Mars and even farther afield. Their generation was destined for hardship, yet they were also capable of creating miracles. Jiang Sheng naturally admired them and had attempted to integrate and transform himself. However, thus far, he had failed. Life must continue, and if he could not keep pace with his predecessors, he would have to forge his own path. But what if someone obstructed his way? He had begun to look down on menial jobs like those of the underworld. Considering himself somewhat adept, recently, he had only dabbled when idle, but evidently, others did not share this sentiment. The presence of the brain domain made summoning individuals easy, and within minutes, Bosco arrived with his entourage. A fierce and brazen group of 17 individuals blocked the road, making a formidable display. This route served as both a city thoroughfare in the first world and a mountain path in the second world, thus constituting a vital transportation artery. Jiang Sheng even spotted a familiar face, Zhao Lifa, who sped past him in a police car. However, the two were no longer in the same world, and she remained entirely oblivious. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a steel pipe smashed into the front windshield, sending shards cascading onto the steering wheel. Jiang Sheng felt a pang in his heart, having just purchased the new vehicle less than a day ago. He wondered who he had offended. Without needing to be called, he exited the car and stood to the side. 17 individuals, after establishing their dominance, scrutinized Jiang Sheng, investigating his origins. "Brother, which faction do you belong to?" Jiang Sheng remained silent. He, too, was uncertain of his affiliation. "This territory has belonged to Old Guo for a century. If you come here, shouldn't you announce your presence? In this day and age, a humble beggar might be the leader of a gang, while a street vendor could be the last emperor. Before fully understanding one's adversary, one should not act rashly." Jiang Sheng remained silent, simply gripping the SUV's window and gently lifting it. A vehicle of this style weighed no less than 1.4 tons. Lifting it single-handedly required a force of at least 2,800 pounds, suggesting that this individual's level exceeded 300. Old Guo, having thrived in this area, was no fool. His expression shifted immediately as he clasped his fists and declared, "Ah, it turns out you are a senior. My apologies for my ignorance. Come, replace the senior's glass and bring out the finest tea for him." Jiang Sheng had anticipated a confrontation and was even prepared to activate a dream sequence if necessary. To his surprise, this man directly conceded. The ability to bend and adapt marked a true character. "What brought you to this remote wilderness, esteemed senior?" Seeing Jiang Sheng refrain from hostility, Old Guo quickly approached, peppering him with respectful titles, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. His subordinates were equally perceptive and soon found someone to replace the front windshield of the SUV. "Come, senior, it was our oversight. Allow us to make amends." Given such hospitality, Jiang Sheng felt compelled to accept, finally taking a seat. It was a rather peculiar experience to receive an apology from someone of such stature, even more so than engaging in a brawl. Tea was soon served. Jiang Sheng typically didn't drink much tea, only occasionally indulging in a sip. Now, as it was presented to him, he felt uneasy and wished to conclude the encounter quickly. Downing it in one gulp, "Excellent, senior, you are quite forthright. In all my years, I've never encountered a hero like you." He too drank the tea, then suddenly turned and bellowed at his subordinates, "How could you be so blind? Go fetch some fine wine and 2 plates of premium beef." Jiang Sheng found the situation amusing. "Is this fellow from the late Northern Song dynasty?" he pondered. "What if he calls me brother after drinking?" Just as he was lost in thought, everything before him went white, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 047. The fiery demon. Typically, BS patients suffer from anemia, and so did Jiang Sheng. He dreaded overly enthusiastic individuals. And Old Guo epitomized that very trait. It was only after he collapsed that he realized the gravity of the situation. What had been added to the tea? At this moment, he found himself powerless to even exert his will. "Go check what's in the car," Old Guo commanded, taking it upon himself to search Jiang Sheng's person. Having navigated this realm for a century, he had encountered all manner of individuals. He was certain he was dealing with a novice who lacked the basic social etiquette. To achieve such a high level, he must either have stumbled upon good fortune or be one of those reclusive masters who had not emerged for centuries. Regardless of which, he was a prime target for Old Guo. "Damn it, this kid has nothing on him." Old Guo grimaced in displeasure. Glancing back at the vehicle, he noticed Link, with his rear end up in the air, completely still in the car. Something's amiss. A spark ignited in his mind, and he rushed over, tossing Link aside. His eyes widened in realization. Inside the car was a bag, its opening already undone, revealing a bright yellow substance that was unmistakably gold. Peering further, he saw that the entire back seat was neatly stacked with 4 sacks. He grasped one, and by feel alone, He could tell they were all the same substance. We hit the jackpot. Old Gua's eyes turned crimson. After a century in the game, he had never encountered such a lavish sight. Come here, all of you. He shut the car door and turned around, his expression unchanging. His subordinates, hearing the call, quickly gathered around, a group of over 10, with only Link retreating slightly. We have been brothers for a century. How has the elder brother treated you? The big brother is undeniably righteous. Indeed, since we emerged from the battlefield, it is entirely thanks to the big brother that we stand here today. If the big brother has anything to say, speak plainly, whether it be through fire or steel. The brothers shall never utter a word of dissent. Liao Miao attempted to step forward to express his loyalty, but noticed his partner stepping back, causing him to remain vigilant and also retreat slightly to the back of the crowd. Then today, speak plainly, big brother. I want you all dead. Suddenly, Guo Laoda erupted. Leaving no time for others to react, in the span of merely a few breaths, he had struck down everyone present. The souls of the deceased floated out, gazing bewilderedly at their leader. Only Link understood the reason behind this, but what could knowing achieve? Do not blame the big brother. Rest in peace. Without hesitation, Guo Laoda gathered their wills, compressing them forcefully, causing their souls to scatter. From this moment forth, everything inside the car belonged solely to him. He extracted the items from the vehicle, stuffing the lifeless bodies inside or tossing them atop the car. Once this was accomplished, his gaze fell upon Jiang Sheng. This boy could not be left alive. He stepped forward, throwing Jiang Sheng into the vehicle and igniting it with a flame. Only when the fire had consumed everything did he drag away the gold and turn to leave. What is it like to be engulfed in flames? Jiang Sheng experienced it. Once, due to a mishap, he had scalded his foot with boiling water, leading to a festering wound, and he had endured the agony of tearing his thigh muscle in an effort to avoid becoming a cripple. He feared pain, but he was sufficiently resilient. His body was reduced to ash, leaving only his will ablaze in the inferno. The will belongs to water, possessing fluidity, unable to withstand the flames for long. He thought he might finally find relief, but when the flames extinguished, he found himself still alive, albeit in a rather peculiar state, akin to a flickering flame ignited by a match, a small yet persistent glow that never extinguished. Am I dead or alive? If he still possessed consciousness, then he was not dead. If he was not dead, could there exist a third realm? Floating in confusion, he looked around, surrounded by the shimmering lights of the first world, attempting to comprehend his current condition, yet finding it beyond understanding. He felt like a wisp of ghostly fire. Anyone who saw him would surely be terrified. Am I not allowed to go outside? To step out means death, damn it. I should consult an almanac. He was speechless yet powerless, aiming for a direction, hiding and floating back. By the time he reached the recycling station, it was already midnight. The young lady at the station was still asleep, drooling. No wonder the public channel was fervently rallying to march into the universe. Yet the response was minimal. Could there be more? People were neither dead nor alive. Yet they still engaged in such frivolity. Jiang Sheng floated over and pressed his hand against the screen, feeling inexplicably desolate on this moonless night. Please select your body level. The sudden electronic voice startled the young lady awake. She blinked, dazed. What is that? A ghost? That's really a ghost. Having worked at the recycling station for hundreds of years, Huangnan had never encountered a fiery ghost such as this. Hello, please select your body level. It had been ages since she had spoken so gently. She could not recall the last time. Level 10. Loan point 1 day. Jiang Sheng stated his demands, desiring a level 10 body, opting for a loan, with a promise to repay by tomorrow. Huangnan found his request hard to comprehend, yet muddled through the process. But if you can repay tomorrow, why take a loan tonight? Jiang Sheng emerged from the recycling station clad in oversized shorts. His eyes remained vividly contrasting, yet the black part seemed to harbor flames. He activated his brain domain, searching for Guo Laoda's presence, but the results left him embarrassed. He found no trace of that individual. As if he were a being that did not exist online, he interfaced with the Skynet system, directly searching the nearby vicinity, yet after scouring all the street cameras, Guo Laoda's figure remained elusive. As if he had scurried into a hole like a mouse. What a blunder. Now what? Dawn was approaching, and he had a loan of 100,500 to repay. while his bank account held less than 2,000. What happens if I fail to repay? He immediately searched for relevant information. Failing to repay a bank loan would result in being blacklisted, freezing all assets and prohibiting any consumption until the debt was cleared. How straightforward! A gust of wind could scatter an eggshell, bringing financial peace. Ill-gotten gains are easily relinquished. Yet Jiang Sheng sat at the recycling station's entrance, resting his forehead on his palm, pondering where to find a stash of ill-gotten wealth. Should he hack ZFB or WX Wallet? Such actions would create too much of a stir. The mere thought of such a grand scheme made him itch, yet he reminded himself to restrain his impulses. A single penny can thwart a hero. Yet Jiang Sheng never considered himself a hero, as he could not fulfill that role. He could not sit idly outside the recycling station. He needed to procure money swiftly. With a plan forming in his mind, he rose to action. Without any intention of changing clothes, he ambled down the street in his oversized shorts, barefoot on the cobblestones, experiencing a unique sensation. His will expanded. Yet it felt different from usual. Typically, when he extended his will indoors, he would bounce back upon encountering a wall. As most rooms were equipped with special materials to prevent prying out of course, military barracks were exceptions, filled with rough men who didn't mind. But the fiery entity was indeed different. Encountering walls, he simply ignored them. A radius of 10,000 meters, unimpeded and laid bare before his eyes. Chapter 048. Level 10 Novice A Blaze ignited a swirling mass of fiery will. This peculiar sensation quickly became familiar to Jiang Sheng. Whether it burned or not, as long as he had not perished, he would continue to live well. Money, oh money, where art thou? He swaggered down the street, his will sweeping across various buildings. The Brain Domain Bank, ZFB, and WX were off limits. Any attempt would spell disaster. To become overnight wealthy, one must either gamble or rob. Gambling was not his forte, nor did he possess the capital. As for robbery, it required a certain skill set, and fortunately, he had experience he needed to find someone who could utilize his expertise. However, how to discern the wicked from the innocent? He could not simply target anyone who appeared wealthy. This dilemma troubled him. Some wealth was ripe for the taking, yet some was dangerously untouchable, especially near the rabbit's den. Rabbits do not graze near their burrows, yet they can be desperate at times. Jiang Sheng was akin to that desperate rabbit. The fire sparked by Gualauda transformed not only his will but also his temperament. Unable to rely on instinct, he resolved to depend on skill. Standing beneath a residential block, he maximized his will, invoking a dream. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, over 1,000 households comprising more than 2,000 individuals were plunged into the same dream. In this dream, they were captured, seated in a cold interrogation room, utterly alone. The wall opposite bore 8 large characters. Confess for leniency, resist for severity, I confess. Some were jolted awake. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Jiang Sheng swiftly invaded their memories, gleaning relevant information, and triggered the illusion. Unable to transfer money, he could only seize their cash. Early in the morning, several individuals emerged with bags of trash. Jiang Sheng tousled his hair, resembling a vagrant, dragging away several bags of refuse. He did not believe his disguise was flawless, but as long as the owners dared not speak out, it sufficed. All cash, he could not use transfers to repay the loan, thus he would need to make another trip to the recycling station. He strode confidently into the recycling station with the bags of cash. Huang Nan was about to finish her shift when she saw him enter, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Hadn't he just left? Let us settle up, Jiang Sheng said, placing the cash bags on the counter, casually flipping them open. It was his first time seeing so much cash, uncertain of the total amount, but estimating it should suffice. If not, he would have to return for another round. Just a moment, I'm about to finish my shift. Huang Nan suddenly grew irritated. She was about to clock out, and he chose this moment to return. Moreover, this level 10 brat had disturbed her rest last night. She grabbed her bag and walked away. Jiang Sheng was momentarily stunned, feeling an impulse to restrain her. Watching her leave, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Leaning silently against the counter, the fire in his eyes gradually dimmed. Jiang Sheng felt himself becoming more impulsive and easily angered. This was something he must control. Excessive emotional fluctuations could trigger BS. Hello, sir. What business do you require? A young lady entered, clad in a cream-colored blazer, high-waisted straight jeans, and light wedge heels, her cheeks adorned with dimples, smiling with a slight inward curl. "I need a loan to repay." "Certainly, please hold on." She set her bag down and accessed the counter with her fingerprint. "Sir, please take a look here." Jiang Sheng noted her name, Shun Ning, displayed on a small tag on her chest. Seemingly aware of his gaze, she shyly averted her eyes. Jiang Sheng tilted his head, realizing there was a misunderstanding. He truly was only looking at the name tag, not anywhere else. "Hello, the total is 100,500. Please confirm. Jiang Sheng nudged the money forward. "Please wait a moment." She counted the cash and stated, "Sir, a total of 1,500 bills. Here is the invoice for you to keep." Jiang Sheng accepted it, indeed receiving the notification that the bank loan had been settled. "Thank you. You're welcome, sir." Why is there such a stark contrast in performance while operating under the same roof? In comparison to Huangnan, a young lady named Shen Ning proves to be quite impressive. Jiang Sheng gathered the remaining money and casually slung it over his shoulder, uncertain whether it was his newfound strength or his burning determination that had transformed him. Previously, he was merely one of the silent majority, yet now he felt an overwhelming urge to stand out. He gazed into the distance towards the city center, realizing that acquiring more money would not be an easy task. Perhaps it would be wiser to buy some rice and limit his outings. With this thought in mind, he headed to the supermarket to exchange for rice and returned directly to the mountainous camp. Deciding against venturing out for the time being, having spent an entire night awake, he lay in bed, struggling to find sleep. Initially intending to go out for some fresh air, he found himself thwarted by ill fortune. Resigning to the confines of his abode, sighing, he pondered what he might occupy himself with, exclaiming, "Oh, my golden opportunity." Suddenly reminded of Guo Laoda, his heart sank further. With a sigh, he logged into the honor arena, seeking to prey upon a novice, if only he could do so anonymously. Wait, nothing in the rules prohibits anonymity. Realizing his own foolishness, Jiang Sheng read through the game rules more carefully and felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, the game not only featured an anonymous mode but also a phantom mode, allowing for complete alteration of one's appearance, save for physical strength levels. Excited, he re-entered the game under the alias Ginger, selecting the phantom mode to change his physical appearance. Here we go, into Hell mode. At level 10, his opponents in Hell mode would be calculated at 100-fold, landing them above level 1000. Players above such a level belong to the elite few, rarely engaging in battle for the sake of pride. After all, losing to an opponent would be known to all. As for targeting lower-level players, it was seen as somewhat disgraceful, hence most engaged in random mode instead. Generally speaking, whoever randomly encountered them was simply out of luck. Opting for Hell mode, he was bound to face one of these elite players. Among them was Yunlin, who possessed a staggering physical strength of over 7,800 levels, making it exceedingly rare for him to encounter worthy opponents in real-life honor arena matches. Yet today, he found himself challenged by someone. Glancing at the opponent's information, he frowned upon seeing level 10. Though everyone starts at level 10. Really? Just as he was about to decline, a slender finger suddenly reached over and clicked accept. "Pia Piao, what are you doing?" Yunlin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Pia Piao, formerly known as Yun Pia Piao, was his biological sister, a sibling born years after their father had remarried. "Why are you unhappy to see me?" "Why? You don't even remember him." Pia Piao absolutely detests Ginger. The reasoning was somewhat flimsy, yet given that his sister had spoken, he decided to let it slide, as the system was already urging him to prepare. What was there to prepare? His opponent was a level 10 novice, hardly a challenge. Chapter 049. Ginger is not spicy. It was not that Yunlin underestimated the situation. If Mr. Ginger had chosen equipment mode, he might have paid more attention. Ultimately, the only hope for a low-level player to defeat a high-level one lay in wielding divine artifacts. However, this Ginger appeared to be a novice not just in life but also in the game. Opting for the raw mode where both players stood on the arena, relying solely on strength to duel in a strength-based duel, there was no chance of losing at 7,800 levels against a mere level 10. "Look, my husband is here. Don't be infatuated. That's my husband. Everyone move aside. Let me through. Quiet. Don't distract my husband. Get lost, you shameless one. He is clearly my Yunlin." This was the usual scene whenever Yunlin made an appearance. Strength combined with looks was an unbeatable formula for adoration. Though he was not particularly fond of the attention, he found it impossible to refuse. What was the situation with his opponent? A low-level account? Finally, someone took notice of the opposing player, a level 10 Ginger. What a joke. I knew my husband had a penchant for this. Should I drop to level 10 too? Is it too late for me to drop to level 10? Don T. Be impulsive. What if my husband merely likes Ginger? Due to his anemia, Jiang Sheng preferred silence. The surrounding clamor made his head spin, suddenly being the center of attention, with voices rising in volume. He felt it wiser to concede, for even now, he could barely summon his dream powers, let alone perform any impressive techniques. The neural virus had been his courage to challenge Hell Mode, but if he could not invoke it, then even if his opponent stood still, he would exhaust himself to no avail. I concede. Wait, we haven't even started. What? My husband is truly formidable. Need you even say it? With the opponent conceding, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to accept the opponent's concession? Just as Yunlin was about to click accept, his sister, Yun Pia Piao, hastily clicked reject instead. My husband has rejected. Well done. Destroy him. Regardless of whether he has ginger or garlic, Yunlin found himself at a loss with his sister's antics. Casting an apologetic glance at his opponent, contemplating a gentle strike to incapacitate him without causing any lasting harm. Jiang Sheng, unaware of this goodwill, would hardly express gratitude even if he knew. Learning from this experience, Jiang Sheng resolved never again to select handsome opponents. After all, he had lost before even striking a blow. With the advent of dream techniques like Phantom Dream and Weaving Dream, he had come to believe that physical levels were irrelevant, until now, when he realized he could not even concede amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. Stubborn as he was, Jiang Sheng decided that if conceding was out of the question, he would take matters into his own hands. He charged headfirst into the fight. The onlookers went wild, bewildered by his actions. Yunlin, equally stunned, watched in disbelief alongside his sister, whose eyes nearly popped out in shock. The ginger contestant has lost their fighting capability, and Yunlin is declared the victor. The system, quick to respond, based its judgment on the physical conditions of the two players. Goodness, I've never seen anything like this. Can it really be done this way? This ginger is quite spicy. Don't you think he is just a fool? Strangely amusing. My Yunlin is simply the best. Do you need to say that? Unbeknownst to Jiang Sheng, this unexpected calamity befell him purely due to his choice of an inappropriate username. Had he known, he would have opted for a name like Yun Pia Piao is my wife. After all, if he was destined to be defeated, he might as well embrace it. With newfound wisdom, he vowed to never accept unknown challenges lightly. Logging back into the game, he was determined to ascertain whether his dream techniques still held any merit in the public eye. Thus, it is imperative to choose one's adversaries with utmost prudence. He entered the live streaming room and directly sought out the individual with the highest viewership. This was a woman, known as Empress Wanrong, who, upon receiving the challenge, did not even spare a glance before promptly declining. She was a woman, and one who had never engaged in combat. After being rebuffed, Jiang Sheng did not linger but swiftly moved on to the second contender, an influencer named Shangguan Qingqing, boasting an audience of 20 million, whose name exuded authority but who also refused without hesitation. Jiang Sheng remained undeterred, shifting to the next participant, only to be rejected consecutively up to the 9th time. In exasperation, he created a Call You to Death mini-program and tossed it into the 10th live stream room. Chapter 050. The goddess's new moves in this real-life gaming competition. Despite its realism, it was, after all, merely a game. The disparity in attention was evident. The rankings from 1st to 10th were all occupied by women. Su Binglang, positioned at 10th, aimed for 9th, as a gatekeeper among the top 10. Her greatest advantage was not her looks, physique, lineage, or rank, but her ability to adopt a humble demeanor. At that moment, she was mimicking the so-called ginger lay, a term connoting a form of effortless victory, albeit at the expense of her opponents. To master the ginger lay, one must first grasp that essence. What essence, you ask? One akin to mind at a countenance that exudes utter disinterest in life. And then, pay attention, here lies the crux. Many may imitate well at first, but falter at this juncture. Observe closely. With a resounding thud, she struck her head against the ground. She was utterly serious. Oh no, goddess, please don't. Binglang, I feel for you. Given your earnestness, I cannot refrain from offering my support. Setting sail. My funds are scant. I only possess a bicycle. Do not take offense. Once I prosper, I shall shower you with gifts. Tears in my eyes. In an instant, donations began to pour in like rain, amidst which lay an unknown entity, Su Binglang. Feeling a bit dazed from her self-inflicted collision, disregarded it, casting it aside. Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? Decline. Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? I refuse. Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? Am I delusional? I refuse. Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? What does the Call You to Death mini-program entail? This is precisely it. Su Binglang rubbed her head, having collided painfully, now experiencing an inexplicable ache. Most individuals merely know how to utilize their brain domains. Yet few comprehend the underlying principles. When confronted with such a viral assault, she felt a pang of panic, momentarily at a loss. She wished to seek assistance from online friends, but found herself unable to connect. Her brain domain displayed only one line. Someone has challenged you. Will you accept? Do they think me an easy target? At last, her temper flared, and gritting her teeth, she clicked to accept. It was once said that live streamers were mere ornaments, only for the speaker to find themselves kneeling at the threshold. In this world, possessing wealth does not preclude one from acquiring rice. If one can consume rice, rank is inconsequential. With sufficient rank, one is a true deity. And the influencers among the top ranks, whose worth is not less than millions or even billions, do not flaunt their prowess, yet it is surmised that their abilities exceed the 1,000-level threshold. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng wandered idly in the game, having observed several duels, finding them rather dull. Level 6 against Level 5, Level 7 against Level 8. These were all lesser accounts than his, lively yet devoid of skill. Their movements slow and clumsy, eliciting suppressed laughter. One contestant, unable to control their own body, leaped 5 meters away, inadvertently exiting the arena and losing. Your opponent has accepted your challenge, please prepare. Suddenly, a system prompt startled him. What challenge? It took a second for him to recall. Perhaps the Call You to Death mini-program had worked. Binglang, you're back online. Are you alright? Don't truly injure yourself. How did you end up on stage? Come see, Binglang has accepted a PK challenge. This was indeed big news. A throng of spectators gathered. Even those who typically shunned such antics were drawn in. The scene shifted, and Jiang Sheng found himself teleported to the arena. Both parties stared at one another in surprise. Jiang Sheng was unsure if the Call You to Death program had targeted her, while Su Binglang recognized him as the one she had just mimicked, the infamous Mr. Ginger Lei. Was it that his extreme discomfort had driven him to incessantly challenge her? How awkward. Perhaps he intended to have her repeat her performance in front of him. Su Binglang's mind was a tangle of thoughts, mingling anticipation with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng merely gazed at the multitude of onlookers, a sea of spectators that could only be described as a throng. Feeling a bit dazed, he forced himself to remain composed. This time, being prepared, he felt somewhat better and promptly activated his dream mirage, only to discover that he could not grasp his opponent's will. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Su Binglang, suppressing her laughter, took the initiative to speak. "Yes. Are you planning to repeat the Ginger Lei before my very eyes?" Laughter erupted from the audience, a thunderous applause that filled the air, the effect Su Binglang desired, and one that Jiang Sheng also sought. He activated the dream mirage once more, this time with seriousness, successfully blocking out the external chaos, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His opponent seemed entirely unaffected. How embarrassing. The dream mirage, a method targeting will directly, appeared effective only when the opponent's will was relaxed, such as during slumber. Yet here they stood, in a public arena, it bore no effect whatsoever. Even the dreamscape fabricated within her brain domain, based on her will, was rendered ineffective. As long as someone nearby spoke loudly, it could rouse her from slumber, making it impossible to lull her into a dream. All right, the effectiveness is confirmed. I can concede. Why are you silent? Are you brewing emotions? Su Binglang approached with childlike curiosity, displaying no concern for the potential harm from her opponent. Brewing emotions? Jiang Sheng was about to concede when her words piqued his curiosity. What was the purpose of brewing emotions? Let us do another Ginger Lei. I enjoy watching it. Your expression combined with your movements is simply brilliant. With her statement, the crowd erupted in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Let us see it again. Since Binglang has spoken, hurry up, we wish to see. Among the crowd was an individual sporting a half-shaved head with braids. Jiang Sheng spotted him, surprised and somewhat bewildered. Even in 2036, there were still those who chose to keep their braids and refer to themselves as Lord. But what on earth was a ginger lei? I cannot perform it. Perhaps you could provide a demonstration? Very well, please enlighten me, Mr. Ginger. Su Binglang instantly composed herself, striving to exhibit a demeanor of utter disinterest in life. Then focused on the ground beneath her feet. Closing her eyes, she suddenly twisted her body at an exceedingly bizarre angle, striking her head against the ground. Was this the ginger lei? Had she lost her mind? Jiang Sheng stared, astonished, as he realized she seemed to have knocked herself out, though it was likely not quite sufficient, as the system had yet to declare a victor. How was my performance? She stammered. Her speech now slurred, yet Jiang Sheng detected a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. This girl was far from the Na'vi persona she projected. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of performance art. Chapter 051. Admission notification. Jiang Sheng's character mirrored his virus, simple and direct. Since creating the Dream Mirage and Weaving Dreams, he had ceased using crawlers and worms. Both crawlers and worms were brain domain viruses with similar shortcomings. They were slow and easily interrupted. Once infected, one could immediately shut down their brain domain to shield against them. However, now, the Dream Mirage and Weaving Dreams had also revealed weaknesses in execution. His opponent, Su Binglang, was the 10th-rank goddess in terms of attention. Though her level remained unclear, it could not be lower than 100. They were not adversaries of the same caliber. Other than conceding, there was no alternative. Unless she, like that day Xiachu, allowed herself to be infected with the virus. Would she? Why concern himself? Jiang Sheng had already achieved his goal and directly disconnected his brain domain. Exiting the game, Su Binglang continued her playful antics. She immediately sensed his status. Your opponent has disconnected. Please wait. 3 seconds later, as Jiang Sheng remained offline, the system decisively declared Su Binglang the victor. Due to his unilateral disconnection, Jiang Sheng faced a 3-day ban from the game. For him, this was hardly a punishment. He paid it no mind, for without substantial strength, entering the fray would only invite suffering. Viruses, after all, were no substitute for personal power. Alas, his ambition to challenge hellish difficulty for 100-level rice had been dashed. Time for sleep. He slumbered deeply, even forgetting to close the window. The night breeze swept through the mountains gently, brushing against his forehead, igniting sparks that danced in the blackness of night, fluttering like fireflies. 1, 2, 3. The wind persisted. The sparks did not cease, gradually coalescing into a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire room. They drifted with the breeze outside, winding like a galaxy. That was, indeed, his will. As dawn broke, Jiang Sheng remained in slumber. His spirit ignited by the wind's whispers, a brilliance visible even in daylight. The entire encampment, within a 10,000-meter radius, was encircled by myriad twinkling flames. Yet, these flames appeared not to be genuine fire. They pierced through walls, danced upon flowers and grass, and frolicked in water. He was lost in a lengthy dream, devoid of her, himself, family, or gold, only surrounded by gentle breezes, wildflowers, green grass, and lush leaves, reveling in an untroubled existence. Suddenly awakened by a commotion, he opened his eyes to find the celestial fireworks abruptly ceased. Had he merely imagined it? As he lifted his head, a sharp pain shot through his spine. How long had he been lying here? His bones felt as if they had fused together. He hastily checked the date. October 2 ND. Had he slumbered for several days, while he couldn't recall the exact day before he fell asleep? He was certain it had been September, and now 2 days of October had passed. Rising, he bore the agonizing discomfort, stretching his body gradually. The sensation of soft tissue calcification and bones adhering together was oddly satisfying. After completing the movement, he found himself drenched in sweat yet too weary to utter a sound. Feeling somewhat better, his body began to warm up and the pain subsided. He stepped outside, moving as he checked his messages. Hello, Jiang Sheng. I am Xinning from the recycling station. If you have a moment, please come by. How peculiar. Was it regarding my outstanding loan? That couldn't be, for the bank showed no debts. What else could it be? Surely, it wasn't an interest in me? Jiang Sheng quickly dismissed such fanciful thoughts. With nothing pressing, he decided to investigate further. Grabbing a handful of rice, he munched as he made his way down the mountain. The recycling station appeared much the same, yet with a hint more color. "Good day, sir. What business do you wish to attend to?" Shen Ning greeted him politely as he entered. "You summoned me here?" "Did you not?" Jiang Sheng replied, somewhat uncertainly. "Please hold on a moment, let me check." She promptly accessed the screen, returning shortly to inform him. "All right, you are Jiang Sheng, born in 18, correct?" Jiang Sheng nodded. Although they had met a few days prior, it was understandable she wouldn't remember him amidst the throngs of visitors. "It appears the system has detected that you have reached the age for mandatory schooling. Thus we are notifying you to prepare for the entrance examination." "What nonsense!" Jiang Sheng thought he must have misheard, a perplexed expression crossing his face. He was approaching 50 years of age. Why on earth would he need to take an entrance exam now? He wore an expression that conveyed disbelief in his educational background, which made Shen Ning visibly uncomfortable, prompting her to explain. According to regulations, newcomers must undergo re-education within 18 years of arrival. You came here in 2018, and now it is 2036, meaning the deadline has arrived. You can no longer postpone. Is there truly such a regulation? Jiang Sheng took the initiative to look it up, only to find it was indeed accurate. Furthermore, it was a non-negotiable rule. Regardless of gender or origin, from the moment one arrived in this world, they were required to complete 9 years of compulsory education within 18 years. But I have already completed that. He recalled the years spent in darkness, confined within the dagger alongside by Mu and Lu Er, opening his mouth to explain, yet found no words capable of justifying his situation. He decided to offer another excuse. "I am still a soldier. Surely that exempts me?" Regulations, in truth, were often flexible. "The notification has been sent," she replied, displaying the screen to him, which clearly indicated a decision regarding Private Jiang Sheng's educational matters. With the word approved and the military seal at the bottom. Could Uncle Dai be behind this? He remembered the earlier conversation where he mentioned being idle, and Jiang Sheng had assumed he had forgotten. "Is there any way I can avoid this?" "Why would you wish to?" "Having already studied for 20 years in my past life, I have no desire to return to school. 7 years of elementary school, 6 years of secondary school, 5 years of university, and 2 years of graduate studies, 20 years in total. Fortunately, he had not attended kindergarten, or it would have been even longer. As for the 5 years of university, that was due to a year-long medical leave. That is not permissible, Mr. Jiang. No one can be made an exception. Noticing his indifference, Shen Ning felt compelled to persuade him. "Life knows no boundaries. If you have other matters, they can wait, but you truly cannot delay your schooling any longer." "What are the repercussions of postponing?" "Surely they wouldn't send me back to the first world." Jiang Sheng searched and found no records of anyone ever postponing. Yet, why did he resist so vehemently? In terms of age, even if combining both worlds, he had just crossed 40. If calculated from the day of his arrival, he would be merely 18. Why, then, this aversion to school? Was it because of her? That her, his ex-girlfriend, who was also his desk mate. When thinking of schooling in the past, he felt not the nostalgia of youthful days, but only the fragments of a shattered romance. "Sir, please consider this carefully. Here are the relevant materials. Do keep them." Jiang Sheng accepted the documents with a thank you, but as he was about to leave, Shen Ning called after him, "Mr. Jiang, please remember to report on time." Her words echoed in his mind. Why the internal resistance? Even if he disregarded the memories of her, he still felt reluctant. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his aversion to enrolling was not about her at all, but rather a reflection of his own reluctance. He recalled Meng Qiao. Did that girl truly look down on him? Was it because he was a straight man, lacking in romantic flair? As a friend, he had never accessed her memories, yet it was evident that Meng Qiao maintained a deliberate distance from him. Why was that? Due to his status as a benevolent soldier, and having once been a severe patient? Meng Qiao understood the depths of such afflictions. She might be grateful for Jiang Sheng's life-saving aid and his support, but the two matters were distinct. From the perspective of life, she might not wish to pass on this ailment to her offspring. Emotionally, she would be reluctant to witness her beloved suffer daily from illness. Given a choice, she would certainly opt for avoidance. Jiang Sheng did not doubt the magnificence of love, but everyone was merely human, and it was unnecessary to impose one's own limitations onto others. Thus, he felt out of place, unwilling to venture into crowded spaces, fearing the very essence of such environments. School was precisely that type of place. It would be filled with many individuals eager to befriend him, only to later discover his differences and retreat cautiously. Some might pity him, yet none would genuinely accept him. He was not inherently inclined toward solitude. Yet life had thrust that upon him. He could endure the torment of illness, but he could not bear the incessant cycle of forming friendships only to be cast aside. Hence, he had no desire to partake in any entrance examinations. Let alone enroll, he wished to pretend he had never received such a notice. Jiang Shang tossed the materials aside, only to turn back after a few steps to retrieve them. Perhaps someone could make use of them. Meng Qiao, I have study materials related to the entrance examination. Do you need them? He messaged her, marking the first time he reached out since returning to Earth after his body was destroyed by the Merca pirates. Meng Qiao responded promptly, Are you back? Where are you? Jiang Shang sent her his current location, just at the exit of the third ring road. A turn away from the mountain. I'll come find you. All right. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Jiang Shang settled on a nearby hill, leaning against a large rock. An hour later, Meng Qiao arrived, driven by someone. Jiang Shang, it really is you. What else could it be? Jiang Shang smiled. It was evident that she was genuinely pleased to see him. They were friends. How have you been? Have you reached the 10,000 level yet? Meng Qiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation and envy. Not why my body was shattered. I'm still at level 10, how could this be? Weren't you with the army? Words failed him. Jiang Shang was reluctant to revisit the past, merely handing her the materials. Would you like this? What is this? The entrance examination syllabus. Upon realizing its contents, Meng Qiao handed it back to him. I already have this. You keep it. She blushed slightly, involuntarily glancing back at the man waiting for her. Jiang Shang felt a twinge of sadness, though he had known for some time. Then it seems there's nothing else. Jiang Shang understood her implication. Perhaps it was better not to contact her, but he had ultimately returned, and not informing her after such a long absence felt unjustifiable. Now that he had found an excuse, it was nearly time to concoct another reason to leave. Hello, Yi Lu. Unexpectedly, before he could find a reason to depart, the man approached him. Jiang Shang, thank you for saving Meng Qiao. She has always kept your assistance close to her heart. This fellow wasted no time in asserting his claim. While Jiang Shang noticed Meng Qiao tugging him back, alas, the distinctions of intimacy and distance are palpable. At present, this piece of ginger finds itself nestled within the realm of distance. Should you wish to display affection, feel free to return to your private haven, for as a solitary soul, I find myself quite overwhelmed. I shall take my leave now, but do reach out when you find a moment to spare. With a casual wave of her hand, Jiang Shang encircled her head with her arms, pivoted, and meandered up the mountain at a leisurely pace. Wait, I'll give you a ride. Meng Qiao shot a sharp glance at Yi Lu and promptly followed suit. Hold on, I'll take you both. The two of them exchanged glances, and with a reluctant agreement, Yi Lu retrieved the vehicle. Jiang Shang made no objections and settled into the back seat with an air of resignation. What are your plans for the future? Meng Qiao inquired, turning her head back to him. Are you still considering part-time work? At her question, Jiang Shang involuntarily thought of Guolaoda. Rather than toiling as an underling, it would be far more sensible to seek Guolaoda's guidance. I've decided against it. Oh, I almost forgot. You've acquired the syllabus for the entrance exam. You must be intending to pursue your studies. Meng Qiao speculated, and Jiang Shang found himself at a loss for words in response. Let us take the exam together. Ah? Jiang Shang was taken aback, yearning to decline. It's settled then. When exam time arrives, I'll come and find you. Meng Qiao did not wait for his refusal and took it upon herself to finalize the arrangement. The pair accompanied Jiang Shang to the entrance of the camp before turning back to depart. To meet is to part as strangers, Jiang Shang sighed. With no moonlight to grace the night, he leaned against the window, clutching the syllabus in hand, the room shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. He chose to close his eyes instead. Fundamental literary arts, fundamental natural sciences, fundamental mathematical theory, fundamental political history. He strained to decipher the print on the A4 paper, feeling a peculiar sensation. He was unsure if others experienced the same, but he previously found it impossible to discern the minuscule print. If willpower had a resolution, it seemed that utilizing it to perceive was akin to a smooth mode, allowing only a vague comprehension of the general outline, relying on common sense to interpret what was seen. Yet now, it transformed into a high-definition mode, allowing him to see everything with clarity, even distinguishing colors. He pondered whether it was due to the fire's aftermath. Ever since that fateful day of survival, The world around him had become vividly distinct. Guolaoda must perish, he silently vowed. Having surveilled the mountain path's exit for several days without a sign of Guolaoda, if he had not fled, he must be concealed somewhere within the mountainous region. Were his strength still at 800 levels, he could have directly dragged him out from the hills. Yet now, with his meager strength of merely 10 levels, that individual was no mere internet worm. Without the capability to deploy the mind domain virus against him, even if he located him, it would merely serve as a meal delivery. Jiang Sheng pulled his thoughts back, redirecting his focus onto the entrance exam syllabus. Upon flipping through a couple of pages, he discovered some annotations. These are key points previously tested last year. Could they have been left by Shinning? Was this girl truly so naive to think that what was tested last year would be tested again this year? Jiang Sheng restrained his impulse to seek her out and inform her that key points were not meant to be drawn in such a manner. Chapter 053. The wealthy young lady. Every student holds a special affection for examinations. After all, while a date might occasionally be delayed, the exam is never to be missed. With merely 3 days remaining before the entrance exam, what can be accomplished in such a short span? Only a thorough review of the syllabus. Early in the morning, Meng Qiao arrived. The next 3 days passed swiftly, as there was much to occupy their time. Yi Lu, on the other hand, seemed rather idle, though it appeared that most people were, given the boundless nature of life. What necessity was there to rush? How prepared are you? Moderately, did I see you've highlighted the key points. Don't try to deceive me, I'm eager to see how you perform this time. So give it your all. Key points? I didn't mark those, Jiang Sheng replied, speechless. Good morning. Yi Lu seized the opportunity to announce his presence. Thanks for your help today. Jiang Sheng expressed a modicum of politeness as he prepared to ride with him. Not at all. It's my duty. I still owe you gratitude for your assistance to Meng Qiao. Enough already. Today is the exam. I'm a bit anxious, so let us keep the chatter to a minimum, Meng Qiao interjected, putting an end to the unwarranted tension between the two men. The entrance examination consisted of 4 subjects, the first being Fundamental Literary Arts, followed by Fundamental Natural Sciences, then Fundamental Mathematical Theory, and finally, Fundamental Political History. All 4 examinations were scheduled for the same day, 2 in the morning from 8:30 to 12:30, with an hour's break for lunch, and 2 more in the afternoon from 1:30 to 5:30, with no intermissions in between. The examination venue was at the Education Center, hosting the highest number of candidates recorded in history. Reports claimed there were 36 million examinees, divided among 5 major testing regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. Jiang Sheng's location belonged to the Central region, with 73,000 candidates assigned to the Education Center for the examination. He received his candidate number and was randomly assigned to the second floor, examination room 19. Glimpsing Meng Qiao, he noted she was also on the second floor, though not in the same examination room. After exchanging a nod, they went their separate ways to their respective examination rooms. One wonders, with the advancement of mind domain technology, why must candidates still appear in person? As Jiang Sheng took his seat, he sensed something was amiss. It became clear that the mind domain had been restricted. Was this a measure to prevent cheating? A special announcement was made to all candidates. No materials related to the examination are permitted in the examination room. No whispering, no looking around, no noise. Any acts of cheating will result in disqualification and entry into the dishonesty system, barring you from any employment with state institutions. Please be advised. Jiang Sheng listened attentively, feeling reassured. In this second chance at life, he chose to approach the examination with a sense of ease. The first examination was that of Fundamental Literary Arts Theory. The total score was 200, with results categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Scores between 150 and 200 qualified for A, granting admission to university. Scores from 100 to 150 fell into Category B, suitable for middle school placement. Scores from 50 to 100 were categorized as C, designated for elementary school. A score below 50 would not be allocated anywhere. What does not allocated imply? Jiang Sheng suddenly realized, perhaps akin to being sent home. The familiar scent of paper and black ink filled the air as he began to answer the questions. After half an hour, he set down the paper and pen, rising to exit the examination room. Just as he stepped outside, he nearly collided with someone exiting from the adjacent room. Their eyes met, and Jiang Sheng instinctively prepared to step aside to let her pass, only to suddenly remember her name. Yun Piao. This was the girl who had, with remarkable ease, challenged him that day and decisively outperformed him. He expected to encounter her here. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng had a good memory and could still recognize her. Yet, in a moment of hesitation, he seemed to forget to yield. Step aside. Yun Piapiao shot him a dismissive glare, utterly unceremonious. Lacking the requisite level and outmatched in skill, he had no choice but to retreat. Jiang Sheng quickly took a step back, allowing her to pass. However, the examination was still ongoing, and they were unable to leave, so they stood on either side of a pillar, awaiting the next round of testing. With an hour and a half remaining, the time felt neither too long nor too short. Jiang Sheng leaned against the pillar and dozed off. Hey, can I ask you something? Oh, for the last multiple-choice question. Is it A or B? I don't know. Your expression doesn't look like someone who doesn't know. Yun Piapiao barely managed to contain her rising irritation, as this was clearly not the place for a confrontation. Ultimately, she huffed, forget it. It's not worth my time. What a child she is. Why am I even quarreling with her? Jiang Sheng shook his head, scolding himself, and casually remarked, Choose out, are you sure? Absolutely. I knew I shouldn't have changed my answer. Yun Piapiao immediately went into a frenzy. She had originally chosen A, yet in a moment of uncertainty, while wavering between A and B, she had closed her eyes and switched to B. It's all your fault. Why does this concern me? Jiang Sheng was puzzled, but he attempted to console her. You only got one wrong. It's not a big deal. Are you mocking me? This girl clearly had issues with comprehension. Jiang Sheng turned his head away, wondering why his words of comfort were misconstrued as ridicule. The second examination finally commenced, the fundamental natural sciences theory. Half an hour later, Jiang Sheng again emerged from the examination room. And strangely enough, he encountered Yun Piapiao once more upon exiting. She appeared relaxed, exuding confidence. Humph! What was her deal? Jiang Sheng was uncertain if something was amiss, so he distanced himself a bit further. He vaguely heard her mumbling to herself. Trying to beat me to it? Not a chance. Could it be that she had rushed out upon hearing footsteps from next door? Had she finished her paper? That was hardly his concern. He decided to take a brief respite. Jiang Sheng pulled out a grain of ordinary rice to nibble on, while Yun Piapiao also produced a snack, but hers was a premium-grade Taiyuan millet, which she munched on disdainfully, casting a look at Jiang Sheng. Indeed, she was a girl from a wealthy family. Premium-grade millet, merely a treat for her. As Jiang Sheng watched her consume one grain after another, his eyes widened in amazement. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. Taiyuan millet was not merely produced in Taiyuan, but was a special grade of millet cultivated in the extraterrestrial fields of the Taiyuan rocket launch base. Would you like one? Yun Piapiao suddenly offered. Noticing his eager gaze, is it a genuine offer or a jest? Jiang Sheng was somewhat uncertain, but for a piece of premium Taiyuan millet, he would gladly barter his soul, promptly replying, Yes, please. Thank you. He extended his hand, placing it before Yun Piapiao. Here you go. The clouds drifted lazily, and to everyone's astonishment, Yun Piapiao indeed bestowed a grain upon him. Goodness! A wealthy benefactor. Let us be friends. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sheng swallowed it whole. When he turned to gaze at Yun Piapiao once more, he suddenly found her irresistibly charming. In years gone by, Jiang Sheng himself had known riches, generously distributing high-grade rice and seeds. Yet now, he found himself in a state of decline. And this single grain of premium rice arrived at a most opportune moment. Thank the heavens, and thank you, Miss Piapiao. Chapter 054. A family with riches in a world so vast. There are always places to toil and places to languish. Humans are no different. Even if born equal, some will thrive while others will falter. For Jiang Sheng, who had quickly seen the bottom of his bowl, that single grain of rice instantly earned his friendship. I have a question. What is it? Why did you choose me? Because you caught my eye. Seeing Jiang Sheng's odd expression, Yun Piapiao tossed her hair back defiantly and declared, There are few who can rival my speed in this world. And you are one of them, thus worthy of my rice. Indeed, Jiang Sheng mused, there are not many who can match my swiftness to know. I meant to ask why you struck me during the glory of reality competition. Struck you, did I? Yun Piapiao seemed puzzled, glancing at Jiang Sheng again, genuinely unable to recall such an encounter with a ghost among her subordinates. I must have misremembered. Jiang Sheng suddenly realized that during that time, he had employed a phantom mode, altering his appearance. Even if he had not, she likely would not have remembered him, having only crossed paths briefly. Well then, since we are both free, Why not engage in a match? It is indeed rather early. There are still 2 hours until the next examination. I am Jiang Sheng. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yun Pia Piao, like the clouds floating in the sky. You invite me? Certainly. Last time, I disconnected abruptly from the game, resulting in a 3-day ban, which has just been lifted. Having added each other as friends face-to-face, Yun Pia Piao intended to invite him along, but suddenly furrowed her brow and muttered, Jiang Sheng, like ginger. You are indeed ginger. Yes, what of it? I detest ginger. Its flavor is unbearable. Change your name, I shall not. You dare? Yun Pia Piao seemed to be losing her composure, but Jiang Sheng dismissed her with a wave, saying, Are you coming or not? If not, then forget it. I shall not play with ginger. I'm leaving. How headstrong she is. With a sassy sway of her hips, she pranced away. The ship of friendship capsized as swiftly as it had been launched. Where had the trust gone? Jiang Sheng, feeling helpless, exited the game, contemplating a place to rest. Just then, Ming Qiao approached, waving from a distance. How did the exam go? Mediocre. So that means it was acceptable indeed. Will you continue with the afternoon exam? Ah? Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Wasn't it still ongoing? You weren't aware. What happened? Did the exam get cancelled? Not at all. For the 4 subjects tested, you only need to take the one you excel in and choose a school based on your highest score. Your main focus should be on the subject you enjoy or are proficient in. Why mention this now, as if it were too late? My primary focus is foundational natural sciences, which I just completed. I estimate I can directly enter university without issue. Upon hearing Ming Qiao's words, Jiang Sheng recalled that at the start of the examination, there had indeed been a verbal mention of score divisions. He had heard it then, but hadn't he paid it much attention. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that he only needed to take one of the 4 subjects. No wonder the total score was only 200. Will you continue with the exam? Yes. Since I'm here, and my strongest subject, political history, has yet to be tested, I must proceed. All right, I won't take any more exams. I'll wait for you outside. There's no need to wait. It might take a while. If you have time later, remember to find me to play. All right then, do well in the afternoon exam. I shall take my leave now. Indeed. As he watched her depart, Jiang Sheng found his weariness dissipating. He wandered aimlessly in the hallway, and after a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Shen Ning. What was she doing here? Was she also here for the exam? Surely not. She was already working. Was she perhaps a newcomer? Shen Ning noticed him too, hesitatingly extending her hand yet unable to recall his name. You am Jiang Sheng. Hello, Jiang Sheng. I apologize for mistakenly taking your review materials last time. To his astonishment, she bowed deeply in apology, prompting Jiang Sheng to step aside, momentarily taken aback. Was that material yours? Yes, indeed. I'm truly sorry. I was a bit muddled that day, and didn't pay attention while taking it. Inadvertently swapping my set with yours. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. Oh, it's nothing. They were quite similar. And no wonder there were notes on it. It was indeed her handwriting. Will you continue this afternoon? Yes. I've already completed my exams and will be leaving now. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Jiang Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. She bowed once more before turning to depart. Such a polite young lady is indeed a rarity. In the afternoon exam, the first subject was foundational mathematical theory, which was also his strong suit. Half an hour later, he emerged from the examination room. And upon lifting his head, he was taken aback to encounter Yun Pia Piao once more. Why was she still here? Was she attempting to take all 4 exams? It was typical for individuals to focus on one subject, and only a rare few indecisive ones would opt for 2. Those who took 3 exams were even fewer. Yun Pia Piao regarded him with suspicion, saying, You took another exam? Indeed. Didn't you leave? Who said that? I want to find a place to rest. Are you still planning to take more? Yes. I intend to complete all of them, so do I. They scrutinized each other. Yun Pia Piao seemed somewhat incredulous. The first exam, in the field of literature and art, was her weak point. She had completed all the questions but hesitated on the very first option of the multiple choice, hastily dropping her pen upon hearing a door open nearby, which led to an error. Thus, to achieve a perfect score, she had no choice but to participate in the subsequent exams for natural sciences and mathematical theory. However, after 3 consecutive subjects, there seemed to be a person continually exiting ahead of her. And upon closer inspection, it was the same individual. What is this guy's true strength? Or is he simply throwing caution to the wind? Since there is still time, How about forming a team for a match? I do not like Ginger. Yun Piapiao pouted defiantly, refusing to yield. Then may I use my real name? In the interest of befriending a wealthy individual, Jiang Sheng decided that if Ginger would not do, he would go by Jiang Sheng. Since she was unwilling to compromise, he would have to yield. Now that S more like it. Yun Piapiao appeared satisfied, and at long last, they successfully formed a team. Why does your level display as unknown? Because I have no level, an O level? Indeed. Jiang Sheng was somewhat baffled and inquired, that S impossible. Didn't the system conduct a physical assessment prior to logging in? The system simply could not detect it. If it cannot be detected, there are seemingly two possibilities. Either one is deceased or possesses a level beyond 10,000, given that she was still breathing. It appeared there was only one conclusion. You have surpassed 10,000? Yun Piapiao narrowed her eyes and nodded. I wouldn't have guessed. Jiang Sheng regarded her with skepticism, inadvertently reminded of by Mu Lu Air. Those with wealthy families truly are different. Having surpassed 10,000, why remain on the ground instead of soaring through the skies? My family disallows it. Then what compels you to come participate in the entrance examination? With her strength exceeding 10,000, any school would have the principal personally greet her at the door. ITS simply for fun. Yun Piapiao was refreshingly candid. For her, there seemed to be no other explanation. Chapter 055. A short video. Their team name was quite simple to determine. Generally, it is male left, female right, or one can use surnames or first names. Using surnames would yield Zhang Yun, while using first names would result in Sheng Piapiao. Since Yun Piapiao was not fond of the name Zhang Yun, they settled on the name Team Sheng Piapiao. Jiang Sheng naturally had no objections. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone of such extraordinary caliber, and even rarer that she was willing to play with him. Such an opportunity was indeed one not to be missed. With one member at level 10 and the other at level 10,000, their average level stood at 5,000. Seeing Yun Piapiao opting for random mode, he quickly interjected. Random mode does not showcase your prowess. I suggest we select hard mode. In hard mode, the opponents will be 10 times more formidable. Yun Piapiao frowned, realizing that the system does not display specific levels for those above 10,000. This meant that if they chose hard mode, they would be matched against two opponents exceeding that threshold. She could understand the curiosity of ordinary individuals towards those above level 10,000, but she firmly rejected the notion. Not a chance. The comparison between those above level 10,000 cannot be simplified to speed, agility, or strength like those of lower levels. Even the rewards and penalties for winning or losing differ. A small account like Jiang Sheng, if he loses, he simply loses. If he wins, he might even receive a reward. Ordinary mode rewards standard rice, hard mode rewards level 10 rice, while hell mode rewards premium rice. Upon reaching levels exceeding 10,000, the scenario diverges entirely. Terms like ordinary rice, level 10 rice, or level 100 rice hold no significance for them whatsoever. Thus, prior to commencing, both parties engage in deliberations regarding the stakes, which can vary widely. It is not uncommon for individuals to gamble recklessly, losing their entire capital in a single bout. Consequently, the Yun family has instituted a family rule prohibiting any member from participating in 10,000 level duels. This is precisely why Yun Piapiao chose to lower her stature and team up with Jiang Sheng. To her, it made little difference, as the opponents were all the same. Jiang Sheng, initially perplexed by the intricacies of the situation, felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly composed himself, stating, "You are the captain. Your word is final." Before long, a random match was successfully established. With a global population of approximately 2.4 billion, it has been estimated that there are around 20 billion low-level accounts below level 100. Statistically speaking, the levels of the two opponents were evident. Indeed, upon viewing the information of the Sheng Piapiao team, they paused momentarily, casting a curious glance at Jiang Sheng before promptly conceding. Was it truly this effortless to achieve victory? This was Jiang Sheng's first encounter with such a scenario, leading him to scratch his head in confusion. Yet, Yun Piapiao appeared somewhat displeased. Although she was accustomed to such outcomes, her dissatisfaction lingered. What use are you? In response to her accusation, Jiang Sheng, initially bewildered, soon realized that in her eyes, he was merely bait. The purpose of bait is naturally to entice the fish to bite. Yet those two fish had not even taken a nibble, simply swimming away. Let us try again. All right. 2 more rounds commenced, yet they proved to be utterly mundane. The two were clearly not on the same level. The Sheng Piapiao team was as mismatched as an ant against an elephant. I am done. Yun Piao declared with a wave of her hand and walked away. Jiang Sheng exited the game as well. While he was keen on forming friendships with the affluent, the results were disheartening. Whether befriending the rich or the skilled, one must possess some merit, some usefulness. Yet, he found himself utterly lacking in that regard. As the fourth examination loomed, covering fundamental political history, it was a subject that was both deceptively simple and profoundly challenging. Simple in that it required mere memorization, yet difficult in the need to articulate unique insights. Half an hour later, Jiang Sheng set down his pen. This time, he did not leave the examination hall prematurely. Instead, he remained seated, waiting for the sound of the adjacent examination room opening. Rising to depart 3 minutes thereafter, walking along the ascending path, he returned to the camp as the moon ascended to its zenith. Lying on the bed fashioned from hard wood, he began searching for battle videos featuring 10,000-level powerhouses. After an extensive search, he found none, only to discover that these videos were protected by copyright, not available to the public, especially not to ordinary individuals. If they were not accessible, he would have to explore them on his own. After half an hour, he created a Trojan engine. Starry Night Productions, 10,000-level powerhouse PK short videos. He found one. The opponents were two 10,000-level powerhouses, one named Donghua Qi and the other Dongfang Ji. Jiang Sheng concentrated his willpower to the utmost, managing to discern their movements, though disappointment was inevitable. They were merely faster and stronger than ordinary individuals. Great Sun Radiance, upon hearing this thunderous exclamation, he looked closely and was startled to see that Dongfang Ji, with hands clasped together, pierced through Donghua Qi's chest with a myriad of radiance, leaving it riddled with holes. Great Sun Radiance? What on earth? Is this a video effect? Jiang Sheng felt uncertain, rewinding to examine it again. Discovering it was not a special effect. Could it truly be done this way? Jiang Sheng rose from his bed, imitating Dongfang Ji's stance, hands clasped and intoned, Great Sun Radiance. Yet he felt nothing. There's some internal cultivation method involved? Jiang Sheng continued his search for relevant information and finally stumbled upon a short video introducing 10,000-level powerhouses. From the perspective of ordinary individuals, they could leap vertically to heights of 10,000 meters, jump 30,000 meters in a single bound, or sprint at an astonishing speed of 10,000 meters per second. However, these feats were merely the superficialities of 10,000-level powerhouses. Their true strength lay in their will. What use is will? For ordinary people, will encompasses memory and personality. Yet for 10,000-level powerhouses, will equates to the soul. What is the soul? It can be understood as a certain natural attribute. When one's will is strengthened to the 10,000 level, it engenders a remarkable soul resonance. Some may resonate with fire, others with water, some with light, others with darkness, or even with the ethereal clouds and the solid earth. There are also unique souls that resonate with time or space. One might ask, even if one can perceive it, what difference does it make? I can see it with my eyes, can't I? To this, one could respond, but is it the same, just as one is engrossed? An abrupt end occurs. Indeed, short videos are fleeting. From beginning to end, they last less than a minute. Let us find a few more, a 10,000-level powerhouse with spatial attributes. This one will do, clicking on it. The video was silent, presenting a vast expanse of grassland with 4 flags erected at each corner, each indicating a distance of 10,000 meters. He pondered the purpose of this arrangement. A figure suddenly appeared beside the first flag. Without any warning, he reappeared beside the second flag, followed by the third and fourth. Was there any distinction? Like Xia Chu, if she disregarded her level and expended energy, she could achieve a similar effect of teleportation. Jiang Sheng frowned and replayed the video. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that when the figure materialized at each flag, there was no indication of acceleration, deceleration, or even a turning motion. He immediately returned to view the first video. Upon comparison, the difference was even more pronounced. In the video, when Dongfang Ji and Donghua Qi unleashed their powers, there were clear signs of acceleration or deceleration, allowing one to deduce the direction of their attacks. Yet the 10,000-level adept in the spatial attribute video was entirely different, appearing and vanishing without any forewarning, as if dancing within the fabric of space itself. Chapter 056, Soul Flame. As dawn approached, Jiang Sheng's eyes remained wide open. He quietly stared at the ceiling, extending his hand to place his index finger at his lips, gently exhaling. With a soft hiss, Flames ignited at his fingertip, akin to a lit match. Although his physical body was far from reaching 10,000 levels, his will had already ascended. He had initially thought that a 10,000 level will merely allowed for greater clarity and distance of perception. Yet after a night of study, now, regarding the soul, he had gained new insights. He dismissed the encroaching fatigue and logged into the real-life gaming arena. Simple, ordinary, difficult, hellish, he re-registered as Shang Jiang, contemplating not the difficulty level but rather selecting an opponent. Su Binglang, the 10th most followed goddess, however, it seemed he had chosen the wrong opponent, as there was no response after quite some time. Should he select someone else? As Jiang Shang crafted his call to death app, he sequentially challenged individuals according to the popularity rankings. Yet all of these challenges sank without a trace, receiving no replies. It was only natural, with so many people vying for their attention daily. If she didn't set up a filter or shut down her neural domain while sleeping, even a deity would be overwhelmed, and the goddess was no exception. He dispatched the call to death app yet again. Targeting Su Binglang, he was the type to rise again where he had fallen, having previously conceded due to a disconnection. Today, equipped with a new strategy, he was eager to see if he could turn the tides. Su Binglang was asleep. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock, and for those like her, whose primary work hours were at night, this was prime sleeping time. You have received a challenge, do you accept? You have received a challenge, do you accept? You have received a challenge, do you accept? The challenge notifications flowed incessantly. How annoying, what is this nonsense? This time, she was clever enough not to click reject but instead directly shut down her neural domain. After experiencing a setback, she certainly wouldn't stumble again. Indeed, once her neural domain was closed, the world fell silent. However, upon being abruptly awakened, resuming her slumber proved difficult. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, she finally grew frustrated, pushing herself up with both hands, sitting upright. He must be that brat. After interacting with so many individuals daily, she had not forgotten the fool named Shang Jiang, especially since he had provided her with ample material for quite some time. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know to hold back. Su Binglang reopened her neural domain, facing the relentless stream of challenge requests, feeling a slight pressure in her head. The principle of call to death was somewhat akin to that of a crawler. It relied on an overwhelming influx of repeated information to occupy a person's neural domain. He must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Su Binglang hovered her finger over the accept button but hesitated momentarily. That rascal was quite cunning. What if he chose to disconnect once he got on stage? If he were to eliminate her immediately? It would seem too lenient, leaving no time for her to express her indignation. She needed a plan. While Su Binglang devised her strategy, Jiang Shang grew increasingly impatient, opting to distribute the call to death app starting from the first individual. It was not a deliberate targeting of these people. Rather, upon logging into the game, they were the first he noticed. Who else should he challenge? Someone accepted the challenge. Please don't let it be someone ill-tempered and lacking in manners. Jiang Shang silently prayed, not wanting to be eliminated before he could successfully demonstrate his ultimate move. Su Binglang logged in, the scene shifting to reveal the two facing each other. Jiang Shang focused intently on her, noticing that she did not immediately strike, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Good morning, Su Binglang. It was quite rare for him to take the initiative to greet her. However, Su Binglang paid no heed. Merely engrossed in adjusting the room settings, the opponent had altered the challenge rules. Would she accept? Jiang Shang was taken aback. He had never before paid attention to challenge rules. Could they even be modified? The system prompted. Challenge rules can be self-defined, provided both parties consent. Upon closer inspection, the options for prohibiting spectators and recordings were checked, and astonishingly, there was also an option to prohibit surrender. Jiang Shang clicked accept. As these rules held no significance for him, whether present or absent, it made no difference. The rules were established, and the challenge commenced. With a graceful gesture of her hand, Su Binglang was about to unleash a stream of curses, deriding this troublesome intruder to her peaceful slumber, when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. Realizing what was happening, she quickly shut down her mental domain. I am aware of your tactics. There are many like you who think they can gain attention with a mere flicker of wit. Humph. Yet, as her words fell, the pain intensified, engulfing her as if she were being seared by hellfire. What was happening? Hadn't she already closed her mental domain? Confusion swirled within Su Binglang. You must close the mental domain in the real world, not the one within the game, Jiang Sheng kindly reminded her before unleashing his will without restraint. With a single hand clenched, he incinerated the opponent's will. Engulfed in flames, Xu Binglang collapsed onto her bed, cradling her head in her hands, her entire being convulsing. What was that? She was utterly unaware. It felt as though she were being burned alive. The ferocity, the helplessness, pierced her deeply. Was that hell? She could not tell. Thus, she succumbed. It was Jiang Sheng's first time employing soul techniques. He gazed at his hands, feeling a surge of power. Challenge successful. Due to the opponent's level being 100 times higher than yours, you will automatically receive a hell difficulty reward. Would you like to claim it? Jiang Sheng snapped back to reality, affirming with a nod. Just as he prepared to log off, another prompt appeared. The opponent accepts your challenge. Please prepare. Who is it? The scene shifted, revealing a woman on the opposite side, clad in a silk nightgown. Her fair skin barely concealed, as if she had just awoken, her lovely eyes not fully open. Are you looking for me? Ah? Jiang Sheng hastily averted his gaze. This woman was like a mesmerizing enchantress. Her voice laced with languor. Then I shall take my leave. She turned to log off but suddenly looked back, asking, what was I here for? How would I know? Jiang Sheng, also preparing to log off, had already obtained what he desired. Then why did you call for me? Did I call you? Jiang Sheng found it peculiar, suddenly recalling that he had sent out numerous call-to-death requests. Could she be one of them? He chuckled. Could it be someone else summoned you? Oh, I shall take my leave. Jiang Sheng shook his head, dismissing her, thinking there were plenty of beautiful women on his hard drive. Wait, what about my appearance fee? Appearance fee? Jiang Sheng felt uncertain, puzzled by what that entailed. Are you trying to renege? The woman lightly adjusted her nightgown's neckline, her rosy lips curling into a slight smile. No one has ever treated me like this, so I cannot make an exception for you. Alas, it has been many years since I last engaged in such matters. I wonder if I still possess any strength. Her enunciation, her voice, naturally penetrated the heart. Yet, it was merely a matter of engaging in combat. Without further hesitation, Jiang Sheng ascended to the arena, indifferent to whether she was a beauty or a mere skeleton burn, soul, like the fierce flames of hell. It would directly scorch his opponent's will. He was confident. No one could obstruct him. Chapter 057, Dark Day. Her will was consumed by the flames, leaving only a muffled groan in its wake. Compared to Xu Binglang, her reaction was indeed swift. Sensing the danger, she abruptly severed the connection, despite her seemingly languid demeanor. Challenge successful. Due to the opponent's level being 100 times higher than yours, you will automatically receive a hell difficulty reward. Would you like to claim it? Another grain of 100-level rice was acquired, yet before Jiang Sheng could claim it, he was unexpectedly transported to the next scene. Standing before him was a woman of graceful stature, akin to willow branches swaying by the riverbank in spring. While I know you harbor affection for me, you must realize that such actions are inappropriate. She likely assumed Jiang Sheng was her fan. Employing this special mental domain virus to capture her attention, she was rather good-natured, not particularly angered. Jiang Sheng noted her name was Gu Hengbo, but chose to ignore her words. Now that he was here, it was either to concede defeat or force the opponent to do so. Without uttering a word, he directly incinerated her will. Challenge successful. Due to the opponent's level being 100 times higher than yours, you will automatically receive a hell difficulty reward. Would you like to claim it? Just as he chose to claim it, the fourth opponent logged in. Today seemed endless. He had even forgotten how many call-to-death programs he had released. The sins he had wrought must be addressed. Point 1 was to burn, 2 were to burn. An additional one made no difference, so he decided to burn them all. He was unaware of the consequences of his actions. In any case, when the call-to-death requests expired, he would have amassed 10 grains of 100-level rice, signifying he had burned the wills of 10 women. Finally, it came to an end. Checking the time, it was past 11, and noon was fast approaching. Having not slept all night and endured the morning, Jiang Sheng was utterly exhausted. He promptly shut down his mental domain and fell asleep, closing his eyes as slumber enveloped him. The time he chose to sleep coincided perfectly with when most people were rising. Today was a rest day, and for many, the first order of business upon waking was not to brush their teeth or wash their faces. but rather to check in at the live broadcast room and greet their beloved goddess. Wei Xiangzi was one of them. His most cherished goddess was the alluring Xiong Fumin, ranked 7th on the popularity chart. Each morning, he derived boundless energy from merely catching a glimpse of her. Logging in, he headed straight for his goddess's live broadcast room, only to find it unusually closed. She seemed to still be asleep. Perhaps she had streamed late into the night. He paid it little mind, tidying up his dirty socks, opening the windows, and snacking a bit. As noon approached, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. His goddess typically went live around 11, never failing to show up for 10 years. Why was she so late today? Oh, your goddess isn't here either? Suddenly, someone crossed over from another live room. Wei Xiangzi recognized him. This fellow was Wei Ran, who, despite sharing the same surname, was not from the same family 500 years ago. He was a die-hard fan of Su Binglang, coming to the live room daily, resulting in some rivalry between them. Fumin is about to arrive. Wei Xiangzi casually replied, then suddenly recalled, glancing at Wei Ran and inquired, "Is your Su Binglang absent?" "Nope, it's already this late. Just came to check. Indeed, it's quite late. Today feels odd. It's too quiet." Normally, at noon, most people check in, familiar and unfamiliar faces alike greet one another, yet today is remarkably sparse. Even Empress Wanrong has not appeared. Wei Ran disclosed an additional piece of information. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be normal for Empress Wanrong to be absent. After all, she was an empress. She'd show up when pleased and vanish for days when displeased. However, the absence of just one person was unusual. Where is Dongfang Ci? I haven't heard any movement from her side. Let us go take a look. With both their goddesses absent, the two men harmoniously exited the live room, heading straight to Dongfang Ci's chamber. Dongfang Ci ranked 3rd on the goddess leaderboard. Since the inception of live broadcasting 30 years ago, she had never missed a day, consistently logging in at 10 in the morning and signing off at midnight, accumulating such popularity over decades. Yet, when they arrived, all that awaited them at the entrance of Dongfang Ci's live room was a leave request. Due to a slight cold, taking a day off. From Dongfang Ci, "What's going on, brother? Your sister Ci hasn't come?" Dongfang Ci was as exquisite as her name suggested, always presenting herself flawlessly, hence earning the nickname Sister Porcelain. "You won't believe it. I find it strange too." The man questioned by Wei Xiangzi furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. She has been ill before, yet never taken a day off. Perhaps after all this time, she simply decided to rest today? Let us hope so. Exiting Dongfang Ci's live room, they noticed many others outside wandering aimlessly, much like themselves. Have you noticed? Wei Ran seized Wei Xiangzi's arm, frowning at the entrance of the live room. What's the matter? Not a single one of the top 10 is here, as if by some prearrangement. Indeed. Wei Xiangzi slapped his forehead. It was indeed the case. His Xiong Fumin, Wei Ran's Su Binglang, Empress Wanrong, Dongfang Ci, one after another, none had arrived. What kind of special day is today? The confusion was not limited to them. Even Zhu Ruixian, the live room operations supervisor, who arrived later and was unaware of the situation, had just poured himself a cup of tea when one of his subordinates approached, appearing somewhat restless, and asked, "Supervisor, can we take a day off today?" "Get lost," Zhu Ruixian snapped back irritably, kicking him aside, and declared, "If the goddesses aren't taking a day off, do you think you can?" Their jobs were among the few that lacked rest days. Yet today, the goddesses had taken a day off. Take a day off? With audacity swelling, he dared to retort. Zhu Ruixian was instantly consumed by anger, ready to confront him, but then he caught sight of the live stream surveillance footage being offered. A glance revealed the preceding 10 live rooms were eerily desolate, with sporadic entries and exits, lacking the fervor of previous days. What was amiss? Where were the people? Only then did he realize that his goddesses were conspicuously absent. Who knows? You won't bother to inquire, will you? Fool, insisting on making me chase after you. Zhu Ruixian seethed, kicking him aside before directly accessing the cerebral domain to connect with the back end. What is going on? Lao Yang? Why hasn't anyone shown up? They're ill? Ill? What kind of illness? See for yourself. A document arrived, presenting a total of 10 leave requests, all citing similar reasons, discomfort. Damn it. All on the same day. Could it be a coordinated pressure tactic to demand better treatment? Do they have no conscience, pulling this stunt? Zhu Ruixian felt as if the sky were collapsing. This day was perhaps the darkest since the launch of the real-person competitive game, with all 10 goddesses atop the popularity chart collectively offline. All for the same reason, discomfort. Chapter 058. Chen Yuanyuan Wanrong is unwell. Dongfang Ci is unwell. Xiong Fumin is unwell. Jiyu Hengbo is unwell. Su Binglang is unwell. The top 10 goddesses were all afflicted. Had they all coincidentally started their periods on the same day? Were they treating him as a fool? By 3 in the afternoon, Wei Ran and Wei Xiangzi could no longer tolerate it, vehemently demanding the goddesses to log on, if it were just one or two causing a stir. It would be manageable, but their leadership sparked a collective movement, and the protesting crowd grew increasingly large, swiftly overwhelming the server. It was the first time the real-person competitive game encountered such a scenario. Zhu Ruixian was nearly frantic. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he hastily sought Dongfang Ci's contact information, dialing frantically. He needed her assistance urgently. He understood her nature. As long as the money was right, she never skimped. Give me the car keys. Unable to reach her by phone, he resorted to visiting her directly. Zhu Ruixian snatched the car keys and sped off. Dongfang Ci's residence was by Westlake. He had been there during the signing. Arriving there, he barged in without knocking, exclaiming, "Ci Mei, save me!" Before he even crossed the threshold, he called out from afar. Dongfang Ci was suffering from a severe headache, unsure of what she had endured. Her opponent was merely a level 11 account, and before she could ascertain their appearance, her will had been scorched. With no other option, she had to close her cerebral domain to recuperate. Upon seeing Zhu Ruixian burst in, she frowned, yet being of a mild temperament, she refrained from exploding in anger. "Ci Mei, Ci Granny, you must log on today. No matter what." Zhu Ruixian, desperate for his livelihood, cast aside his pride, even calling her granny in his plea, wishing he could prostrate himself before her in tears. Is it so crucial to have just one less? Dongfang Ci appeared bewildered, questioning why the world outside would turn upside down just because of her absence, especially when she had never taken a vacation in 30 years. Zhu Ruixian, perceptive as he was, realized she hadn't been informed. Thank goodness, it wasn't the worst outcome. Thankfully, Granny, it's not just you missing. All of them are absent. From Wanrong to Binglang, none had logged on today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. Who doesn't know that you, Ci Mei, are known for your tireless dedication? You wouldn't rest without a reason. Please, I beg you, just log on for a moment. Tears welled in Zhu Ruixian's eyes, nearly desiring to wipe his nose on Dongfang Ci's leg. She discreetly shifted her leg away and replied softly, "I have a headache. 1 million. It's not merely a matter of money. I have a severe headache. 3 million. Zhu Ruixian gritted his teeth as he quoted that price, his complexion resembling that of pig liver. "Let me take a moment." Dongfang Ci closed her eyes, taking deep breaths. "Why, dear Granny, if you keep dragging this out, the entire platform will collapse." Yet, no matter how fervently Zhu Ruixian pleaded, today, Dongfang Ci seemed utterly unfazed. 30 million? Now we're getting somewhere. Dongfang Ci was finally swayed by the monetary offer. She opened her eyes and attempted to access her cerebral domain, but suddenly let out a muffled groan. "What's wrong?" Zhu Ruixian, having finally persuaded her, was now alarmed to see her in distress. "I don't know. I was hurt in your wretched game, and I'm still recovering." Dongfang Ci shot him an irritated glance. "If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have broken my 30-year streak. You were gaming. I inadvertently selected the wrong point while half asleep this morning and encountered someone. All right, hold on. No matter what. You need to log on first? I'll try again." Dongfang Ci made another attempt to access her cerebral domain, but the fiery, searing pain persisted. How long would it take before she could log on? Can you do it? If 30 million couldn't entice her to log on, it only indicated one thing. She was truly incapable. Dongfang Ci shook her head, not having anticipated this outcome. She had thought a short rest would suffice. Believing it was merely a game, even death wouldn't affect reality. But now, she couldn't fathom what kind of entity could inflict such damage. "Why, Granny, why didn't you say something earlier?" Zhu Ruixian was on the brink of madness. Life's ups and downs were utterly exhilarating. "You must go to the hospital." He left that remark in haste, not looking back. Wanrong, Fumin, Hengbo, Binglang. Who among them was nearest? As he dashed away, he recalled, disregarding the vehicle and risking a downgrade. unleashing his physical energy to its maximum speed. He remembered, Sima Wei. Sima Wei was the closest. He nearly wished for instantaneous travel but still took 10 minutes to arrive. Sima Wei, ranked 4th on the fan attention list, was renowned for her talent. Few could truly be called gifted women, and she was one of them. When Zhu Ruixian arrived, he found her engrossed in a book. How leisurely, in this day and age, someone was still reading. What brings you here? Upon seeing Zhu Ruixian, she noticed his breathless state and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yes, not as if I've never taken leave. Is it necessary to come to my home? Quickly, log on. Zhu Ruixian struggled to catch his breath, laying bare his intent. He couldn't bear the burden any longer. I can't log on. Sima Wei didn't even glance up. As if captivated by a handsome figure within the pages. Why can't you log on? I have a headache. Why do you have a headache? A headache is simply a headache. It needs no justification. Sima Wei's south leisurely demeanor could drive anyone to despair. Is it truly impossible to log on? Or are you feigning? I'm waiting for you to save me. It's genuinely impossible. Sima Wei was known for her honesty. Zhu Ruixian felt as if the world were collapsing around him. He emerged from Sima Wei's abode, lost and devoid of hope. If they hadn't colluded, what could be the cause? On the same day and at the same hour. Everyone encountered issues. Boss, salvation has arrived. Suddenly, a message pinged, and he froze, hearing cheers emanating from the office. He swiftly turned to see the situation, and his expression transformed from despair to relief in an instant. Heavenly Lord, Chen Yuanyuan has actually arrived. Beauty comes in many forms, and some are destined to bring calamity. Chen Yuanyuan was one such example, perhaps deserving of the title without the qualifier. She had registered a game account under her real name and was now wandering freely within the game. The commotion was palpable. People forgot Wanrong, forgot Dongfang Ci, and a growing throng followed her, yet none dared approach. She was Chen Yuanyuan, renowned not only for her name but for the entourage that accompanied her. Her arrival was sudden, and her departure just as abrupt, perhaps unwilling to be the center of attention. Would she return in the future? Wei Ran and Wei Xiangzi witnessed this historic moment firsthand. Chen Yuanyuan left, and they were left with a sense of longing. Whether it was Su Binglang or Xiong Fumin, they suddenly seemed less significant. Still protesting? Wei Ran glanced at Wei Xiangzi, only to see the same sentiment reflected in his eyes. Protesting? Forget that. I'm off to sleep. Chapter 059. The truth, this might just be the most absurd day since the inception of the real-person competitive game, or at the very least, the most exhilarating. Chen Yuanyuan's fleeting presence saved Zhu Ruixian and the game itself. Yet, it was clear she wouldn't return. The underlying issue remained. They had to uncover the true reason behind the goddess's collective absence. It wasn't until the day after the game concluded that Jiang Sheng finally received his reward. This time, the reward seemed to arrive later than before, but he was grateful nonetheless. Jiang Sheng didn't dwell on it, not contemplating a complaint about the delay. A total of 10 grains of level 100 rice, he casually consumed one. Eating was typically a joyous occasion, yet suddenly, his heart ached. After spending the previous night watching videos, he came to a realization. Without level 10,000 food, no amount of anything else would suffice. Even now, at level 9,999, consuming countless grains of level 100 rice would not elevate him to level 10,000. It was a threshold. Without something of level 10,000, no one could surpass it. As he was savoring the taste of grade 100 rice, he couldn't help but reminisce about the grade 10,000 rice he had once enjoyed. That exquisite delicacy had vanished into his stomach, only to be cruelly stripped away by the wretched Mycar pirates. What was once a hopeful wait for the day of grade 10,000 had suddenly transformed into a seemingly endless wait. Had he remained oblivious to the benefits of grade 10,000, he might not have cared. But now that he understood, a profound longing took root within him, for he too aspired to become a formidable grade 10,000 warrior. He had already tasted the allure of the power that came with such strength. The intoxicating sensation of controlling one's destiny was undeniably tempting. His will had long since evolved into a soul. Yet now he found himself lacking a body worthy of it. Alas, he was destitute. Never mind. He decided not to dwell on it too much. Jiang Sheng felt a sense of gratitude towards Bosqua. It was his fiery encouragement that had bestowed upon him the soul skill. What should he name this newfound soul skill? Fiery soul? No, that name lacked grandeur and felt superficial, so it was discarded. Phoenix Rebirth. While it also encompassed the idea of resurrection through fire, it was too cliché, and thus eliminated. He pondered again and came up with the title Ignite Your Soul. However, he soon found this name too blunt and opted to set it aside. Naming, after all, was an exasperating endeavor. He planned to shelve it for the time being. After consuming nearly all the grade 100 rice, combined with a single grain of grade 100 millet gifted by Yun Pia Piao, he had a total of 11 grains of grade 100 sustenance, estimating that once fully digested, his physical strength would surpass 500. He believed he would soon be ready to seek vengeance against Ba Squa in the mountains. Ba Squa? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Since the soul skill was connected to Ba Squa, why not name it after him? Ba Squa, he exclaimed, raising his head as torrents of soul flames erupted forth, enveloping a vast area of 10,000 meters in an instant. This sensation felt right. Thus, he officially named his soul skill after Boss Gui. In this moment of self-satisfaction, he remained blissfully unaware of the calamity he had inadvertently sown. On that day, Zhu Ruixian, the operations supervisor of the Real Man Glory Arena, was tirelessly investigating the reason for the goddess's absence. Complaints about physical discomfort were mere excuses, yet they bore a semblance of truth. Dongfang Ci suffered from headaches, while Sima Wei was unable to log in. Inquiries to others yielded identical symptoms. In summary, they all experienced excruciating headaches that rendered their will powerless upon opening their mental domains. In the words of Su Binglang, my will feels like a frightened child, too scared to emerge from its corner no matter how I call. This analogy was so vivid that even Gu Hengbo, who usually dismissed her, nodded in agreement. However, when asked why their wills had faltered, the women all evaded the question, saying nothing. What was going on? Zhu Ruixian's mind raced with speculation, nearly bursting. But today, he had to navigate through it all, with tomorrow being the priority. Thus, that night, he opted to sleep in the office. Before dawn, he rose to monitor the live stream closely. The program was functioning normally. All that remained was for them to log in. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, time seemed adequate, yet Zhu Ruixian could no longer contain himself. Even if he faced some nagging, it was preferable to losing his job. Ci Mei has logged in. Binglang, wake up. Man, please rouse yourself. He refrained from using the mental domain to call out, fearing they might shut it off while asleep. Instead, he left an old-school mobile phone at their residences and began shouting. Dongfang Ci opened her eyes, staring blankly at the brick-like mobile phone. Was it really appropriate to be disturbed so early? She chose to hang up. Remembering the 30 million promised yesterday, her heart ached, and she hung up more decisively. However, Su Binglang did not follow suit. In her eyes, Zhu Ruixian's authority still held weight, and she felt compelled to answer. As soon as the call connected, Zhu Ruixian's voice came through. Binglang? You need to log in and check. I feel a sense of unease. All right, just a moment, Yu Binglang stretched, shaking off her drowsiness, and tidied herself before opening her mental domain. Fortunately, the searing pain from yesterday was nearly gone. Su Binglang logged in. Upon seeing the notification, Zhu Ruixian felt tears welling up. Good notification. Su Binglang has been banned from the game and forcibly logged out. What? Zhu Ruixian leaped up, nearly hitting his head on the ceiling. Why did this happen? His subordinates pulled him aside, asking, Boss, what should we do? Find out why she was banned by the system. Understood. 10 minutes later, someone reported, Boss, we found out. At around 9:47 a.m. yesterday, a low-level account named Shengjiang challenged her. Due to the immense level difference, 300 times, she lost and was automatically banned by the system. Is that so? Zhu Ruixian's jaw dropped as he shouted, Are you kidding me? That's a 300-fold difference. Can a mosquito really take down an elephant? He demanded to see the surveillance footage, which clearly displayed the battle information of both participants. Shengjiang, level 11. Su Binglang, level 3700. Good morning, Su Binglang. This account named Shengjiang seemed to be a fan of Su Binglang. I know your tricks. There are plenty like you out there who think they can gain attention with a little cleverness. Su Binglang likely held disdain for him. You should close your mental domain in the real world, not in the game. Not good. Something's wrong. Challenge successful. Due to the opponent's level being over 100 times higher, you will automatically receive held difficulty rewards. Do you wish to claim them? Challenge failed. Due to the opponent's level being lower than yours by 100 times, you will be automatically banned from the game. Please be advised. The two audio notifications echoed almost simultaneously. Was that how it ended? Zhu Ruixian replayed the surveillance video from beginning to end, convinced that Sheng Jiang was up to no good. Retrieve all information related to Sheng Jiang. Immediately, boss. We found out that he is a newcomer, registered not long ago, yet his battle record is rather unique. Spit it out. Stop dilly-dallying like a woman. He had previously challenged Hell difficulty and was swiftly defeated by Xia Chu, only to challenge her again days later and succeed. Zhu Ruixian recalled Xia Chu, a formidable fighter known for her impressive height and skills. He remembered investigating them both, finding no abnormalities during their match. While regretful, he had to follow the game rules and ban her, and now, that scoundrel was back. Zhu Ruixian's fury was palpable. Why choose to challenge women of all people? Even if you enjoy tackling Hell difficulty, there are countless grade 1000 experts. Why take it out on them? Chapter 060. Damn it, Xu Binglang faced a ban due to her ill-fated opponent choice. Zhu Ruixian simmered with resentment, but had no words to express it. Fine, she's just a gatekeeper. The goddess rankings won't suffer without her. We can always elevate another. But what about Dongfang Ci? Zhu Ruixian clutched the mobile phone, repeatedly dialing before finally hearing her voice. Are you insane? Let a person rest in the morning. Save the scolding for later. Ci. Please log in and check. It's such a critical moment. Zhu Ruixian dared not act high and mighty, adopting a tone of supplication. Log in. I will log in. As a polished goddess, with her face still showing signs of waking up, how could she log into the live stream? If her fans saw her like this, would she ever recover? Zhu Ruixian recalled the rumor that it took her 2 hours to prepare before appearing, and his heart sank. He couldn't rely on Dongfang. He had to seek out Sima Wei instead. Time was of the essence. Sima Wei's phone was easy to connect. Hello, little lady, can you log in and check? Oh, what does O mean? Are you logging in or not? Zhu Ruixian felt himself nearing a breaking point. The goddess's allure was immense. Who would willingly serve them like a deity otherwise? I endure. I'm begging you. Just log in and see if everything appears normal, then log out. Got it. That was a reluctant agreement. Zhu Ruixian immediately focused on the screen, and sure enough, moments later, a notification appeared. Your friend Sima Wei has logged in. Yes, due to losing to an opponent 100 times weaker, Sima Wei was banned from logging into the game. When this notification appeared, Zhu Ruixian was momentarily stunned. Sima Wei on the other end was equally bewildered. What do you mean I can't log in? What nonsense is this? Zhu Supervisor, what are you up to? Just as Zhu Ruixian was about to lose his temper, he stifled his anger. Little lady, the system has a notification. You can check it yourself. Oh? Sima Wei examined the message closely and realized she had wronged him. What should we do now? Suddenly feeling a bit anxious, she pondered the precariousness of her 30-year career. Wait, what can I do? Zhu Ruixian slammed the table in frustration. What a stroke of bad luck. One does this, and now another. A perfectly fine goddess goes off to fight others, and to top it off, she loses, having consumed so much rice for nothing. Boss, the one who defeated Sima Wei was also that low-level account named Sheng Jiang. One of his subordinates timidly reported from behind. Him again. Zhu Ruixian ground his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. If Xu Binglang faced such a fate, and Sima Wei too, what about the others? Surely they weren't all experiencing the same. Check it out. Forget it. I'll do it myself. He began tracing the login times, starting with the account of Empress Wanrong, and the more he investigated, the more his heart sank. Xiong Fumin, Gu Hengbo, Dongfang Ci, one after another, they all fell in unison. The top 10 on the fan attention leaderboard remained unchanged, all toppled from their pedestals by a small account named Sheng Jiang. And on the very same sunlit morning, and no matter how one looks at it, it seems deliberate. Zhu Ruixian calmed himself. The facts were now clear. It was what it was, and the only recourse was to alter the rules of the game to elevate them once more. Yet the problem lay in the fact that game rules are not so easily changed. He felt a profound sense of despair. The arena of real glory and competition was not a private affair, but rather a public entity, where the hardest aspect to amend is indeed the rules. What now? Sima Wei and Xu Binglang awaited his response. Meanwhile, the source of this immense trouble, Jiang Sheng, remained remarkably at ease. After consuming a few grains of high-grade rice, the boost in his physical prowess instilled a great surge of confidence. Rarely did he venture out. Today, he intended to seek out Gu Laoda in the mountains, find this individual and ensure his demise. This was the desolate mountainous region of the Second World, yet also the largest provincial capital in the central part of the First World, spanning a total area of 8,494 square kilometers. The moniker Big WH was certainly well-deserved. Even if he could perceive objects within a 10,000-meter radius, traversing the entirety of the city was no small feat. Accomplishing it in a day or two seemed implausible. However, given the passage of so many days, there was no pressing urgency. He unfurled his spirit, walking leisurely along the city streets. While searching for a person, he also took on a side job akin to that of a bull-headed, horse-faced figure. His funds were dwindling. Passing by the police station, he spotted Zhao Lifa. He reminisced about the days when they could be considered friends, though perhaps that sentiment was one-sided. Go Zhao Lifa, he might have merely been another case to handle. Yet to him, as a people's police officer, Zhao Lifa was undeniably trustworthy. On the day he was set ablaze by Gu Laoda, it was Zhao Lifa's car that he had seen passing by, rekindling a flicker of hope within him. Alas, they belonged to two different worlds. While he could see Zhao Lifa, she could not see him, let alone rescue him. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden impulse seized him. Observing their hasty boarding of the vehicle, it seemed there must have been an incident. Perhaps he should follow and see. Who knows, he might stumble upon a ghost. Jiang Sheng quickened his pace. Trailing behind the police car. 10 minutes later, the police car arrived at its destination, where a crowd had already gathered, all gazing up at the sky. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that someone was about to leap from a building. It appeared to be a 30-story structure. One could only imagine the fate of anyone who fell from such a height. Jiang Sheng leaped directly to the rooftop. It was a woman, not very old. Standing precariously on the edge of the railing, her red high heels discarded carelessly nearby. Her demeanor was peculiar, as if her consciousness had already drifted away from her body. "Who are you?" she asked. Her gaze locking onto Jiang Sheng, reminiscent of the way he once beheld the bull-headed, horse-faced figures. "I can take you away." "Tio, where?" "To another world." "Another world?" Her bewilderment reminded Jiang Sheng of his own first experience at the recycling station. "Is it hell? Why can't it be heaven?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Do I look like hell and not heaven?" I refused to go. It was as though she had just been awakened, her will returning to her body, and she trembled, nearly tumbling off the edge. After a scream, she scrambled down from the railing. When Zhao Lifa arrived, she witnessed the woman lunging forward and quickly rushed to restrain her. "Uncle, I saw a ghost." Where did that uncle come from? Clearly, she assumed all police officers were male. Zhao Lifa retorted with annoyance. "Call me Auntie. Auntie, I truly saw a ghost." The woman exclaimed in terror, pointing at Jiang Sheng's location. "Right there." "All right, I understand. Come with me." Disturbing public order would surely lead to a 5-day administrative detention. This 5-day period would be perfect for her to reflect on her actions. For someone of her stature to disregard the hardships of parental upbringing and contemplate jumping off a building was truly juvenile. "I really saw it." The woman looked back at Jiang Sheng's position, which was now merely an empty space. "Where is the ghost?" Chapter 061. Eliminate Xinjiang. You are the ghost. Jiang Sheng descended from the building, feeling a tinge of regret. That woman was worth $300. Although not a large sum, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. He should have just taken her away like the bull-headed, horse-faced figures did back in the day. But he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. While he lamented the fate of that woman, the back end of the Real Glory competition was vehemently criticizing that scoundrel account named Xinjiang. What a man! He knows nothing of cherishing the delicate. Indeed, I thought he was my fan. Xiong Fumin had directly come to the company. Although she primarily relied on her figure, her intellect was sharp. Realizing she could no longer log into the game or access the live stream early in the morning, she understood she had landed in trouble. After hastily tidying up, she made a beeline for the company. She hadn't prepared much and only managed to utter a single sentence. She extended her smallest finger, the ring finger. "He burned me alive. That pain, I shall never forget." Sima Wei also arrived, initially thinking she was the only one in such a predicament. Upon seeing Xiong Fumin, she immediately felt reassured. Turning to Zhu Ruixian, she interjected, "Is your system malfunctioning? That is clearly not an ordinary person." "Level 11? A small account? Don't be ridiculous. Even if it is a small account. If we stood there and let him hit us, he still wouldn't win." Zhu Ruixian was growing increasingly annoyed. Typically, Three women form a play, but with two goddesses from separate live streams together. Their sharp tongues were even more merciless. Prepare for withdrawal. At those words, both Xiong Fumin and Sima Wei fell silent. After a moment, Xiong Fumin stood and asked one last time, Director Zhu, are you certain? Zhu Ruixian did not answer her, merely casting one final glance at the place he had worked for many years, saying nothing, and left the office alone. What does that mean? The boss has been dismissed. A whisper echoed from the corner. In light of such a major incident, someone had to be held accountable. As the operations supervisor, Zhu Ruixian bore the brunt of it, and he was the first to be sacrificed. With public notices already posted. Although he was a scapegoat, he could not be deemed innocent. With Zhu Ruixian gone, what were they to do? No one could provide them with an answer. Has my career come to an end? Xiong Fumin received a voice message. Should she check it immediately? Where did this voice message come from? Indifferently, she clicked it open. Partner Xiong Fumin, due to private battles resulting in your inability to fulfill the agreement, it has been decided after deliberation to terminate the cooperative contract and hold you primarily responsible for the breach. Xiong Fumin was stunned, and Sima Wei, equally astonished, had evidently received the same message. The voice message was signed by the Cultural Dissemination Office, directly under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism of the state. Not only had they been dismissed, but they also faced breach of contract risks. Was it truly to escalate to such a degree? Did that wretched game not intend to continue? Without them, who would still play the glory competition? Who possessed the audacity to make such a decision? Empress Wanrong also received the same voice notification. She displayed little reaction, thinking it was no great loss to refrain from participating. A breach was merely a matter of money. Meanwhile, Dongfang Ci finally tidied herself up. Sister Ci, looking splendid, ready to log in. Why can't I get on? She felt a bit dazed, trying multiple times, all to no avail. She had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that Zhu Ruixian had orchestrated this? Just as she was about to call him, she received a voice notification. Partner Dongfang Ci, due to private battles resulting in your inability to fulfill the agreement, it has been decided after deliberation to terminate the cooperative contract and hold you primarily responsible for the breach. Signed, Cultural Dissemination Office. This cannot be happening, she exclaimed. What have I done? How have I breached the contract? She immediately attempted to contact Zhu Ruixian through her neural domain, but the connection failed. Calling the office yielded the same response she had just received. She hadn't felt anger in a long time, but this time, she could hardly contain her fury. Why is this happening? Su Binglang was equally frantic. But the events had already transpired. No one could reverse them. Jiang Shang, at that moment, also received a message. According to game rules, players Wanrong Empress, Dongfang Ci, Sima Wei. Player Xiong Fumin, player Su Binglang, 10 players in total, have lost in the arena to opponents 100-fold weaker than themselves. This serves as notice that they will be prohibited from logging into the gaming platform. Such notifications existed? When Xiachu was banned, it seemed there had been no such notice. Jiang Shang furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, the real gaming competition platform was in chaos. Countless players logged on simultaneously that day, causing the servers to crash repeatedly. Bring back our goddess. Wei Ran and Wei Xiangzi were among the main instigators, rallying millions behind them. The real glory competition champions fairness and justice. Rules are rules, and no matter who you are, if you breach them, you must bear the corresponding consequences. A leader stood above, attempting to placate the surging crowd. Do not treat us as fools. If it were just 1 or 2 breaches, that might be understandable, but 10 individuals simultaneously? Are we all foolish enough to follow suit? Is expertise that significant? Is authority that remarkable? Does height confer superiority? With so many people, your words could drown you. This was the surveillance video from that day. In such a scene, no one could resist. The only recourse was to let facts speak for themselves. The leader unveiled a trump card, projecting the events of that morning in their entirety. As Jiang Shang entered, he fortuitously witnessed the moment he had obliterated Su Binglang's will. Next came Xiong Fumin, Dongfang Ci, until finally, the illustrious Empress Wanrong made her appearance. The atmosphere spiraled out of control, with countless individuals weeping profusely. The spectacle was truly extraordinary. Jiang Shang discreetly concealed himself behind a towering figure, using a false identity in the game. Although he was confident no one would recognize him, prudence prevailed. With so many fervent admirers, he feared that should his identity be exposed, he would find no peace. Neither in the game nor in the outside world, facts outweigh rhetoric. The occurrence of such an inconceivable event was beyond comprehension. It baffled him. His goddess had never been one to engage in conflict. What, pray tell, had that scoundrel named Shangjiang done to provoke her into recklessly stepping onto the competitive stage? Wei Ran felt a profound sense of loss, while Wei Xiangzi, standing beside him, had tears soaking her shoulder. Suddenly, she bellowed, "Down with Shangjiang! Down with Shangjiang! Down with Shangjiang!" In an instant, her cry resonated with the masses, a cacophony of voices rising in unison. Jiang Sheng joined in the uproar for a brief moment before hastily retreating. The rules of the Real Glory competitive platform were amended as follows. In addition to the physical strength level, a subdivision of willpower levels was instituted, and this alteration was dubbed the Xinjiang Rule. The modification was necessitated by Jiang Sheng's presence. He received the notification of the rule change immediately upon logging off. The Xinjiang Rule. Was this not specifically targeting me, his little uncle? Chapter 062. Ouyang Guanji Shangjiang had become a sensation. Boss lady, do you have any ginger? None left. Damn, sold out again. On to the next shop. Wei Xiangzi strode forward in frustration. He was not the only one shopping for ginger that day. What was the purpose of buying ginger? To consume it, to crush it, to transform it into paste and bury it in a pit, covered with lime. As for those seeking Jiangshang, they were even more numerous. Do you know what the trending headline is today? Are you aware of who tops the search charts? Jiang Sheng himself knew. The headline read, Goddess Slayer, the little account Shangjiang. Do you know Gu Hengbo? Are you familiar with Su Binglang? Have you encountered Dongfang Ci? Do you admire Sima Wei? If you are unacquainted with all these goddesses, fret not. Surely, you recognize the Empress Wanrong, who traversed from the old world to the new. They are active on streaming platforms, each boasting a minimum of 30 million fans. They are the goddesses in the eyes of countless men, objects of envy among women. Yet, on a certain day in mid-October, an account by the name of Shangjiang, a true little account, with a physical strength level of merely 11, issued a challenge to them through the Real Glory competitive gaming platform in the early morning, unnoticed by anyone. He triumphed over Su Binglang, whose physical strength level exceeds 3,700. The disparity between them is self-evident. Ordinarily, unless Su Binglang conceded voluntarily, there was no conceivable way for the little account Jiang Sheng to emerge victorious. Yet the evidence lay before them. He had indeed bested Su Binglang, and subsequently, Gu Hengbo. He swept through the goddess rankings, even toppling the long-reigning Empress Wanrong. Now do you recognize his prowess? He possesses only level 11. Soon after, Real Glory Competitive announced the dismissal of Operations Supervisor Zhu Ruixian. Was there an underlying motive? Naturally, this was not a concern for the fans. The most significant revelation came next. According to the game rules, one cannot lose to an opponent who is 100 times weaker. Otherwise, they are banned from the game. In accordance with this regulation, the platform immediately revoked the gaming qualifications of the goddesses and shut down their streaming rooms. Impressive, is it not? Do you realize how many goddess fans were harmed by this decision? Statistically, that number stands at 800 million. So, a friendly reminder. That little account named Xinjiang must be kept under wraps. Your enemies number not 1 or 2, but a staggering 800 million. Here, the editor has but one statement to make. The Goddess Slayer lives up to the name. Well done, Shangjiang. What a ridiculous editor this is. Clearly inciting trouble. How could such an article make the headlines? Jiang Sheng began to doubt the public's taste. Upon glancing at the top of the search charts, who is Shangjiang, and why has he suddenly become popular? It seemed as though the entire world was seeking him out. Jiang Sheng sat atop a building, contemplating a leap, but this structure was only 30 stories high. Even a jump would not suffice to end his life. The crux of the issue lay with the Real Glory competitive platform. If they succumbed to pressure and leaked his personal information, he feared there would be no refuge for him, neither above nor below, nor in the depths of the ocean. Was it still possible to cancel his account? Alternatively, could he hack the game's backend and obliterate all personal data? That appeared to be the only course of action. Just as he prepared to act, a new message came through. Congratulations, you have acquired a new game title. Goddess Slayer. Good heavens, are they out of their minds? Are they adding fuel to the fire? Suggesting that my Shangjiang lacks flavor? I must hasten to conclude this game. Logging into the game, he implanted a virus to destroy the data. Just as Jiang Sheng infiltrated the backend, he was abruptly ejected. Before he could react, a bespectacled woman appeared in his mind. Put away your little tricks, I am Ouyang Guanji, a senior engineer at the National Supercomputing Center. Welcome to our team. Jiang Sheng suddenly realized he had been hacked. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered a fellow professional for the first time. I hereby issue your first task. Maintain the authentic traffic of Real Glory Competitive. No falsifying data with virtual figures. Jiang Sheng felt a bit awkward listening to her. It was not that he wished to hear her out, but rather that he had never encountered such a style of mental invasion. In comparison, her criticisms were entirely accurate. His previous methods were indeed trivial tricks. Since resistance was futile, he decided to embrace the situation. What must I do? That is your concern. Figure it out with that, the engineer. Ouyang Guanji departed from his mind. He forgot to ask whether joining them came with any benefits. Should he pursue her for clarification? Perhaps it was best to let it go. The pit he had dug must be filled by him alone. Maintaining genuine traffic was most straightforward through traffic fabrication, yet this avenue had been barred by Ouyang Guanji. Given the explicit prohibition against illegal methods, only one path remained, if he were to perish. So be it. Jiang Sheng resolutely logged into the game, opened the world channel, and spoke aloud. I, your little uncle, shall be online tomorrow night at 9 o'clock sharp, accepting challenges from anyone. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Do you know who is currently the hottest topic? It is Shang Jiang. Shang Jiang has spoken, and in the world channel before everyone, tomorrow night at 9 o'clock sharp. This is worth emphasizing. Wei Ran discarded the ginger he had just purchased. At 9 o'clock that evening, he had already set his alarm, eagerly awaiting nightfall. Meanwhile, the astute ones thought, why wait until 9? Seize the opportunity while this lad is online and catch him, in no time. A flurry of challenge requests and friend requests flooded in, with some inept players even filing reports. Jiang Sheng could hardly withstand it. As the atmosphere escalated and his purpose was achieved, he hastily prepared to log off. At 9 o'clock, do not be absent. As he departed, he remembered to leave a parting remark. 9 o'clock, do not be absent. What a crass slogan. On the first day of missing the goddess, let us take down Shangjiang tonight. Ouyang Guanji was present in the Real Glory Competitive office, sitting in the place once occupied by Zhu Ruixian, silently observing the platform's data. The results were promising. That lad had potential. Launch the latest event immediately. Yes, what do you have in mind, head sister? Event name. Capture the goddess slayer Shangjiang. What are the event rules? The new dungeon will accept 10,000 participants, all placed within the new map, the Grand Canyon. The last one standing will earn the right to challenge the goddess slayer. Understood. Her assistant immediately began preparations but hesitated, saying, head sister, that little account Shangjiang is only level 11. Is such a grand promotion warranted? What if he doesn't dare show up at 9 or is truly defeated? I am aware. You proceed with the preparations. Understood. An hour later, the Real Glory competitive platform announced the latest event. Nearly every player who had registered for the game received the following message. Capture the goddess slayer Shangjiang. Many players who had long since ceased logging in or had decided to quit the game found themselves invigorated. Was the little account Shangjiang finally making an appearance? They were eager to see what that fellow looked like. That day, the number of online users on the Real Glory competitive platform surpassed all previous records, with new players registering continuously. Chapter 063. Ghost hunting. Shangjiang had ignited a fire, yet Jiang Sheng remained unscathed in the flames. He did not know many people, nor did many know him. However, there was always one or two, and Yun Piao was among them. Hey, are you that little account Shangjiang? As Jiang Sheng's soul friend in Real Glory competitive, she was even willing to sever ties with him for the sake of the name Shangjiang. Upon learning of his remarkable achievements, she rushed over to inquire. Most likely, she was questioning whether Jiang Sheng was indeed the so-called goddess slayer little account. After all, with so many people online, the chance of sharing names was quite high. No, after a brief hesitation, Jiang Sheng chose to deny it. He did not trust Yun Piao, as her loose lips could easily betray him. Really not. Really not. Jiang Sheng directly opened a video link, sending her his current location. See for yourself, I'm here in the mountains hunting ghosts. And with a hint of self-deprecation, she remarked, unlike you, who hails from a family of wealth. I must rely solely on my own means for sustenance. Ghost hunting, does it bring joy? The perspective of Yun Piao is always quite unique. It seems she is not particularly invested in whether Jiang Sheng is a deity slayer. but rather holds an earnest anticipation for the mere act of ghost hunting. Ghost hunting, does it bring joy? Uncertain. Jiang Shang candidly admitted that he is quite the indifferent sort, never preoccupied with the notion of enjoyment. He simply assesses necessity. If something is needed, he will pursue it. I am so bored. Please remain stationary and await my return. Oh, indeed. Jiang Shang remained still, and after approximately 10 minutes, a spacecraft floated above him, from which Yun Piapiao leapt down to his side. I have arrived. Let us embark on this ghost-hunting adventure together. Her exuberance assuredly indicated that she was not someone from the first world, but rather an indigenous inhabitant of this realm. Very well. Jiang Shang led the way, with her trailing behind. Yet, another followed. I am Yun Lin, her elder brother. Before Jiang Shang could respond, Yun Piapiao, in a fit of irritation, interjected, Brother, must you follow me? Yun Lin chuckled and shook his head, prompting Jiang Shang to acknowledge him with a nod, signifying their previous acquaintance. Indeed, they had met. During their last encounter, Jiang Shang's opponent had been him. Through Yun Lin, Jiang Shang had discerned the flaws of the illusion, subsequently conceding defeat. However, for reasons unknown, Yun Lin had refused to accept it, leading him to dash headlong into the arena, ultimately meeting his demise. I am about to lose my temper. Yun Piapiao's anger was palpable, her expression shifting rapidly. Yun Lin, exasperated, cast a glance at Jiang Shang and, noticing the distance maintained between him and Yun Piapiao, subtly nodded before deftly leaping onto the spacecraft. Let us proceed. Jiang Shang took the lead, with Yun Piapiao following closely. She appeared quite curious, her eyes scanning the bustling crowd, at times even reaching out as if to touch them. They truly cannot see me. This was a novel experience for her, as she boldly approached a man, making a face at him, and suddenly turned back to declare, I shall capture him. He is still alive. You cannot seize him. Why not? You may attempt to, should you wish. Without hesitation, Yun Piapiao rushed to try, first grasping at his hand, which eluded her, then tugging at his arm, but again, she found only AI or is it truly this difficult? Her comprehension was evidently flawed, though she remained oblivious, questioning, did they not say capturing ghosts was easy? Why can I not grasp even one? They are merely people, albeit from a different world, hence they cannot be caught. Jiang Shang speculated, unless you can traverse to their world, or wait until they grow old and their life comes to an end, then they will naturally drift over. What does it mean to grow old? Is this question truly necessary to explain? Why do you gaze at me so? Yun Piapiao touched her own face, brimming with youthful vitality. Look at that individual over there, with the white hair. Jiang Shang patiently responded. It is roughly analogous to those among us who have lost the will to live. They are the elderly, I understand. Yun Piapiao nodded, stating, so must we wait for him to perish? Jiang Shang cast a glance at the elderly gentleman, whose complexion was rosy and whose gait was sprightly. It seemed unlikely he would depart this world for at least another decade or so, waiting for a monkey to arrive. This time, he could not be bothered to explain further, opting instead to continue on his path. Hey, I am speaking to you. If you wish to accompany me, please speak less. You? Yun Piapiao, frustrated, placed her hands on her hips, yet Jiang Shang did not even turn his head, rendering her outburst a mere display for the air. Wait for me. If she lingered any longer, he would truly be gone. In a huff, Yun Piapiao dashed forward. There is one over there, not a ghost? Where? Jiang Shang pointed toward a building, replying, in the second room on the first floor. I see it. How can you see so far? Yun Piapiao had spotted it as well, but was even more perplexed by how he could see such a distance. Her willpower exceeded 10,000 levels, barely allowing her to perceive that far. I possess keen eyesight. This could hardly be described merely as good eyesight. Am I truly foolish? Yun Piapiao shot him a glare. Though her curiosity regarding ghosts compelled her to follow closely behind him, so weak, in the room, a wisp of wool drifted silently, with no one else present. He appeared to harbor lingering attachments to this world, aimlessly floating above his aged body, gazing at his own weathered visage. Welcome to the celestial realm. Once a lie is spoken fluently, it becomes indistinguishable from the truth. Jiang Shang refrained from explaining his origins, merely invoking the name of the celestial realm to evade further complications. The tone he adopted, as though he were indeed a celestial being, left Yun Piapiao, who followed him, utterly astonished. This individual possesses an immense confidence. Indeed, everything proceeded smoothly. Jiang Sheng ensnared the old man's spirit within the magic sphere. Is that all? Yes. How utterly dull. Jiang Sheng chuckled and shook his head. Surely, the world held far fewer intriguing matters than one might imagine. Just as they were about to depart, several individuals suddenly squeezed in. Is he dead? He has not eaten for 3 days. He cannot possibly still be alive. 2 men and a woman passed directly through Jiang Sheng. Upon seeing the motionless old man, they collectively sighed in relief, confirming he had indeed passed. Let us prepare for the arrangements. Who will foot the bill? You are the eldest brother. Naturally, it falls to you. Nonsense. He has spent his pension on you for years. Why should I pay? Did you forget he has left a mess of filth in my house all these years? We shall split the costs. If you do not pay, I will carry him to your home. Do not be excessive, second brother. You are the one being excessive. Have you ever served him even for a single day? And now that he is gone, you will not even care? Noticing Yun Piapiao's eagerness to continue listening, Jiang Sheng swiftly pulled her away. Let us go. Why are they like this? They are simply that way. Jiang Sheng observed the expression of the old man within the magic sphere. He had his mouth agape, seemingly struggling to breathe. Fear not, old sir. You are in the celestial realm. Soon, we shall assist you in reconstructing your corporeal form. You must remember the most handsome visage of your youth. In no time, you shall return to that state. This assurance indeed eased the old man's expression. Chapter 064. Revenge. Jiang Sheng is a person devoid of any charm. Accompanying him along the journey, Yun Piapiao personally attested to this. This fellow does not even know how to utter a kind word. Not only is he incapable, but he also chooses to speak in an unflattering manner. With such a disposition, you shall find it difficult to attract a spouse. Yun Piapiao regarded Jiang Sheng earnestly, feeling it her duty as his friend to point out his flaws. He is quite a decent person. Yet Jiang Sheng promptly terminated that line of discussion, having long since developed immunity to the potent threat of failing to find a partner. After all, he was a veteran, having experienced former relationships. A previous wife, indeed, the very person he currently beheld. Yun Piapiao noticed the direction of his gaze, following it to find a woman. Hypocrite. While professing that he was a good person, he was secretly eyeing another woman. Jiang Sheng shook his head and smiled. He had not anticipated encountering Zhang Xuan on the road. The traffic ahead was congested due to an accident. As Jiang Sheng passed by Zhang Xuan, a slight tremor coursed through him, and she fleetingly glanced at his figure as he walked past. Is she looking at you? Yun Piapiao found it curious. It seemed as if that woman had glimpsed something. I know. Jiang Sheng halted his steps but did not turn back, sighing. But she is not looking at me. She is gazing at the shadow of her own memories. I do not understand. Yun Piapiao silently marked a cross next to Jiang Sheng in her mind. You are still young. I know that I am still young and know nothing. Yun Piapiao retorted with irritation, completing his unfinished thought. It is good that you know. Jiang Sheng unexpectedly delivered another blow. Such people truly exist in this world. Yun Piapiao was taken aback. Is there any hope? Jiang Sheng himself was uncertain, just as a doctor in a nearby vehicle was engaged in emergency care. He and Yun Piapiao squatted by the side, awaiting the outcome. Here, have some. Jiang Sheng produced 2 grains of 100-level rice from his pocket, handing one to Yun Piapiao as a token of gratitude for her previous kindness. Haven't seen you in a few days. Have you become prosperous? Yun Piapiao questioned, recalling that during their last meeting, he had only been consuming ordinary rice, and now, just a few days later, he carried grains of 100-level rice. I found it on the road. I do not believe you. The two sat by the roadside, munching on the rice. Is this appropriate? Scoot back a bit. Why? Earlier, someone was about to jump off a building, and their soul had already emerged, but I scared them back. What? You are truly amusing. Ha ha. Before long, an ambulance arrived, swiftly transporting the injured away, seemingly without life-threatening injuries. What a wasted weight. Yun Piapiao lamented. No. Jiang Sheng abruptly stood up. As a familiar figure approached, he too spotted Jiang Sheng and, after a moment of hesitation, approached with a composed demeanor. Friend, make way. Jiang Sheng happened to be standing in his path. Big brother Gua. Jiang Sheng silently murmured a word in his heart, and he fell to the ground in agony. Friend, we have no enmity in the past, nor grievances in recent days. Why do you wish me harm? His eyes were fixed upon Jiang Sheng, seemingly wanting to pose this very question. Yet the torment searing through his will rendered him speechless. Jiang Sheng offered no response to his unvoiced thoughts, merely extinguishing his will in silence. This was no game. This was the harsh reality. What happened? Yun Piapiao finally came to her senses, observing a figure stagger past before collapsing at Jiang Sheng's feet. Nothing. Let us go. Like nothing had transpired, Jiang Sheng felt neither the thrill of vengeance nor the tremors of taking a life. As for the gold, it ought not to be molded into the likeness of an ex-girlfriend. Fate has its own design. An ex-girlfriend did not belong to him. He had not anticipated that the one fashioned from gold would be the same. That gold had aided Bosqua in elevating his physical prowess, which is why he dared to approach Jiang Sheng with such confidence despite having seen him. Yet, he was not the only one undergoing a transformation. Jiang Sheng, too, had transcended. His 10,000 level will had been ignited into his very soul, enabling him to scorch the wills of others directly. Did you just use a soul technique? Yun Piapiao felt her legs tremble slightly. She considered herself quite bold, unflinching even when confronting ghosts, yet the despairing and pained gaze of that man had deeply pierced her. She was no ordinary person. She possessed a 10,000 level physical strength and will, yet had yet to convert her will into a soul. However, she had witnessed soul techniques before. The fleeting soul wave she had sensed earlier, she had encountered countless times with her father. She could not be mistaken. She gazed at Jiang Sheng with growing confusion, suddenly feeling he was a stranger. No, Jiang Sheng lied, his trait being the ability to convince even himself of the veracity of his words. Could it be that I misjudged? Yun Piapiao looked into his eyes, which remained as calm and unyielding as ever, and felt a sudden uncertainty creep in, prompting her to glance back at the man lying on the ground. Did I truly misjudge? I must return to report my task. Will you accompany me? The day was waning, and Jiang Sheng intended to return early, as a grand performance awaited him that evening. I won't go. Yun Piapiao waved her hand and summoned a spaceship. Within moments, it arrived. She said nothing, leaping aboard and departing the scene. Jiang Sheng proceeded alone to the recycling station to submit his task. By the time he returned to the mountain camp, the timing was impeccable, with only 10 minutes remaining until the appointed hour, yet he did not rush to log in. Prepare yourself. Ouyang Guanji appeared most opportune. Had she arrived any later, Jiang Sheng could guarantee he would not log in by 9 o'clock. Very well, but are you going to set conditions with me? Ouyang Guanji adjusted her glasses and spoke directly. Go ahead, I'm listening. You must not invade my mental realm without permission, and no problem. Regarding compensation, what do you deem appropriate? I want 10,000 level rice. Ha! Ouyang Guanji could not suppress a cold laugh, stating plainly, 10,000 level rice is indeed available, but given your minimal contribution, 10,000 level rice is a rare resource, and even without Ouyang Guanji finishing her thought, Jiang Sheng knew he was utterly unqualified at present. As long as it exists, there is a chance to obtain it. Is there anything else? If not, then let us proceed. I wish to work with you. Without a title, part-time is acceptable. Welcome. Ouyang Guanji readily agreed, time not permitting her to delay. Once the agreement was reached, Jiang Sheng promptly logged in. I suggest you refrain from changing your face. Using your original one would yield better results. Just as he entered the game, still unsteady on his feet, Ouyang Guanji's words echoed in his ears. System prompt, the goddess assassin, Ginger, has logged in. Jiang Sheng gazed upwards, utterly speechless, as the 4 glaringly red characters goddess assassin adorned his head. This appearance was undeniably infuriating. This bout was not only live-streamed online but also broadcasted across numerous public channels. The information regarding both contenders had been disclosed. Goddess Assassin Ginger, physical strength 23, willpower unknown. Canyon Hero, Shan Yu Tai, physical strength 8,230, willpower 8,230. Jiang Sheng took note of this. Having just consumed 100 level rice, his physical strength had indeed increased rapidly, yet he remained far from matching his opponent's impressive 8,000 plus level. In this battle, the outcome rested entirely in the hands of his adversary. Chapter 065. The duel. This was a highly anticipated duel, akin to a grand spectacle. However, the focal point of interest did not reside in the outcome of the battle. Win or lose, it was merely a game. What significance did victory or defeat hold? What truly mattered was the prowess of the one dubbed the goddess assassin, Ginger. Among the top 10 on the goddess leaderboard, the one with the lowest physical strength level was the renowned talent, Sima Wei, whose physical strength exceeded 2,000. In comparison, the low-level Ginger was indeed a mere footnote, standing at only level 11. The disparity between 10 and 2,000 was 200-fold. Logically, even if the goddess lacked combat skills, a mere flick of her wrist could incapacitate the low-level contender. It was inconceivable for her to lose so inexplicably. The injustice of the goddess's defeat left countless fans adrift, and the outcome was irreversible. Everyone observing this duel sought to uncover one question. Did the low-level contender possess extraordinary skills, or was there foul play at the platform? Over 1 billion viewers tuned in via online or channel broadcasts to witness this confrontation. Preliminary surveys indicated that only 0.1 believed the goddess lost due to her lack of combat prowess, while 3 insisted that Ginger must possess exceptional abilities. A staggering 32 suspected foul play from the platform, with over 50 opting for other. This was indeed peculiar. What mindset did those selecting other have while watching this duel? The voting portal was flooded with comments. The most liked remark read, "Support low-level Ginger, do well." Such an innocuous, attention-seeking comment garnered over 100 million likes, leaving many media professionals utterly astonished. They were even perplexed as to whether this comment genuinely praised Ginger or conveyed sarcasm. The second most liked comment was succinct. Left hand holds watermelon, right hand holds melon seeds, mouth keeps moving, eyes wide open, waiting for the show. This was an indifferent bystander, neither a fan of the goddesses nor supporting anyone, merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Similarly, this comment also surpassed 100 million likes. The third comment, however, was decidedly less cordial. Day in and day out, you keep talking about the goddess. Is she your wife or your girlfriend? Your old man raised you to this age, and yet you can't even show me some respect with your money, nor can you bolster your own strength, wasting your pitiful intellect on the goddess. Don't you know who sleeps in the goddess's bed at night? The final rhetorical question received nearly 100 million likes, with a significant number of reports, yet it failed to surpass the like count, barely securing its place in third. The fourth comment pledged unwavering support for the goddess, resolutely opposing that wretched game, declaring that the platform must be corrupt. This comment exceeded 80 million likes, suggesting these individuals were indeed fans of the goddess. Yet, such results evidently contradicted the expectations of the majority. From the statistical data, it appeared the goddess's influence was not as formidable as once imagined. In the afternoon's Grand Canyon Finals, the number of registrants was unexpectedly high. Wei Xiangzi was among them, his physical strength at level 36, placing him among the majority of participants. Yet, he was undoubtedly destined to be cannon fodder. Reports indicated that the one who secured the final spot, Shan Yutai, was a guard from the Imperial Palace, renowned for extraordinary skills, further bolstered by royal patronage, his physical strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals. In the Grand Canyon, this fellow could vanquish deities and demons alike, ultimately standing alone at the end. With him in the fray, everyone felt at ease. Now, this duel was finally about to commence. Now, a word from our sponsors, Big Safe Condom. A man's choice, damn it. The sudden interruption prompted a chorus of expletives from the audience. Mingyu Tang Natural Skin Water, a goddess's essential, great river liquor, you deserve it. Jinci Fabric, a new trend in leisure and family education. Is this ever going to end? After waiting an entire day, is this all I get to see? Ouyang Guanji sat upright, her posture resembling a statue. This wave of advertisements could rival the sales of the past month. However, it might also yield negative repercussions. The round glasses on her nose obscured her eyes, concealing her true emotions. Tian Changmei, her assistant who had been with her for some time, noted her lack of focus on the screen and quickly reminded her, "Sister, it's about to begin." What is the online viewership? Just surpassed 1 billion. And the server? With you here, it's stable. Do not be careless. I'm keeping an eye on it. Let us display their personal information. Alright, Goddess Assassin Ginger, physical strength 23, willpower unknown. Canyon Hero Shan Yutai. Physical strength 8,230, willpower 8,230. Finally, the advertisements concluded, revealing the two pieces of information to the audience. Shan Yutai was indeed formidable, living up to his title as the palace's premier expert. With over 8,000 in physical strength, he could easily topple a mountain. Yet, the unknown willpower of the low-level Ginger raised questions. What did unknown signify? Fortunately, someone quickly clarified that it could potentially exceed 10,000. My goodness, is this for real? Are we truly about to encounter a genuine 10,000 level master today? It is a rare occurrence to encounter a master of the 10th level, and even videos pertaining to them are seldom seen. It is said that this is to prevent their extraordinary skills from being exposed, thus losing the element of surprise in future confrontations. The account known as Ginger can at least be considered a semi-master of the 10th level. Out of respect for such formidable beings, most people suddenly feel that it is only fitting for him to triumph over the goddesses. Most. He is regarded as a half-competitor. However, Wei Xiangzi fixates on the mere strength of that 23rd level body, refusing to let it go. 23rd level. He is even inferior to that. With such low physical strength, what use is a formidable will? Yet, he cannot help but feel a pang of anxiety. What if San Yu Taima falters? The same concern weighs on Tian Changmei. Sister, who do you favor? Ouyang Guanji remains silent, leading Tian Changmei to believe she has not heard her. Just as she is about to repeat the question, Ouyang Guanji suddenly replies, "It matters not who wins, is there truly no distinction?" Tian Changmei is somewhat perplexed. Is the video ready? What video? The footage of Jiang Shang receiving rice. All set, sister. Release it, now? Now. The onlookers, who initially anticipated the duel, are momentarily dumbfounded. Thankfully, it is not an advertisement. Otherwise, they would surely have left. This is a scene depicting the distribution of game rewards, featuring 10 wooden boxes containing 10 grains of 100-level rice, suspended in a long line by drones, directly delivered to the account Ginger. That amounts to a full 10 grains of 100-level rice. Were I to receive such a reward, I would have no worries regarding work or women. At the video's conclusion, a line of text appears. We take competition seriously. As long as you possess the strength, these rewards are rightfully yours. It seems directed at Jiang Shang, yet also addresses the spectators. Is this considered an advertisement? The system has yet to signal the beginning, leaving Jiang Shang to continue watching. The live competition platform will henceforth alter its reward structure based on the number of online viewers. Below 10,000 viewers, the victor receives ordinary rice. Below 100,000, the victor receives 10-level rice. Below 10 million, the victor receives 100-level rice. Below 1 billion, the victor receives 1,000-level rice. And today, the number of online viewers has surpassed 1 billion. The victor between Jiang Shang and the court guard San Yu Tai will receive. The voice suddenly halts, igniting the curiosity of all. Below 1 billion is 1,000-level rice. Above 1 billion. Does that not mean it is 10,000-level rice? Tian Changmei's heart races at this moment. Her eyes are fixed intently on Ouyang Guanji, fearful of what shocking revelation she might utter. Yet, Ouyang Guanji remains unhurried, focused on the fluctuating data on the screen before her. Sister, if you don't speak, chaos will ensue outside. She quickly gestures with her fingers to indicate 2 grains of 1,000-level rice. However, Ouyang Guanji appears oblivious, remaining still even after 7 seconds. Tian Changmei is uncertain if Ouyang Guanji has drifted off again. Suddenly, Ouyang Guanji removes her glasses and calmly addresses the audience watching the live broadcast. The victor between Jiang Shang and the court guard San Yu Tai will receive a reward of 10,000-level rice. Is it truly 10,000-level rice? Tian Changmei feels as though her heart has been torn apart. That is 10,000-level rice. Even the National Supercomputing Center lacks such a thing, let alone the platform under her command. Between Jiang Shang and San Yu Tai, one of them will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Where will they find a single grain of 10,000-level rice for them? Sister, have you lost your mind? Yet, Ouyang Guanji is not the only one driven to madness. The moment she utters 10,000-level rice, the online viewer count surges dramatically. 1 billion. There are 240 billion people on this planet. Humanity is in no short supply. Advertisements must be plastered on both sides of the competition stage, and banners must be hung overhead. Ouyang Guanji remains remarkably calm, as if she had merely mentioned ordinary rice. Tian Changmei snaps out of her shock and hastily begins to rearrange the venue per Ouyang Guanji's instructions. The live competition platform commences panoramic broadcasting. Following Ouyang Guanji's declaration of 10,000-level rice, the online viewer count skyrockets from 1,010,950,409 to an astounding 12,562, 493, 152.12, 562, 493, 152, a complete phone number, nearly equivalent to half of the global population. This frenzied scene inundates everyone's senses like waves crashing in a deep sea. The boss of the condom company has lost his mind. What is most crucial in advertising? It is simply to spread the word. The regional manager of Ming Yutong's skin rejuvenation lotion is also frantic. Shouldn't he call the boss now? Over 100 billion viewers have seen their advertisement. The cost must exceed 100 billion. Goddesses? Ginger? Who cares about goddesses or ginger when compared to 10,000 level rice? It pales in comparison. No, it is not even worth mentioning. Whether it be accounts of level 5 or 10, or even those of 100 or 1,000 levels. All hearts bleed at this moment. At this juncture, they genuinely wish they were on that stage. Only Jiang Sheng's lips twitch as he silently curses, what 10,000 level rice? There are only 200 grains in the entire world, nearly all held by the frontline troops. How on earth will you procure a single grain? From Dai Chen's descent into the deep sea to the military logistics department cultivating 10,000 level rice. Jiang Sheng has witnessed it all. The nation possesses merely 200 grains of 10,000 level rice. He has squandered one, leaving 199. Dai Chen has 3, reducing the count to 196. And these 196 are all on Mars, or even further in the Milky Way. What could possibly serve as a reward? Ouyang Guanji must be out of her mind, but she does not appear to be insane. Does she? Jiang Sheng finally comprehends. That woman believes he can win if he prevails, then that elusive 10,000 level rice will naturally be accounted for. He can even imagine her tone. No, just keep it as a debt for now. But what if he loses? Should he jump off a building with her? To lie in front of 120 billion people. If exposed, it would not merely be a sin, but a death sentence. Contestants, please prepare. It begins. With so many spectators, not a single sound is heard. San Yu Tai's gaze is exceptionally solemn. If he previously acted merely as a pawn, now he must pour forth every ounce of effort, even risking his life for victory. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its utmost strength. He is prepared. Ultimately, which is stronger, the will of the 10,000 level or the physique of the 8,000 level? No one can provide an answer. Logically, the will of the 10,000 level should be far superior, but what potential can it manifest within a 23rd level body? Yun Piapiao has also arrived, yet the person beside her is not Yun Lin, but another young man. Father, who do you favor? It turns out to be her father. In this ageless world, discerning relationships between individuals is indeed challenging. That lad named Ginger has truly transformed his will into a soul. You have not misjudged. So, does that mean you favor him? Yun Piapiao feels a surge of joy, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Sheng. No, his body is too frail. Though his soul is powerful, he lacks the ability to deliver a decisive blow. San Yu Tai need only withstand the first strike, and with the second, he can shatter his body. What good is a strong soul? Yun Piapiao is momentarily taken aback, turning away in silence. Deep down, she knows the answer. She merely seeks a more favorable perspective from her father. Unfortunately, no better answer is forthcoming. Contestants, please prepare. Begin. The match commences, and no one dares to blink. Old Gua. Jiang Sheng does not dare to underestimate the situation. Unleashing his full power. Soul technique, Old Gua. Ignite for me. The utterance of Old Gua indeed causes San Yu Tai to momentarily falter, as if suggesting that his opponent has assistance. Yet, none of that matters anymore. This is a platform battle, with only 10 meters separating the two, at his speed. A single stride will conclude everything. A sharp pain pierces his mind, akin to the sensation of his will being scorched. However, it matters not. He is not one of those so-called goddesses, nor a delicate maiden. He can endure the agony of the searing flames. Moreover, this pain lasts but a second. The 10,000 level rice is within reach. He seizes Jiang Sheng by the throat, a smile blooming on his face. The torment of his scorched will dissipates the moment he grasps his opponent's neck. With 10,000 level rice in his grasp, he can finally elevate himself to the ranks of 10,000 level masters, freeing himself from the control of any individual, soaring amidst the heavens and the earth. He has triumphed, with a firm grip. As he has done countless times before in crushing others, this opponent is no exception. Jiang Sheng's soul is expelled from his body. It manifests as a flame, yet it floats coolly in the air. San Yu Tai hesitates for a moment. He has witnessed many wills, including his own, which have always appeared as wisps of smoke. Yet today, he has gained insight. It will resembling a ball of flame? Regardless of its nature, he will resolve it with a single strike. He moves, his palm striking down upon his opponent's will dissipate. Huh? No, this will strangely clings to his palm like cotton candy. He instantly realizes and forcefully closes his hands. You shall dissipate. A muffled thud echoes, the sound of his palms clapping together, indicating that the will within his palms has vanished. He opens his hands, and indeed, they are empty. Now it is time to announce the results. He raises his head. Tian Changmei gently nudges Ouyang Guanji. Sister, you cannot drift off at this moment. They have determined the victor. What shall we do now? Without the 10,000 level rice, how shall we account for this to over 100 billion people? Should we tell them it was merely a jest? Ouyang Guanji remains unmoved. Unlike before, her eyes lack focus, suggesting she has truly lost herself, unresponsive even to Tian Changmei's nudge. The duel between the minor figure of Jiang Sheng and the court guard, Chan Yutai, has reached its conclusion. Yet, the atmosphere remains astonishingly serene, as all present await the announcement of the results. However, the verdict is delayed. Stretching on as if an eternity has passed, I declare Jiang Sheng the victor. At last, Ouyang Guanji awakens from her reverie and proclaims the outcome. A thunderous roar erupts, akin to a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day. Can you fathom what occurs when 100 billion voices converge? The air pressure shifts dramatically, nearly causing the platform to collapse. Even if one is aware of the underhanded dealings, must they be so egregiously blatant? With so many eyes upon them, it is evident that Chan Yutai emerged victorious. We are not blind. Is Jiang Sheng truly your favored child? Would you forsake your dignity for a mere grain of the coveted rice? Yet, if I could obtain a grain of that rice, I too would cast aside my pride. A cacophony of voices surged through the backstage of the illustrious competition. Tian Changmei is beginning to falter, yet Ouyang Guanji remains poised. Her back straight, I reaffirm that the winner is Jiang Sheng. She reiterates, undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The server is on the brink of collapse, her 10 fingers dancing like shadows across the keyboard, striving to prevent the chaos from escalating. Leave, Yun Yinan commands. Turning to depart Yun Piao feels a twinge of regret, but such an outcome was anticipated. She brought her father merely to ascertain one matter. Has Jiang Sheng truly grasped the soul technique? As for the implications of the live gaming competition, whether the platform will crumble or the whereabouts of the divine rice, they hold no concern for the Yun family. Their focus lies solely on the truth, or rather, on the ownership of that precious rice. What could it possibly be? Suddenly, someone notices the flickering flames upon Chan Yutai's forehead. A small, quiet flame rests upon his third eye. Jiang Sheng. Is that truly Jiang Sheng? Was he not dispersed moments ago? As the flames emanate from Chan Yutai's brow, a chill sweeps through those who have taken notice. Is this what the will of the 10,000 levels entails? Even in the absence of a physical form, can one still survive against all odds? In a quaint courtyard by Westlake, Dongfang Ci kneels before her screen. She is barred from participating in the game. She can only watch from home. Upon witnessing that small flame, her complexion pales. She has tasted the searing essence of will before. It dawns on her that her defeat is far from unjust. That individual is genuinely formidable. A 10,000 level powerhouse is not a concept easily comprehended by ordinary folk. Even if Jiang Sheng can only be deemed half a 10,000 level practitioner, it remains significant. If only I could obtain a grain of that rice. She finds herself momentarily lost in thought. Likewise, at this moment, she is not alone in her mixed emotions. Su Binglang recalls the time she mimicked Jiang Sheng's pose in the live stream, her face flushing with embarrassment. Realizing she has played the fool. Meanwhile, Gu Hengbo and Xiong Fumin feel a sense of injustice. If you are indeed a master, why unleash your frustrations upon us? Is it so easy for a mere girl to make a living? Regrettably, Jiang Sheng cannot hear their silent grievances. Even if he did, he would likely dismiss them. After all, why must they be so conspicuous, appearing right before him? The distinction of victory or defeat is clear. Jiang Sheng, the minor figure, has triumphed decisively. No, he can no longer be referred to as minor. He has ascended to the 10,000 level, and such a title would no longer suffice. Should he acquire another grain of that rice, he would swiftly transform into a true 10,000 level master. How enviable! Jiang Sheng has emerged victorious, receiving a reward of 1 grain of 10,000 level rice. Please check your receipt. When Ouyang Guanji's voice resonates once more, silence blankets the crowd. The video stream shifts, revealing a drone carrying a wooden box gliding through the woods. Almost everyone fixates on that box, unabashedly revealing their desires. The drone soars through the sky for a full hour, and the viewers in the live stream patiently await for the same duration. No one feels fatigue. No one grows bored, simply gazing in anticipation. Until your game reward has arrived, please check. The camera atop the drone captures this moment with clarity. Jiang Sheng, devoid of expression, accepts the wooden box. That is indeed the 10,000 level rice. Truly, a 10,000 level powerhouse, receiving such a prize without a flicker of emotion. What a display of strength, brother. Are you familiar with that place? Shall we make a visit? Are you truly going, brother? I fear there may be no return. Let us go. If we delay, he might consume it all. Simultaneously, many have set their sights on the mountainous region where Jiang Sheng resides. That rice is worth its weight in gold. A single grain is enough to elevate one to greatness. Yet, Jiang Sheng does not open the wooden box. Ouyang Guanji keeps a close watch on his every move until he steps into his abode. Concluding the live stream, that lad is truly astute. I shall refrain from further elaboration. This is the address. You would do well to arrive immediately, for I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. She leaves a message for Jiang Sheng, who receives it. He promptly opens the box, discarding its contents carelessly. Despite having anticipated this, disappointment washes over him in that fleeting moment. That madwoman dares to lie before an audience of over 100 billion. Inside lies merely a single shoe, which signifies footing and serves as a reminder to maintain his position. The shoe, beautifully designed in the style of traditional embroidered Han attire, still bears traces of dust, suggesting it was recently removed from a foot. For a reclusive man, is such a tactic truly effective? Jiang Sheng shakes his head, hastily packing his belongings and preparing to leave. Although Ouyang Guanji does not state it outright, he comprehends his current predicament. Are giant pandas precious? Indeed, there are over 1,500 of these rare creatures within the reserve. Yet, the 10,000 level rice, specifically the 1 grain known to be obtainable, resides solely with Jiang Sheng. Who would overlook such an opportunity? Never mind. There is nothing to collect. Let us depart. However, it seems somewhat late to leave now. Within the range of his soul's perception, figures have begun to emerge at this hour. Nearly midnight. What sort of individuals would venture into the wilderness? Observing their cautious demeanor, they are either bandits or thieves. Have they arrived so swiftly? What is the purpose of this live stream? It has rendered escape impossible. Could that madwoman have orchestrated this? Does she intend to burn the bridge after crossing it? The wooden box has been clearly delivered into his hands. Even if others burst in and fail to find the 10,000 level rice, they would simply assume he has consumed it, never suspecting it to be a counterfeit. He finds himself in a predicament. Such a meticulously crafted plan leaves Jiang Sheng with but 2 words to express: impressive. Chapter 068. The scheme perfect. Ouyang Guanji adjusts her round-framed glasses. Rubbing her eyes, she dons them once more, leaning back as her long legs rest upon the table before her. It is evident that one of her feet is bare, the delicate skin of her foot suspended in the air. Tian Changmei stands quietly beside her, nearly on the verge of collapse. The previous livestream reached a peak viewership of 13,562 x 3,152. This signifies that over half the global population was concurrently watching, undoubtedly an unprecedented record. She gazes at Ouyang Guanji, her eyes brimming with admiration. Ouyang Guanji, however, squints her eyes, silently entering Jiang Sheng's mental domain to observe his surroundings through his perspective. As for the earlier agreement, it was merely a tool for disruption. Without strength, one naturally lacks the qualifications for negotiation. I shall not elaborate further. Here is the address. You would do well to arrive immediately, for I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. This serves as her friendly warning to Jiang Sheng. Concurrently, she is intrigued to see whether this ginger figure intends to flee or fight to the bitter end. The mountainous training camp is not too far from the city center. It would take only 3 to 5 minutes for a top-tier practitioner of the 1,000 level to arrive. Mao Haowan is among them, cautious and hesitant due to the presence of a 10,000 level powerhouse. Many share his sentiments. While they can enjoy tea and conversation together, reflecting on the endless nature of life, they also exchange tidbits about the latest 10,000 level treasures. Unfortunately, in modern times, even a 1,000-level treasure is a rarity. Now, with such an opportunity before them, to let it pass would surely be a source of regret. Let us do it. Just as he makes his decision, someone suddenly steps forward, proclaiming, Yu Tonghun pays respect to Senior Ginger. Yes, Senior Ginger. With a will of 10,000 levels, it is fitting to be addressed as such. However, Ginger is merely a pseudonym. Am I foolish? Or are you? Mao Haowan acknowledges the senior. As he steps forward, he glances at Yu Tonghun. They reside in the same area, often crossing paths, but today they may find themselves as adversaries. Duan Hao pays respect to senior. Ji Lei Chao pays respect to senior. Wei Qi Weitang pays respect to senior. With someone leading the way, the others abandon their attempts to conceal themselves. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The customary greeting precedes any confrontation. As the crowd swells, their courage grows, and they exchange pleasantries before storming into the camp without waiting for Jiang Shang's acknowledgement. There is no turning back. Jiang Shang clutches an unknown embroidered shoe. And even if it carries a hint of feminine fragrance, he lacks the inclination to take notice. Were it not for the shoe but the 10,000-level rice, he would undoubtedly choose to sell it, knowing it was bound to be lost. Yet, with only a single embroidered shoe in his possession, who would be willing to pay for it unless they were an eccentric with a shoe fetish? He steps out of the barracks, one hand holding the wooden box, the other the embroidered shoe. Ouyang Guanji furrows her brow slightly. Although she occupies Jiang Shang's mental domain, she cannot ascertain his intentions at this moment. He has emerged. A tense silence envelopes all present. This is not a game, but reality. Should this senior truly possess the ability to survive destruction of the body while retaining his will, engaging him would not be a wise choice. Looking for me? Jiang Shang placed the wooden box on the ground, sat down upon it, and set his embroidered shoes before him, leaving others puzzled about his intentions. Undoubtedly, all eyes were drawn to the wooden box beneath him, causing a pang of anxiety in their hearts. Had they arrived too late, only to find that he had already consumed its contents? With courage, Duan Hao stepped forward and beseeched, Might I borrow the wooden box for a moment? Esteemed senior, his request, both direct and courteous, employed the term borrow. Name your price. I shall acquire the box you sit upon. Ji Lei Chao, not one to shy away, thought that since they were all here for treasure, they could not leave empty-handed. If he had already devoured the precious rice, he would rend open his belly to retrieve it before it could be digested. Despite the darkness, Jiang Shang noted the expressions on their faces. This situation was indeed difficult to resolve. With only one item at stake, its value was immeasurable. While he understood their yearning, he could not bring himself to relinquish it. Jiang Shang kicked the embroidered shoes forward, prompting a moment of bewilderment among the onlookers. His words seemed final yet hinted at a possibility. What did it mean to cast a woman's shoe forward? The emphasis lay not on the shoe, but on the woman. Mao Haowan, thinking himself clever, quickly proclaimed, I have a sister at home, the epitome of beauty. If you are willing to spare her, I could persuade her to serve you as a maid. Shameless. How could a mere woman be compared to such a treasure? Do you have a photograph? Unexpectedly, Jiang Shang inquired. The atmosphere lightened significantly. His earnest demeanor made it hard to discern if he spoke the truth. Yes, indeed. Mao Haowan promptly produced a photograph, stating, This is my younger sister. Mao Qian, a budding beauty with strength at level 100. Following you would not be a disgrace. Acceptable, Jiang Shang nodded, offering a lukewarm appraisal. Just as Mao Haowan was about to continue, Jiang Shang smacked the wooden box beneath him, declaring, But it is not worth my exchange. Naturally, if you desire something else, do not hesitate to speak. The disparity between a woman of level 100 and a treasure of level 10,000 was evident. Yet, what mattered was that this esteemed senior seemed open to negotiation. Each heart held a flicker of uncertainty. Was he toying with them, or was he genuinely setting a price? Let us speak plainly. I have no use for this. Jiang Shang smiled nonchalantly, his disdain palpable. The group exchanged glances, their belief wavering. After all, who would possess such a treasure and merely sit upon it? It was enough to cause one's heart to ache. Furthermore, since he had achieved level 10,000, he surely had other means. Perhaps he truly did not care. So, esteemed senior, what are your terms? Be it a woman, money, or other treasures, I shall make an offer. Jiang Shang remained seated. Facing the crowd, unperturbed, and continued, "No need to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, before 2 o'clock, whoever can satisfy me shall claim this treasure." Mao Haowan glanced at Yu Tonghun, and they both nodded in agreement. If they could avoid conflict, it was undoubtedly preferable. Wealth is but an external matter, and when compared to life, one must choose wisely. Oh, I forgot to mention, each person may only make one bid. Jiang Sheng spoke leisurely. "The sooner we conclude, the sooner I may rest." This was indeed the best course. Procrastination would only invite more participants. Chapter 069. The mud falls into the pants. According to authoritative statistics, the global population stands at 2,400,000,000, of which 2 billion are below level 100 in physical strength. Among the remaining 400 million, fewer than 100 million boast a physical strength of over 1,000. Theoretically, the probability of becoming a level 1,000 warrior is 1 in 240. But what of level 10,000? That probability diminishes by a factor of 10,000, resulting in 1 chance in 240 million. Now, this 1 in 240 million opportunity lay beneath Jiang Sheng. Mao Haowan and a few other top-tier level 1,000 experts pondered deeply. They had but one chance to bid, and any misstep would lead to a lifetime of regret. "Ha ha ha, this treasure is mine." A sudden uproarious laugh erupted, and a gust of wind swept through the gathering, sending everyone reeling. Mao Haowan's heart sank. Trouble was brewing. He hastily waved his sleeve to disperse the dust. Upon regaining clarity, his face drained of color. The wooden box had vanished. All that remained was an embroidered shoe and a fiery intent. It was that old rogue, El Chinchio. Mao Haowan was beside himself, howling towards the heavens. Yet, utterly helpless, El Chinchio was a level 10,000 powerhouse. A level 10,000 treasure would undoubtedly tempt even the strongest. They had forgotten this crucial detail. "Run!" Yu Tonghun yanked him, realizing that with the precious rice stolen, the rightful owner's fury would undoubtedly be unleashed. Did they intend to remain there and await their doom? Mao Haowan snapped to attention, and they scattered like birds and beasts. The news of El Chinchio's theft of the level 10,000 rice spread swiftly across the land. Many passers-by, still en route, halted in their tracks. El Chinchio was a formidable figure from the El family. Having seized the treasure, others could only watch. Could they report it? Jiang Sheng awkwardly drifted down the mountain, intending to return to the recovery station to reconstruct his body. That scoundrel El Chinchio. To steal the treasure and blow up his body in the process. Yes, obliterated. That was the true essence of a level 10,000 warrior, the perfect fusion of body and will. Poor him, with only a level 23 body, had been burst like an overinflated balloon, disappearing in an instant. Even more frustrating was that his soul had suffered severe damage, seemingly losing many levels. Once a half-level 10,000 expert, he was now reduced to half of that. As for being a level 10,000 expert, it was gone. Would that fellow, upon opening the wooden box to find only a piece of wood inside, be driven to fury? Jiang Sheng urged himself to move faster. If that man opened it prematurely and discovered it was not the level 10,000 rice, he would surely return with vengeance. He floated all the way to the recovery station. The night shift attendant was the same irritable girl, as usual, reclining on her chair, soundly asleep, drool spilling from her lips without a care. Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a twinge of envy, though he could not quite discern the reason for it. Placing his palm on the screen, he was greeted with, "Greetings, Jiang Sheng. High-risk status detected. Would you like to reconstruct your physical form immediately? Has the system changed?" The voice was different from before, and he replied, "Yes, understood. Please hold on. What level of body would you like printed?" "Level 100. Would you like to take out a loan?" "Yes. For how many years?" "1 day, understood. Please place your hand on the screen." "Printing body, please wait." The recovery station had surprisingly upgraded to fully automatic equipment. As his body was printed, he immediately floated inside, accessing the brain domain login platform to check his physical and spiritual strength. Physical strength, 100. Willpower strength, 360. Damn. He cursed inwardly, realizing that although the ploy had been splendid, the cost was exorbitant. "Don't be angry. I'll reimburse you." Ouyang Guanji appeared just in time, boldly manifesting within Jiang Sheng's mind. New financial trend. IR Fund reminds you that your bank loan has been fully repaid. Not even allowing Jiang Sheng a moment to fume, the printing cost for a level 100 body was 3 million, with an additional interest of 15,000 for a day. Her willingness to shoulder such expenses left him feeling quite vexed. Such a person was unfit for friendship or collaboration. Though unspoken, the tension between them vibrated within his mind. Easily detected by Ouyang Guanji. With your meager abilities, you think to befriend me and work together. Ouyang Guanji adjusted her glasses, disdainfully stating, "It's simply laughable." Her derisive had cut deeply, making Jiang Sheng feel insulted. "Shall I retaliate? Your shoes stink." "What nonsense!" Ouyang Guanji instinctively pulled her legs off the table, only to remember that one shoe was missing upon her feet touching the ground. "Your shoe stinks." Suddenly regretting not having removed Tian Changmei's shoes and placing them in the box. She found herself trapped in this awkward predicament. You've never smelled them. If Ouyang Guanji possessed an IQ of 250, Jiang Sheng's was merely 25. As a relative fool, his specialty lay in dragging his opponent down to his level and defeating her with sheer experience. UVE smelled them. Indeed, Ouyang Guanji's mind short-circuited, her face reddening at the slip. "Here's the address. You cannot come directly to my side, so I've arranged accommodations for you. If you go, you will be our external personnel. If not, then so be it." With that, she departed from Jiang Sheng's consciousness. Finally free, Jiang Sheng sighed, wondering why his line of work was so unappreciated. He considered himself relatively civilized, be it in the realm of dreams or weaving dreams. He could only work in secrecy while others slept. Ouyang Guanji, however, was bold and unrestrained, arriving and departing as she pleased, truly impressive. External personnel, so be it. Point one day, ginger, as an ingredient, will surely rise and sing its own praises. Shouldn't we be calling the police right now? The theft of 10,000 units of rice must have left some unaware individuals. What if they are still thinking about it? And then there's that Lu Chinxiu. Since he has taken the yellow clay, it would be fitting for him to turn it into something foul. Jiang Sheng dialed 110, and the call was connected in an instant. "Hello, W City 110. Dispatcher number 0399. My belongings have been stolen. Are you safe at the moment?" "Yes." "What was stolen?" 10,000 units of rice." A sudden silence fell on the other end, and after a moment, the dispatcher confirmed, "Sir, have you been drinking? Such a thing as 10,000 units of rice only arises under one circumstance. Intoxication. No. I am the owner of the minor account Ginger. My name is Jiang Sheng, and the rice I recently acquired was taken by someone named Lu Chinxiu." "You are Ginger, indeed." "Understood. I will report this to my superiors immediately. The theft of 10,000 units of rice is bound to cause a stir." Chapter 070. An unintentional entrance into the Western Pavilion. Lu Chinxiu, having seized the wooden box, fled to a remote location, discovering a corner devoid of light, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed upon the box in his hands. Compared to other prominent families, the Lu clan had begun to decline. As the patriarch, he had dwelled in this world for 8 centuries, yet none of his descendants were qualified to inherit his position. Without the protection of a formidable expert, the Lu family's status had diminished. He needed a successor to take his place. However, the lands of the Lu family, after centuries of cultivation, had become barren, yielding at most modest sustenance. Thus, he scoured the world for treasures of high caliber. Today's live broadcast presented him with an opportunity. At last, he could be liberated. He opened the wooden box, pondering which of his younger kin might be suitable, only to find a pair of shoes inside. Shoes? A single pair of men's leather sandals, the leather appearing synthetic, with the edges worn and faded. He yanked the shoes out and shook the box, his once handsome face flushing crimson. Damn, he had been outsmarted. That brat must have consumed the goods. He would return to confront him. By the time he reached the mountain camp, however, the place was already deserted. According to the latest reports, Lu Chinxiu had forcibly and alas. Jiang Sheng found himself at a loss for words, meticulously scanning his mental realm yet unable to discern the elusive backdoor. That woman's cunning surpassed his comprehension, rendering any notion of resistance a mere fantasy. Her actions epitomized the hypocrisy of permitting the officials to set ablaze while forbidding the common folk from lighting a candle. Reflecting on the live stream from the previous night, Jiang Sheng's head throbbed. A broadcast that had stirred the world could potentially yield immense profits for the realm of live combat. Though he was not entirely certain of the figures, it surely must reach into the billions. Wouldn't it? Not only did that woman resort to deception, but she also forbade him from claiming even a modicum of profit. "I understand your dissatisfaction, thus I offer this friendly advice. Engaging in mischief is permissible, provided one possesses the prowess to execute such deeds. Otherwise, should you be caught, your fate would be out of your hands. What's the point? Ouyang Guanji appeared preoccupied, failing to meet Jiang Sheng's gaze as she spoke, even neglecting to sever their connection afterwards, leaving it dangling. She was indeed correct. Jiang Sheng recalled his past, back when he first arrived in this world. What was meant to be a noble act of valor was misconstrued as premeditated murder, leading to his banishment to the depths of the sea, a grim fate that lasted 18 years, nearly costing him his life. Devoid of formidable strength, he was but a mere mortal. The feats unattainable by the common man were equally beyond his reach. Did he truly wish to venture into the deep seas again? Suddenly, a thought struck him. That person, oh never mind, I shall disconnect. Jiang Sheng attempted to hang up, only to find himself unable to do so. Exclaiming, do you intend to remain in my mind for eternity? Fear not, there are still matters left unaddressed. Ouyang Guanji was indeed busy. Today marked a crucial day for the realm of live combat, and the repercussions of last night's commotion would be unveiled. She had gone an entire 48 hours without rest. I owe you my gratitude, intending to reward you. Refrain from coveting others' possessions, even if you desire them in your heart. If you must act, ensure it is in a manner that delights others. She appeared exhilarated, akin to a little girl eager to share something. So, did you achieve remarkable results today? Jiang Sheng instantly connected this to her work. Her expression of gratitude and promise of additional rewards indicated that today's online participation must have significantly increased. Thanks to you, it's been splendid. What do you wish for? Is there any rice of a 10,000 level? Could we possibly avoid that subject? Since it isn't available, then what is there to discuss? Jiang Sheng shot her a disdainful look. Apart from the 10,000 level rice, he sought nothing else. Are you attempting to provoke me? She elegantly removed her glasses and placed them on the table before her. Jiang Sheng initially contemplated teasing her further, but the sharp sensation of discomfort lingered, as if it could pierce through his mental realm at any moment. She had grown serious. Jesting was no longer an option. Jiang Sheng, perceiving the gravity of the situation, remarked, anything will suffice. Just decide for me, Tom. Now you feel the sting. Jiang Sheng rolled his eyes at her. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to be unaware of pain. The small building by the lake is yours. What? Isn't someone living there? They'll move out tomorrow, and you can move in the day after. Moving out tomorrow? You expect me to arrive yesterday? I was busy and simply forgot. This woman had an unparalleled talent for weaving tall tales. Besides, I never asked you to come over in the dead of night. Did someone toss you out, drenched to the bone? Ha ha. She amused herself, while Jiang Sheng retorted, no one tossed me. I jumped in myself. Indeed, that's your nature. Well, I shan't keep you longer. I need to rest. Farewell. Ouyang Guanji stretched lazily, vanishing from Jiang Sheng's mental realm. Sigh. The sensation of passively enduring blows was truly unpleasant. She was exemplifying a lesson for him. Without absolute strength, one must refrain from recklessness. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly realized in addition to his mental realm a guide to the intricate operations of the mental realm. What is this? Jiang Sheng, intrigued, opened it to discover a video tutorial on mental realm manipulation. His spirits lifted, and his grievances toward Ouyang Guanji dissipated in an instant. This was precisely what he desired. After all, the intricacies of computers and the human mind differed vastly. Although he had fabricated entities like crawlers and worms as mental viruses, they remained in a rudimentary state, a mere child's play compared to the expertise of someone like Ouyang Guanji. How had he not thought to request this from her earlier? Just how advanced were her skills to comprehend him better than he did himself? While he felt admiration, a spark of determination ignited within him. One day, he would ensure she experienced the sensation of vulnerability. But for now, he needed to embark on a journey to the depths of the sea. Clearly, such a venture was fraught with peril. The sirens of the abyss would certainly not welcome him. No, with his current physical fortitude, those creatures would surely embrace him. He estimated that within a mere 10 miles from shore, he would meet his demise in the jaws of a fish. Perishing in such a manner, his brow furrowed slightly. This was evidently not a prudent idea. Yet, to attain strength in a short span, one had no alternative but to embrace risk. Chapter 072. The Songstress of the Dam. Dongfang Ci had not taken her gaze off Jiang Sheng. This fellow had departed from the small building, yet lingered near the lakeside, seemingly lost in thought. Was it true that the 10,000 level rice, akin to aged spirits, left one in a daze. But was he acting intentionally or inadvertently? Dongfang Ci found herself unable to discern the truth. She was even uncertain of her own inclinations. If he were truly passing by unknowingly, it would seem entirely illogical. With countless souls around, why did he gravitate towards her abode? Was it deliberate? She could feel the warmth on her cheeks. Blushing with embarrassment. What to do? Just as she found herself at an impasse, the figure leaped into the lake. What does he intend to do? Dongfang Ci watched the ripples on the water's surface. Swirling in circles, after a prolonged absence, had he departed? Leaning against the window, she suddenly felt devoid of strength. The waves gradually subsided, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, a catfish lurking in the muddy depths held a different opinion. During the day, it was supposed to be resting, basking in the waning autumn sun, when a sudden commotion startled it into retreating into the crevices of the mud. Please, let those fishermen stay away. This was not the deep sea. As a freshwater fish, it feared human predation above all. The West Lake was vast, and the appearance of a water demon was not surprising, but in the past century, not even a water ghost had been seen. What is this? A person, upside down, with their head submerged in the mud, while their body drifted with the lake's currents. This posture resembled a desperate dive. The catfish perked up. This was a human. Once they were lifeless, it could feast upon them and set forth towards the ocean, escaping this dreaded little lake. It watched intently. Every year, humans would plunge into the West Lake, but the multitude of fish would leave nothing but bones by the time it arrived. Today, however, a delectable morsel was practically placed before it. Steady now, it needed to wait until the human was utterly lifeless. Otherwise, a single bite could awaken them, leading to its own demise in a fish stew. Time dragged on. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and the human remained motionless. Jiang Shang grew anxious, almost wishing to present himself before the catfish's mouth. Dear friend, please eat. Currently, his spiritual power could not permeate through his body to obliterate his will. He could only wait for something else to willingly consume him, allowing him to infiltrate from within. Yet, this catfish was overly cautious. Even after feigning death for so long, it continued to be wary. As for the other fish, they had long since fled. Freshwater lakes indeed housed timid creatures. He recalled the time spent in the deep sea, where the likes of tuna demons and dolphin demons boldly assaulted human vessels, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. With the passage of time, his will inevitably blurred, yet he was still a hair's breadth away from emerging from his physical form. This was untenable. Should he truly suffocate himself, it would become a jest written in the annals of human history. If you won't eat, I shall feed you. Without further hesitation, Jiang Sheng thrust his hand into the mud. Seizing the 1-meter-long catfish, finally, he no longer needed to wait. The catfish, taken by surprise, instinctively wrapped around his arm, its neck arching to bite into his flesh. Just like that. Almost simultaneously, both Jiang Shang and the catfish expressed surprise. Though neither could see the other's reaction, the catfish had never anticipated its success, while Jiang Shang sought precisely this outcome. Each had their own intentions. Jiang Shang's soul penetrated the catfish's small head. It froze, involuntarily loosening its grip. Having lived for over 100 years, straddling the line between fish and fish demon, it possessed some awareness, but this was entirely unprecedented. How had this person entered its body? Without granting it time to process, Jiang Sheng swiftly consumed its meager consciousness. Experiencing life as a fish in the water felt rather delightful. Initially, Jiang Sheng had harbored concerns. What if he lost control of the fish's body? However, this catfish was rather diminutive. Upon finding pertinent information, he discovered it was indeed a catfish. Its body twisted and slithered in the water, and as it continued to do so, he grew accustomed to the serpentine movement, its slender form allowing for a graceful undulation. He traversed along the newly constructed lakeside road, heading directly towards the sea's outlet. The lakeside road was a direct passage between the West Lake and the ocean, linking the Yangtze River to the sea, with picturesque scenery along both banks, making it a fresh destination for leisure. The catfish's speed was not particularly swift, and as it swam, it soon found itself fatigued and hungry. Jiang Sheng felt somewhat at a loss, suddenly realizing the folly of his own thoughts. While it was reasonable to wish to borrow the body of a fish, Why did he not venture to the seaside to borrow the form of a sea fish, instead of resorting to the freshwater lake for such an endeavor? It was evident that uncertainty lingered. Initially, he approached this with a trial-and-error mentality, as he had never engaged in such an act before. Leaving him unsure if it could truly be accomplished, never mind. If it takes time, so be it, for there was no pressing urgency. He resolved to adopt a tranquil mindset, drifting downstream, unceremoniously pursuing tadpoles and frogs. Snapping them up as he turned, the 1-meter-long loach in the ocean would hardly be considered remarkable, yet in freshwater, it was the undisputed sovereign, with few threats to its existence. On this day, he swam to a reservoir, only to find the dam tightly shut, rendering passage impossible. He found himself bemused, having forgotten that autumn and winter were the seasons for water conservation. What if the dam remained closed, and he had to wait until spring of the following year? Or perhaps he could emerge from the loach's body and seek a riverbank to find a recycling station to reshuffle his corporeal form. He decided to wait a couple of days. If nothing changed, then that would be that. That day, he rested in the grass by the dam, basking in the sun and dozing. It was late October, and a slight chill hung in the air. The loach, much like a snake, was sensitive to cold, so taking advantage of the remaining warmth of the sun was a wise choice. Just as he was enjoying this moment, someone approached, prompting him to quickly submerge in the water. The individual noticed his presence but seemed indifferent, accustomed as she was to the company of water snakes. Without a second glance, she assumed he was merely a snake. The dam was typically constructed in remote areas, flanked by mountains, with only a few households faintly visible. Was her home nestled within those hills? She parted the waterweeds at the shore and set down the basin in her arms, revealing her intention to wash clothes. The stream flowed clear and long that it seemed she encountered something joyful, and suddenly began to sing. Jiang Sheng, initially planning to slip away, found himself frozen in place, captivated by the melodious sound that compelled him to linger. The song rang clear and delicate, reminiscent of the folk tunes from the Jiangnan region. Though Jiang Sheng was unfamiliar with such melodies, he found them enchanting and could not help but sway to the rhythm. Yet, something felt amiss. He abruptly came to his senses. He had never possessed a musical inclination, nor had he ever been enamored by song or melody. Why had he felt an irresistible urge to move along with the tune? Was it possible that the loach possessed an affinity for music? As he pondered, he suddenly spotted fish and shrimp emerging from the muddy waters, some waving their pincers, others flicking their tails, swaying in unison with the woman's song. Jiang Sheng watched in astonishment. Chapter 073. Returning to the deep sea. The world is vast and full of wonders. A person may sing beautifully, but if their song does not scare away the fish and shrimp, it is already an accomplishment. Yet this woman could enchant the aquatic creatures to become her audience. She was indeed extraordinary. As she washed her clothes in the water, her delicate voice wove through the air, drawing more fish and shrimp to frolic in the water, creating an enchanting spectacle. From afar, "Do you not find my singing delightful?" she mused during a pause, turning to gaze at Jiang Sheng, her large eyes conveying her message clearly. Jiang Sheng understood and chose to shake his head. It was a peculiar sensation, as if he could discern her thoughts merely by looking at her. This feeling was not his own, but rather a gift she bestowed upon him. Tian Yin, was it a name or a title? "I am Tian Yin, daughter of this waterway. This expanse belongs to me." She seemed to perceive the essence of Jiang Sheng, recognizing that he was not merely a loach but a person within. Regrettably, since Jiang Sheng resided within the loach's head, the loach lacked the cerebral capacity to glean any information about the woman. In the upper reaches of the river dwelled the water godly being. In the middle, the water god Qi Xiang, and in the lower reaches, the water god Tian Wu. Deities are fascinating entities, beings that evolve beyond mere souls, attaining a state that renders them nearly immortal, claiming dominion over their realms peacefully since ancient times. The woman before him was the daughter of the water god Tian Wu. As the progeny of a deity, she was inherently unique. She coexisted with the fish and shrimp in this waterway, her presence nearly imperceptible to ordinary folk. Her song was a melody only the aquatic creatures could hear, and fortuitously, Jiang Sheng, nestled within the loach, was privileged to encounter such an extraordinary being. "You wish to go to the ocean? I too long to venture there, but this is my home. I cannot depart. What shall I do?" She appeared to be speaking to herself, her slight sorrow seeping into Jiang Shang's very soul. "Loach, would you be willing to represent me and explore the beauty of the sea?" "Yes," Jiang Shang responded for the first time. This direct exchange on a spiritual level felt more surreal than being invaded by Ouyang Guanji's consciousness. It was as though both their souls stood bare before one another, revealing every thought, emotion, and intention. "Thank you. This is a gift for you. Accept it, and then set forth." She gently touched Jiang Shang's head with her fingertip. "Go." With a wave of her hand, she sent Jiang Shang beneath the dam. Looking back, he found his view obscured by the dam. He could only mutter, "What a strange little woman," as he twisted his body to drift downstream. He suddenly sensed something was amiss. Could this be the gift she had bestowed upon him? In the Grand River, a loach darted through the water like an arrow, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Such speed, such grace. The river seemed to offer no resistance, instead joyfully propelling him toward his desired destination. Following the current, he cascaded downwards, reaching the estuary in the span of a day. Jiang Shang felt the exhilaration of his soul, yet this joy did not stem from himself. The woman could not inhabit his soul. Just as he currently resided within the loach, he surmised. Though uncertain of this conjecture's accuracy, he chose to set it aside, dismissing it from his thoughts. Upon entering the sea, the loach began to feel discomfort. Freshwater fish inevitably succumb to dehydration in the ocean over time. Yet Jiang Shang paid it no mind. Diving deeper into the abyss, he sought to hasten his pace until he encountered ferocious predatory fish that would consume him. Ahead lay an octopus, camouflaged against a massive rock on the ocean floor, its disguise effective solely against ordinary fish. Jiang Shang plunged forward, colliding with its belly. The impact did not pierce its abdomen. Evidently, this octopus belonged to the more sentient species. His sudden assault provoked the octopus, which lunged at him with ferocity, churning his body before opening its gaping maw to swallow him whole. Jiang Shang offered no resistance, allowing it to engulf the loach, then permeated its head, enveloping its scant consciousness. This act had become increasingly familiar, evoking a sense of dark familiarity. As he took control of the octopus's body, Jiang Shang concealed himself on the ocean floor. Adapting to his new form, his destination was the 100 mysterious deep sea. Years of confinement within a dagger, closely accompanied by Mu Lu Air, had left him yearning for the items she would carelessly toss out from the Nuwa Palace during her playful moments. His quest was for these discarded treasures, while he dared not approach the Nuwa Palace itself, for it housed countless powerful souls, none of which he could afford to contend with. The octopus had few natural enemies, which was why Jiang Shang had chosen this particular vessel. Moreover, with its 8 arms, the sensory control was exceptional. What kind of existence would it be for a soul to command an octopus? A massive sea turtle meandered leisurely along the ocean floor, when suddenly it felt a weight upon it, as if something had stepped on it. Unhurried, it raised its head to see an octopus wobbling through the water. Was the sea turtle a creature anyone could bully? Enraged, it struck out with its mouth like a lightning bolt, biting into one of Jiang Shang's tentacles. Jiang Shang glanced back, feeling a twinge of pain. What was this turtle's issue? Attempting to break free proved futile, so he simply severed the tentacle. After all, he still had 7 left. Just as he was about to depart, the turtle clamped down on one of his legs. What? Is this never-ending? Jiang Shang could hardly respect the turtle's hard shell, and irritation began to rise. He boldly thrust his head toward its mouth, challenging it to bite him. The turtle, indifferent to his provocation, clamped down hard. It must have harbored a grudge against octopuses from a past life. Since it had initiated contact, Jiang Shang seized the opportunity to abandon the octopus and invade the turtle's consciousness. This turtle had lived for 800 years. It was not destined to fall prey to him today. Jiang Shang sighed, using the turtle's shell to continue his descent into the deep sea. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, there was little he could do. This perceived slowness was merely his own sensation. Compared to the speed of the loach, it was indeed slower, yet relative to the turtle, he was remarkably swift. At last, he approached the 100 mysterious deep sea, confirming the direction of the Nuwa Palace. Jiang Shang navigated along the ocean floor, occasionally passing by mermaids, none of whom paid him any heed. Creatures like the sea turtle, which could not be easily harmed, garnered little interest from them. Ahead, he spotted an object and swiftly swam towards it. It appeared to be a large bag. Was it oceanic refuse? Jiang Sheng felt a pang of disappointment, about to turn away, when an idea struck him. It would serve perfectly to hold his treasures. Chapter 074. The king of the deep sea. He was now quite close to the Nuwa Palace. Jiang Sheng dared not make any grand movements. Though he was familiar with this realm, including its sovereign, he was all the more certain that the deep sea was inhospitable to any intruder. The root cause of this aversion lay in an event from 600 years prior, when human powers invaded the deep sea as a united force, resulting in a battle that stained the waters red, forever transforming it into a forbidden zone. Until 18 years ago, Bai Mu Jingji, in a bid to ensure the continuation of the Nuwa clan, was compelled to forge a clandestine agreement with the forces on land, exchanging rare resources from the deep sea for the birth of Bai Mu Lu heir. This secret pact was known to very few, and Jiang Sheng happened to be one of them. He was fortunate enough to savor a grain of the magnificent rice cultivated from deep-sea resources, but alas, before he could fully digest it, his body was tragically wasted by the pirates in those years. He was merely a weapon for Bai Mu Lu heir, as the dagger was petite enough to fit comfortably in his hand. That girl, in her youth, was quite mischievous, lacking companions, and often found herself in the palace, fiddling with objects. Whenever she encountered something displeasing, she would pout and hurl it far away. Jiang Sheng's current objective was precisely those discarded items. Undoubtedly, the most coveted was the soul orb, a sphere containing the essence of souls. By absorbing the soul energy from such orbs, he had once elevated his willpower to a staggering level of 10,000, laying the foundation for his evolution into a being of pure soul. He recalled that the dark orbs had been tossed out by Bai Mu Lu heir in abundance, and it would be ideal to locate one or two with his eyes wide open. He dared not release his own soul energy, fearful of alarming the entity contained within. Nearby, he spotted a severed rope. Jiang Sheng crawled over to it. The rope appeared dull and unremarkable, yet he remembered it being there over a decade ago, showing no signs of decay. Since it had been preserved in the Nuwa Palace, it might very well be a treasure, so he decided to keep it. Gripping the broken rope in his mouth, he continued to crawl forward. Ahead, something emitted a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pin or nail, about the length of a finger, made of an unknown material that faintly shimmered. Refusing to succumb to the darkness of the ocean depths, he placed it into his pocket, collecting items as he went, indifferent to their value or utility. Since he had come this far, he intended to gather everything that could fit into his bag. By the end of his scavenging, he had acquired 3 or 4 soul orbs. He wondered how many formidable beings had perished here, their souls imprisoned in these orbs, hoping for a day of salvation. Unfortunately, not only had the deep sea's vitality been severely depleted, but the land was also bereft of power to venture into the depths for their rescue. Although souls could exist independently, they were nonetheless bound by the constraints of time. Typically, a century was sufficient to reduce a soul to mere soul energy. Without a doubt, the orbs contained the remnants of those once unparalleled experts. Perhaps they had made their final stand for the sake of their descendants. Yet the outcome was undeniably cruel, as many of them remained eternally lost in the deep sea. As Jiang Sheng expressed his admiration, he bit into a soul orb, allowing the energy to flow within him. Compared to the brutal experience of years past, the soul energy within the orb felt rather subdued after a decade, readily accessible for absorption. After circling the Nuwa Palace and collecting all he could, he prepared to leave, clutching the bag in his mouth and hiding it beneath his body. Just as he turned to depart, he noticed something behind him, and upon closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat. Bai Mu Jingji, you are the most audacious human I have ever encountered. Bai Mu Jingji stood silently, her beautiful tail gently swaying. I have seen the elder. Jiang Sheng, realizing he had no means of escape, faced her. Perhaps it was not as dire as he had imagined. Do you know why I spared your life and brought you back? Bai Mu Jingji's words seemed laden with meaning. And Jiang Sheng suddenly understood. She had known from the moment she returned with the dagger to the Nuwa Palace that he was within it. I was unaware. Please enlighten me, elder, at that time. I had yet to have Lu heir. Bringing you back was intended for you to inherit this seat. Jiang Sheng was taken aback, feeling as though he had missed something. Did the birth of Bai Mu Lu heir alter his fate? Lu heir brought you to the shore. I assumed you would never return, yet here you are, with the audacity to come back. Considering I have lived here for over a decade, everything is quite familiar. And I do not perceive the deep sea as a place to fear. Very well. Bai Mu Jingji regarded him, stating, "Now, I offer you the opportunity to inherit the deep sea. Will you accept?" This? Jiang Sheng was somewhat perplexed, asking, "Elder, do you not have Lu heir? Why must I inherit this place? She has gone to the heavens." Bai Mu Jingji did not appear to jest, continuing, "I do not feel at ease. If I were to follow her, this place would lack a master. You have been with me for over a decade, essentially residing in the deep sea since your birth. Aside from you, I can think of no one else. Is it truly so?" Jiang Sheng, having arrived in this world due to an accident, had grown up in the deep sea in a sense. Yet, was this not a rather arbitrary proposition? To inherit this sea meant becoming the king of the deep. Without the legendary competition of the 9 dragons, was there not even a rival? "Will you accept?" "Yes," Jiang Sheng agreed readily, sensing an intuition that he was destined to accept, regardless of his initial thoughts. "Then it is entrusted to you." She patted Jiang Sheng's shoulder and turned to leave. "I asked that it at least provide a scepter or something." Jiang Sheng felt a mix of despair and resignation. Was this how one ascended to the title of King of the Deep Sea? "It seems it is just you and me here. No need for a ceremony. From this moment on, this place belongs to you." He vaguely heard a sigh. "Take good care of the Nuwa Palace. When I return, I hope it still stands." Had she truly departed? After waiting a moment longer and confirming there was no movement around him, Jiang Sheng finally exhaled in relief. "Now what? Am I the king of the deep sea?" Jiang Sheng awkwardly clutched the bag, pondering if a turtle king truly existed. Should he summon his subjects to admire the grandeur of their new king? Surely that was unnecessary. Since she relinquished this place, why should he hesitate? Jiang Sheng promptly turned and crawled back towards the Nuwa Palace. Treasures awaited him within, countless riches, however. When he entered the palace, he was met with an empty expanse. Where were the treasures? Not a single hair was in sight. Was it truly like this? Jiang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The title of King of the Deep Sea seemed to be merely a capricious gift. Perhaps she once harbored such intentions, but with the birth of Bai Mu Lu heir, Jiang Sheng's qualifications had vanished. All the resources had been heaped upon Bai Mu Lu heir. Alas, the so-called King of the Deep Sea appeared to be nothing more than a servant. Bai Mu Jingji's intentions were clear. She hoped that when she returned, this place would not be in disrepair, yet now it lay in utter neglect. Jiang Sheng was at a loss for words. Chapter 075, The Dragon Throne. With a resounding slap, the great sea turtle unexpectedly struck itself with its right claw. This slap was delivered by Jiang Sheng to himself. He lay quietly in the Nuwa Palace. Slowly calming his thoughts, he had initially believed that after years of bitterness, he had become indifferent, yet Bai Mu Jingji's words shattered his composure. Had it not been for Bai Mu Lu heir, perhaps he would have been the true king of the deep sea. What does a true king of the deep sea look like? Bai Mu Lu heir had only been alive for 18 years. Yet her physical strength had already reached 2 million. The disparity was that of a mere reserve. Jiang Sheng's self-inflicted slap was one of regret and awakening. Destiny, at times, merely brushes past you. Having passed, he resolved to let it be. Perhaps it was his own greed. Jiang Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile. This expedition into the deep sea, acquiring a few soul orbs, was already a stroke of fortune. Encountering Bai Mu Jingji without facing death was yet another testament to the favor of fate. As for anything else, what significance did it hold? Whether king of the deep or treasures of the Nuwa Palace, these were not his possessions. To gain was fortune, to lose was fate. Jiang Sheng set aside the events of earlier, focusing solely on crawling through the Nuwa Palace. Although he had spent considerable time here years ago, back then he was merely a dagger, unable to appreciate the grandeur of the deep-sea Nuwa Palace. As it stood, the current Nuwa Palace bore little resemblance to beauty. It was a raw spectacle. Massive stone pillars supported the grand hall, and once adorned with corals and pearls, they were now eroded by seawater, leaving only traces of rust. Even in its glorious past, time proved too formidable. The Nuwa Palace was in an even more dilapidated state than when he first beheld it. Jiang Sheng sighed. Wandering aimlessly along the stone pillars ahead, he spotted a staircase leading up 9 tiers, atop which sat a chair, as wide as a double bed. Crawling over, he turned back, feeling a slight sense of superiority as he gazed down upon the vast hall. Could this be the legendary Dragon Throne? The Emperor takes turns. This year, It's my turn. The great sea turtle climbed onto the dragon throne, turning to survey the expansive hall below. So this is the world. If I were the heavens, what lay beneath would naturally be the world. Jiang Sheng found himself amused. If he were indeed the heavens, beneath him there would be nothing but seawater and stone. Should he venture outside to catch a few fish and shrimp to serve as his subjects? He could even declare himself the Dragon King of the deep sea, with this great sea turtle as his prime minister. While the idea was enticing, Jiang Sheng sensed that this place was not suitable for lingering. Bai Mu Jingji had departed. While it was unlikely that sea monsters would invade immediately, given time, the deterrent would fade, and this place would inevitably be claimed by some great sea monster. There was no time to waste. Jiang Sheng hastily withdrew. As he moved, ready to descend from the throne, he discovered that his belly was stuck to it. What nonsense is this? He pushed with his four limbs, only to find his feet glued as well. What was going on? Was this dragon throne truly capable of adhering to one's backside? He struggled vigorously, yet found himself unable to break free, momentarily rendered speechless. It appeared the dragon throne was not meant for just anyone to sit upon. This was a predicament. Jiang Sheng suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, an excruciating pain struck him, and his soul was violently ejected. Before his eyes, the massive sea turtle, along with its formidable shell, shimmered and undulated like ripples on water. Instantly dissolving into the formless void, I'm doomed. His soul plunged into the water. Even without facing a catastrophic fate, it risked being eroded by the sea or crushed by its pressure. Yet, strangely, Jiang Sheng felt surprisingly well. He recalled the woman by the dam who called herself Tian Yin. Ever since he had received her blessing, it seemed as though his soul had acquired an affinity for water, exhibiting no fear of it. This place is not suitable for lingering. Just as Jiang Sheng prepared to drift away, he suddenly felt his soul being tugged back. This chair not only binds the physical body but also ensnares the soul. He attempted to move, but found himself utterly immobilized. Is this the intent of Bai Mu Jingji? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. This bizarre encounter surpassed his understanding. The last time he had come, he had remained for 18 years. What about this time? He braced himself for a prolonged entrapment. Sighing, he resigned himself to perch upon the dilapidated dragon chair, within the depths of the sea hall. Atop the lofty dragon chair, a wisp of mist coalesced, undulating like flames yet exhibiting an unusual frigidness. Why has my soul taken on such a ghastly form? Jiang Sheng noted this peculiarity. His soul, which had previously burned with fire, now seemed to have lost its warmth, resembling a watery flame. Its hue was a faint blue, devoid of any heat. Water and fire, traditionally incompatible, surely this cannot lead to any trouble? Unable to comprehend it, he dismissed the thought, for existence itself is justification. Yet the deep sea is hardly a sanctuary for Jiang Sheng. The treasures he had recently acquired, including several magical orbs, had vanished alongside the turtle's shell. Transformed into the intangible. Such wastefulness. Life is fickle. Opportunities are capricious, and life and death hinge upon but a single thought. What was once a bold venture has now turned into a futile effort. Why was he compelled to sit upon this cursed chair? His original disposition was not inclined toward such folly. Today, he felt utterly bewitched. He hoped that Bai Mu Jingji or Bai Mu Lu Er would remember to return. Perhaps there would come a day when they could see the light of day again. Jiang Sheng took several deep breaths, striving to maintain a tranquil state for his soul. This moment would stretch indefinitely, and he hoped to endure until their return. As he settled into calmness, the pale blue flame seemed to suspend in time. Huh? Why have I grown hands? He gazed in astonishment at his right hand. It was indeed a hand. Just as he was marveling, he caught sight of his left hand, followed by his head, body, and legs, every essential part intact. What is going on? Jiang Sheng stood within the hall. Observing his own form, he had grown a body. Turning back to the dilapidated dragon chair, he found it had vanished. What is happening? Never mind that. I must leave at once. Jiang Sheng immediately swam out of the Nuwa Hall. With a swift motion, he propelled himself through the water like an arrow released from a bow, feeling not the slightest resistance. Yet he was in deep waters. Glancing back at the abyss behind him, he struggled to discern reality from illusion. Where are you? Are you dead? Jiang Shang, are you there? Please respond. His mind was flooded with unopened messages, some from Ouyang Guanji, others from Yun Piao, and some from individuals he could not identify. He could receive messages now. He truly had a body. Jiang Shang stood atop the sea, gazing down into the depths, feeling an intimate connection, as if this ocean were part of him and he was every drop of water within it. A sense of familiarity and belonging that was innate. He closed his eyes, enveloped in the entirety of the ocean within his consciousness. From this day forth, I shall be the king of the deep sea. He spread his arms wide, standing above the ocean, quietly absorbing the winds and waves. You rascal. You're alive, and yet you don't bother to reply. Ouyang Guanji suddenly intruded into his thoughts, abruptly severing the exquisite sensation. I just came back to life. Haha, I didn't have the chance. Jiang Sheng burst into joyous laughter, leaving Ouyang Guanji somewhat perplexed. Are you that happy to see me? Chapter 076. Water God, you're in the deep sea? Yes. Ouyang Guanji also beheld the tumultuous sea behind him. You deserve to die. Ouyang Guanji was somewhat irate. It was the absence of a body and consciousness that had led to their disconnection. This fellow had undoubtedly undergone something extraordinary, yet seeing him so lively compelled a grudging admiration for his resilience. I told you not to recklessly wander. Do you think the deep sea is a place you can venture? Come back at once. Watch out behind you. Jiang Sheng swiftly dodged aside. The sensation of being one with the deep sea was undeniably profound. A long-tailed swordfish darted through his afterimage, its tail flicking before it turned back towards him. There was also a short-beaked true dolphin. It looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Shang realized it was none other than the two that had previously followed by Mu Jingji. Are you planning a rebellion? Jiang Shang clenched his hand, as if seizing their fates. A sound akin to a dragon's roar pierced through Jiang Shang's soul. The dolphin let out a long cry, shattering his boundary. Becoming the king of the deep sea is no easy feat. Flee! I cannot withstand this. Jiang Shang stepped into shallow waters, fleeing in a panic, pursued relentlessly by the swordfish and dolphin. Hurry up! Ouyang Guanji urged him on, nearly causing Jiang Shang to choke. At this moment, he could not afford to retort. The voice of the short-beaked dolphin was too powerful. Another shock could scatter his soul. It was not until he reached the shore and saw the two sea creatures retreating back into the deep that Jiang Shang finally exhaled in relief. You move fast. You swam faster than the sea creatures. Ouyang Guanji exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reflection, Jiang Shang realized that in his moment of desperation, he had kicked off with such fervor that he had not noticed the two sea creatures struggling to keep up. He crouched down, scooping a handful of seawater, and gently cradled it in his palm. It was a sensation of connection with his soul, as if the seawater was inherently part of his being. With a gentle push of his soul, he shaped it into a miniature version of himself, no larger than a fingertip. This, echoing like a refrain, the miniature Jiang Shang echoed back. This, the bizarre situation startled him. Yet he found that the tiny version of himself also shivered. How have I discovered two of myself? Which one is real? Ouyang Guanji was the first to sense something amiss. Her intuition was keen, and she realized this fellow's mind had fractured. What now? What now? Though they appeared as one, there were two voices, one large, one small, mirroring identical actions, tones, and expressions. What have you experienced? I feel something is off about you. Come by when you have the chance. I'll help you sort this out. Ouyang Guanji clearly perceived Jiang Shang's current state. Summarizing it succinctly is quite peculiar. Yes. Both the large and small Jiang Shang responded simultaneously, causing Ouyang Guanji's scalp to tingle. Quickly resolve your physical condition. My head hurts just listening to this. Remember to find me tomorrow to arrange your tasks. Ouyang Guanji withdrew even before he could respond. Jiang Shang paid it no mind, merely observing the version of himself in his hand, their gazes locking in an unspoken understanding. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he declared, disperse. One fragment of soul automatically returned to its rightful place, and the seawater remained in his palm as he poured it back into the ocean. As he rose, he could not help but pinch his own body, wondering if this flesh was also made of water. Glancing at the sun overhead, he wondered if it would remain visible, lest he wander and find himself dissipating again. What a pity about those magical orbs. Had he been able to bring them back? Boosting his soul to tens of thousands in level, he would not have to fear any foe, including Lu Qianxiu. and that so-called king of the deep sea had once been so near to him. The voice of the short-beaked dolphin was indeed formidable. By the heavens, I'm still not dressed. Just now, did Ouyang Guanji see me naked? Never mind. A glance or two wouldn't cost me anything. Especially since she, as a woman, seemed unfazed. He re-entered the water, retracing his path upstream into the great river. Do I not need to breathe in the water? He stood perplexed at the riverbed, opened his mouth to take a sip, and spat it out, surprisingly feeling no suffocation. The river flowed over him as if the wind from the shore were blowing past him. Jiang Shang, did you receive that? It was Yun Pia Piao. She had sent several messages. Received. Are you looking for me? Yes. Do you have time tomorrow? I'll come find you to play. Quite strange. After she left last time, Jiang Shang had thought there would be no next time. All right, then it's settled. Remember to send me the address. Yes. After agreeing, Jiang Shang suddenly recalled that he was still in a state of wandering without a home. Where to now? Ouyang Guanji had previously mentioned a small building by West Lake that she would give him, but he wondered if it was still available. Don't go there. The owner is still around. He hastily contacted Ouyang Guanji, inquiring, has the person in the building moved out yet? I told her yesterday. You can just go directly, understood. Although that night had been somewhat awkward, it was all in the past now. The owner had already vacated, and the small building was a fine place to reside. Henceforth, it would be his home as he passed by the dam once more. Jiang Shang suddenly recalled the woman named Tian Yin and involuntarily halted his steps. You have returned. She was indeed still here. Though this time she faced away from him. Please put on your clothes. Noticing a set of clothing by the riverbank, Jiang Shang hurriedly emerged from the water to don the garments. Done? Tian Yin turned, her curiosity evident as she regarded him. Why do you look at me like that? It was not the gaze of a woman observing a man, but something entirely different. Oh, I've never encountered a fellow practitioner before. Dao friend? Jiang Shang was somewhat bewildered by this address. He was neither a Taoist nor did he often worship the Taoist ancestors. You are just like me now. Just like you? Jiang Shang felt a bit confused. After all, men and women are constructed differently, right? You are the water deity of the deep sea, while I am the water deity of this lake. Although we inhabit different realms, we are essentially the same. Upon hearing this, Tian Yin's words left Jiang Shang astonished. I am what? The water deity of the deep sea. Am I not the king of the deep sea? This was promised to me by Mu Jingji. How has it transformed into a water deity here? Tian Yin understood his confusion and explained. Many years ago, the Nuwa clan migrated to the deep sea. This is a rather long story. So Jiang Shang settled down to listen to her recount it. The water deity there clashed with them, but ultimately, Nuwa's methods prevailed. After subduing the deep sea water deity, they fashioned him into a chair. A water deity turned into a chair. This was the first time Jiang Shang had heard such a mythological tale, and he couldn't help but inquire. Why would they turn the deep sea water deity into a chair? Because the deep sea does not dry up, and the water deity cannot perish. Even Nuwa could not eliminate him, so they had no choice but to extinguish his consciousness and transform him into a chair. So that's how it is. Jiang Shang was skeptical about the truth of this matter, much like he doubted the existence of water deities. However, upon glancing at Tian Yin, he had to concede that while the story might not be true, the real water deity was right before him, leaving no room for disbelief. Now that you have inherited the body of a water deity, just like me, we are of the same kind. From the way Tian Yin spoke, it was clear she was delighted to encounter a kindred spirit. Perhaps water deities seldom interacted with one another. If what Tian Yin said is true, then am I a god now? Jiang Shang pondered. To be precise, a deep-sea water deity who has been cast out. Moreover, I am still the king of the deep sea as decreed by Mu Jingji. These two titles are indeed formidable. If anyone were to hear them, they would surely be terrified. What benefits come with being a deity? Jiang Shang rubbed his hands together, eager to know the answer to this question. Tian Yin smiled and replied, You can sing for everyone. What kind of answer is that? Jiang Shang had to ask again. Is there anything else? I don't know. Tian Yin shook her head, indicating her lack of clarity. Such a response was clearly unsatisfactory. As a deity, how could she not know what purpose a god serves? I have always been here and have never ventured outside. Usually, when Tian Yin encountered someone, she would conceal herself during her leisure time. She would sing to fish and shrimp. Leading a life like this, If someone were to ask her what it meant to be a god, she had never contemplated that question. Can I leave my own water domain? A water deity, but what happens if they leave the water? Tianyin shook her head, indicating she was uncertain about this as well. Is this girl really a deity? Can a god be this muddled? Is she perhaps like me, a deity who became one in a daze? Remembering what she had just said about being born here, he couldn't help but ask, do you have any elders at home? Yes, my father is here. Wait, the water deity has a father too. Jiang Shang was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire. Can you introduce me to him? He is right here, huh? Tianyin pointed behind Jiang Shang. Startling him, he hurriedly turned around, only to find nothing there. Is this girl teasing me? Where is he? This is it. Tianyin squatted down and patted the water. Does she mean that the water here is her father? Tianyin actually nodded at it. Seemed she could clearly sense Jiang Shang's thoughts. Jiang Shang looked at the river beneath him, feeling a bit awkward as he climbed ashore. Since this water is her father, he couldn't possibly tread on it. Two water deities, one bewildered and the other newly minted, neither of whom even knew what it meant to be a god. What does a deity need to do? What purpose does a god serve? What distinguishes a god from a human? Seeing that he could not rely on her, Jiang Shang decided to search online himself. Indeed, he found some reports about gods, but they were all mere whispers of events, lacking any novelty. Reflecting on it, in a world where even ghosts could be captured, what was so extraordinary about gods? If he were to claim that he was now a so-called water deity, aside from being slightly better in water-related skills, there seemed to be no other differences. Suddenly recalling something, he couldn't help but ask, how did you know that the deep-sea water deity, my predecessor, suffered such misfortune? Being stripped of consciousness and turned into a chair by the Nuwa clan. Just the thought of such a fate was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A friend from the deep sea told me that a friend from the deep sea? Where are they now? Tianyin pointed towards the eastern sky and waved her hand as if greeting someone. When the wind rises in a few days, they will be blown over. When they come, they will share news of the outside world with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang was left dumbfounded. Those they seemed to refer to the clouds in the sky. This little girl can communicate with clouds. Is she a water deity? Could it be that clouds are inherently made of water? Thus, she, as a water deity, can converse with anything made of water? Jiang Shang suddenly had an idea. She is a water deity, and so am I. Can I communicate with these water-formed entities? He looked up at the clouds in the sky, feeling rather awkward. How does one even communicate with clouds? Should he shout, where do you come from, and where are you going? You are amazing. Jiang Shang couldn't help but admire this girl, saying, I can't do that. You can, too. Tianyin appeared a bit shy. Perhaps due to the praise, he thought to himself that he would ask her to teach him later. Have you never been to other places? He could see yearning in her eyes, but it seemed mixed with some trepidation. Then why not come with me? Where are you going? I am going to Westlake now. Do you know it? It's a beautiful place. Oh, I know Westlake. She hesitated slightly, yet there was a hint of longing. Then let us go. Jiang Shang was always carefree, ready to go wherever he pleased, but Tianyin found it hard to decide. Let's go. Jiang Shang pulled her into the water, and the two plunged in without causing a single ripple. The journey was entirely aquatic. Perhaps the sole advantage of being a water deity was the remarkable speed with which they traversed the water, requiring no exertion compared to running on land. By nightfall, they had crossed the waterways and entered Westlake directly. Here it is, Westlake. Tianyin emerged from the water, looking around with curious eyes, her innocent demeanor particularly endearing. It's so dark now. There's nothing to see. We'll come back tomorrow. Jiang Shang continued swimming forward, and when they reached the small building by the lake, he noticed lights inside, causing him to hesitate. Could that woman still be there? The woman in question referred to Dongfang Ci, the goddess ranked third on the leaderboard. That day, he had knocked her off her pedestal but hadn't even remembered her appearance, a feat in itself. Dongfang Ci indeed had not left. Although she had been notified long ago that it was time to move, she had grown accustomed to and fond of the scenery here, pouring her heart and soul into the entire building. She was unwilling to relocate elsewhere, hoping to negotiate with the new owner and see if she could convince them to let her stay. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Shang suddenly freeze, Tianyin swam over to him and looked at the light from the small building. I'll go take a look. You wait here. All right. Jiang Shang climbed ashore and approached the small building. Knowing someone was inside this time, he dared not be impudent and simply knocked on the door. Inside, Dongfang Ci had already noticed someone approaching. Ever since the last incident, she had become much more vigilant. When she saw that it was Jiang Sheng again, she was momentarily stunned. Why is this guy back? At night, no less. Is he really not doing this on purpose? That day, she had stayed up late watching a live stream of a duel between her alternate account, Ginger, and the palace guard, Dan Yutai, and only managed to sleep after the broadcast ended. However, she was restless and, upon lying down, couldn't fall asleep at all, finally dozing off only when dawn was approaching. Who knew that when she woke up, there was a man in her bed? The series of unspeakable events only served to worsen her already foul mood. She never expected to encounter the protagonist of that tale at such a moment. Leaving her at a loss for words, it wasn't until Jiang Sheng asked, "Are you moving out tomorrow?" that he spoke. Considering she was a woman, moving out at such a late hour seemed inappropriate. Under normal circumstances, he would have immediately asked, "Why are you still here?" Dongfang Ci responded with a murmur, quickly realizing and answered, "I'm not moving." If she isn't moving, what should he do? The palace guards of over 8,000 ranks are no match for the formidable Chan Yutaidu. Engaging him in combat would be akin to courting disaster. Clearly, she, like others, remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Sheng has recently plummeted in rank. After being struck by El Chinchio, not only has his body been lost, but his soul has also suffered significant damage, causing him to descend from over 10,000 to merely 360. The two are now cautious of one another, each reluctant to engage in a duel. "Do you still wish to bully me?" This statement left Jiang Sheng feeling intensely embarrassed, as he assumed the woman was referring to the events of that fateful night. The last incident was merely an accident. "I did not anticipate the presence of another, and yet you still bring it up." Dongfang Ci's face flushed crimson in an instant. "What do you propose we do?" Jiang Sheng cast the dilemma back to her. "I will not leave. Would you be so kind as to go instead?" This declaration caused Jiang Sheng's expression to shift, for it was evident that this woman had no intention of yielding. Ultimately, they would have to resolve this matter through force. If one could overpower the other, they could remain. If not, they would have to vacate. It was as simple as that, and Jiang Sheng was prepared for the worst. "Are you the new master here?" Dongfang Ci felt somewhat wronged. The real person glory competition platform was truly tearing down bridges after crossing them. Once the agreement was voided, even matters of sentiment were disregarded, forcing her to vacate this place after 30 years of collaboration. "Well, the house is now mine," Jiang Sheng affirmed, nodding, though he felt somewhat at a loss regarding Ouyang Guanji's arrangements, leaving him, a grown man, to vie for territory with a woman. A new ruler brings new subjects. I understand. Little Ginger had shattered the goddess's delicate facade and generated considerable revenue for the platform. The space was allocated to him. Leaving Dongfang Ci speechless, "I merely wish to discuss whether I may stay for the time being. The price is negotiable." A compromise, it appeared, was her intention. This was indeed a reasonable approach, Jiang Sheng mused. As he had not come to seize property, he simply had not anticipated that the original owner had not yet departed. Since a peaceful resolution was possible, especially given that the other party was a woman with whom there were certain unavoidable ties, he acquiesced. "Very well. How much do you propose?" He agreed. Dongfang Ci's expression brightened as she ventured, 300 a day, until you two vacate the platform. How does that sound? 300 a day amounted to nearly 10,000 a month. Such an amount was trivial for Dongfang Ci, still far from her baseline. "That is acceptable. Please pay me for the first month." Jiang Sheng readily agreed, not even attempting to negotiate a higher price. "Thank you. Please take care." The agreement was reached with surprising ease, resolving a concern that had troubled her for several days. Dongfang Ci promptly transferred the funds, even wishing to invite him in for a chat, but suddenly realized the timing was inappropriate. Thus, she swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips. "Received. Farewell." Jiang Sheng waved his hand and, without further ado, leaped into the lake. Is he really leaving just like that? Dongfang Ci pondered, bemused by his peculiar tendency to head toward the water. As her gaze fell upon another woman, a shadow crossed her face. The joy she had felt moments ago was suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds. Tian Yin awaited in the water, making no effort to conceal herself. She paid no mind to the woman who stared at her. Having journeyed from the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, she had grown accustomed, like Jiang Sheng, to no longer hiding, encountering many along the way who scarcely glanced in her direction. This stark contrast to the maliciousness described by her friends regarding humanity was striking. We need to find a place to settle. Jiang Sheng swam over, only to discover that the intended spot had vanished. This is easily remedied. Tian Yin clapped her hands, and the lake water surged ashore, forming ice into a structure on the bank. That looks somewhat familiar, Jiang Sheng remarked, glancing to the side, only to realize that this icy edifice mirrored the bamboo house nearby. Isn't it beautiful? Tian Yin beamed with a hint of pride, believing Jiang Sheng had ventured to that location due to his fondness for the bamboo dwelling, hence her creation of a similar one. Can people actually reside in this? Certainly. Tian Yin stepped ashore and entered the ice house. Jiang Sheng followed but shivered from the cold, realizing he was ill-suited for this environment. He had felt no chill in the water, perhaps due to his divine water body, but now, upon exiting, he was acutely aware of the frigidness of the ice-crafted abode. This place is uninhabitable. Though Jiang Sheng admired her skills, he shook his head, stating, "This ice structure is too ostentatious. Why not construct a dwelling from water grass instead? That can be arranged. Just watch me." Tian Yin was undeterred in showcasing her abilities. Without incantations or gestures, she merely nodded toward the lake, causing the water grass to grow wildly, swiftly forming a new house. Such a miraculous feat piqued Jiang Sheng's interest. After all, they were both water deities. I shall attempt to dismantle this. He sought to revert the icy structure back to water, though uncertainty clouded his mind. For Tian Yin, water was her essence. She was the water, and her thoughts guided her effortlessly. Conversely, for Jiang Sheng, water was merely water, and he was himself. Only when submerged could he vaguely convince himself of his identity as a water deity, yet he had no idea how to command the lake's waters. Standing beside the ice structure, he felt utterly at a loss. Surely he could not simply smash it with his fists? As a water deity, such an act would be most disgraceful. Disgraceful or not, so be it. Jiang Sheng chuckled wryly, realizing that in comparison to others, he felt utterly inept. Since he could not achieve it, he refrained from overstepping and instead circled to the back of the small ice house, pushing the icy edifice to the lake's depths. Tian Yin watched, amused, exclaiming, "This companion of mine is adorably foolish." Laughter is permitted. Should you wish to indulge, Jiang Sheng replied, finding solace in his thick skin, feeling no embarrassment. Having witnessed such techniques, he thought that while he might not grasp them today or tomorrow, he would eventually learn. The water grass structure juxtaposed against the bamboo dwelling created an intriguing sight. Upon entering the water grass house, he quickly discerned the differences between the two. It lacked many decorative elements, a couple of beds and some blankets, and we could settle in. Chapter 079. The goddess descends. Insomnia can strike anyone at any time. Dongfang Ci observed the happenings around the small house and found herself uncertain of the nature of that woman. To conjure ice with a wave of the hand and to summon a house from grass. Are such abilities the purview of an ordinary person? Could she possibly be a powerhouse of 10,000 ranks? It seemed plausible. Like attracts like, and given the prowess of that individual, her companion would naturally be formidable as well. Fortunately, there had been no conflict earlier. Yet inexplicable disappointment weighed heavily on her heart, especially at the moment when she witnessed the two enter together. As she tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep, a single name surfaced in her mind, and she softly called out, "Qingqing Jejia." Qingqing, whose surname is Shangguan, is ranked second on the fan-following list, MMA. As fellow members of the goddess rankings, one holding the second position and the other the third, they shared a competitive yet distant relationship, devoid of personal interactions. Given that it was late, Dongfang Ci's initiative to contact her inevitably raised curiosity. "I have seen Little Ginger." Little Ginger, a name that left a lasting impression on Shangguan. Qingqing resonated with memories from the day when the entire goddess rankings fell. Hearing Dongfang Ci mention this name caused her to pause momentarily before inquiring, "You met the real person?" "Yes, he is right here at my place." Dongfang Ci adeptly concealed her emotions, stating, "The platform intends to reclaim my bamboo house, and its new master is he." "What a coincidence." Shangguan Qingqing remained noncommittal, then suddenly queried, "Did you relinquish the bamboo house?" "Not at all. I paid a sum and can stay here for now." So this Steel Straight Man actually consented. The title Steel Straight Man had been bestowed upon Little Ginger due to his merciless dealings with goddesses. "He accepted payment and now resides next to me. having constructed a grass house there. Dongfang Ci exhibited remarkable patience as she rose from her bed and snapped a photo of the newly erected grass house. Sending it to Shangguan Qingqing. Hee, I understand your intentions, sister. Shangguan Qingqing astutely observed. You are reluctant to engage directly. You merely wish to borrow my strength. Such words, sister. I simply harbor grievances that I wish to share. Have you finished your diatribe? Shall we sleep now? Despite her words, Shangguan Qingqing did not hang up. The two lingered in a moment of stalemate, until Dongfang Ci, recognizing her need, added, It would be wonderful if you could come. That depends on whether our hearts are aligned. You cannot hide should I arrive. That is only natural. Please send me the address. Having made her decision, Shangguan Qingqing promptly gathered her belongings and set off. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to killing one's parents. For little Ginger, they shared a common adversary. As she embarked on her journey, Dongfang Ci, feeling uneasy, considered that a 2-against-2 scenario might not bode well. She had witnessed Jiang Shang's abilities. Although his physical strength was lacking, his resolve was formidable, and with an unknown ally by his side, it would be prudent to gather additional support. The next individual who came to mind was Sima Wei, a sister who had always prided herself on her superiority. Having recently encountered a setback, she likely harbored lingering frustrations, and she was quite nearby. Acting on impulse, Dongfang Ci immediately reached out to Sima Wei through the neural domain. Asking, Sister, are you there? Sima Wei, ranked 4th, was appropriately addressed as sister given her position beneath Dongfang Ci. That you, Sister Ci? Is there something amiss? I find myself unable to sleep. Would you care to join me for a while? Now? Indeed. Very well, just a moment. Sima Wei readily agreed, not bothering to ask further. The odds were now 3-against-2, yet it seemed the chances of victory remained rather slim. Since Dongfang Ci had resolved to bring matters to a conclusion tonight, she was determined not to suffer another defeat. Gritting her teeth, she decided to swallow her pride and reach out to Su Binglang and Gu Hengbo. Ultimately, apart from Empress Wanrong, she was able to contact everyone else. As for how many would actually show up, she had a rough idea in her mind. Sima Wei was the first to arrive, as she was merely 10 minutes away by car. Dongfang Ci had prepared tea and invited her to sit down. No wonder you cannot sleep at night. You're still indulging in tea at this hour? Not quite. This was specially prepared for my sister. Oh, what prompted you to summon me over tonight? Sima Wei casually inquired. Noticing there were not just 2 cups on the table, but rather 6 or 7, she couldn't help but ask, Did you invite others as well? Yes, the other sisters are coming too. Other sisters? Sima Wei paused, suddenly realizing, is it Qingqing? Indeed. With so many cups prepared, you Haven Tea invited everyone, have you? Except for Sister Wanrong, I managed to reach out to the others. Sima Wei was taken aback and asked, Why the grand arrangement, sister? Although they had all fallen from grace, their foundations were still solid. At worst, they could restart elsewhere. It hardly warranted such a dramatic setup, as if the sky were about to fall. To be frank, little Ginger is residing just over there. Dongfang Ci pointed to the south, and Sima Wei followed her gaze to a peculiar little building that appeared almost entwined with water plants. That fellow? Sima Wei frowned and remarked, from your tone, it seems you intend to seek revenge on him. I cannot decide on behalf of the sisters. Dongfang Ci deftly shifted the responsibility onto others. Once everyone had arrived, they would decide what to do. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'll just run back home for a moment. Sima Wei abruptly stood up to leave. What could she possibly need to do? Was she unwilling to wade into these murky waters? Dongfang Ci set her teacup down, but by the time she stood, Sima Wei had already departed. Never mind, if she is unwilling, I cannot force her. Dongfang Ci sat back down, and soon after, Shangguan Qingqing, Su Binglang, Gu Hengbo, Xiong Fumin, and others arrived in succession, filling the room with vibrant energy. What of our talented sister? She lives nearby, does she not? Shangguan Qingqing, aware that Sima Wei resided close, wondered why Dongfang Ci would overlook her. She had indeed come by, but Dongfang Ci hesitated, leaving others curious. What is it, sister? If you have something to say, please do so directly. Xiong Fumin, known for her straightforwardness, seized the moment, recognizing something significant was afoot while Dongfang Ci remained cryptic. Little Ginger resides next door. Dongfang Ci was sparse with her words, which made it difficult for others to respond. Naturally, they all knew who Little Ginger was. Had it only been a few days? The searing pain of their shattered resolve lingered. rendering it hard to forget, and they were left without means of support, now facing potential penalties from the platform. He lives next door, just beside a peculiar building entwined with water plants. Chapter 080. The little building was devoid of light. Bathed in starlight, it appeared both deep and distinctive. He certainly had an eye for location. But why did he choose to settle next to the Xiaozhu building by West Lake? Gu Hengbo, with keen insight, suddenly turned to Dongfang Si and smiled. Sister, could it be that he harbors feelings for you? Nonsense. Dongfang Si vehemently denied it, as it was far from the truth. If he truly had intentions towards her, why would he brazenly bring another woman along? Since everyone was present and that man was right next door. It was time for the sisters to make a decision. Little Ginger, what manner of being was he? He appeared as unassuming as ginger, but once bitten, one would surely wish to avoid the taste ever again. Just then, Sima Wei returned. Spotting the room filled with guests, her expression brightened. I've prepared a few items. Initially, it was merely precautionary, but it seems they can be of use today. What items? Soul-binding artifacts. Soul-binding artifacts? Yes, these were specially procured for resisting mental assaults. Sima Wei candidly revealed the purpose of the soul-binding artifacts, illustrating the wisdom gained from past misfortunes. Since that day, she had been ambushed by Little Ginger. She had vowed never to be caught off guard again. Sister, you truly think ahead. Shangguan Qingqing arose and said, They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but given that he possesses a substantial advantage, the longer we wait, the less opportunity we'll have for retribution. It's rare that we're all gathered tonight, so let us not delay. Let us go knock on his door. Sister speaks wisely. With the soul-binding artifacts in hand, the spirits of the women were lifted. Yet, they remained unaware of the substantial loss of resources, a matter seemingly kept under wraps, known only to a select few. I'll go knock on the door, Su Binglang volunteered, finishing her tea in one gulp before hastily rolling up her sleeves and heading for the door. The others immediately rose to follow in her wake, leaving Dongfang Si, the host, trailing behind. At this time, Jiang Sheng was already asleep, while Tianyin remained awake, perhaps not yet accustomed to being out for the first time. Someone is approaching. Her vigilance was always heightened. Instinctively, she wished to conceal herself but recalled Jiang Sheng's advice to engage with others and integrate into the human world, leading her to hesitate. Knock, 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 the sound of someone knocking on the door. Upon seeing familiar faces outside, Tianyin mustered her courage and opened the door. That fellow. Su Binglang began to speak, only to halt as she realized the door was answered by a woman. Retracting her words, was the intel incorrect? Little Ginger was clearly a man. Why was a woman opening the door? This sister is quite lovely, with a delicate and charming appearance. Are you here looking for me? Tianyin asked timidly. Seeing such a captivating sight made Su Binglang feel a twinge of guilt for startling the young girl in the middle of the night. She quickly turned to Dongfang Si for help, silently questioning her about the situation. Where is Little Ginger? Dongfang Si stepped forward and said, We're looking for Little Ginger. Please let him know we're here. Little Ginger? Tianyin clearly did not understand who Little Ginger was. Responding with confusion, I don't have anyone like that here. The man who was just with you. Oh, you're looking for him? Could you possibly come back tomorrow? He just fell asleep. Tianyin appeared somewhat troubled. Her statement inadvertently made Shangguan Qingqing and the others uneasy. This was their matter with Little Ginger, and having outsiders present made them hesitant. What if word spread, tarnishing their reputation? Tell him his ex is here. It was Xiong Fumin who, unrestrained, dropped the bombshell. The room fell silent, and even Shangguan Qingqing looked at her curiously, wondering if she truly had a romantic history with that fellow. Should things escalate, which side would she take? Ex? Tianyin pondered for a moment before finally grasping the meaning. Rushing back inside to call out, Taoist friend, your ex is here. The exclamation left everyone bewildered. What was this ex business, and what was a Taoist friend? What was her actual relationship with Little Ginger? Jiang Sheng, still in a hazy sleep, was roused by Tianyin's shout. Your ex is here. He jolted awake with a start. MYX is here? Did she die? Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Even if she had perished, why would she come looking for me? He stared at Tianyin in confusion. Taoist friend, there are several people outside claiming to be your ex. You should go have a look. Tianyin clearly misunderstood. Xiong Fumin had no intention of claiming to be Little Ginger's ex, merely pretending to stir the pot. Now, It was not just an X but several. Jiang Sheng rose and descended the stairs, encountering Dongfang Ci and the others at the door, none of whom he recognized well. Were they here in the dead of night under the banner of being X's to catch him in a scandal? After days of sleepless nights, being awakened in such a manner left Jiang Sheng quite irritable. Whatever it is, let us discuss it tomorrow. With a dismissive wave, he turned and ascended the stairs. Wait, don't go. Xiong Fumin led the charge, stepping inside as 7 women lined up, clearly here for a confrontation. You should stay in the water for now. Jiang Sheng signaled for Tianyin to leave. These women were not to be trifled with. And today, he would likely find himself in hot water. He should handle family matters, Tianyin thought, stepping outside into the water but not straying far, merely peeking her head out to observe. Grievances have a source. Debts have an owner. Dongfang Ci and the others did not stop Tianyin from leaving. They merely found her behavior perplexing. Was she planning to escape at any moment, as if she were a fish spirit? Senior Ginger, we have come not for any other reason, as the eldest sister, Shangguan Qingqing, was the first to clarify their intent, saying, that day we were bested by you, largely due to our sister's carelessness. We are here today to compete with you once more. She did not dismiss the matter outright. Instead, she addressed him as senior. The term Little Ginger was merely a private nickname, but in person, one must not lose their sense of propriety. Moreover, the title of senior carried its own significance. Typically, only those whose physical prowess reached a certain level could be referred to as such, regardless of age. While Jiang Sheng's physical aptitude was undoubtedly lacking, his willpower far surpassed that of anyone else, thus rendering the title appropriate. Will you all come at once, or one by one? Such a tone. Did they truly consider themselves seniors? Yet, that single statement left several women momentarily speechless. Even with the soul-binding artifact brought by Sima Wei, who could ascertain its efficacy, after all, they faced a formidable opponent with a willpower of 10,000. If the artifact proved ineffective and their wills were compromised, there would be no chance for redemption. They exchanged glances, realizing that their hurried arrival had not allowed for prior discussion, in terms of combat experience. They were not particularly adept, and the worst part was that if a genuine conflict ensued, it would no longer be a game, as they could no longer log into the real glory arena for virtual battles. A defeat would mean actual defeat, potentially nullifying years of hard work and resulting in the loss of their physical levels, or worse, the burning away of their wills, leaving them as mindless fools. They felt they could not bear such consequences. Yet, having come this far, could they simply retreat? Chapter 081. The gamble, we have the numbers. A martial contest seems unfair. How about a literary duel instead? Ultimately, it was Sima Wei who swiftly devised a plan. Observing the confidence radiating from this individual, martial combat was off the table, so a literary challenge would suffice. Upon uttering those words, even Su Binglang, who typically cared little for appearances, felt her face flush with embarrassment. A large group of online goddesses, instead of reciting poetry or engaging in eloquence, had come to compete in arts against a steel-hearted man. How shameless must one be to undertake such an endeavor? Yet, how shamelessly beautiful. Sister Wei Wei stated that although they were renowned in the Real Glory Arena, it was not their martial prowess that garnered attention. Their previous loss to him did not reflect true ability. Do you dare to have another match? Xiong Fumin added provocatively from behind. Do you dare? The allure of her figure combined with a beguiling expression could melt even the most stoic of men. However, this stunning effect seemed to have no effect on Jiang Sheng, who simply stated, I concede. I'm off to bed. For such a meaningless comparison, he was not hesitant to admit defeat, as winning or losing was merely a matter of 2 words. He was about to close the door. The women, despite their usual commanding presence, found themselves utterly at a loss. Their forte lay in performance. Calling it performance might be an understatement, as they could be likened to celestial beings descending to earth. In the streaming room, they were goddesses, every gesture and smile driving men to madness. Yet, those men did not represent all men. Jiang Sheng happened to be one such exception. Should one inquire how a steel-hearted man was forged? A heart-wrenching love and betrayal would suffice. He was about to shut the door when Xiong Fumin wedged her hand in the gap. Wait! As she blocked the door, she glanced back at Dongfang Ci and the others. Her eyes filled with urgency. Sisters, make a decision quickly. If we leave tonight, we may never have the face to return. Simply competing in literary prowess seemed devoid of enjoyment. Instead, why not raise the stakes? What does the senior think? Shangguan Qingqing, who stood second on the goddess leaderboard, had her reasons for such a position. Her demeanor and aura were commendable, but she was also astute enough to read others' intentions. Jiang Shang's apparent indifference resembled that of a self-serving man. Unless substantial benefits were offered, he likely would not take the bait. Everyone has a price. It merely depended on whether one could afford it. Jiang Shang indeed halted his action of closing the door, inquiring, "What shall we wager?" This question led the women to exchange glances, as this matter had not been discussed beforehand. They had only interacted with die-hard fans. And over time, they had become accustomed to being pampered. Now, encountering a man as pragmatic as Jiang Shang felt particularly awkward. Wait a moment, Dongfang Ci, Sima Wei, and Xiong Fumin all turned their attention toward Shangguan Qingqing, who, in name, was referred to as Sister. It was now her turn to make a decision. Shangguan Qingqing whispered, "Shall we come up with a joint proposition, or shall we compete one-on-one? Whether in martial or literary contests? Group fights or duels, this was the pressing question. Although they had come together, they might not share the same resolve. Let's separate. That seems best. Yes, I agree. All right, sisters, each with their own specialty. Tonight, let him lose thoroughly. Indeed. So, who will go first? I shall, Su Binglang declared without hesitation. Chronologically, she was the first goddess to be dethroned by the little ginger, and in terms of ranking, she stood at the end. Confidence brimming, she felt assured of winning against a man who knew nothing of arts. Senior, you previously bested our sisterhood. Today, we shall not let you take advantage. It will be a one-on-one duel, and victory will depend on skill. Upon hearing Su Binglang's declaration, the other women silently approved. What about the stakes? The stakes must be equal. Su Binglang promptly produced a fan from her sleeve and snapped it open, declaring, "This is the fan of Lu Ruju, a rare treasure. Last time, someone offered 30 million, but I refused. Now, I set the price at 10 million. Senior, please." A bold wager indeed. The fan of Lu Ruju, having originated from her possession, was undoubtedly authentic. The 4 characters' gentle breeze embraces were vividly inscribed upon the fan's surface, and the 30 million valuation was certainly not unfounded. Sima Wei, renowned as a gifted woman, held a particular fondness for antiques. Upon witnessing the authentic piece of Lu Ruju, she was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Wishing she could compete against Su Binglang herself, in her heart, she hoped that Binglang would lose, allowing her to wager against Jiang Shang afterward and reclaim the fan. However, this sentiment was one she dared not voice. What shall you wager, senior? Since Su Binglang had presented the fan, a prized possession, it was only fitting to inquire about the opponent's stake. I'll owe you one. A one. Surely he doesn't intend to feign ignorance. Fully aware he cannot compete, does he? That wouldn't be fair, would it? Without a wager, how can we proceed? Agreed. Su Binglang unexpectedly consented, realizing that victory was practically assured. Even if he attempted to evade responsibility later, there would still be a justification for such behavior, as long as he was willing to compete. You may choose any discipline: calligraphy, music, literature, drama, or dance. Senior, the choice is yours. Su Binglang relinquished the decision, confident in her abilities. To be the goddess among goddesses, her talents extended beyond mere appearance. She was proficient in poetry, song, dance, and musical instruments. What are you best at? Is it customary to ask such a question? Is he probing my strengths and weaknesses? Su Binglang felt uncertain, but aware that the two were not on the same level. She saw no need for subterfuge, simply stating, "Dance, then let us dance." How shall we compete? You select a piece, and I shall dance it as well. The outcome will be evident. Then watch closely. Su Binglang moved to an open space, instinctively finding the rhythm. As she began to dance, she transformed into a magpie, embodying the bird's joy in the air. Her light and radiant performance evoked the essence of spring's arrival, immersing the audience in a rapture they scarcely recognized. Su Binglang's dance mirrored her spirit, unconstrained and fluid. Upon concluding her performance, she landed gracefully. Xiong Fumin, who also hailed from a background in dance, could not help but exclaim, "Sister, that dance was truly magnificent." It was all right, Su Binglang laughed heartily, turning to Jiang Shang. Now, it's your turn, senior. All eyes turned to Jiang Shang. The previous dance had showcased Su Binglang's full prowess, deliberately choosing a piece that suited women. Having lost in confusion last time, she was now in her element and determined to give her all. Now, asking a man to embody the grace of a magpie, even if he could dance, he could never match Su Binglang's finesse. He was destined to lose. Chapter 082. Orchid at that moment, Jiang Sheng closed his eyes. The previous dance had employed the gentle grace and joyful steps of a woman to express a magpie's delight at the arrival of early spring. It was a dance crafted specifically for women. Su Binglang had intentionally taken advantage of Jiang Sheng's known physical stiffness, believing, this man surely cannot dance. Even if he could, it would likely be a clumsy attempt. For such a graceful and delicate dance, he had no choice but to concede. Just admit defeat. Su Binglang stood confidently, merely awaiting Jiang Sheng's admission. He had a penchant for conceding. Now, he was merely a breath away from uttering those two words. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes and sighed. Was the sigh an acknowledgement of the inevitable defeat? He bent forward and kicked his leg, swaying his torso left and right. Was he merely warming up? The awkwardness of his movements and the bitter expression on his face clearly indicated he was aware of his disadvantage and was stalling for time. The women were in no rush. Captivated by the spectacle, they could afford to wait, even if it extended until the next morning. They could wait for him to complete his performance. Humph. Finally, he completed his warm-up, extended his arms, and began to replicate Su Binglang's dance step for step. That was indeed the dance of the magpie feathers. The movements were identical, yet the impression it left was entirely different. Where was the gentle beauty? Only a clumsy magpie, seemingly still in its youth. Gazed skyward, incessantly flapping its wings, it yearned to soar into the heavens, yet it could not, perpetually struggling and faltering. On that day, the wind arose and the rain descended, causing the magpie to be battered to the ground. The drenching rain soaked its body and wings, rendering it unable to rise. It curled up in a corner, shrouded in darkness, alone with its chill. At last, the storm passed, and the magpie emerged from its corner, resolutely recommencing its practice of flight. Each fall did not diminish its spirit. It remained unyielding and tenacious until, with a resounding cry, it ascended into the sky, soaring like a phoenix. As the dance concluded, Jiang Sheng descended to the ground. Several women appeared somewhat unsatisfied, pondering whether what they had witnessed was indeed the dance of the magpie feathers. They found themselves uncertain, for although Jiang Sheng's movements mirrored those of Su Binglang, the essence conveyed was utterly distinct. One represented the joy of early spring, while the other depicted a magpie grappling with fate, embodying resilience and patience. The same dance could evoke two such disparate effects. Could it be that this fellow truly lacked the ability to dance? How could one adjudicate the outcome between the two? The decision lay with you. However, Su Binglang unceremoniously thrust her fan into Jiang Sheng's hands. This was the dance she had chosen. Even if the outcome was a tie, it felt like a loss to her. Su Binglang accepted this result with grace. After all, it was the fan of the esteemed Lu Ru. This seemingly stiff individual surprisingly possessed an extraordinary talent for dance, defying all logic. From his recent performance, it was evident that he was an experienced and thoughtful dancer, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. In the realm of dance, she could no longer compete with him. Su Binglang stepped back, prompting the question. Who would take the stage next? I shall, Gu Hengbo declared, stepping forward, keenly aware that since Su Binglang had lost her match, it was her turn to shine. What would she choose to showcase? The delicate art of painting orchids, a skill in which she excelled. Elder sister, dare you to compete? Indeed, that shall be the wager. Jiang Sheng placed the fan he had just acquired between them. A tangible stake for their contest. Gu Hengbo couldn't help but glance back at Su Binglang. Should she lose, it would feel as though she had not truly lost at all. What a clever ploy. Su Binglang could only smile helplessly. Compared to her previous inexplicable defeat on the stage, this time she had truly given her all. If she lost, so be it. This is a recent orchid I painted. If you can replicate it to the extent of 70 or 80%, I shall concede. Gu Hengbo presented a painting, one that she had created herself. But could this piece truly stand on par with Lu Ru's fan? Observing Jiang Sheng's evident hesitation, Su Binglang felt compelled to remind him, Sister Gu's artwork commands a price in the market that is undoubtedly higher than that of Lu Ru. Thus, it was clear that this orchid painting was remarkable indeed. One was genuinely exceptional, while the other drew value from Gu Hengbo's reputation, the work of a goddess, for which someone had once offered a fortune but had left empty-handed. In this regard, Gu Hengbo took pride in her abilities. Work was work, but painting orchids was her true passion. She did not create them to please others, nor to seek attention. It was purely for the love of it. Her orchids were never for sale. Should she encounter someone familiar, she would gladly gift them. For the orchids within her art were both orchids and reflections of herself. Gathering orchids in secluded valleys, they do not wither for lack of admirers. A gentleman cultivates his virtues, unyielding even in poverty. Upon closer examination, this orchid painting exuded a unique charm. The slender, deep green leaves unfolded gracefully, with 8 branches, each possessing its own distinct character. In the center bloomed 3 pink orchids, one facing upward, one gazing left, and one wilting. The brush strokes were exquisite, capturing the essence of the orchids flawlessly on paper. To achieve such artistry, one would need decades of practice. I possess no brushes or ink. Without even brushes or ink, do you still wish to attempt this? I have some. Allow me to retrieve them. Dongfang Ci promptly departed to her bamboo loft, swiftly returning with brushes, ink, and even a table. Witnessing Jiang Sheng pick up the brush without hesitation, the women felt a pang of anxiety. This individual could dance, but could he also paint? Apologies, but Jiang Sheng truly was a remarkable talent. Over the years, many had been captivated by his artistry. To put it simply, he excelled not only in calligraphy but also in painting to an impressive degree. While entirely replicating the essence of the painting was undoubtedly challenging, achieving 70 or 80% similarity was well within his capabilities. After half an hour, a masterpiece that bore a striking resemblance to Gu Hengbo's orchid painting emerged on the paper. Mistake. Gu Hengbo sighed inwardly, realizing she had underestimated the world's talents. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed that someone capable of both dance and painting could exist. He seemed devoid of any artistic flair. This contrast became even more pronounced when he stood among them. Yet this very individual had managed to hold his own against Su Binglang in dance and could rival Gu Hengbo in painting. It was indeed peculiar. Su Binglang had lost to him, and now Gu Hengbo found herself defeated as well. They had already suffered 2 losses this evening. Under no circumstances could they afford a third. Xiong Fumin stepped forward, sensing it was her turn, but she was halted by Sima Wei. Sister, allow me. Reluctantly, Xiong Fumin stepped aside, for if they lost again, they would have no choice but to return home, an outcome they certainly did not desire. Now that Sima Wei was to compete, everyone placed their trust in her. Chapter 083. A century-long wager. The talented Sima Wei, often referred to as Little Kai Yin, was known for her profound accomplishments in literature, music, and calligraphy. In her haste, she had brought nothing with her, so she proposed a wager of 20 million, precisely matching the stake from the previous round. Would that be acceptable? Very well. Jiang Sheng placed Lu Ru's fan alongside Gu Hengbo's painting before him, a fan and a painting. Wagering 20 million. Naturally, he had no grounds to refuse as for the theme. Let it be love. Sima Wei chose a rather subtle direction by selecting love as her theme for the poem, a topic well suited to a young lady's expertise. You shall decide. Jiang Sheng had no objections to this theme. Upon seeing his swift agreement, Sima Wei added, neither of us may resort to the verses of those who came before us. Any content obtainable through the brain domain shall be deemed a loss. In other words, no plagiarism. Jiang Sheng nodded, as he had no intention of resorting to such measures. His calm demeanor, however, caused Sima Wei to feel a flicker of uncertainty. She had chosen love as her theme precisely because she believed Jiang Sheng would lack understanding in this area. A man who could not comprehend women surely could not grasp the nuances of love. As for poetry, few possessed the patience to delve deeply into it. If a poem on love proved too easy for him, that would be unfortunate. Since he could paint, she surmised that his calligraphy would likely be commendable as well. With the brain domain at his disposal, anyone could recite a few basics and singing techniques. Who among them did not know how to hum a tune? Thus, the decision was made. Whoever could craft a complete and more evocative poem within 3 minutes would emerge victorious. Sima Wei set the time limit at 3 minutes, causing Shangguan Qingqing to smile knowingly. She recognized that her sister was playing a clever trick. Who among them was not like Chao Zijiang? What poetry could be created within such a brief span? It was evident that Sima Wei had prepared beforehand, likely having the so-called love poem ready in her mind to use as a means to outwit others. Undoubtedly, this was a contest where the outcome had long been predetermined. The women exchanged knowing glances, silently understanding one another. With brushes and ink prepared, they were ready to commence. But wait, how could he possibly begin writing as well? Shangguan Qingqing could not help but approach him, softly reciting the lines. Chirp, chirp, the hurt to my heart. My heart has become a field, as summer lingers into autumn. The past remains vivid, yet upon meeting, we do not recognize each other. Spring departs, autumn returns, and the little nest knows not the chill. Distantly inquiring, where has the mountain sparrow gone? It speaks only of the lake's spring colors dimmed. Dim as smoke, dim as mist, with no wind blowing, the autumn leaves already blanket the trees. Chirp, chirp, the birds fly with short wings. Witnessing the chrysanthemums fall, the plums have yet to bloom, while I remain outside the mountains, gathering branches and leaves. Perhaps in springtime, I became so engrossed in the scenery that I lost track of time. Leading to the present, where wind and snow fall, leaving me with no place to return. Chirp, chirp, the cold ice has taken hold. In an instant, my life may be at rest, I inquire of that day. If the snow fell, why does it continue day after day? I inquire of that rain. You are but tears, remember the warmth of the Qingming festival. Why now do you not recall the past? Looking back at the vast sky, the distant azure, it turns out that 9 autumns cannot rival the chill of light snow. Upon finishing, Shangguan Qingqing turned to Sima Wei, only to find the young woman merely gazing in this direction. Having not penned a single word, sighing, Sima Wei placed her brush down. She had engraved Jiang Shang's visage into her memory, promptly transferring the 20 million in this round. She found herself utterly speechless in defeat. The past remains vivid, yet upon meeting, we do not recognize each other. For a love poem, these 2 lines sufficed. Upon hearing this, she lost all desire to write. Looking at Jiang Shang, this man, as wooden as he appeared, could he truly possess such delicate emotions? It did not seem so. Their losses today stemmed from this very incongruity. Jiang Shang, with his expression akin to that of a lifeless tree, remained unchanged even in the presence of a goddess. Such a person can dance, paint, and even compose poetry. What a devilish surprise! It is utterly inconceivable. And yet, is there even a point in comparing? Jiang Shang received the payment notification, and upon discerning the number displayed, a sudden spark of vitality surged within him. For him, what use were a fan and a painting? The fan, if the breeze was insufficient, was merely a nuisance, and a cloth to wipe oneself was hardly worth the discomfort. Nothing could compare to the thrill of an 8-digit figure. 20 million. Uncle, I shall become fabulously wealthy tonight. His gaze fell upon Shangguan Qingqing, then glanced at Dongfang Ci and Xiong Fumin, the latter of whom had remained silent throughout. Still, he cast a fleeting look in her direction. Is there truly a point in comparison? The goddesses felt somewhat dispirited, realizing this fellow was merely a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. A wager of 10 million was no trivial matter for them, especially when they were unaware of each other's depths. If they were not to compete, would they simply return in defeat? Their eyes turned towards Dongfang Ci, for all of tonight's events had stemmed from this porcelain sister. Given the current circumstances, it was entirely reliant on her words. The implications were clear to Dongfang Ci. Yet understanding was one thing, making a decision was another. After a brief contemplation, she finally resolved, I may not possess the wealth of my elder sisters, so I shall wager myself. If I lose, I am willing to serve my seniors for 100 years. This declaration left everyone astounded. Shangguan Qingqing and Sima Wei stared in disbelief. This porcelain sister, while concerned about her dignity, ought not to wager her very life. 100 years is no trifling matter. The average length of marriage today is merely a century. To propose such a long-term bond feels rather bizarre. Jiang Shang, however, appeared dissatisfied. If he had to choose between 10 million and Dongfang Ci, he would opt for the former. Can you cook? The question came out of nowhere. The porcelain sister, who had been looking down with a flushed face, hesitated but eventually murmured. No, she was a modern woman. Earning money was sufficient. Cooking was merely a waste of time and effort. What about laundry? A sense of foreboding washed over Dongfang Ci, yet she could only nod in reply. No. That won't do. Indeed, Jiang Shang shook his head. 10 million for a maid who cannot cook or do laundry? No, not a maid, but an ancestor? Clearly not worth it. Yet his refusal left everyone flabbergasted. Dongfang Ci was already quite the shock. Now, facing this fellow, it was beyond words. Tio turned down such a stunning beauty. Dongfang Ci nearly fainted on the spot. Having uttered such words had already cost her dignity. And after Jiang Shang's 2 refusals, she was utterly humiliated. Xu Binglang wanted to laugh, but found it impossible. Xiong Fumin involuntarily recalled her first encounter with the little ginger, thinking he was merely a fan. She had believed that revealing a bit of flesh would suffice, only to be left disillusioned. This senior truly seemed indifferent to women, or perhaps his taste was peculiar. Suddenly, recalling the poem he had just composed, she realized the truth. This fellow had suffered emotional wounds. It seemed this contest could not proceed any further. Dongfang Ci gritted her teeth, her face pale as if she might bleed. Known as Porcelain's sister, she had now encountered a formidable adversary. In her fluster, she found herself at a loss for how to continue. Chapter 084. The wind blows south. As a goddess, her appearance and form were her greatest weapons. When these weapons proved ineffective, she thought, then in accordance with the senior's wishes, I too shall wager 10 million. Dongfang Ci abruptly raised her head, her eyes devoid of shyness, as if nothing had transpired moments before, leaving others uncertain whether she had jested or was sincere. Very well, I shall use this painting. Jiang Sheng retrieved Gu Hengbo's artwork and placed it before him. Although this painting was valued at 10 million, he would not mind losing it. After all, he could always create another. This time, the senior would pose the challenge. Dongfang Ci surprisingly relinquished the initiative. What was her reasoning? Shengguan Qingqing understood. The porcelain sister was losing confidence. As the initiator, she could not back down, so she resolved to leave it to fate. Had she not witnessed it herself, Shengguan Qingqing could hardly fathom that this unassuming man embodied such depth. He could infuse a woman's graceful dance with masculine essence. He could depict ethereal orchids in ink wash. He could even pen poignant love poems. Remarkably, these talents were imperceptible unless he chose to reveal them. The ancients said, great wisdom appears foolish. Is this truly the case? Then let us keep it simple. Rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor. The familiar yet foreign game, introduced at this moment, elicited laughter. Xiong Fumin stepped forward. I shall take this round. Renowned for her sensuality, uncertain if she could outshine the little ginger in artistry or physicality, she found herself well versed in the game of rock, paper, scissors. Dongfang Ci could only step back, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was agreed, 1 round to decide the outcome, and this is my wager. She removed a ring from her 4th finger, stating, a large spatial ring, 100 square meters, valued at 10 million. A large spatial ring? Jiang Sheng could not help but take a second glance, recalling the time he was taken to the deep sea, where Daichen had severed his finger to trade for the mirage of 100 curtains. It turned out he had used such an item. He had always wondered where the mirage of the 100 curtains had come from. Ready? The game of rock, paper, scissors was one Xiong Fumin frequently engaged in. A wager of 10 million. She could confirm this was the most audacious bet she had ever made. Suddenly, she felt nervous, as the expressionless man across from her left her uncertain. Jiang Sheng suddenly spoke. I know you will choose scissors. Let us change it up. Not a chance. Xiong Fumin jolted. She had genuinely planned to choose scissors. Ladies, prepare yourselves. Xu Binglang acted as the referee, positioning himself between the two. With no regrets, rock, paper, scissors. As the word paper fell, Xiong Fumin chose scissors while Jiang Sheng opted for rock. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. What had he said? I know you will choose scissors. Why didn't you change? Xu Binglang stared at Xiong Fumin, while Dongfang Ci, Sima Wei, and Shengguan Qingqing all looked at her as well. Had she grown so voluptuous? You tricked me. Xiong Fumin's face flushed with anger as she glared at Jiang Sheng. Yet he ignored her, simply picking up the large spatial ring, even bringing it to his nose to sniff, examining it closely, wiping it with his sleeve, and attempting to slip it onto his finger. Only to find it too small. Himph, I forgot to mention, this ring was custom-made. Xiong Fumin, in distress, highlighted her own slender finger. Only I can wear it with such delicate fingers. Yours are far too thick. Tianyin, catch! Jiang Sheng suddenly turned and tossed the ring into the lake, where Tianyin effortlessly caught it. Try it on. Very well, my friend. Tian Yin placed the ring on her fourth finger. It fit perfectly. Jiang Shang had forgotten he had this woman. Unconsciously comparing, Xiong Fumin felt disheartened as she realized that apart from her ample bosom, this girl was not lacking in any other aspect. Dongfang Ci stepped forward, unable to resist glancing at Tian Yin in the water. Such a valuable ring, and he could toss it away so casually. Clearly, their relationship was extraordinary, and no wonder he was so indifferent towards me. Senior, please pose your challenge. The game of rock, paper, scissors had concluded. Dongfang Ci felt her chances of winning were slim, yet she wished to avoid losing in such a manner. What challenge to pose? Jiang Sheng found himself in a predicament. Recalling how he had been besieged by several women, dancing, painting, and composing poetry, he naturally sought simplicity for himself. First, close your mind. I'll pose a riddle, and if you answer correctly, you win. Agreed. Dongfang Ci complied, severing her connection to the outside world. If the heavens had a son, what would he be called? I'm material. I was born with talent, Dongfang Ci answered, scarcely believing it could be so simple. Shangguan Qingqing and the others gazed at Jiang Shang, uncertain whether this was indeed the answer he sought, fearing he might be playing tricks. What if a question had multiple answers? In that case, no matter which one she chose, he could claim she was wrong. The son of the heavens could be a celestial prince or an emperor. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Jiang Shang handed her Gu Hengbo's painting, and Dongfang Ci realized she had actually emerged victorious. Is this fellow for real? Shangguan Qingqing glanced at the two, even suspecting some hidden agenda between them. It seemed improbable. Yet this fellow was certainly not seeking to win Dongfang Ci's favor. Why then would he pose such a simple question? Did he not care about the money? That was 10 million after all, not a trivial sum for anyone. What could the reason be? Shangguan Qingqing looked again at Jiang Shang and Dongfang Ci, who stood face to face, their contrasts stark. Suddenly, she grasped the answer. They had both fallen into the trap of experiential bias. We assumed this wooden fellow was incapable of singing or understanding subtle romance, while he assumed we, as lofty goddesses, could not appreciate such simple pleasures. All of it fell upon her own eyes. Now, 5 matches have already been played, and with Dongfang Ci's unexpected victory, the current score stands at 1-4. There are still 2 people remaining. Apart from Shangguan Qingqing, the other is the 5th-ranked Zhong Yuxiu. She appears to be a reserved individual, having remained silent since her arrival. For someone who is engaged in the live-streaming industry and possesses millions of fans, this is simply astonishing. Shangguan Qingqing gazes at her, remarking, now there are only 2 of us left. Shall we take turns? She does not move, prompting Shangguan Qingqing to step forward and declare, I shall take this round. Senior, please pose a question. To her surprise, she has relinquished the initiative to Jiang Shang. It is only at this moment that the others begin to grasp something. Could it be that tonight's trend favors the South, where the one who poses the question is destined to lose? Chapter 085. A multicolored wind favors the South, where the one who poses the question loses. Shangguan Qingqing has also surrendered the initiative to pose a question. But unlike Dongfang Ci, she is not one to simply let things fall apart. Rather than indulging in vague speculations about what this individual may or may not know, it is far more prudent to allow him to propose a question himself. What will he choose? Rock, paper, scissors. Had it not been for Xiong Fumin's sudden lapse in judgment earlier, such a blatant scenario could not have resulted in scissors. And what about riddles? Is this a joke? As a goddess, it is only natural to possess an air of superiority, yet in the realm of live streaming, who does not understand a few colloquial expressions or even adult jokes? Otherwise, how could one possibly relate to those reclusive boys? Now, it all hinges on what he will present as his third question. Let us see some technical skill. I challenge you to a test of memory. A test of memory? How could one compare this? Are we to read from this book and see who can recite it faster? Shangguan Qingqing's heart stirs. This could indeed be an opportunity for victory, and she is about to nod in agreement. Let us see who can access the other's memories. Access the other's memories? Is this mind reading? Shangguan Qingqing recalls his formidable willpower and shakes her head vigorously, saying, that will not do. Senior, please choose another question. Although she does not fully comprehend the implications of his formidable will, she is certain that his choice of comparison reflects his confidence in prevailing. She does not wish to throw herself against the rocks. Knowing full well she cannot compete, she naturally cannot agree. Then I shall guess your memory. You need only nod in affirmation or denial. Is it unilateral? It is said that some can discern the thoughts of others. What does his guessing of memories amount to? Can he truly achieve this? As long as you do not invade my mind with your will to forcibly extract my memories, I shall consent. Provided he does not employ his overwhelming will to intrude upon her mental domain, she can indeed accept this challenge. Shangguan Qingqing recalls Sima Wei's soul-binding artifact, opting to remain discreet until she can confirm the situation before utilizing such a treasure. She must ensure absolute certainty. Very well, I promise not to do that. Agreed. Shangguan Qingqing promptly turns to Sima Wei, saying, Sister, lend me the artifact for a moment. Sima Wei immediately thinks of the soul-binding artifact and hands it to her without hesitation. They exchange knowing glances, each fully understanding the other. This is a silver-white chain, a type of soul-binding artifact that, when worn around the neck, can prevent one's will from being compromised. Once Shangguan Qingqing dons the silver chain, she signals to Jiang Shang that he may begin. Dongfang Ci and the others gather around, curious about how this memory guessing will unfold. They will soon find out. You have a son named Shangguan Ming? Shangguan Qingqing is taken aback, while the others are even more astonished. This is indeed a sensational revelation. Is it true? Shangguan Qingqing is on the verge of shaking her head in denial, even if it were true. She cannot admit to it. His father is named Li Mingkong. When the name Li Mingkong is uttered, Shangguan Qingqing silently steps back, neither denying nor confirming, merely retrieving a golden card from her purse, saying, This is my wager. Senior, please accept it. This is tantamount to an indirect admission of defeat. Dongfang Ci and Sima Wei gaze at her in shock. I hope my sisters will not mock me. I had a child from a prior relationship, but circumstances led us to part ways. Shangguan Qingqing refrains from elaborating further, yet this matter indeed stings more than mere victory or defeat. Senior, your method is truly impressive. I am in admiration. She is unaware of how Jiang Shang came by this information. She has hidden it well, as her profession does not permit such a narrative to exist. Wild guesses do not hold water. Jiang Shang, however, remains discreet, knowing that within the intricate guidelines of mind operation, there exist subtle techniques to access others' memories without alerting anyone, a feat far superior to the illusions he had previously employed. This round is a sure victory. For an ordinary person, mind manipulation is utterly unfathomable, and Shangguan Qingqing's defeat is not unjust. 7 of the top 10 goddesses have gathered tonight, and excluding Dongfang Ci, 5 have already fallen. Zhong Yuxiu remains, and everyone turns their gaze towards her. I've come here specifically to ask for a cup of water. I mean no offense. Zhong Yuxiu smiles radiantly, appearing entirely natural, genuinely seeking a cup of water. With all the sisters having faltered, how dare she hesitate? Xiong Fumin seethes inwardly, thinking that had she known this would happen, she would have snatched a hammer for herself. 1 million. Without water, you might as well ask elsewhere. Jiang Shang shows no gratitude. Having just settled in, he must fetch his own water from the lake outside, especially since these so-called goddesses are not to be trifled with. If they were to part ways now, that would be for the best. With a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, he understands the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, and I'm merely asking for a cup of water. Yet Zhong Yuxiu insists on this point, boldly speaking up again. Xiong Fumin can hardly bear to watch. She is about to leave when Shangguan Qingqing pulls her back, saying, Since we came together, we need not worry about this moment. We can leave together later. This is the water money from the younger generation, precisely 1 million. Zhong Yuxiu places a piece of premium raw stone before Jiang Shang. This raw stone is composed of rare elements, and when a seed is affixed to it, it can yield fruits of 1,000 levels, making it a rare treasure she had purchased for 1 million not long ago. Go bring it out now, just to ask for a cup of water. Has her mind been caught in the door? Could it be? This is her question. Shangguan Qingqing suddenly understands. What manner of water could be worth 1 million per cup? If Xiaohao Shang cannot produce this, Zhong Yuxiu could win without a fight. Who would have thought that this seemingly silent sister harbors such intricate thoughts? Should she win this round, it would restore their collective dignity. It all hinges on how the opponent will respond. 1 million just for a cup of water. As Zhong Yuxiu presents the premium raw stone, Jiang Shang begins to grasp her intent. Is there truly water in this world that costs 1 million per cup? Even the most exquisite wine could be purchased by the barrel for that price. She is wagering that he cannot produce 1 million per cup worth of water. Jiang Shang indeed cannot provide such a quantity and cannot fathom where such water might exist. Just as he is about to concede, Tian Yin suddenly emerges from the water, sauntering over with a smile, saying, "I have water. Fellow cultivator, please pour her a cup," with a wave of her delicate hand. A peculiar cloud materializes seemingly from nowhere, its outline visible even in the night, shimmering with 7 colors, adding to its vibrant allure. Yet, this is cloud, not water. Tian Yin understands his intent and gently breathes upon the cloud, which obediently converges and transforms into clear water, interlaced with colors. A stunning spectacle of 7 hues intertwined. Is this water worth $1 million? The women gaze at Tian Yin, captivated by the miraculous sight. I concede. Zhong Yuxiu places the premium raw stone before Jiang Sheng. She acknowledges her defeat. Chapter 086, The Instance. That night, the goddess rankings suffered a complete rout, with the exception of the instigator, Dongfang Ci, who, paradoxically, felt that winning was less favorable than losing. She even sensed, albeit vaguely, that the senior had orchestrated the entire affair intentionally. The group arrived with high spirits but departed with a somewhat somber atmosphere. They were not only astonished by Xiao Haosheng's uniqueness, but also by the extraordinary abilities of that girl. The mysteries of a level 10 powerhouse are rarely witnessed by ordinary folk. Perhaps she is among them. Finally, they departed. Jiang Sheng began to tally his gains from the night. In the first round, he won with a dance, receiving a fan from Lu Ruju shirt. In the second round, he triumphed with a painting, acquiring a piece from Goddess Gu Hongbo. In the third round, he won with poetry, receiving a cash transfer of 20 million from Sima Wei. In the fourth round, he won rock paper scissors, earning a large spatial ring from Xiong Fumin, which he gifted to Tian Yin. In the fifth round, he unexpectedly lost to Sima Wei, forfeiting Gu Hengbo's painting. In the sixth round, he successfully accessed Shangwan Qingqing's memory, securing a golden card. In the seventh round, thanks to Tian Yin's assistance, he achieved final victory and obtained a premium raw stone. Counting on his fingers, he realized he had won a total of 20 million in cash, 1 golden card, 1 fan, and 1 premium raw stone. Though he did not sleep well that night, having so many treasures delivered to his doorstep was a delight. If only it could happen every night. The money and golden card were his preferred items, while the premium raw stone was of no immediate use, and the fan felt somewhat superfluous. Tian Yin approached him. "Choose whichever you like. We shall split it evenly." Tian Yin held the stone up to her delicate nose, sniffing it, declaring, "Fellow cultivator, I want this one." Very well. This stone was indeed won through her efforts, so Jiang Sheng transferred an additional 10 million to her, saying, "This money is also yours. Thank you, fellow cultivator." Tian Yin surprisingly did not refuse, which brought joy to Jiang Sheng's heart, indicating she did not regard him as an outsider. Such a delightful mood persisted until the following day. When Ouyang Guanji made his appearance, he remained unchanged. Directly invading the mental domain, "My dear friend, could you perhaps consider my privacy and refrain from intruding upon my thoughts so readily? I am, after all, a person in my own right." He was, in fact, just moments ago lost in a dream, one filled with tantalizing hues. Suddenly, Ouyang Guanji burst in, nearly frightening him to death. "Heh, now you understand, do you?" Ouyang Guanji retorted. "Oh, so that was the case. Why didn't you mention it when you were using your little tricks to bully others?" This left Jiang Sheng at a loss for words. "Enough of this. I have no interest in your little schemes. Consider this your official notification that you are now responsible for the development and maintenance of the new instance. Do not use the alias Ginger anymore, but instead, utilize your true name." Ouyang Guanji had no intention of engaging in frivolous banter and continued, "Here are the back-end data. I expect results within 3 days. Is that understood? Isn't 3 days a bit too short? I am not consulting you. This is an order. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." Jiang Sheng, startled, nodded vigorously. To produce an instance in 3 days would necessitate resorting to imitation. "What about my compensation? Was it not provided to you already?" "What?" "The fine manipulation guide for brain domains." Ouyang Guanji exited his mental space, showing no inclination for negotiation. Alas, poor little Ginger, such is the essence of a goddess. Jiang Sheng began to ponder the matter of the instance. He was well versed in game instances, particularly adept at high imitation, yet imbuing it with his own unique flair was no easy feat. He first logged into Real Glory Arena and observed the back-end data. There seemed to be a faint upward trend in activity over the past few days. although Ouyang Guanji had promised rewards of limitless magnitude. The allure of 10,000 units of rice had driven countless individuals to recklessness. However, after 3 to 5 days, reality would dawn upon them. Only the side achieving over 1 billion in viewership would be entitled to the 10,000 units of rice. Take, for instance, the Queen Wanrong, who boasted a following of 80 million. Even if each of her fans were willing to watch her live stream on the same day, it would amount to no more than 80 million. Far from the billion-mark. To maintain the game's freshness, relying solely on an eternally unattainable goal would not suffice. The live stream featuring the little alias Ginger and the Palace Guard, Shan Yutai, thrived due to being backed by the goddess rankings and receiving full promotional support from the platform and public channels, generating sufficient topics and excitement to achieve unprecedented success. Such fortune is a rarity. Furthermore, even the 10,000 units of rice were but a facade. To sustain the current flow of players, new instances must be created, and they must possess ample novelty. The first idea that struck Zhang Sheng was the game's marriage system. For those still engaging in gameplay, it was evident that many retained a hint of bachelorhood. Utilizing a fictitious marriage format to help single men and women find their counterparts was worth exploring. Zhang Sheng promptly set to work on developing this marriage system. "Hello, I am Tian Changmei. Please respond upon receipt." A sudden message from an unfamiliar name left Zhang Sheng somewhat puzzled, as he did not recognize anyone by that name. Remembering that he had yet to provide the address promised to Yun Piao from the previous day, he quickly sent it over. He then replied to Tian Changmei, asking, "Who are you?" "I am Assistant Ouyang. My name is Tian Changmei, primarily responsible for game testing." "Ouyang, as in Ouyang Guanji? That woman, did Ouyang Guanji send you here?" "Indeed. Have you formulated any ideas for your new instance?" Tian Changmei feigned ignorance, merely smiling slyly. "How about a marriage system?" "A marriage system? That sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? You fellows aren't thinking about such things all day long, are you?" Tian Changmei hesitated to voice her thoughts. Ouyang Guanji had instructed her to liaise with Zhang Sheng. "Is it strange? After all, we are primarily an arena-based game. First, let us focus on retaining players." The phrase retain players struck a chord with Tian Changmei, and she nodded, saying, "All right then, create it and let me see. I'll report back to the director afterward." By midday, Zhang Sheng had made some progress. Suddenly feeling hungry, he got up to check on the next room, only to find Tian Yin still fast asleep. Should he wake her? Watching her sleep so sweetly tugged at his heartstrings. Just as he descended the stairs, Yun Piao arrived at his door, having followed the address. "How did you move here? It makes it so much easier for me to find you." "It's not far. Just come in." "You certainly have an eye for locations. However, do you have the necessary governmental permits?" In a scenic area such as this, without governmental approval, one cannot casually alter the structure of the buildings. "Huh?" Zhang Sheng was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Although houses could be built freely, it seemed they could only be erected in urban areas or sparsely populated regions, in a renowned location like Westlake. If there were no management regulations, it would lead to chaos. "The scores are out." "What scores?" he inquired, while Yun Piao appeared even more perplexed. "The exam scores, have you forgotten?" "Oh, now I recall. The two had met during the examination." But Zhang Sheng had not given it much thought. It was only when Yun Piao mentioned it that he remembered. "Aren't you going to check your score?" Noting Zhang Sheng's indifference, Yun Piao found it no need. "I already know my score." "Have you seen it already?" Zhang Sheng shook his head but didn't elaborate. He had not checked the scores yet, but the grades for each paper had already settled in his mind upon exiting the exam room. "So, what did you score?" 200. "You're truly impressive," Yun Piao exclaimed, her expression one of realization. A genius who could complete the exam and leave first was indeed extraordinary. Not particularly. It was full marks. After all, is that not impressive? Is this how all top students behave? The combined total for 4 subjects is 200. Huh? Yun Piao thought she misheard. A hint of confusion in her voice. 4 subjects total 200? Exactly. Did you not complete all of them? Yun Piao felt instinctively that it was impossible. Recalling how he had answered her when she asked whether to choose A or B, with such a natural demeanor. He certainly did not seem like a student whose total score across 4 subjects was merely 200. A total of 200 across 4 subjects averages to 50 each, which could only be from elementary school. How could he not be a primary school student? Yet, it hardly mattered. He could always prepare better for the next exam. That's not necessary. I've already completed my university education. You've graduated? You still want to take the exam? Jiang Sheng had not wanted to go. But Meng Qiao had invited him, and idleness was not appealing either. It was good to observe the excitement. Alas, what now? I was hoping to attend school with you. Jiang Sheng remained noncommittal. He did not oppose the idea of schooling, but he felt he had spent enough time in educational institutions across both this life and the last. Are you free recently? Is there something you need? Would you like to come to my house? To your house? What do you need me for? Jiang Sheng asked, intrigued. Noticing his peculiar gaze, Yun Piao hurriedly clarified, do not misunderstand. My father wishes to meet you. Your father wants to meet me? Isn't that going to create even more misunderstandings? There is no other intention. He simply wishes to discuss matters of the soul. Discuss matters of the soul? Jiang Sheng felt somewhat bewildered. What could that entail? Unable to endure his puzzled expression any longer, Yun Piao said, he simply wants to meet you. Will you go or not? Sure, send me the address. I'll come by once I'm done with my business in a couple of days. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After receiving a positive response, Yun Piao did not linger. She seemed to have merely come to convey a message, yet was it necessary to come in person? A message could have sufficed. Jiang Sheng felt perplexed but brushed it off, intending to discuss housing matters with Tian Yan once she awoke. Taoist friend, I don't want to move away. Tian Yan expressed her fondness for Westlake. Unwilling to relocate to a busier urban area, I fear that may not be possible. This lake is public property, and our building here would be classified as a legal construction, soon to be demolished. What shall we do then? Jiang Sheng pondered. If that is the case, let us move to the riverside. All right. Tian Yan appeared somewhat dejected as she left, seemingly having formed a bond with the waters of Westlake. As if bidding farewell to the lake. In contrast, Jiang Sheng felt less like a water deity. Some things cannot be forced. If it doesn't feel right, it simply doesn't. Taoist friend. Tian Yan suddenly called out to him, prompting Jiang Sheng to approach. What is it? They said we can live in the water. Live in the water? Yes, like water plants and fish. Tian Yan leapt into the water, stretching luxuriously as she blended seamlessly with the surrounding lake. Her presence virtually undetectable. Is it truly possible? Jiang Sheng also stepped into the lake, attempting to immerse himself, but after a moment, he had to stand up. He found it impossible. Tian Yan? He tapped the water, asking, how did you manage that? Tian Yan did not respond but was suddenly swept away by an undercurrent. Close your eyes, relax your entire body, and imagine that you are just like them. You are them. Jiang Sheng inhaled deeply and followed suit. Only when he fully relaxed and immersed himself in the water did he truly perceive its wonders. It was a sensation of seamless integration, the afternoon sunlight bathing his body, evoking a faint mist that evaporated while fresh droplets replenished the air. This seemed rather pleasant. Jiang Sheng had always harbored a slight aversion to water. Due to BS, he could not afford to catch a chill, thus rarely engaging with cold water. Yet now, submerged in the embrace of the liquid, he felt no pain, but rather an exhilarating sense of ailments dissipating. Tian Yan? There was no response, and he could not sense her presence, though he was aware she was nearby. Jiang Sheng chose to close his eyes, silently attuning to something within. After a while, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him, perhaps for a true deity of water. Life existed in this manner, regardless of the seasons or the passage of day and night. Once immersed in water, time and age ceased to exist. One flowed with the wind, illuminated by light, and before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. The small edifice formed by the water weeds slowly withered, leaving no trace behind it. Oh, great deity, are you still alive? Why have you vanished, and why this sudden silence? Whether in life or death, do offer a sign. I feel I might lose my mind. The supervisor is pressing for answers. Where have you gone? Tian Changmei's situation is dire. She has been unable to contact Jiang Sheng for several days. No need to wait for him. He is likely dead. Ouyang Guanji attempted to penetrate Jiang Sheng's mental realm, only to discover that the man's consciousness had vanished entirely. The absence of his mental domain could only indicate one conclusion. He had died once more. The last time he had ventured into the deep sea, he had perished. This time, his fate remained uncertain. Perhaps it was a calamity or a misfortune. Who could say? Judging by appearances, he was not one destined for longevity. Let him be. Tian Changmei hesitated to respond. Where are you now? How did the exam go? Have you received any notifications from the school? This was Ming Qiao's message. Her scores had been released, and she had received the school's notification, prompting her to reach out to Jiang Shang. However, the mountainous camp had fallen into disarray, and Jiang Shang was nowhere to be found. She had never paid attention to games or live streams, and she had not heard a whisper about Jiang Shang's solo duel against the Imperial Guards, where he had won a significant reward. With no reply from him, she could not locate him, ultimately leading to an unresolved situation. When will you come over? Here is my address. Please inform me before you arrive. This was Yun Piao's message, and 3 days had passed without a response. Shengjiang, where are you? Still, there was no reply. Reluctantly, she returned to the lakeside, only to find nothing but air remaining. Shengjiang was gone. Dongfang Ci happened to observe from above, seeing that figure merge into the water, disappearing without a trace. Surely, she thought, he must have departed from this place. Chapter 088. Reunion. The osmanthus by the lakeside bloomed and fell. The willows along the embankment sprouted anew. The osmanthus trees changed with time, as did the willows, yet the essence of water and the deity of water remained unaltered. 3 years had passed, and only the lake's waters remained crystal clear. Whether as Shengjiang or Jiang Shang, no one remembered his existence, not even himself. What manner of being is a water deity? Water reflects its essence. Thus, a water deity embodies the same. But what is water truly like? The sage proclaimed, the highest good resembles water. Water is uncontentious, embodying the utmost virtue and gentleness. The water deity, too, mirrors this. Having become the water deity, Jiang Shang was scarcely aware of the passage of time. Whether in spring or autumn, the lake's waters and he were indistinguishable. Had nothing transpired, he would likely continue to exist in this manner until eternity. He had forgotten his former girlfriend, forgotten his ex-wife. He had forgotten Ming Qiao, Yun Piao, and even Ouyang Guanji. Until that fateful afternoon, a sudden stirring in his heart hinted at something significant occurring. He opened his eyes. The lake's surface was undisturbed, yet waves began to rise. Water splashed and coalesced, gradually forming a human shape. Jiang Shang awakened, standing atop the water's surface, gazing towards the north. "Oh, great deity, are you still alive? Why have you disappeared, and why the sudden silence?" No need to wait for him. He is likely dead. Where are you now? How did the exam go? Have you received any notifications from the school? Shengjiang, where are you? Receiving a flurry of messages, he suddenly realized that he had seemingly slept for far too long. Just as he was about to open a reply, he glanced at the timestamps and discovered they were messages from 3 years prior, leaving him with a bitter heart. A slumber lasting 3 years. Surely, everything had changed irreparably. These messages and these individuals no longer warranted a response. Shang, who is calling? Jiang Shang felt the stirring in his heart intensifying, prompting him to replay the message. Shang, mother. The wind stirred upon the lake's surface, seemingly echoing his emotions. Over 20 years had passed. He had forgotten many people and events, yet this voice, this person, felt familiar and dear upon her arrival. Shang, mother, I am here. Jiang Shang abruptly leapt onto the water's surface, soaring into the air, where clouds awaited to catch him. Let us go. 3 years flowed by like water. He was the water deity, having mastered the art of water manipulation, effortlessly traversing the clouds. A half-hour later, he arrived at it was a reclamation station, and a young woman stood anxiously at the entrance, her gaze fixed on the opposite road as if awaiting someone's appearance. Is it raining? She looked up at the sky, momentarily startled, as a single cloud hovered directly above her, causing the rain to fall solely at her feet, leaving the surrounding area untouched. Just as she was puzzled, the raindrops transformed into a human form. Shang! That was the one she had longed for day and night. Forgetting her fear, she rushed forward to embrace Jiang Shang. Mother, please let go of me. Jiang Shang awkwardly pulled his mother aside. While joy mingled with the awkwardness of reunion, he noticed that the woman before him, though aged, still retained the visage of her youth. The dissonance between this reality and his memories caught him off guard. Yet, this was indeed his biological mother. That blood connection could not be mistaken. Where is father? He told me not to wander too far, and that he would come soon. Jiang Shang's mother began to weep, their long-awaited reunion leaving one in tears and the other at a loss for how to console her. Creating a scene of chaotic emotion. Do not cry. At last, a man emerged from the reclamation station. Though not particularly tall, his broad shoulders and robust stature exuded a distinctly masculine charm. "Father!" Jiang Sheng stepped forward. Suddenly kneeling on the ground, he had no tears, merely called out, unsure of what else to say. The reunion of father and son held too many words, yet they all remained unspoken. "Yes," Jiang Sheng's father lifted him up, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. The death of his son had meant the loss of his family. After years of hard work, he could only respond with a weighty affirmation. Nothing more. The family of three was finally together again. Suddenly, someone approached and slapped Jiang Sheng, sending him sprawling to the side. "You little rascal, where have you been all these years? This is grandfather. I can't believe you still remember." The three generations of the Jiang family, old Jiang, Jiang, and Sheng, had gathered together. "Come, let us return." Old Jiang pulled his son and grandson along, flagging down a vehicle on the way. "Our Jiang family has a solid reputation in this area. Once we arrive home, our ancestors should arrange land and lodging for you. Settle in first, and I will prepare a couple of dishes for us to share a drink in the evening." "Good," Jiang Sheng's father nodded. In this regard, he and his son were quite alike. Both were not particularly loquacious. Upon reaching the Jiang family ancestral home, Jiang Sheng stood at the entrance, suddenly recalling the survival manual he had discovered upon arriving in this world. The first rule of survival was to honor one's ancestors. Unfortunately, he had arrived too early. His name likely did not appear in the family tree. The group entered, bowing and lighting incense for their ancestors. After paying their respects, they met their forebears and received the benefits of their lineage. 3 acres of mountain land and 2 brick and tile houses. Jiang Sheng sighed inwardly, thinking, "I must not die early. Otherwise, upon arriving here, I would be a wandering spirit, unable to locate my ancestors and thus unable to enjoy such benefits." A house and land were secured. The family followed the guide, finding themselves among the Jiang clan. Though unable to discern their ages, from the perspective of lineage, they all seemed to be forebears. While they did not bow deeply, they could not help but bend slightly in respect as they passed. With no baggage to carry, they located their allocated home. Jiang Sheng's father took a quick look inside and then went out to tend to his 3 acres of land, while Jiang Sheng's mother gathered a few branches to fashion a broom and began sweeping the house. "Mother, I will go buy some things." "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Fearing he might disappear again, Jiang Sheng's mother hurriedly set aside her broom and followed him. "All right." Jiang Sheng understood her concern and called out towards the back of the house. "Father, I'm going with mother to buy some things. Do you have any money?" Jiang Sheng's father checked his pockets and found them empty. The belongings from his previous life could not be brought over. And he had no money. "I will borrow some," Jiang Sheng's mother replied, unwilling to let her son starve. "I have some." Jiang Sheng indeed had funds and promptly transferred a sum to his parents. Being careful not to overdo it, 30,000 for each person. "Sheng, where did you get this money?" Jiang Sheng paused, suddenly recalling that he seemed to possess some funds, yet he could not remember how he had acquired it. He touched his head and smiled, saying, "You don't know about your son? I did not steal or rob. I must have earned it through hard work. Take it back. I don't want your money." Jiang Sheng's father also emerged from behind, having received the news as well. Although he had yet to grasp the concept of money in this world, 30,000 yuan was never a trifling sum for a farmer. Chapter 089. Blind date. That evening, the family shared a simple meal together. Jiang Sheng directly transferred his understanding of this world into their minds. "Still haven't found a wife?" Jiang Sheng's father suddenly interjected. "Indeed, Sheng, you are already 45, Jiang Sheng's mother chimed in, her words cutting sharply, revealing the visible concern etched on their faces, eye in their eyes. Their son's inability to find a partner at such an age was an unforgivable matter. "I'll ask around at your uncle's place to see if there are any suitable young ladies," Jiang Sheng's father declared. Despite the long separation, upon reuniting with their son, they still saw him as the youth who once ran through the mountains. "All right, gather up the things from home," he added. Their back and forth left Jiang Sheng somewhat sidelined. He chose not to interject, likely understanding their current emotions. After dinner, they enjoyed a rare night of restful sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Sheng's mother gathered some items purchased the day before, and the family set out to pay their respects to the elders and relatives of the Jiang family village. They integrated quickly, which alleviated Jiang Sheng's worries. Once the village elders became familiar with them, Jiang Sheng's mother indeed began to inquire about any suitable young women in just a few days. she surprisingly found some promising leads. "Your father should come and take a look," she exclaimed, holding a photograph of a young woman, directing her inquiry to Jiang Sheng's father rather than Jiang Sheng himself. "It's only acceptable if our son agrees." "What do I have to do with this?" Jiang Sheng's father retorted, feigning confusion. She placed the photograph before Jiang Sheng, saying, "Son, take a look. She is quite beautiful." Jiang Sheng received the photograph, scrutinized it, and nodded. "She is indeed lovely. This is her contact information and current address. You've been idling at home too long. Go find a job over there and meet this girl too, understood?" Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of surprise. After not seeing his family for 20 years, it seemed he had quickly fallen out of favor with his own mother. "Mom is talking to you. Did you hear her?" "I heard." Jiang Sheng tucked the photograph into his pocket, resolving to visit the following day. "Make sure to prepare properly. This outfit won't do," his mother insisted. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement. With nothing much to do, he decided to buy a variety of items, clothes and provisions. His parents refused to accept his money, leaving him with no choice. "Isn't this going to cost quite a bit?" Jiang Sheng's father remarked, his expression darkening. "It's not overly expensive," Jiang Sheng replied. "Come inside." Jiang Sheng's father abruptly pulled him into the room, his demeanor serious. "Where did you get this money?" It turned out he was troubled in recent days. He had neither seen his son working nor engaged in any legitimate occupation. Yet it appeared as if Jiang Sheng had endless funds, buying whatever caught his fancy. Did he think money would just fall from the sky? Memories of events from 20 years prior resurfaced. Back then, Jiang Sheng had suddenly sent a large sum home, only for tragic news to follow shortly after. The connection between those events could not help but unsettle him. Jiang Sheng, unable to articulate a response, recalled the origin of the funds, which had come from betting with several women, yet this was not something he could easily explain. "We cannot accept this money. We must return it." Seeing his son hesitate, Jiang Sheng's father stepped out, shoving Jiang Sheng's mother aside, gathering the items sent by the drone. "What is going on?" Jiang Sheng's mother asked, bewildered. "Mom, it's fine. Just go ahead and unpack. Dad is worried that the money I spent is not clean." "What do you mean not clean?" Jiang Sheng's mother suddenly became incensed, directing her ire at Jiang Sheng's father. "And why, son? I wonder, has he ever done anything wrong from childhood to now?" "Indeed, Dad. Before you arrived, I was on vacation." He had indeed been on vacation, a 3-year hiatus that could have stretched to 30 if they hadn't shown up. "Can you just buy whatever you want with money? And yet you're still a bachelor. Don't you plan on saving for a wife?" Jiang Sheng, feeling utterly dejected, realized he was being scrutinized. "I'll go find a wife right now." He brandished the photograph, unable to bear the tension at home any longer. "Make sure to bring your things?" "No need. I'll buy what I need on the way." Once away from home, he involuntarily slowed his pace. He was genuinely going to seek out the young woman named Li Shanru. Yes, the girl in the photograph was indeed Li Shanru, a lovely girl from the neighboring Li family mound. Sighing, he resolved to go. After all, fate would not come knocking if one simply waited, especially for a man. This girl currently worked at the Municipal Public Security Management Office. Jiang Sheng made his way to the city, recalling his previous visit to the office when he had been wrongfully accused of murder. This time, however, he had no intention of entering. Instead, he chose a window-side seat at a nearby CAF and sent a message to Li Shanru. "Are you free tonight?" "Who are you?" "From the neighboring village." "Which neighboring village?" "There are more than one. Do we know each other?" "Do we know each other?" Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. They had never met, and thus could not be considered acquaintances. "I was introduced by Aunt Lu." Aunt Lu was the grandniece of Jiang Sheng's great-uncle, often serving as a bridge for connections. By lineage, he ought to address her as aunt. "Where are you?" Jiang Sheng sent his location, but just then, a waiter approached, asking, "Sir, would you like to order?" "Not just yet. I'm waiting for someone, thank you." "All right, feel free to call me any time." Jiang Sheng nodded, but as he waited, his companion never appeared. "Sorry, I have an urgent matter and can't make it," came the sudden message, leaving him disappointed. Jiang Sheng managed a rueful smile, only to notice a woman across the room rise to leave. Though she wore sunglasses, Jiang Sheng recognized her at a glance. So, this was the girl from the photograph, Li Shanru. Given she had shown up just to leave, Jiang Sheng understood her intentions. She likely thought little of him. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he realized his casual attire of a short-sleeved t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers was indeed unsuitable for a blind date. "Well then, let us arrange for another time," he messaged, providing some closure, though he knew full well that a second opportunity was unlikely. Waiter, I'd like to place an order. Though his date had departed, hunger still beckoned. Hello, what would you like to eat? I'll have the signature dish. All right, would you like anything else? No, thank you. Very well, please hold on. The food arrived far quicker than his date had. The signature dish was a charcoal grilled fish, and just as Jiang Sheng was about to dig in, a woman approached from around the corner, placing her bag on the sofa and sitting directly across from him. Had this girl mistaken him for someone else? Chapter 090. The imposter Jiang Sheng could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation. Merely lifting his teacup to pour her a cup of tea, I am Li Shanru, pleased to meet you. She extended her hand, and Jiang Sheng shook it without a flicker of emotion. Are you not going to introduce yourself? Jiang Sheng and I asked that all? Is this guy really here for a blind date? Li Shanru glanced at the grilled fish and remarked, I don't like fish. Here, the menu. Feel free to order whatever you like. Jiang Sheng handed her the menu, but she didn't even glance at it, instead calling out to the counter, Boss, 2 Boston lobsters, please. Boston lobsters? Didn't you say you didn't like fish? Jiang Sheng questioned. Isn't lobster a kind of fish? He was momentarily stumped by the question, frantically searching for an answer, only to realize that lobsters were indeed not fish. Well then, fish and shrimp are not the same species. He mused, amused by his own ignorance. What's so funny? Nothing, just enjoy your shrimp. I'll start eating with that. He helped himself to the fish, which was indeed quite tasty. Li Shanru sat there, watching him eat. And for some reason, she suddenly became irked that a beautiful woman like me sits across from you, and you don't even glance my way? She rapped the table and asked, What do you think of me? In what way? Clothing, makeup, and my face. She held up 2 fingers in a pose for a selfie. With an oval face, fair skin, and a stunning figure, she wore a long, loose coat over a simple shirt. Her collarbone subtly exposed, a beauty indeed. Jiang Sheng nodded, Your clothing and makeup are quite nice. But what? Your skin is a bit thick. Li Shanru paused. What do you mean by that? Jiang Sheng pulled out the photograph and placed it before her, saying, She is Li Shanru, but you are not. Ha ha, you caught me. Just tell me, what do you want with me? As Jiang Sheng picked apart her words, he awaited her next lie, for it was common for one lie to be followed by another. Yet he could not fathom why this woman was fabricating tales. Jiang Sheng and his alternate persona had not made an appearance in years. Those who remembered him were few, if any at all. A woman like her, if they had met before, would surely have left some impression. Humph, being financially constrained, is it unreasonable to indulge in a couple of sumptuous lobsters? Very well, you may cover the bill yourself. I shall only take responsibility for this fish. I ask this how you treat women. If you are referring to unfamiliar women, I can assure you that the answer is yes. A woman's visage may sometimes serve as a means of sustenance. Yet evidently, this does not apply to Jiang Sheng, who has long since outgrown such notions. In any case, I lack funds, so do as you see fit. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. Yet her expression shifted back to a charming smile, leaving one to wonder what scheme she was concocting. Long last, the 2 Boston lobsters arrived, and she wasted no time, dipping into the sauce and taking a bite while her eyes were fixed on Jiang Sheng. As though she were not consuming the lobster, but rather the piece of ginger point, one consumed fish while the other savored lobster, both proceeding at a leisurely pace, seemingly engaged in a contest of patience. You are rather handsome. It is merely that woman who lacks discernment. As she continued to eat, she offered this remark. Was it meant to be a consolation? Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a twinge of inclination to cover her bill. However, alas, it seems that settling the bill must be postponed. Could you refrain from resembling a woman so closely? Sitting beside you instills a sense of my own unattractiveness. Do you comprehend? Is this a compliment or a slight? Jiang Sheng found himself uncertain. Do you understand the meaning of this statement? I have finished my meal. Take your time. Jiang Sheng abruptly stood up, wishing not to decipher her intent. Excuse me, the bill please. Certainly 1 portion of grilled fish and 2 Boston lobsters, totaling 3,700 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? Do not include the lobsters in my tab. I only ordered a grilled fish. The waitress cast him a puzzled glance and replied, Very well, sir. Wait. Pretending to be Li Shanru's sister, she boldly approached with the lobsters, saying, I shall settle the bill. We are together. She extended her greasy hand. audaciously wiping it on Jiang Shang before retrieving a wad of cash from her bag, counting out 37 bills to settle the account. What a miser! Is this an insult? Jiang Shang could only manage a bitter smile, realizing he had landed in a predicament. Mother, I won't be returning tonight. He left a message for his family and promptly received a reply. All right, good, from her tone. It was clear his mother had misunderstood. The woman pretending to be Li Shanru followed closely behind him, unabashedly standing there without concealing her presence. Come here, he beckoned, silently marking this woman in his mind. What do you want? I despise women. Why? Do you not see my expression? I don't understand. Not comprehending is of no consequence. Jiang Shang attempted to delve into her mind to query and modify her memories, but upon entry, he was abruptly expelled. As if he had encountered a firewall, which bore a strangely familiar scent. Upon investigation, he discovered that the realm of realistic glory competition had recently developed a brain domain firewall, offering complementary security services. And nearly everyone had installed this firewall within their own mental domain. Such a development, Jiang Shang found it rather absurd. Had Ouyang Guanji truly lost her senses? What business did a gaming company have creating a firewall? He tried twice more, only to find himself unable to breach the defenses, and no need to keep trying. I have long been aware of your abilities, so before our meeting, I specifically purchased an enhanced version of the brain domain firewall, huh? It indeed proves effective. The young woman appeared quite pleased, revealing in her words that she was quite familiar with Jiang Shang. She even knew about Jiang Shang's understanding of brain domain viruses. Could she have come from Ouyang Guanji's circle? I can assist you in resolving a predicament. What predicament? Pretending to be your girlfriend. Not necessary. Your mother is quite insistent. She has been pressuring me for decades. I can afford to wait a bit longer. You? The young woman was incensed, her earlier confidence wavering. You truly do not like women? I do not. Is there something amiss with your orientation? You might want to give it a try. Come on. She boldly shut her eyes, presenting her delicate face, her lips exuding a warm breath. Jiang Shang slowly leaned in, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 3 centimeters. So close. Will she not evade? Chapter 091 Enemies. You do not flee. Do you think I am afraid to kiss you? Their lips met, and the woman pretending to be Li Shanru could no longer withstand it, swiftly pulling away. Spit, 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 she exclaimed, sputtering as she said, Were you not averse to women? Why kiss me then? Disgusting grease. Who cares? Jiang Shang expressed his disdain, wiping away the sauce that had stained his lips, which had come from her mouth. You. Is there truly such a man in the world? Have you not been abandoned by a woman once? Is it truly that significant? There are plenty of wonderful women in the world. Can you not find another? Jiang Shang regarded her with skepticism. This girl seemed to know far too much. What is wrong with someone like me, possessing wealth, looks, and figure? What is lacking? What is this? Jiang Shang was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, finally managed to utter. Cheap goods are seldom good. Repeat that. Cheap goods are seldom good. It serves you right for being abandoned. Jiang Shang sighed and replied, That was decades ago. Must we revisit it? I insist on bringing it up. You do not truly dislike women. You only have eyes for that one. Her grandchildren are already running amok, and you still linger on past memories. Is it truly so difficult to find another woman? You would not even accept one offered to you? She knew far too much, and Jiang Shang felt overwhelmed. This woman was exposing his vulnerabilities, while he remained in the dark about her. It is all that wretched Ouyang Guanji's fault for selling such a brain domain firewall. Surely, technology has advanced in recent years. Has she unknowingly been compromised by this Li Shanru? Quick, install another firewall to calm my nerves. As Jiang Shang silently berated Ouyang Guanji, he proceeded to install a firewall in his own brain domain. Why are you silent? What do you wish for me to say? Do you see anything wrong with me? I can change if necessary. There is nothing wrong at all. Then cannot you attempt to like me? Why should I like you? Because I like you. Her unabashed declaration left Jiang Shang questioning his own intelligence. Had his emotional quotient already faltered, and now his intellect as well? What is it that you find appealing about me? I can change. Not possible. Jiang Shang found himself at a loss for words, and upon noticing a nearby river, he leapt directly into the water without even bidding farewell. I know where you live. You cannot escape. Her words reached Jiang Shang's ears, igniting a sudden surge of murderous intent within him. This impulse was even more potent than when he had faced Guo Laoda. Wisps of mist rose from the water's surface, gradually coalescing into fog, blending seamlessly with the hazy night. The woman lingered on the shore for a moment before turning to leave, a veil of light mist trailing silently behind her. Jiang Shang was pursuing her. Having spent 3 years at Westlake, experiencing the changing seasons, Jiang Shang, as the water deity, finally bore some semblance of his divine form. Water, mist, clouds, ice. He could effortlessly shift between various forms. If this woman is not Li Shanru, then who exactly is she? Jiang Shang searched his memory thoroughly but found no recollection of her. As for her claims of affection, he remained skeptical, for he understood what genuine love entailed. I know you are behind me. Come out. Have I been discovered? Jiang Shang furrowed his brow but remained still. The woman's ears twitched, and she scrunched her nose, as if detecting a scent. Yet water bears no odor, nor does mist. She sensed nothing, which allowed her to proceed into her residence with ease. Evidently, she does not possess all my secrets. Jiang Shang sighed in relief. His instincts told him that this woman was unlike Ouyang Guanji. While Ouyang might know many of his private matters, she could also be entirely oblivious, as she had no interest in researching someone as insignificant as him. But this woman had come specifically for him. Even mentioning his family, this was a considerable threat. Ever since his parents arrived here, he was no longer that barefoot ginger. Upon entering the house, Jiang Shang quietly perched himself on the windowsill, assuming the guise of dew. Back already? Inside, there was a man whom Jiang Shang recognized. He was the court guard, Shan Yu Tai. Is it truly him? Why so silent? Did you fail? I failed. He showed no interest in me whatsoever. Are you aware of his current standing? Uncertain, I did not dare to take action. He has obtained a significant amount of resources and has hidden for 3 years before emerging. He must have reached an elevated state. What shall we do now? You must visit him tomorrow. Are you serious? Go very well then. The two conferred and subsequently went to their respective rest. Jiang Shang, however, was not in a hurry to depart. Instead, he began to scrutinize the firewall within his brain domain. He needed to create a breach in the firewall. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with Ouyang Guanji's methods. However, he found himself at a loss when faced with the paid version of the firewall from Shan Yuing. Yet, he could still infiltrate Shan Yu Tai's defenses. He cautiously delved into Shan Yu Tai's mind, seeking memories from 3 years prior, beginning with the arena duel. After a while, he quietly withdrew. It turned out that after losing that duel, Shan Yu Tai was reluctant to accept his defeat. He didn't believe he was weaker than Jiang Shang. In reality, he was certain he could triumph over him. Thus, he immediately followed the livestream drone to the mountainous encampment where Jiang Shang was located. His objective was, of course, the coveted grain worth 10,000. To date, only Jiang Shang and El Qianqiu were aware that the wooden box carried by the drone contained not the legendary grain but rather Ouyang Guanji's worn-out shoes. Others remained oblivious. The allure of the grain had driven many to take risks, and Shan Yu Tai was among the most eager, being the closest to achieving his goal. However, by the time he arrived, the mountainous camp had long been deserted. Undeterred, he began to investigate Jiang Shang's past, even tracing the history of the First World with clarity. He calculated that Jiang Shang's parents were due to arrive shortly and had been waiting near the recycling station. The woman, his sister, named Shan Yuing, bore no grudge against Jiang Shang and had never interacted with him. Yet, at the behest of her brother, she had procured a mind-altering drug known as the soul dissolution powder. After all this time, the legendary grain was surely gone. Their intentions had shifted. It was no longer about that elusive grain but rather about eliminating Jiang Shang and his family. Jiang Shang's eyes turned icy. Moreover, it seemed the siblings had some connection to Li Shanru. They appeared to intend to use her as bait, hiding the lethal soul dissolution powder within her. This powder specifically targeted the will. Acting swiftly upon contact, Shan Yu Tai's plan was meticulously crafted. They were aware that Jiang Shang's demeanor toward women was merely a facade. Yet, they severely misjudged his capabilities, mistakenly believing that the installation of a mental firewall would render them safe. Chapter 092. A deadly strike. They were utterly ignorant of Jiang Shang's true strength, even miscalculating their approach. Jiang Shang had not acquired the legendary grain, nor was he an extraordinary powerhouse. He had never been one. If Ouyang Guanji served as a benchmark, Jiang Shang estimated he possessed merely 1/3 of her prowess. If Tian Yin were the standard, he felt he embodied about 60 to 70% of the water goddess essence. In truth, His actual level had seen no significant growth over the past 3 years. After his body and soul were damaged by El Qianqiu, his physical strength remained at 50, while his soul strength lingered at 360, roughly equivalent to an individual with a slightly enhanced will. Alas, finally, he understood the nature of his adversaries. Jiang Sheng sighed. For a grain that did not even exist, it seemed that for Shan Yu Tai, it was also about the wrath of having lost everything. That day's duel had drawn a vast audience. Shan Yu Tai lost in front of many eyes, and the defeat extended far beyond the game. He could hardly show his face in public. The accumulated resentment over the years naturally fell squarely on his shoulders. What to do now? Should he fabricate a memory to make Shan Yu Tai forget all of this? That seemed unlikely. He was not like Xia Chu on that occasion in Michael. There were only he and Xia Chu present, and erasing Xia Chu's memory would pose no issue, but the matter of the small account. Jiang Sheng, challenging the palace guard Shan Yu Tai, was known to too many. Moreover, with Shan Yuing nearby, should her brother suddenly forget something, she would undoubtedly deduce the reason behind it. Jiang Sheng hesitated. Since his parents had arrived, he had ceased taking risks, yet the situation was beyond his control now. Given the circumstances, it was better to act first. Jiang Sheng waited until dawn to take action. Brother, I'm leaving. Shan Yuing knocked on the door. Drink some water before you go. Shan Yu Tai opened the door and handed her a glass of water, cautioning, if there's no opportunity, do not take risks. Understood. Shan Yu Ying's expression was somewhat strange, but she hurriedly concealed it. After drinking the water, she turned to leave. Shan Yu Tai also had a glass, into which he had slipped the soul dissolution powder. It acted quickly. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, the overwhelming sensation of weakness jolting him awake. What is happening to me? He clutched his head, confused. Brother. Shan Yuing unexpectedly pushed the door open. Hadn't she just left? His head spun dizzily. Take the antidote. Shan Yuing shielded Shan Yu Tai, vigilantly surveying the room. She was certain that someone was present. Yet she couldn't discern their exact location. Although the soul dissolution powder was colorless and tasteless, she had her means of identification. When she took the cup, she pretended to drink but discreetly poured it into her sleeve. Still, she was uncertain whether the powder was placed there by her brother or someone else. She concealed herself outside for a moment, until she heard movement from within. Was there an outsider? Could it be that individual? Had the might of a 10,000-level powerhouse reached such an imperceptible degree? Shan Yu Tai consumed the antidote, barely regaining his composure. The siblings began to scrutinize their surroundings. Elder, please show yourself. A drop of water fell from the cup, slowly taking shape on the table. What was this? A person the size of a fingertip. Was this the method of a 10,000-level powerhouse? Shan Yu Tai seethed with resentment. That grain worth 10,000 should have been his. They stared at the small figure made of water on the table, feeling both anxious and courageous, as their own abilities were very close to that level, and they did not perceive any fundamental disparity. 10,000 was certainly more than 9,000, but with proper planning, 9,000 could procure items worth 10,000. You may handle it yourselves. Jiang Sheng spoke, his diminutive size, with the cup so large. His words naturally lacked authority. Elder, you jest. What offense have we committed against you? Shan Yu Tai retreated while gripping a nearby blade. Meanwhile, Shan Yuing was using the paid version of the firewall to scan her mind. She did not perceive her opponent as particularly formidable, only somewhat elusive. Brother, he has used your soul dissolution powder. Shan Yuing alerted her brother. Shan Yu Tai touched his waist, and the siblings exchanged a glance, feeling slightly reassured. The use of the soul dissolution powder indicated that this individual lacked the confidence to confront them directly. Just as before, they planned to strike from the shadows. Only a lack of certainty would compel such actions. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Ugh! Shan Yuing gasped in pain, looking at Shan Yu Tai in disbelief. Elder brother. He had plunged the blade directly into her abdomen without affording her a moment to react. It wasn't me. Shan Yu Tai's expression was one of confusion. He could not control his own hand. I told you to buy the firewall, but you didn't. Shan Yuing was on the verge of tears. She was well aware of the tactics employed by the small account Jiang Sheng, who not only possessed a formidable soul but was also adept at mind viruses, which was precisely why the game had introduced firewalls, with a slogan to prevent theft and deception by small accounts. However, for most ordinary individuals, encounters with mind viruses were exceedingly rare. Many had no concept of them at all. Shan Yutai had never believed in such arcane arts. Yet today he found himself facing such a bizarre situation. He was utterly unable to control his own limbs. Dodge. Another knife sliced through Shan Yuying's neck, but how could she evade? Her will floated away. Unmoored. She had never anticipated this outcome. Despite some awareness of safety, even purchasing a professional firewall, her understanding of the potency of mind viruses was shallow, and she had never experienced anything like this. She didn't even know where to strike. She wished to escape, but Shan Yutai seized her. His expression twisted in rage as he crushed her. Just like that, a life was extinguished. Shan Yutai suddenly became agitated, fiercely reversing the blade and driving it into his own chest. With Jiang Shang's influence and his own hatred, he knew Jiang Shang was within him, and he sought to perish alongside this individual. A flicker of soul fire ignited, illuminating Shan Yutai's will. The water droplet on the table sighed and slowly dissipated, in the distance. A river wound its way around the city, and Jiang Shang flowed gently along with the current. In the world of men, one is often at the mercy of circumstances. He truly did not wish for things to unfold this way, leaving him somewhat despondent. His impression of Shan Yutai was not profound. He was merely an opponent within the game. It was just a game. Who took it seriously? That single grain of fake 10,000 level rice from Ouyang Guanji had indeed caused a great deal of harm. Yet, if one were devoid of greed, how could they arrive at such a fate? He hoped this matter would come to an end here. The river flowed out of the city, meandering toward the mountains. Passing through a wooded area, he spotted someone, Li Shanru, the matchmaker's candidate. This girl had come yesterday and left of her own accord. Jiang Shang was unaware of the reasons. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that this woman was connected to the Shanyu siblings. Was her presence here merely a coincidence? Chapter 093. Suspicion. A homicide occurred in the city, with 2 individuals found dead under mysterious circumstances. From the scene, it appeared that a man had fatally stabbed a woman before taking his own life. However, the investigating detectives sensed something amiss, for both victims were positioned facing the table. What lay on the table? The forensic team arrived and began examining the scene. Found it, the lead investigator stated. The man's name is Shan Yutai, and the woman's is Shan Yuying. They are siblings, not lovers. The two hailed from Shanyu Bay in the east. Shan Yutai had once served in Kuanning Palace as a guard to Empress Wanrong before returning home. Shan Yuying was a model, working at Coral Dream Factory, which also served as her residence. Tianhong nodded in acknowledgement, for he was the captain of the criminal police team. The officer reporting to him, a capable subordinate named Bao Hao, stood before him. Are there any other traces of individuals at the scene? Tianhong inquired, his gaze fixed on the teacup on the table, which bore only a few drops of water. No, Captain. There are only these 2 individuals present. A thorough search has been conducted both inside and outside the room, and there is no sign of a third party. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage to ascertain their movements over the past few days and whom they may have encountered. Understood, Captain, Bao Hao replied, bracing himself for the considerable workload that lay ahead, knowing that his upcoming days off were now in jeopardy. For the sake of a bonus, he would give it his all. Just as he was about to leave to access the relevant surveillance, a group of individuals approached. Captain, the forensic experts have arrived. The term forensic experts had once been their old designation, but they were now known as forensic scientists, tasked with dissecting corpses to uncover the truth. Bao Hao did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered with a hint of anticipation. For Su Rongrong had arrived, the head of the forensic team, who, despite being a woman, though, in truth, the majority of forensic scientists were female, often discern truths hidden in minutiae. Perhaps the process would not be as arduous as anticipated. Welcome, Tianhong greeted her, succinctly outlining the circumstances at the scene. Su Rongrong responded briefly, immediately scrutinizing the forms of the 2 victims, her expression shifting as if a thought had struck her. Tianhong, noting the change in her demeanor, asked, What have you deduced? Su Rongrong shook her head. She might have gleaned something, but was unwilling to elaborate without concrete evidence. The resolve of both individuals had dissipated. It was evident there must have been a third party present. There must be a deep-seated vendetta between the murderer and the siblings. Investigate whom they may have offended recently. The tide of recent years has been peculiar, with many homicides resulting in the deaths of both body and spirit. The perpetrator may have wished to evade compensation, choosing to extinguish the victim's will after inflicting bodily harm. Although the state has explicitly prohibited such actions, the enforcement has proven ineffective. With Shan Yutai's substantial physical prowess, few could have brought about his demise. Moreover, there were almost no signs of a struggle at the scene. It is highly probable that the assailant was a master of mind control, capable of manipulating Shan Yutai into killing Shan Yu-ing before taking his own life. Tian Hong listened, skeptical. The human will is not easily manipulated. The notion of possession is but a legend. It is plausible they were facing the table before their deaths, possibly gazing out the window. The murderer likely occupied that direction. After conducting her examination, Su Rongrong noted, there are no traces or temperatures indicating the presence of a third individual at the scene. Preliminary assessments suggest that the outcome was the result of remote manipulation by a mind control expert. Isn't that contradictory? Tian Hong remarked impatiently upon seeing her notes. If no third party was present, their actions could not have been so synchronized, all gazing in one direction. Clearly, something drew their attention there. Captain, my responsibility lies solely with the technical aspects. As for the investigation, your extensive experience will guide you in handling it. Su Rongrong replied coolly. Rongrong, a toxin has been discovered within the male victim. What kind of toxin? Ronghuan-san, a substance specifically designed to paralyze the will. Check the teacup. Before long, the results arrived, confirming the presence of the same toxin in the teacup. The female victim also harbored Ronghuan-san within her. Yet she had not succumbed to its effects. Upon hearing this, Bao Hao's eyes brightened, and as he exchanged glances with Tian Hong, both felt a sense of certainty. The siblings had evidently quarreled over something, and the likelihood of mutual destruction was high. Once we have verified everything, we shall present the findings to you. We will take our leave now. Su Rongrong gathered the evidence and departed with her team. With no conclusions drawn at the scene, it was clear that reviewing the surveillance footage was imperative. Bao Hao, feeling a headache brewing, followed them out in pursuit of the footage. Once they had left, Tian Hong sighed imperceptibly. If indeed a third party had been present, it would be a case shrouded in mystery. The formidable physical strength of Shan Yutai could not have been effortlessly extinguished by an ordinary individual. Outside, Bao Hao located the surveillance footage from a nearby street, staring at the daunting volume of work ahead with a sense of helplessness. After grappling with his frustration for a considerable time, he ultimately decided to set aside his pride and request assistance. Shanro, please cut your vacation short. There's a task at hand. When Li Shanro received his message, she was already nearing Li Jiao. If you had mentioned it earlier, I would not have ventured this far. She glanced back towards the city, cognizant that Bao Hao was her direct superior, and returning was unavoidable, however, having nearly reached home. Her reluctance was palpable. If it's truly urgent, hurry back, I'll hold the fort. All right, I'll make my way back as swiftly as possible. Li Shanro quickened her pace, yet her actions aroused Jiang Sheng's suspicion. The girl had glanced back moments ago, then immediately turned and hurried away, as if she had seen something in this world abundant with extraordinary people and events. Could she possibly perceive his existence? Jiang Sheng felt a flicker of annoyance. He wished to avoid trouble, yet he loathed the idea of waiting for it to find him. Perhaps he should delve into her mind to investigate? Suddenly recalling Ouyang Guanji's warning, he remembered that without absolute power, one should refrain from recklessly using their abilities. In other words, once one resorts to their powers, they must ensure a decisive strike, leaving no trace behind. Did Li Shanro belong to the enemy? Shan Yutai's memories did not contain detailed information regarding this matter. He only knew that Shan Yu-ing and Li Shanro had interacted. Intending to exploit her against him. As for whether Li Shanro herself had been complicit or was in collusion with Shan Yu-ing, Shan Yutai remained oblivious. Thus, Jiang Sheng too was uncertain. With no confirmation of her being a threat, he was unable to take action against her. Following the recent events, he felt an undeniable turmoil within. Both Zhao Yin and Bosqua had actively targeted him. In the face of forced resistance, he felt no compassion. Yet this time, as he took the initiative against the Shan Yu siblings, he bore a certain weight upon his conscience. He did not wish to become a killer. He had never considered himself one. Yet he realized he was treading a path that led him further down that road. At the fork by the small river, he hesitated. To the east lay Li Jiao. To the west, Jiangjia village. Should he return home directly or follow along to observe? By the riverbank, someone was fishing. In a world where age could not be discerned by mere appearance, it was impossible to ascertain whether he was old or young. Old ancestor. As Li Shanro passed by him, she paused briefly to greet him. He paid her no mind. Seemingly intent on not startling the fish in the water, Li Shanro was unperturbed. Continuing past him, Jiang Sheng was about to follow suit when, as he passed the fishing line, an unexpected occurrence transpired. "Young man, please hold." Who was he addressing? Had he been discovered? The river continued to flow. Yet Jiang Sheng found himself unable to proceed. The individual referred to as the old ancestor had indeed sensed his presence. This was impossible. Not to mention in the water, even during daylight, Jiang Sheng was confident in his ability to remain undetected while shrouded in mist. Attempting to swim downstream, he felt as though he had encountered a barrier. The path ahead was blocked. Retreat was the only option. "Heh, it has been many years since I encountered a young one like you." The old ancestor of the Li family squinted and smiled, confirming that he had indeed discovered Jiang Sheng's presence. Jiang Sheng hesitated, unsure whether to flee or reveal himself. "Come forth." With that, the old ancestor of the Li family blew toward the river. Effortlessly drawing Jiang Sheng out of the water, Tio part the waters and reveal the water god. Was such a feat within human capability? Jiang Sheng landed on the shore, observing his unassuming appearance. At that moment, Li Shanro, who had just passed by, noticed the commotion behind her and promptly turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "ITSU? Were you following me?" She instinctively stepped closer to her family's old ancestor. "I am returning home. Jiangjia village is that way." As the river branched, one stream flowed east and the other west. Li Shanro quickly discerned his deceit. "I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with the roads." Jiang Sheng calmly offered an explanation, casually asking, "You recognize me? How do you know I am from Jiangjia village?" Li Shanro fell silent. Unable to respond to his question, sharp-tongued as ever. Whether intentional or not, one should return whence they came. The old ancestor of the Li family cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Sheng, seemingly perceiving his essence. "He is a fine young man. If you harbor intentions toward my Li family daughter, approach openly rather than sneaking about like a thief." "The Li family is quite hospitable, little thief," Li Shanro retorted with annoyance. Just as Jiang Sheng had intended to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned back. "I have come to seek an item from Miss Li Shanro, as per the request of my elder." "You?" He had encountered men with thick skins before, but this one was particularly audacious. "I am indeed Li Shanro. You have met me now. You may return to report." For reasons unknown, Li Shanro found Jiang Sheng's demeanor intolerable. "Ah, youth is truly delightful. Just don't scare away my fish." The old ancestor of the Li family was clearly ushering him away, pulling up the fishing line and rebaiting the hook before casting it back into the water. The younger generation seeks a certain item from Miss Li of the Li family and will take their leave thereafter. Jiang Sheng clasped his hands in respect, for he currently sought an answer. "I shall not grant it, and you need not plead. Farewell." Li Shanyu, however, turned to leave. The Li family Ao and Jiangjia village faced each other across the river, and the two clans had frequent interactions. The younger generations were somewhat acquainted, having met many descendants of the Jiang family, yet only this one named Jiang Sheng evoked a sense of wariness upon their first encounter. "Wait." Jiang Sheng hurriedly followed. And indeed, the ancestral figure of the Li family paid him no heed, allowing him to approach openly. "Don't follow me." Li Shanyu felt an inexplicable unease in her heart, fully aware that the ancestor was nearby. "Let me ask you this. Do you possess this item?" Jiang Sheng revealed a small porcelain vial in his hand, containing a substance best left unseen. Soul dissolution powder, akin to a drug from a previous life. Ordinary individuals would not resort to such a thing, yet for those with malevolent intentions, it was an essential tool for committing heinous acts. "How could you have this?" Li Shanyu, having recognized it, took a few steps forward. Her expression turning grave. "Do you know what this is? Now it's my turn to question you." Li Shanyu suddenly lunged forward, knocking Jiang Sheng to the ground with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Pinning him down. "Your Jiang family has always been virtuous. I never expected you to be such a wayward descendant." The porcelain vial shattered upon impact, releasing wisps of powder into the air, with a flick of her wrist. Li Shanyu cast a handful of dirt over the powder, concealing it. "Now, you have two choices. Either I return you to Jiangjia village for your family's ancestor to deal with, or you come with me to the Public Security Bureau for punishment." Jiang Sheng, enduring the excruciating pain, replied, "Now it's my turn to ask you. Do you have this on you?" "Why would I have such a thing?" "Then did you encounter a woman named Shan Yuing yesterday?" I did. What was she doing? She was a classmate. We happened to meet on the road and exchanged a few casual words. Then there's no issue. Jiang Sheng twisted his hand and escaped from beneath her. Li Shanyu was taken aback. This fellow was as slippery as an eel, clearly not very strong or of high status, yet somehow managed to free himself from her grasp. Is that all you want to ask? What else should I ask? Jiang Sheng merely needed to ascertain whether she had any special connection to Shan Yuing. Judging by her demeanor, it was evident that she was unaware of the Shan sibling schemes, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Don't leave. You still haven't explained where you got this. This time, it was Li Shanyu who chased after him, driven by her instincts as a police officer. Well, to be honest, it had nothing to do with instincts. Who would carry drugs around casually? The thought that he was following closely behind her sent a chill down her spine. Was this fellow planning to harm her? What is it? Jiang Sheng seemed to nonchalantly pass by the spot where the vial lay, crushing it to dust beneath his left foot, then sending the mud and soil flying into the river with a swift kick. You? Li Shanyu, incensed, glanced at the earth washed away by the river, realizing it was impossible to recover it. This fellow had the audacity to destroy evidence, yet, upon seeing his unchanging expression, that of an inconspicuous passerby, she found herself bereft of a reason to a fish over there. The ancestral figure of the Li family finally couldn't contain himself, shaking his head and departing with his fishing rod, as the commotion here was indeed unsuitable for fishing. I will pay more attention to you in the future. You be careful, Li Shanyu declared, not lingering any longer, and promptly followed her ancestor. Jiang Sheng, of course, took no mind of her words but felt a flicker of curiosity towards the Li family's ancestral figure. Apart from Bai Mu Jingji and Bai Mu Lu Air, this individual was the most formidable person he had encountered so far, capable of forcing him to the surface merely with the strength of their breath. It was noteworthy that even a figure like Shan Yu Tai, who stood at over 8,000 levels, had been unable to detect his presence. Among those he had interacted with, Ouyang Guanji represented another form of strength. While Yun Piao Piao, despite possessing a strength of 10,000 levels, seemed to lack something essential, he vowed to pay another visit in due time. Chapter 095. The Master when Jiang Sheng returned home. He found the house empty. Upon checking the back, he discovered that the elderly couple was indeed working in the fields. Farmers always prioritize planting vegetables wherever they go. Jiang Sheng did not call out to them, as he had nothing to do. Suddenly, he recalled the glory of virtual reality gaming. He wondered if his account was still active after all these years. Just as he was about to log in, he remembered it was at home. It would not bode well if the housekeeper found out. It was inappropriate to call her a housekeeper now. In this age where age was indiscernible, everyone could appear as they had in their youth. He could distinctly feel the revitalization of their souls over the past few days, yet he feared that gaming might not be something they could accept. Playthings lead to distraction. It is best to remain low-key at home. He thought, for being discovered would inevitably lead to a lecture. How about fishing instead? Jiang Sheng was unsure why this thought suddenly crossed his mind, but he decided to act on it. He went to a nearby bamboo grove to dig up some bamboo, then tore a piece of string from his clothing. Heading to the riverbank, he found a sunny spot, forgoing a fishing hook, leaning against a tree by the river, and savored the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a laugh broke the silence. It was a woman's voice. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes. Is this how you fish? Greetings, dear aunt. This was indeed a genuine aunt, not a false one, a figure from the Jiang family's elder generation. Though she was born in this world rather than crossing over from the first world. My dear grandson. Her call left Jiang Sheng on the verge of tears, realizing he could not even muster any indignation. By bloodline, she was indeed his elder. Observing her demeanor as if she were of a higher generation, Jiang Sheng found it hard to resist. Aunt, I must be on my way. In this world of 10 generations living under one roof, there existed all manner of individuals. Anyone he encountered in the village was either a grandfather or a grandmother, or a great-grandmother, and with no siblings of his own, he was obliged to regard everyone as an ancestor. Care for some fish? Huh? Hand me the fishing rod. Jiang Sheng passed her the bamboo rod, which lacked a hook and had only a half-meter-long thin line. It was hardly adequate for fishing, let alone touching the water. Watch closely. The aunt intended to showcase her skills, prompting Jiang Sheng to observe at last. He remembered her name, Jiang Ning, who according to the family tree was only 17 years old, indeed, born in 2022. She was much younger than Jiang Shang and the youngest person in the village. Hey, with a shout, she plunged the bamboo rod into the water, accurately striking a fish in its belly. How about that? Am I impressive? Yes, indeed. Jiang Shang offered his praise, though his response seemed somewhat delayed, eliciting her displeasure. You seem rather slow to react, she remarked, having seen through his insincere flattery. Aunt, I want to eat shrimp. Go catch some for me. While fish could be speared with the bamboo rod, river shrimp were generally small and, due to their shells, could not be pierced. One could only catch them by hand. All right, Jiang Shang replied, yet he did not enter the water, instead remaining where he was. Why aren't you getting in? No need to. They will come to me. Jiang Shang squatted by the water's edge, placing his hand in, and soon enough, river shrimp began to hop over, one by one, leaping into his hand. How many does Aunt want? Is this enough? His hand, relatively large, held around 10 sizable river shrimp. How did you do that? Jiang Ning inquired, leaning closer to observe the shrimp on the ground, then glancing at the river with delight. Teach me, teach me. Jiang Shang suddenly felt superfluous. Why showcase such skills? Wasn't he that asking for trouble? I have bait in my hand, specifically designed to lure the river shrimp. Finally, he found a reasonably plausible explanation, as he did not wish for anyone to know he was different from others. Is there any left? I want to try. There isn't. Where did you buy the bait? I'll go get some later. I bought it in town. Great. Jiang Ning dashed off, seemingly heading for the town. Such a spirited aunt. Jiang Shang lost all interest in fishing and returned home, where a meal had just been served. You're back. When did you arrive? Just now. How was your meeting yesterday? Well, I suppose it didn't go well. Jiang Shang recalled Li Shanyo's attitude towards him and shook his head. Alas, where did it go wrong? Is it that the girl didn't take a liking to you, or is it that you don't fancy her? Jiang Shang's mother unwittingly switched to her conversational mode, saying, You know how high your standards are, but your Aunt Lu, I trust her completely. She's not one to make haphazard introductions. Besides, the girls from Li Jiao are famous far and wide. Which young man doesn't have them in mind? Why didn't you come back last night? Jiang Shang's father, rather than discouraging him, chimed in. Yes, if you didn't fancy the girl, why didn't you return last night? It got late. I went to a friend's place. Friend? What kind of friend? Mom, I just remembered. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'll head to the city now. Jiang Shang could no longer withstand this duet and fled in haste. Neglecting even to eat, at least eat before you leave. I'll eat in the city. Jiang Shang responded lightly and departed from the village entrance. As he approached the riverbank, just as he was about to leap into the water, he noticed someone approaching from the other side. A familiar face, Li Shanru, also spotted him, and the two stood on either side of the river, exchanging wary glances, each harboring suspicion. Are you following me? No. Jiang Shang brushed past her, genuinely surprised to encounter her so soon. You say no? Li Shanru was incredulous. This fellow had a history, and it was possible he still possessed that illicit item. She scrutinized Jiang Shang's waist and pockets, hoping to uncover something. I'm leaving. Faced with a woman rife with suspicion, Jiang Shang had no intention of explaining himself. He briskly walked ahead, making no effort to linger. Once he had distanced himself, Li Shanru trailed behind, each pursuing their own path. Jiang Shang pressed on without pause, while Li Shanru kept her distance. They entered the city, with Jiang Shang weaving through the throngs of people, contemplating his next job. Lacking a substantial spirit, his range of vision was akin to what his eyes could perceive. Continuing his side gig as a ghostly enforcer felt rather futile. He was also disinclined to contact Ouyang Guanji. That woman had a penchant for intruding into others' mental realms without consent. Spotting a few iron chairs painted red by the roadside, Jiang Shang seized an empty seat. Absent his parents, he might have lain by Westlake indefinitely, relishing a state of desirelessness and freedom from ailment. He found that existence quite appealing, and the call of Daoyu from the heavens was indeed accurate. Yet, he was not truly a water deity, Jiang Shang sighed. He was human, and being human meant harboring attachments, rendering it impossible to retreat from society entirely. What he needed now was a respectable job and a charming wife. Chapter 96. Contact Li Shanru returned to the Public Security Bureau. Her task was to review the surveillance footage and identify any suspicious individuals who had interacted with the Shanyu siblings in recent days.